Hello, hello. Welcome, everyone, joining in for this surprise best of one as we get ourselves into the TI 11 Western European qualifier. Of course, did have some issues last night, so the best of three got postponed. And now we've got one game remaining between ITB and Team Secret to figure out who goes through that lower bracket and secures in place in the last chance qualifier and has a chance to head towards TI. Joined by Shippo again. And Owen and Kezu were casting the initial portions of that series. We can see there it was all tied up 1-1. The winner of this faces against Team Liquid, and then the winner goes up against Entity to see who gets that direct invite, the slot at TI itself. And Shippo, any thoughts or ideas of what happened last night with the strats, the draft? Because ITB had some interesting picks, didn't they?
Oh yeah, for sure. This Spirit Breaker returning from the dead is pretty cool to see, honestly. I think it's kind of pretty public by now that teams were struggling with this packet loss, so it's super hard to kind of judge how that impacted like the way the games went. But one apiece. Both teams definitely looking strong, looking even. They went pretty even in the last time they played as well, right? In that was it upper bracket. Yeah, they
ITB took a game.
Yeah, they took a game. So this could go either way. I think the most interesting thing about this series so far, and just the qualifiers in general, is the Sluck. He's getting first phased. I don't think anyone could have expected that in a really long time.
That's pretty wild. Kind of came out of nowhere. So he's like slowly going up, pick priorities. Like, okay, he's a last pick hero, he's a second phase hero, and then last night, ITB just pick him first phase twice in a row. And there's also the other topic there, right? The Enigma. He feels like another one of those heroes that's gone from first or second phase pick material to now being first phase ban material. Teams just don't want to be playing against it feels.
Yes, and okay, so this lasts through DP, by the way. I think that's probably like DP, Ench, and Chen are like the big heroes I see going through right now. But yeah, like going back to Sluck, so you know how sometimes there are bugs that are in the demo mode, but they're not in the actual lobby?
Yeah.
So I don't know if this is a bug, but basically the way Sluck's ult and shard works is that the shard says in the description that when you use it, you gain Shadow Dance buff.
Radiant team.
So you would expect that it would give you that, but actually it doubles it up, so you gain like double the, in the demo mode at least, you gain double the amount of regen.
Oh really?
Like it applies the buff twice, yeah.
So it's like giving you Shadow Dance and then it's giving you Depth Shroud Shadow Dance as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow. Okay.
And it's so silly, like the amount of healing that it gives is, I'm gonna have to look for it if it gets picked in this game or if it gets picked again in the future and just see if it is like actually a thing, because yeah, that is like you go up to like 160 or 120 something like regen while using the shard.
Yeah, if you're in like Chrono or you're being chain stunned or something, it's such a great way to bail you out. I mean, hell, we might see down the line if that's the case. Support Slark with Holy Locket Shard, just going around saving and healing people. But there is a little fishy boy himself. He's released from the reef and into the hands of Into the Breach.
That sounded so pleasant. So I'm not sure if people are picking it for that. I know the item build has overall been this Echo Saber, and then you disassemble that and you build the Axe.
Yeah.
People are really liking this Axe. The range, the catch, it's allowing Sluck to be quite aggressive, getting involved with the team.
And then disengage as well, like he pounces into trees, then Shadow Dance ticks in. All of a sudden this potential kill you had on a Slark is just gone out the window.
Yeah, and I think this is this is incredibly bold to pick Slark like this, because before, I think during the first phase, it was picked on 8, which is the last pick of first phase. So picking it like this, knowing that Secret will get a free counter, and we see it here in the Leshrac, I mean, woof, you're gonna get answered. And I think that as well in game 2 of this series from yesterday, Team Secret, I think their adaptation in the draft was pretty nice. They picked a really strong offlane, which we'll probably see maybe get banned now by Into the Breach. It was this Beastmaster Skywrath lane.
Right.
And it was really, Rezo had like an insanely free game on his Beast, it felt like. He didn't die, he popped off really hard, he was a part of every kill. I think that lane went really nicely for them, and it's something that Into the Breach have to consider here.
Yeah, that's where Crystal Maiden kind of comes in a little bit, right? She can contend with the boars much better than the Omni Knight they had previously. But yeah, you're right. True, the Beastmaster definitely makes these melee heroes suffer quite a bit. And also something Secret did, right, was this Nisha Tusk. This isn't necessarily a support Tusk here. It could be the mid lane for them, could be a one Lesh, but they've got flexibility there, depending on where they go with their draft following through. A Necro ban?
the big bad Necro. It's not the worst. I think they're just trying to make sure Sluck has a good lane. Because Necro is a hero, anytime I've seen it go in this offlane, he's usually just diving towers, outputting all this magic damage. It's kind of the same idea as a Lestrak, where it's a lot of AoE magic damage that you have to deal with, and it's really hard on Sluck, especially when everyone is trying to greed for this Ags Rush. You're not going at BKB.
Gone now.
Yeah, I'd imagine that he doesn't. I mean, I would imagine that this Leshrac will apply a lot of pressure to Slug, so we might see an early BKB. If they want to disassemble the Echo Saber into a BKB as well, that's an option. It's kind of nice that item, as a first item for Slug, has so much flexibility in his build, both offensively and defensively.
Yeah, disassembling stuff has always been one of those, should this really be allowed in the game? You know, we had that long period of Dragonlance, especially for ranged heroes, ranged agi carries, just be like, hey, Dragonlance, disassemble into BKB, and then what, 17, 18 minutes in, you're running around taking all the towers because you are so free and safe.
Yeah, it's dumb. But moving into these bans, both teams are taking quite a fair bit of time to really think about it. I guess it's much harder for Into the Breach because they've picked Slark, who is quite counterable. You have all these heroes like Bloodseeker to consider. Faceless Void is still in the... Okay, Faceless Void is no longer in the pool.
He's gone.
Yeah, I feel like these are the two biggest cores that people consider as hard counters. So for Into the Breach, they're thinking, okay, well, not only do we have to get rid of like carry-to-carry matchups, but also offlaners that could potentially ruin our lane and make it really hard, because they've shown Crystal Maiden. That's going to be Kidaro's hero playing in that safe lane with him. I mean, it can go to Ahri,
yeah,
but it most likely won't.
That is a point though, right? It can be a little more challenging as Into the Breach here, because you are giving away what you've got, and you're not quite sure what Team Secret have in terms of roles for these heroes. Like Crystal Maiden is a support, probably a 5. Slark is going to be your carry, he's position 1. Whereas Team Secret, you don't know if Tusk is mid or support, if Lesh, where he's going. So actually having these bans, that, you know, why they're being so deliberate and taking their time with it, they're thinking, right, what's going to fit the tempo of Secret here? What can we ban that's going to, like you say, ruin Slark's life? Because this is our carry. You want to make sure he has a good game.
Right. I do think it's quite funny though, playing against Team Secret. They are the team that took Slark mid in one of their matches.
Yeah.
I'm not sure Into the Breach have done the same thing yet. But that's, yeah, it's quite funny to look at. The Tiny makes a lot of sense. I think Into the Breach have valued this hero a lot. Or just in general, the hero's kind of making a slight comeback, right? I think Into the Breach have mostly comboed it with a DP, but it's not bad without.
Yeah, it's with this the kind of phase boots windlace build, right? We're not seeing the straight up blink rush anymore. A lot of players are opting to go for that kind of additional speed, so they can chase people down, get the toss backs, and then go into the blink dagger a little bit later on. I think I saw a tiny game in the C Grand Finals earlier on where it was Brown Boots Blink, but he didn't do very well. I think you need that intermediary item just to keep yourself going.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I would like to highlight though that DP hasn't been picked or banned.
True.
And I was wondering if Secret were going to take it here to sort of deny it from Into the Breach, because it would fit nicely into their lineup since Slark, while he's able to kind of jump on people and really go for those aggressive plays, he does lack in tower push, and their supports aren't too good with it either. So if they pick DP up, I think that would help fill a lot of their holes and help them be able to secure an Aegis for themselves. And like I said, they like to pair it with Tiny. It would be a nice strong offlane, and you're playing into potentially a Monkey King carry here. That seems like probably one of the best bets you can get considering Viper's ban already.
Yeah, like DP Tiny. We talked about that Marcy Viper, DP Tiny, these kind of melee repositioning tool heroes with a ranged offlane are doing so much damage. Really is a challenge for melee safe laners to contend with. But how about this Centaur? What's this? That's a resolution hero?
I guess so. The last time we saw it, S4 was playing it, right, on Goon Squad?
Yeah.
I'm not the massivest fan of the Centaurs. I think so far I've been a little... He's felt underwhelming to me. He has all this extra regen now since the patch, and he's pretty decent at laning, but at the same time you're laning into a Slark. It is a hero that thrives off hitting melee heroes. I'm guessing the idea here is that with the aggression of a Tusk, they kind of want to make it so Slark feels uncomfortable approaching, just because between like retaliate and you know making it hard for them to hit him, and the potential to kind of turn it around with a stomp, double edge, a little bit of nuke damage there. I think they just want to make it so Slark can't, you know, feel as comfortable hitting him as they would maybe
Yeah.
other melee offlaners, like a
That's-
Tide Hunter.
That's true, yeah, Retaliate is a pain in the ass. It's still so difficult to like read Secret's draft, because even this Monkey King, you'd think, okay, it's Crystallis, but they've even played that for Zayats as well.
Yeah.
But what's the kind of regular setup that you would expect here? Is it the Puppy Tusk? The Zayats Tusk? Mid-Lash?
I'm hoping for Zayat's Tusk with Centaur, and then Mid-Lash and Carry Monkey.
Okay, and then Puppy's got his last pick for himself.
I mean, maybe I'm completely wrong. It's really hard for me to read it. This Visage ban from Secret makes a lot of sense. After DP, I was thinking that Visage is probably the nicest one. There's also, I mean, what has Zibe played? He likes his Razor and stuff. He plays a lot of these annoying offlaners. The Enigma's banned already, Beast is banned.
The
Viper's
toxic
banned.
ones, Bat's gone.
Yeah. There's a potential for that
Pango?
Lycan, I guess.
Yeah, true. That is something they are lacking, tower push. They need to fill that role.
God, how is DP getting so ignored? Have teams figured this out? Okay,
there
she's
it
gone.
is. It comes at the end.
Yeah,
And Disruptor Skywrath, the final bans from Into the Breach. Let's see, is this a puppy hero? You know, where's the Chen? Where's the Enchantress? Where are these supports that they've all enjoyed so much?
Yeah, what do they want? If you pick a really squishy 5 support, I think it opens you up to getting burst and killed a lot, but okay, what is
Oh.
I don't know what's going on anymore.
So, I mean, Puppy Lesh, I don't know, Zayat's Monkey King, Centaur, position 5. And this is the thing, like, you have last pick as ITB, and usually this is meant to be a gotcha. Like, here, this is going to round out our draft, it's going to counter a lane, it's going to do well, and you just don't know. You don't know where any of these secret heroes are going.
Yeah, it's mostly confusing for me because it's like Leshrac is your counter idea to Slug.
So it has to be core.
Well, that's what I was thinking, but if I look at the natural way of how teams like to pair up lanes, Centaur Leshrac as a lane would make sense to me.
Ooh.
Have it be a support
Is this-
Leshrac.
Is this a Timber game?
A Timber game?
I mean, you're against Lesh, but everyone else, strength, like melee strength heroes.
I think if it's a core Lesh, it's might be a hard Timber game. It makes sense, but I don't know, laning into like some core Monkey King with any Leshrac burst damage. You have a lot of burst damage and magical nukes with like Kunkka Boat, Centaur,
yeah.
Tusk as well, even with that tag team. You're going to be outputting a lot. It looks hard to me.
I got a bit excited there.
Yeah,
ITB, Venomancer. Oh, we're talking about Zibe and his toxic heroes. Oh, there is the one. So, Rezo Lesh and Puppy Centaur. It is a 5 Centaur.
What in the sweet
What
hell?
is happening?
New tech?
Yeah, new tech.
This is the power of the delay the game by one day, man. Like Puppy just slaved away last night doing Centaur demo mode checks.
I mean, that's pretty wild. Like, what's his role then this game? You know, usually we see from Puppy these Chens or heroes that can rotate, make things happen. I see Centaur as a hero that needs Blink Dagger and needs gold. What are your thoughts?
Okay, so my initial reaction to this is I like it for the regen buffs, right? He has a lot of regen that is kind of ogre-esque, probably. I'm assuming this is how Puppy wants to play it, where he is just a big body in front of his carry, trading clicks with the offlaner, and I don't know, playing the lane that way. I was thinking about the interactions of his ult, obviously as a disengage tool. My only issue is it doesn't do anything versus Otega's Slug, right? You're leashed. You can't run away from that. I think it's important in this game for Team Secret to be itemizing to buy stuff like 4-star, so maybe that's easy for a Centaur to pick up. You know, I'm not sure if on Tusk Zayats wants to build more of a Blink Dagger and go for saves like that, but 4-star's good, and Centaur, good hero to buy it, to be fair.
He is. Is there any chance we see an Aghanim Scepter on Centaur this game?
Can't
the Leshrac.
I want to say, how is he going to afford it? But
it's Puppy.
I guess it's Puppy. It is Puppy.
He's pretty greedy as 5s go.
He is very greedy as 5s go. Don't have to sugarcoat it. He loves to increase.
I'm really curious. I mean, this is a best of one for your TI life survival. You know, a win here guarantees you last chance qualifier status. And another chance to go towards that grand final for a direct invite to TI. That's best of 3 all tied up as we head into the final match. Secret against ITB. And both teams smoked across the river, getting some early wards down.
Okay, well, Let's look at how these lanes are gonna go. We have a carry Monkey King into a Venomancer.
Ugh.
I guess if we used our brains for more than 1 second, this last pick would have been very. I mean, to be fair, we didn't discuss it much, but there, this last pick, Veno. Ooh, man, that is gonna be quite rough for the Monkey King. There's definitely a chance to kind of turn it around, just because Veno is quite weak when jumped upon. But I feel like him and Ari are gonna be able to sort of trade. What did Ari buy as items? He went a Wraith Band, so he
Oh,
wants
wow.
to trade and do stuff in the lane. So I think they're trying to kind of dumpster it and not work on like pulling waves and stuff. They want to kind of stand up to this Monkey King.
Okay. I just feel like maybe 70% of the time I see Veno, he dies twice in the first 2 minutes, right? And then his lane is shut down. Now, if Secret can get a couple of kills on him, then the lane can struggle. But if Veno's allowed to just stand, get to like level 3, level 4, it's a rough life for Monkey King.
Yeah, the best thing that they have going for them is the Tusk being on their team. Tusk is probably one of the best heroes at TPing to a lane and getting a kill. And someone like Veno with no ways to protect himself, that could easily be a gank for them if they choose to rotate him like that. The only problem that they have is that Leshrac is not an offlaner who's very good at being left alone, unlike something like a Timbersaw or a DP, so on. So, yeah, they're probably going to have to stick to the lane.
Yeah, he can get run out. Like a Frostbite and a Pounce can catch him out quite easily. Yeah, some strong lanes from ITB. And of course, we've got that Invoker versus Kunkka. Nisha should have the upper hand overall there. Tidebringer's annoying. And of course, he's a melee hero with pretty good base attack. Supreme's, he's going to get his regen up when he gets the Quas going, so the Tidebringer's not annoying necessarily for him. But it's just the fact the wave is always going to be under your tower and pushed towards you. Not ideal for Invokers. So we'll see that double null. And probably the boots into the urn. Puppy. Nice big wall stomp there. Just catching Ari.
Huge.
A massive AoE now, yeah.
It is, yeah. I mean, Septa got a lot of nice buffs. I don't know if he's really found his like role, so this could be the start of something with that change to the regen. Because yeah, I haven't liked him as an offlaner just because I feel like compared to a Mars who has this massive AoE area controlling all, like a pretty long range stun that can also reposition all this stuff, right? Compared to a Centaur who's
he's
like
a one-trick pony. He really is.
A one-trick pony, literally, yeah. He's got this little stomp that it's not even that fast. A lot of players can read it and get that BKB off in response. It's so awkward. It feels like with all this movement speed buffs over the patches, right? It feels like there's so many speedy heroes buying boosted travel that you're not even guaranteed to get away when you use Stampede anymore.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering in the draft. Like, they're picking the Centaur into Slark. Is this their form of initiation? But with the cast animation of Stomp, Slark can Shadow Dance, he can Pounce, he can Dark Pact, get away. He's got that reaction time. Poppy just going to try and block any pulls. He's also stacked his small camp, so the ability there to drag lane back. And so far, so good for the Monkey King. 9 and 5. Veno's 8 and 1. But they haven't killed the Veno. He's going to crack level 3. He's going to become even more annoying. And he's got Gale with Poison Sting up in his first 2 levels. So we'll see. Hit level 2 on this ITB side. A toss back could absolutely find a kill on Secret.
Yeah, I want to say that Veno shouldn't die with levels here. And it is really hard for them to go. You're 2 melee heroes playing into Veno. You have an Avalanche that's going to be covering you. It's just a little. It's pretty rough. So they should rely a lot on rotations. If Nisha can come top at any point, that would be really helpful for them. As well as if Zayas can get out of there. They have the large camp open bot, which is really helpful because it means that they can use this later down the line to get a pull off, get that wave underneath the tower for Rezo so that he's in a safe place to farm, and then that's when Zayats can start to leave the lane, look for water runes, look for power runes, look for rotation top, so on.
Yeah, and coming back to Nisha, he's got 2 lanes he can play into, right? He's going to feel very happy when he's deciding to rotate with maybe some of these active runes, going into a Lesh lane where you've got an additional stun on top of the X mark through Split Earth. A lot of magic damage is going to come from Rezo, and the ability to chase and kind of drag people around with X, Shard, Snowball. Team Secret definitely have ways to get involved with these early skirmishes. It's going to be a lot of scrappy fights in a single target focus galore from all these teams. From all these players, sorry. Looks like Zayat's there just going to start stacking Ancients and Large Camp. I wonder if that's, probably going to be for the Kunkka. Kunkka, one of the heroes that can kill Ancients pretty early on from the mid lane.
Yeah, just get him made up big. this game, he could definitely go for his usual damage build that he seems to like to go on Nisha. This AC Hex is also pretty value if he chooses to go for it. Just because any extra lockdown that you have for the Slark is very ideal. Like, Puppy's playing 5, he's not going to have that blink element of surprise. It's also a little bit unreliable into a Slark. Same with Tusk. It's all very telegraphed ways to go on someone. You don't have an instant stun on really any of your cores.
It's like monkey from the trees is about it.
Yeah, so a Hex could be really helpful, especially if he gets like a Shadow Blade or something like that.
Level 2 Poison Sting now. Yeah, Zibe going for that laning build. I wonder if we'll see what we saw from S4 with that Urn with the kind of 2-3-0 build, then back into Plague Wards. But down at bottom, they are going on Kadaro. Good Ice Shards down. This Lightning Storm up to level 2. Quite a lot of magic damage. And Otaka trying to get some back onto the Tusk. He's pounced him up, leashed him, but slipping away. Zayat's going to salve, and the Slark very low. Might have to TP home. He's going to... Oh, he's got a courier there, has he? Yeah. Raindrops. No more regen, though. Needs his Maiden to come back. Give me tangos, please. Anything.
Maiden come.
A salve as well.
Salve.
Very nice.
It's okay. Yeah, rough lane. Honestly, really, really hard. I think this is the nice thing as well. When you talk about Nisha's ability to rotate on the lanes, if they can just keep wearing down Otaker on his Slark, it makes it so much easier. Because if Nisha comes and he's full health, then, again, all this telegraph movement of stuns, you're X-marking him, he's just going to charge up the Dark Pact in advance and then just kind of shrug everything off and pounce away. So you need to be able to either like get around him really hard on that X-mark setup so he can't pounce out, or you need Rezo's level 6, or yeah, you just wear him down, wear him down, wear him down. He's really low health, and then there's no real chance for him to get out if Nisha makes that move.
Oh, Nisha gets a bounty rune and invis as well. Doesn't have bottle on the Kunkka, going for that double brace of phase boots. This is where Kunkka is incredibly strong. He's level 6. And of course, you know that Slark, only level 4, doesn't have a Shadow Dance yet. Just needs a bit of mana regen and then could look to rotate. Invoker's probably thinking along the same lines, though. And we're not going to see the Urn from him because, of course, Venno has already got one. So, of course, I stand corrected there. Curious to see what Supreme does then. If he's going for this Quaswex Invoker, you know, Urn has been such an important, integral part of his item build. You know, what's it going to be? Does he just go straight Midas now and start scaling this early on?
Witchblade is
oh yeah,
is the
Witchblade,
option, right?
Of course.
Yeah. That's what I've seen Invokers go, if not Urn. They're throwing Monkey back top.
They are. And Chrysalis turns to fight the Venno. Speeds up into melee creep form. Might get the final hit in. Needs the Boundless Strike, it looks like. But here's the move from Supreme. EMP Tornado, burst through the Monkey King. Maybe even find Puppy on the right-hand side as well. They're trying to shift targets. They know they have to kill the Monkey. But Zibe wants a little more. Has another Gale up. And there we go with his Urn charges ready. Zibe's going to chase them down and 2 kills out of the secret safe lane. Beautifully done by Supreme. And Zibe, the one to clean it all up.
Such a nice rotation from him getting involved. I think Nisha's focusing more on farming. Just really like going for that, taking these jungle camps, giving a little space to Zayats to get those levels too. Supreme, he's just chilling. He's just waiting for a TP opportunity. Otherwise, he's also going to chill and farm. I think that's just the easiest way for them to get involved, especially since you have on the side of Into the Breach, like a lane that's going so nicely already. You're playing this Venno. You don't need Invoker to come bail your lane out. You're already pressuring Chrysalis.
And just compounding those issues. 28 last hits
really
on Monkey. Not looking great. But on the flip side, you know, you do have like 61 CS on the Kunkka. You're right, a lot of these are jungle creeps. But you've also got Leshrac, who's sat in the lane and now just cleared a massive large camp. So Rezo, he's going to have his hood pretty soon on top of Arcane's Wand, Null Tally. This Lesh is going to be huge.
He is. It is definitely a real concern. I think if Supreme wants to really make an actual move anywhere, maybe you could have Ari come mid. For that, I mean, he's going to get going.
Yeah, they're pouncing top. Puppy started it with a stomp. But when the Venno arrives, you realize very quickly that's not a spot on the map you want to be in anymore. They might just have to deny Puppy, honestly. They don't get it done. Chrysalis hits him. And he dies to the poison regardless. And this is really good, solid damage on the tier 1 already. Even without the catapult wave now. It's down in that bottom jungle, Kadaro chased by Nisha and Rezo as they do continue to pressure that Slark's lane. And both the Slark and the Monkey having some serious problems. Chrysalis even losing his courier up top.
The teams are mirroring each other's movements right now. because one move that they could have made on ITV was bringing Ari mid for a power rune or something like that, and then him bringing a smoke, and then you smoke your invoker to bot and try and take a fight there. Because right now Rezo is popping off, like you said, it's a big issue, and he is going to be a counter to your Slark. And going Witchblade and stuff on Supreme, it means that this magic damage, they're really susceptible to it.
And Supreme in this top jungle, again finding Puppy's Centaur. Won't be able to get away from that, even with the Fairy Fire popped. Good control of that deeper jungle as they took the tier 1 and pressed forward at the same time. And a quick swing in towards mid, it looks like, here as well. And catapult waves are spawning soon, so they're preparing for that wave to come in for a big push into mid.
It'd be really nice if they can get this tower, but there's a lot of ways to defend it on Secret. Just Conquer alone and his combo is... It can easily get someone killed. They don't have supernatural save on ITB.
Oh, they've got the Wukongs here onto Ari. Zayat's and the tag team trying to slow him down. Looks like even the statues getting that slow proc out of the tag team. Zibe focused down by Resolution. So much magical damage as they kill off Kidaro as well. And there's the defense. They swing in with 5 heroes, and Secret makes sure that the catapult wave won't even reach the tower.
It's really easy to defend. It's honestly, because of this bottom tower going down, it makes it so easy for Secret to make the natural rotation of just walking through the jungle and coming out from behind. So ITV probably should have been aware of that being a move that could happen to them as they kind of walked up into the river like that. They don't have defensive wards back on their jungle, so at that point it's kind of too hard for them to react. And they'll just die. But yeah, they need to be careful. I think this Quas Wex build, probably the biggest impact that it did have for the laning stage was he kept Nisha on such low mana that he was never able to go rotate, never TP, if he wasn't getting these runes. But he doesn't have a bottle either, so he's just so low on mana that he wasn't able to be super mobile around the map. But now, it's not really like that anymore. Laning stage is broken down. He's been moving bot, taking that tower.
Farming jungle.
Yeah, Nisha's just keeping up net worth and making good moves.
There's no one burning my mana in the jungle. I'm staying here. Zayats, he's going to break the smoke. But ITB will break him down as well. Pops his one, tries to snowball, but doesn't have the mana for it. Again, a nice little move to get themselves that position in the jungle. And it's all about clearing areas for Slark. They come in here, make sure there's no one ganking our ticker, so the Slark can keep on farming in towards that Mage Slayer. It's a little bit of a shift up there. Not going for the straight Echo Saber.
This is the weird thing about... This is the conundrum with Mage Slayer for me, right? I don't know if you agree. But a Mage Slayer is... He wants to jump on this Leshrac and hit him, right? And then he's doing so much less magical damage as a result. And that's sort of his aggressive way of, I want to fight and kill you. But at the same time, it's like, it's just kind of a weirder version of a BKB. You can still die. You can still get stunned. If he feels like this Mage Slayer is enough damage reduction to be able to fight, then I think it's a really good choice. Sorry.
Yeah, I felt good about the Mage Slayer when it comes after. You buy Echo, you disassemble, then you get BKB, then you get Mage Slayer, and that's where it feels good. Yeah. Going it as a first item, yeah, it feels a little odd, but I guess you're right. That's his opportunity. And try and play around this Tiny, get in on top of the Lash. Secret here, they'll de-wall their jungle, try and give Chrysalis a bit of breathing room. And he is down at the bottom of the cores, as in that Ancients area. I'm going to clear out all these Ancient stacks with the Freezing Field, and give Supreme a nice little rush towards the BKB now his Witchblade is done.
Gary, I need help. I don't know what happened, but I can now only see Radiant's perspective on the map. How do I make the font go back to normal?
Oh geez, I can't remember the default hotkeys. It's like press F3. It's one of the it's one of the F buttons.
Oh yeah.
It's F3?
It's F1. Thank you.
It's F1, okay. Yeah, I shifted all my hotkeys, so struggling to remember the default ones. Is that you found it. I'm
free.
I've had that before at a LAN, and sometimes like your settings aren't saved, and like you've got someone else's settings in your game. And I pressed Dire Perspective, and there was no hotkey set to move it back to the other one. So like I'm going through options, advanced spectator settings. God, please, I just want to see the map.
Okay, all right, we're safe, we're good.
14-minute BKB on Nisha. He's got Daedalus queued up.
I mean, this is the thing. He likes to go this damage build, and he's been farming all game. He's gonna walk into Ari's line of sight. Supreme's around. They smoke. Did they see it? Yeah, under a ward.
Yeah, Radiant Vision sees it coming. ITB all coming back to their tier 1 mid. Secret are still looking for the line here, and they'll look for the torrent, but Nisha not landing it. Abound the strike was optimistic from Crystallis. That's where Secret got to reconsider their options now. An Axe Mark, a Torrent, a Bound the Strike, all missing out. I've got to find another place on the map to be. Oh, some long lines drawn by Resolution, like someone go farm top, someone go and deal with this, but Puppey, he's being turned around on. Went up for that top rune, gets caught out by Supreme.
Yeah.
Well, that's your first stack on Slark as well.
Oh yeah, good for him. But yeah, seeing that move with that ward, it probably should be clear to Secret that it's there now and they should de-ward it. They're even just going to smoke back into this vision to try and take advantage of it.
I mean, Crystallis is going to get jumped though. Tranquil Boots on his Tiny, he's pretty speedy, running forward. The Cold Snap going to stop the Wukongs, and Supreme controls the Monkey King. Perfect disables onto him. Well, Zayats has rolled in here. Secret wants to try and continue fighting. They're swarming down, TPing with Puppey as well. Tag team runs out, and Zayat struggling to do the damage he needs. Stampede into Stomp. Oh, barely missing. Maiden is back in Fountain, while it looks like Rezo with Nisha. Finding Zippei's Venomancer. Chain stunning him with a boat and a split earth. The toss back under tower. Not going to do too much to Nisha there, as Resolution will just clear up the Veno.
That's a lot of damage onto Rezo with that ult. If they can take a proper big fight with this Veno ult next time it's off, that could be pretty devastating for Secret. It's nice having this rum buff though in it.
Yeah.
Like the ability to damage reduce so much of it.
I'm kind of excited if we see that latent toxicity come back again. That shard from the Venomancer was really cool the first time we saw it. You were explaining that, you know, it pops through BKB, anytime you dispel, you're taking like 300 damage, getting stunned for what, 2 seconds or something? Yeah,
it's
2 seconds
pretty
stun.
good stun, yeah.
Yeah.
And they're not buying like Yule Scepters and stuff, because that's probably the only real way to deal with the latent toxicity, because you can, when you Yules, you dispel it, and also it still stuns you, but you're stunned while Yulesing, so it's probably the best item to deal with it. Everything else, I mean, yeah, all these BKBs totally would get countered by the latent toxicity.
It looks like Puppey's still having some struggles here. Every time he shows on a lane, he's losing all 423 mana he's got to 1 EMP. I'm trying to get into the Glimmer Cape. But ITB holding their tier 1 with 4 heroes in the vicinity. And this is a lot of room for the Slark. You know, he's racing up the net worth. He's now top of the Radiant Cores. Miles ahead of the Monkey King at this point. Secret much more reliant on the Kunkka and the Lash to be the carries this game so far.
Yeah, it feels like timings aren't aligning for Secret properly. Like Nisha's finished his BKB, for example, and I think that's one reason why they wanted to fight boss so badly. But at the same time, Crystallis hasn't got a BKB. Leshrac hasn't got a BKB. They're like relatively tanky, and I think that's why they feel pretty good, because they have the Eternal Shroud. But there's still that threat and worry, especially playing into a Venomancer. If they can catch him first, that would be so good for a fight.
And they're trying to pivot from the Roche Pit up into Ancient's area, and they see the Slark. One of the great things about Kunkka is you cannot dispel this X mark in the... Oh, the Wukong's command comes. The Torrent is there, but he's in the Shadow Dance. They're trying to chain stun him so he can't escape, and they do it. So many stuns and projectiles launched at this Slark, he couldn't escape.
Bro, that was the most anti-Slark thing I've ever seen in my life. Oh my god, every AoE stun under the sun came out there. Oh, he messed up the Dark Pact on the ship, unfortunately, which meant that he did just come back and get stunned up. I wonder if it would have gone differently otherwise, but yeah, I mean, they had so many stuns just on that ground. Really nice gank, actually. Obviously, it would be nice to catch someone like Zippei, because it means you can chase more for more kills, but the carry is by no means a sad catch.
Yeah, that's a pretty big one. It's just... taking that tier 1 is also going to help them out as well, because they've struggled to get onto this mid tower. You know, ITB are throwing everything to defend it. So that does give them a little bit of wiggle room around the Roche Pit in particular. Another fight could lead into grabbing Aegis.
Yeah, Zippei's going for a 4-staff, which is pretty nice. Obviously, I am someone who highly values 4-staffs and what they give. But I would want it more for Secret's team than Into the Breaches. For Into the Breach, if you were to try and poke at the mid tower, for example, a 4-staff's not going to save your life just because of the X marks. I think usually in that situation, you either buy something like a Yules or you buy a BKB. And that's how you're going to be allowed to fight. Maybe he is playing with the intention of letting someone else, like Oteka, be the one that pushes the tower. And then if he gets gone on and gets stunned, then he can just reposition him and get him out. So it might be more of a I'm playing behind you type deal rather than I'm playing up.
And kind of set up, play with wards, hide in the trees, play from fog.
Yeah. I really want to see Venno get the shard after his 4-staff though, and then go BKB.
Well, they're trying to catch this Invoker. I do have the sentry down, and they were attempting a D-ward when Supreme was contesting it in this mid lane. And now Nisha stepped forward. He does have this BKB up and already naturally tanky with that Rum hangover on him. And Supreme BKB's up. Zayat blinks in. The Stampede to disengage and retreat now as Nisha has to BKB. Turns and focuses Kidara with one slap of the sword, but I'm not going to get any takedowns as that Sunstrike off the mark. Probably not enough damage either. Just level 2 exort, it looks like.
Would have been cool though. Like, damn, he's got good accuracy. But I think it's the standing around mid. It will benefit both the carries. For a while, Crystallis was sort of hanging around mid, which I don't want to see him do. I think if I want him to get involved only when a fight breaks out and he can sort of TP to it. Because he needs to catch up and he needs to make use of this.
Oh, Glimmer from Puppey trying to save Zayat, but they've got Reveal down, and now they move on to the Centaur instead. Toss him back into the Ice Wall. Centaur just trying to stomp and delay his death. But ITB, they bring the numbers. 5 heroes mid around a catapult wave. Hitting a timing here with this Slark Aghanim Scepter. Try and push forward. They're looking for the secondary timings as well with Tiny Blink and a 4-staff on this Crystal Maiden. So getting a tower here, putting gold in your support's pockets, incredibly vital.
Yeah. And now Ortega has his Ags. It means that like we can see people playing with him more. Like he's been kind of excluded, it's felt like, from ITB's lineup as he just tries to farm up. But now, you know, if Tiny and him are close to each other, they could maybe get a kill together. We can see Invoker kind of going towards Slark. If Slark plays on these side lanes, for example, and someone shows there, it's easy to just do a quick leap into follow up by any one hero. There's kind of a lot more kill threat just by having this.
Yeah. Amplify your hero pairings.
Yeah, otherwise you're just chilling until this Blink Dagger. It's coming now on the Courier. I definitely think ITB can smoke with this. They have BKB on Invoker. Slark's feeling pretty strong with his Mage Slayer, and Crystallis is still so far off of his BKB.
He can disassemble the Echo, right? So he's like 800 away from doing that for the recipe of BKB. But still a little bit. Needs a couple more creep waves to get himself ready and underway. Yeah. I kind of liked what I saw Zibe queuing up a few moments ago. He had Aghanim Scepter in his quick buy. Having that percentage-based damage against all these tanky strength heroes would have been incredible. But it looks like he just wants to be survivable. Wants that BKB, rather. Yeah,
I want the BKB. I don't know where he's going to get his shard from, though. I do think it's really high value, and they haven't even taken first Roche yet, so he can't get it from a Roche kill.
I think Slark was also thinking about his one. Doesn't look like he's committed for it. He had a they're all like queuing these items and thinking, nah, I need BKB. Nah, I need BKB. Oh, they need ways to contend with heroes like Nisha, who are just diving into your jungle. Getting a catch on the Tiny. X-Mark boat comes through. The Stampede 4-staff. Puppey moves on to the second target now, which is the Crystal Maiden. Burst down, and Rezo grabs a double kill for himself. I could quickly shift this into a tier 2 push. Wave is already here. And level 4 Edict. No joke when you are shoving into towers.
They didn't have vision, did they? On ITB, it looked like they were sort of looking for bot, and then the smoke broke on Kunkka. I don't know if they knew who they were initiating on, or if they just... This is why this lineup is a little bit rough. You're playing into BKBs and you don't have proper lockdown for, no follow-up. He uses Avalanche and, there's no Boundless Strike into Leshrac, Split Earth, into Centaur Hoof Stomp. Like, you don't really have that follow-up. So for ITB, it would be really nice to see Invoker, for example, Supreme buy a Hex at some point. Also, Venno could potentially get it after the BKB if he wants to. Just some more lockdown would be really keen, so that your initiations are a little bit smoother.
Yeah, it's Avatoss into BKB from your enemies. That's the chain of events.
Yeah, because they want to take pretty extended fights on ITB, but it kind of sucks when you smoke up and you're not able to get a kill like that. Obviously, you force the BKB from Nisha, so now you actually have a chance to smoke again and just go in, right? Reinitiate while that's on cooldown, and then you can die. Because this is the thing, these long extended fights, these fights that go on past when a BKB is down, you have so many ways to fight into them, right? You just talked earlier about how good this Ags was on Slark, being able to pounce in, then pounce out, kind of force things, go back in, play around the skirts of the fight. Meanwhile, like Invoker's going to constantly just be wanting to cycle through his spells, so the longer a fight goes, the more he's getting out. And Venno's just going to poison over you, and that's just going to do pretty long time damage over time. So yeah, here comes the smoke.
That's one of the most irritating things. If they are able to kite and bait these BKBs, Venomancer becomes incredibly potent as they pounce straight in. Slark jumps off across to the Kunkka, trying to get Nisha, but they've got the Wukongs from Chrysalis with his BKB up. They lose Nisha now, but Rezo and Chrysalis able to turn. Oh, it's just a Crystal Maiden, though. That's all they get, and they're all tagged by this Poison Nova and Gale. ITB, they can go back in. Supreme grabs a double kill and the chase is on. Tornado, Avalanche catching out Monkey King. Centaur trying to stomp them and hold them back. But the toss is there and Secret lose 4. ITB, they knew that was their moment. The window to strike, and they do it beautifully.
They did. That is literally perfect scenario for them. And also something I really like that Oteka did in that fight is that he pounced onto Rezo, hit him once, and then changed targets. Like, I don't think he had any illusion about trying to kill Rezo because he has that BKB, but he wanted to make sure the Mage Slayer effect was on him so that he could then hit other people without caring, or at least then force Rezo to use his BKB pretty early in the fight. Right, we talk about how they want to take these longer fights, so yeah, like, managing to kind of get that out instantly on Rezo is such a win for him.
And you see the strength of this Poison Nova. They're all on the run, but they're all ticking down. Lower and lower they drop. And ITB all pretty, like, nobody bought back, right? They're all super healthy. They go into that fight. Just the fact that Kunkka BKB is down makes it a hellish battle for Secret.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Yeah, it was good for them. They just took that initial little spat that caused deaths, but they got the BKB. They got what they wanted. They had their condition to go take the fight, and they did it. So now for Secret, looking at them, they've been really kind of doubling down on just managing to get damage out, right? Like, Nisha's going for this Daedalus build. He isn't going for the AC Hex build. Chrysalis, he's finally finished his BKB. He did use it that last fight, but he's not quite got damage items yet. He'll need to go for that. I know Lestrak was kind of piling on that Eternal Shroud and wanting to fight early with the Kaya and stuff, but it kind of was just not giving them avenues to really fight because ITB had some pretty good early game wards down. I guess going into the future, ways that they can start fights is with this blink on Tusk. If you can get a punch off on Invoker, that could lead to just all of the follow-ups chain stun that we've talked about.
Is this one of those games where it's like all down to who jumps first? It's like who dares wins, who jumps first. They're the ones that actually get the fight they want. Because it feels that way, especially for ITB. But I don't know about Secret.
It's hard for me to say, just because, like I said, I think ITB want to force out cooldowns and then they want to go. If they fully commit in, maybe with all these BKBs on Secret, it's not that bad, because they have so many stuns. Like, if they get stunned on you...
There's a catch on Nisha. He's going to have to BKB up to get out of the Frostbite. Zions and Rezo trying to turn, but they miss the Split Earth as the Wukongs from Chrysalis comes down onto Zibe. Gets out his Poison Nova, though, as they'll lose the Centaur in the back to Oteka. No, he pops his wand. Glimmer Cape away. Another Slark in a bit of trouble. Trying to stack up Essence Shift. He pounces, not quite across the cliffs, but he's hidden here by the high ground ward spot. Now another pounce gets him down to low ground. A Secret, they lose one, getting a couple of kills, but expending a lot as the Sunstrike just off the mark there, looking for those low HP stragglers after the Poison Nova.
Huh, that played out exactly how I thought it would. Well, that makes me feel good. Like this, they get the toss, right? But because they have so little stuns, it doesn't really do anything. They should just BKBs and walks back, and then suddenly they have full vision of where ITB is. They put these high ground wards down, and they had them down, sorry, at the start of the fight even. And you just see the ability for them to kind of counter turn with their BKBs, and there's not really much ITB can do. They need more items, I think, to make plays like that. They need hexes, they need a basher on Oteka, or like at least if Secret turn, for example, right, this depth shroud, the shard on the Slark, if he can put that down on Zibe, that might make him able to sustain a little bit longer. He's gone this 4-star to try and get himself out of the Monkey King ult, but it's not enough as we saw.
Yeah, and Slark needs a partner. He can't be doing all this on his own. In that fight, he was kind of isolated. After the Tiny jumped in, retreated, and fell into the Wukong's command, Slark was up on that high ground, battling on his own.
Yeah.
Need a little bit more.
Maybe the fight turns differently if they didn't play under that high ground ward, though. Because Secret did see everything. And you're in this sort of small area, right? The entirety of ITB, for them to get into the fight, they have to go up this very narrow staircase.
The choke point.
Yeah, it's like a pretty rough choke point, where Secret are just playing from different angles. They got Chrysalis in the trees.
Exactly right. He's got an angle of his own.
Yeah. I do think though it's better for ITV to play either a poke game or play to get pickoffs on side lanes for now until they have more items. Yeah, and Secret will just get Secret are very strong when they're together. That's kind of like the nicest thing for them. You know, you have so many tanky heroes that take so long to die. Like all these BKBs as well. It's very hard for ITV to sort of commit heroes in without getting punished in some way. When Zayats is able to delay a death on someone with that Blink Snowball. You know, Rezo's just pumping out extreme AoE damage. The more that you comp up into them, the more they like it. All this cleave damage from Nisha, so on, so on.
Hey, like Glimmer Cape from Puppey, and we were talking about how greedy he can be as a... I don't know, he's just not a position 5, is he? We can't call him that. He is a position 4 from the safe lane. He's higher net worth than the Tusk. Has his Blink Dagger now as well. Philosopher's Stone obviously helping out to get to these bigger items. But now another form of initiation from Secret where Puppey can be that selfless initiator. He doesn't mind if he jumps in and dies as long as he gets out his spells and allows his Nisha and Chrysalis carries to actually stay alive. That's his ideal goal. And it feels like every blink and every initiation form you have, it like amplifies the previous one you got. So you got Blink on Tusk, then Blink on Centaur, you got Primal Spring from Monkey King. Kunkka with a Silver Edge can gap close and get on top of people along with the X marks. Everything here makes life much more challenging for heroes like Slark and Invoker, who you've been talking about, want to kind of play the outskirts, reset, draw these fights out. If they're being permanently jumped and chased, they're not comfortable. They can't go doing this back and forth gameplay.
Exactly. I guess the later the game goes and the more damage and tools that ITB get, though, you have to respect and fear Ari's tossback more on Tiny. Especially if he gets a key target, because, yeah, they got Nisha there, but if you can kill someone like Monkey King at the start of a fight, that would be pretty huge for them. Because then he's not able to get that Wukong's command down, because that Wukong's was massive last fight. It pretty much just instantly blew up Zue.
Yeah, there's a pain. Oh, Slark. He's jumping in aggressively. X-Mark, torrented, split earth, Nisha in, the boat, the Force Staff save with the BKB and the Shadow Dance. He still dies though to Rezo's Edict. And chasing towards Kidara's Maiden, but a good move up towards that little nook on the high ground there. Does get the TP away.
A little bit of greed. A little bit of greed, Gary. Didn't want to pop his BKB for that X-Marks.
Sometimes you just gotta do it.
Yeah, relying on that Dark Pact. Obviously a nice 4-star from Kidara, but Edict goes through BKB. Can't just use that and hope you'll be okay if you're that low health.
Absolutely can't. It looks like ITB still wanting to mount a defense on this tier 1. Chrysalis missing that boundless strike means no follow through from Puppey and Zayats. And they are eyeing up an initiation. They will find the Blink Stomp, the Force Staff, but the X drag back. They've got him inside the Wukong's command. BKB a bit of safety for Supreme. As they turn onto Zibe, he got out his Poison Nova, so irritating for Secret to continue fighting, but they're going to get the kills regardless. Even with that Poison Nova on them, they're also tanky. They kill the tier 1 and only lose the Tusk.
They're ticking down from it.
See, that's the thing. This is the situation
really
where
anyone else.
If they had the Slark alive there, you could see them chasing, right? ITB would chase, find another kill, a bonus one on the Monkey or the Kunkka.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly how they want to play the fights, and they're not getting them given to them by Secret right now. I think even if you look to that fight that ITB lost initially on that high ground, that was kind of an example, right, of Secret not giving things to them. They're standing on the high ground together as a team. They're bunched up, ready, waiting to counter. I think something that Into the Breach do a lot is group up and try and take a lot of fights. And I think in the games that Secret have lost to them, they've been a little bit spread out. They've not been bunching together as a team and getting picked off. And that's sort of what allows ITB to really chase them down. So this game, they've done a much, much better job of sticking together and covering each other.
Yeah. Yeah, it's also kind of interesting heading into late game now. Like, look at Secret, and they've got Monkey, Lesh, and Kunkka, these 3 cores who can scale with multiple sources of like magical and physical damage. ITB kind of just have the Slark, but they've got the kind of anti-carry in the Veno that's going to contend with Secret's tankiness. And Invoker, he has these weird ups and downs, right? He has like good early game, weird mid game, but then when he starts transitioning hard into Exort, like he's pretty much already there. You start considering him as one of the real strong super late game heroes. BKB start wearing down, they're down to 6 seconds, and then his spells can start opening up much, much better. They're smoking up top. Scanning, spotting the vision. Kidara dewards. Secret are preparing themselves for this, though. They are ready to jump, and they'll see Ari, but he's already blinked away. Zayats with the shards, trapping the Tusk in and giving a bit of vision, forcing the self-fuels. That'll lead to the Torrent, though. And now Otaka is in onto Zayats, but Puppey blinks back in. The boat, the kill. Where did Slark go? He disappeared on my screen. Didn't he just crit him down? I thought that was the Tiny. He just gets destroyed. Now Rezo chasing with a slow out of the storm. They force the BKB from Zibe. A lot of damage from Nisha. That's where it's coming from. These big Tidebringer crits and hits.
What the hell, Gary?
Can we see that back?
I was completely with you. Yes, I have to see that. I thought Tiny died.
Because he pounced in and just lost 80% of his health. Look at how much damage. Yeah, this Kunker's doing. 1,000 damage from the Kunker onto that Slark. Oh, that's bonkers.
Alright, well, I think Otaka is starting to realize how liberal he needs to be with his BKBs, at least. This is the second fight in a row now where he's tried to hold on to it.
And a quick Roshan for Secret, giving it to Resolution so he can keep moving forward aggressively, be that frontliner for them.
Yeah. I do think that this BKB stuff is sort of a symptom of how they want to play. Where when I talk about wanting to sort of force Secret to use stuff and then they want to catch them on the way out and try and hunt, run them down. Obviously, if you use your BKB to start a fight, you're not really getting what you want. You want to force them to use stuff. You don't want to use stuff yourself. You're playing this little sneaky hero like Slark that can pounce in, pounce out, uses depth shroud, use a shadow dance. He doesn't want to just commit a BKB hardcore, but these heroes are this draft even from Secret. It is very much geared to punish you fully if you don't use that BKB. So looking forward, I'm sure he'll just be a little bit more careful. It's gonna get worse and worse from here on out. As Nisha gets more damage, these crits are gonna get bigger. He's gonna be doing so much. And
it's not something we usually see Slark buying an AC, but he knows he needs the armor to survive against Monkey, against Kunker. They've got this Deso on the Monkey King, so that's only amplifying the physical damage from Tag Team, from Wukongs, and Tidebringer in particular.
No. Things are getting better for Secret for sure now. Now they have this Aegis, they can poke at the high ground and force TPs back from ITB. They can also kind of form that sort of wall across the map as... whoops, oh my god, my puppy died.
Yeah, he TP top, trying to hold out the wave. He's a position 5.
Yeah, it's a disgusting position 5. Who cares about them?
That's 40 seconds of Aegis kind of wasted, though. And this is where Secret maybe want to sit back a little bit.
Yeah, they can do that. They didn't go for that push on bot to kind of force TPs. They're just resetting the lane now. I guess they'll look for some kills top. They can push this all the way out and take that tier 2 tower top. I think their aim with this Aegis will be to take these 2 tier 1 towers. And if they can take those, that just makes it much easier for them to hold the triangle, for example. God, Kiroro nearly dying to that crit from Invis.
Yeah, Nisha, not kidding around. Got his Orchid now as well on this Kunker. So another way to play around after the BKBs, or even just force a BKB early by putting your Orchid on people. I mean, what are we down to now? 6 on the Invoker, 7 on the Slark. Veno's still up at 8, so Zibe can have that extended BKB for himself. And then over on the Dire side, of course, Monkey down to 6, Lesh down to 6, Kunker down to 6. They've all spent their BKBs to play actively these first 36 minutes.
Yeah, lots of fighting.
Rezo crashes into that top tier 2, has everybody behind him. It looks like Secret, they know there's going to be vision here from ITB. They don't want to play into it, so they're holding back, waiting for ITB to come to their ward instead. That's what ITB are going to do. They're going to oblige, but Puppey a little out of position, but a quick blink and a 4-staff glimmer. Oh, the speedy reactions out of Puppey.
Otaka's clipped himself.
He has. And Rezo sprinting forward, not going to connect with anyone. Yeah, Puppey proving age doesn't matter. He's got the reactions of even some of these younger Zoomers.
He does. Oh, he's going to look to cut top now, it looks like. But Chrysalis, I mean, they're smoked.
This is risky. They're going to turn around, though. Finding the Tusk instead. Rezo clipped by the Gale, but Ari, he's dead. Quite a bit of damage onto Rezo here, and a good EMP Tornado. Looking to try and reinitiate, but with this Agnum Shard on the Lesh, these split earths just building up in areas of control. Secret are so good at taking choke point fights. You don't want to meet them on a staircase or a ramp or in Roshan. You want like ITB need open spaces to fight, don't they?
Yeah, it kind of works for them both in a little way, right? If you're getting put in a choke point on Secret, then Invoker's gonna land all of his spells. You know, everyone's sort of together for the Zibe to use his ult, but it definitely favors Secret a lot. Oof, nice reaction from Otake there.
Well, there he goes. Pouncing back to safety. Closing in on his Assault Cuirass. And
Secret can kind of start on whoever they want.
And they're going to start on Kadaro. A simple kill, dragging back. Crystal Maiden going to be helped out by Ari here, though. And Kadaro with a freezing field, with BKB up for Otake, is turning to fight into Nisha, but now the Wukongs from Crystalis forces them all back. Quite a lot of cooldowns expended by Secret just to keep Nisha and the rest of them alive.
That's fine, but they have to back now. There's quite low mana and resources. This Aegis is about to expire. You are looking now to just reset this map, get your resources, and then look to re-engage. They have these double wards on the triangle, so there is a chance that they could try and smoke into it again to sort of defend the territory that they've claimed. I think ITB actually think they might even just be up there. Kadaro gonna poke his head up.
Nobody here, just an obs and a sentry.
Okay. Well, Crystalis is getting his mana back now.
Difficult to catch this. Nisha Kunkka, though, using X-Mark to shove waves safely. And they are smoking down into bottom Ancients, seeing Zayats, but again, the blink away from this pounce. Puppey and Zayats, both very quick with their fingers to jump away from him. I mean, Slark even there had the Cloak of Flames, which I think tagged the Tusk, but there's that window, right? The brief moment of being able to blink. Ari, though, going to make sure they get the catch, kill the Tusk. Split Earth landing from Rezo, and a lot of damage in towards this Tiny and Slark. They'll just focus Ari down, get Rezo this beyond godlike streak, 10-0-7. Marching forward. Team Secret still feeling comfortable with that buyback from Zaya. It's just amassing their forces down bottom.
ITB could potentially hold this high ground, but I don't think they use BKBs on Secret. So it's... yeah, they didn't. So it's still hard for them to fight. Otake didn't have to use his either, which is pretty big. There's still some time here where they don't have Roche up, so everyone's not super clamoring around top, but we should see soon. ITB will try to fully control like this triangle, play around a ward of their own. We've seen it 100 times. You put the high ground ward down, you see everything, you play into it, you sit there for 5 minutes, and then you smoke into each other, and a massive fight happens.
That's the way of things. I try to catch Supreme top, but he's pretty quick out of there with the Ghost Walk and the Boots of Travel speed. Man, I was in the draft, you know, I was saying there's the potential for this Leshrac to be position 1, right? And even though it was from the offlane, it kind of has become this carry. 28,000 net worth on Rezo, unkilled. Really amassing this huge inventory of items, heading into Scythe of Vice next. An absolute monster.
Like a beast. Yeah, Crystalis is lagging behind in net worth, but you see why. It's because everything's gone into Rezo. And it's not like he's, you know, not going to be able to do anything in these fights by being behind. He's going to get that Wukong's off. He has a nullifier. He's kind of just making sure that they have all the tools necessary for his teammates to just do maximum amounts of damage.
Oh, Slark, stunned up, gets off his Dark Pact, and Wukong's there again, zoning ITB back. An awkward engagement as it looks like ITB will swing to turn with a toss back on Lesh. They can't focus him down though. Rezo's far too tanky. They're poking and prodding, waiting at the Wukongs. In comes Supreme with Alacrity on Otake. Good deafening blast going to push them back, but Rezo, he's still up and running. Out of mana though at this point, so lacking the damage a bit from Secret as the Slark will get away in a great 3-man avalanche. Snowball across the side, back into the Slark. They don't get him though. A pounce away gives him the safety they need. And there we go with Nisha, critting them down. Just get the triple kill off the back of a Tidebringer strike, and Puppey in the end did Stampede Blink to catch the Slark. A dragged out extended fight, even heading towards the Roche pit with the Slark there, but Secret come out on top.
They are just ahead. They are ahead in net worth. They're so tanky. It's you're really feeling how hard it is for Slark to kill. He's queued up this basher earlier, but he realized I can't go for it. I have to go the armor. Like you said, playing into Nisha and doing all this damage is so hard. Like he needs the AC instead, and as a result, they just don't have this lockdown. I think it's like much harder for ITB. You even see in that fight, Veno's BKB goes down, and then the Kunkka just reinitiates on him and kills him because he can't get away. There's nothing he can do. Like, same goes, honestly, at this point for Slark. Now that, like, because he's not really strong enough, doing enough damage, it means that Rezo, for example, is just living through everything. He has armor, he has tankiness, he has a Bloodstone, an Eternal Shroud, and then he's the one living longer and outputting all that damage with Pulse Nova onto the Slark.
Yeah, and I think it's got to be said, you've been talking about it even back into Europe East, now into Europe West, Force Staffs. Now, we've seen games where nobody's picked them up, and we are really focusing on them now because we've got, what, 5 Force Staffs in this game? And in that team fight, you could see the Monkey King drifting around, getting double Force Staffed away from the Slark, away from the tiny tossback and any forms of further initiation ITB had. And the same story from ITB as well. You know, Crystal Maiden has one. Tiny might be looking for, yeah, he's looking for one as well on top of the Veno's Force Staff that he's already picked up. So many ways to kite BKBs, extend these team fights, and give you more opportunities to move back in.
I think they're just really struggling on ITB to kind of lock someone down to do enough damage. Like you talk about the 4-stars, yeah, you're getting a toss back and he's instantly kind of getting out, or having a Satanic, having a BKB that gives him like a second, third life to sort of stand his ground, get out, and ITB just don't have that lockdown to stop him from doing it. This is why I really wanted to see a Hex on Invoker. If you're able to Hex, you know, start with a tiny Avalanche combo, follow up with a Hex, put down a Sunstrike, Meteor, Slark hitting them. If you're able to burst someone, it makes your fights just much easier. That hurts so much, man. There's so much damage, dude.
So yeah, Zibe is standing on his high ground mid. Nisha cleaves off the wave, and yeah, half HP. one Tidebringer, and he's half HP.
Just all this AoE threat from Secret. They even bought a Hex on Rezo. Like, they understand that if they just have more ways to lock down ITB, they can just win these fights. They just have more stuns.
Yeah, because we're not seeing Lincolns or Lotuses, are we? Lincolnses or Lotuses.
Lincolnses and Lotuses.
I might start thinking about those soon against the Scythe of Ice. But every wave now starting to trend towards Radiant Base. Bot shoved in by Rezo. 3 members of Secret moving from mid up into Ancients.
I think you just need to pick off, man.
I mean, ITB see them coming. Frostbite to delay them moving forward. As Nisha, Crystallis, they get in on top of Ari. Tiny being focused. Artica can't really get in on top of anybody, so they'll just lose their Tiny here, and now Secret charging in. They see Supreme, can they catch him in his BKB? Drops the meatballs on them. Crystallis thinking about the Wukongs, but a lot of magic damage coming his way. Jumping across, still holding on to their Aegis, of course, while the Slark gets his BKB off and kills off the Tusk, but what now? It is BKB to run, and Monkey King, he's keeping his eyes on him. Trying to find the Slark kill, while Nisha in the back, X-marking Zippe. Will be able to find this Veno. Ooh, maybe not with the Ice Wall down. Resolution chasing him, sights him, finds the kill. Another 2 swift takedowns by Secret as they get up to high ground. Puppy sidesteps the Sunstrike, but double catapults with Nisha frontlining. BKB's up, grabs the maid and takes her out. And this base wide open for Secret. A buyback start to come out. And Nisha looking a little worse for wear, but he can still X-mark TP home and maybe return to the fight. The other side is not worth it. Oh yeah, and the Satanic. So they can stick around if they want to.
This Nullify is quite impactful. Coming on Crystallis, just because it makes these like Yules on Tiny, 4-stars on CM and stuff. All these aren't very effective against Nullified. It purges them, and you're just kind of stuck there. It's just like all this mobility that they're trying to itemize to deal with Secret's lineup means that none of it's really working.
Secret again, going in with a Hex. Artica gonna give himself a bit of safety here with the Shadow Dance, but Resolution still doing damage through it, and Puppy found the jump on Supreme. Invoker away with the Depth Shroud help. Rezo's beyond godlike though, killing the Maiden off. And Team Secret really transferring this net worth lead into insurmountable pressure against ITB. Still holding Aegis for another minute and a half. And they'll do this TP home, X-mark back so they can keep themselves in this Radiant Ancient area.
Maybe at this point you gotta just consider the last ditch efforts of defending your base and playing off a tiny toss back. The Ari is one level away from getting his toss requires no target as well, which might make it easier.
Supreme. Sees Rezo pushing that bottom wave. And he's got Slark and Tiny with him. Oh, it's difficult to catch Rezo. He's got that Trickster cloak. Goes in Viz, runs away.
Scanning.
Yeah, Radiant even scanning the trees to figure out where he's gone.
It's so difficult playing into this gem when Secret have such lane presence. Because I think if you want to make plays like that, you need to ward like lanes in advance and stuff, so you see like the areas that people are moving into when they're falling back on the map. Because Secret, for the most part, they're playing super forward. They're playing in a line outside of your base. Oh, they're gonna find Zayats maybe, or Zayats is gonna find Othaker.
Slark is afraid. Yeah, if you see one Secret hero, you expect everybody behind him. Nisha and Puppy not too far away. Wait, did Zayat see that? He did. Tiny blinking over him. And I'll find the Tiny in this tree line. Resolution straight there. It was the high ground ward that spotted them just on the corner. Stampede? What's that for? It's for Chrysalis. He's BKB'd and looking to run away. Over on the left-hand side of the map. ITB, they force his BKB. Aegis is about to expire. I don't think Secret are going to be afraid. 41,000 net worth to the good. And there's Nisha. BKB'd up. Getting bashed by the Slark, but Otaka's BKB wearing out quickly. So it's just the trade of the Magic community in that mid lane, and this is going to allow Resolution a bit of freedom just to walk up high ground. No, it doesn't want to do it. All right, this is Secret being very respectful, very deliberate about their movements. Like that tier 3 is on 300 HP. Wouldn't take much to kill it off.
Yeah. Maybe something they could do is on Secret side is X mark siege. Like you just X your Lash, send him up, and then X mark him back. That is you. I think the reason why they're scared to do it is because of the tornado and the Yules on Tiny.
Yeah.
Both of these can just, if you catch them at the end of the X, then yeah, it leaves you stranded. I'm just trying to think of all the ways that they could maybe poke, because there's obviously like, you go up, as long as you kind of keep making sure you're turning around a bit, you can always force off them out. I think they're just scared of any situation where someone gets tossed back into the base, or someone dies or gets blown up, and oh boy, this scene of
Supreme blinks away. Ari, the next target of choice, gets his avalanche before being hexed. Otake jumps in, but the stuns are landing. The Slark, down to half health, gets off his Shadow Dance and pounces out. BKB still on cooldown for him, and Supreme, 20 HP, gets back to high ground. But Team Secret, another decisive move, forcing ITB to stay in their base as the Sunstrike off the mark again. Zayats will TP home and survive. I think he even bought a Fairy Fire in the fountain there just to make sure.
Yeah, don't leave up to chance.
Secret probably thinking here, just wait for next Roshan, get that Aegis in our hands, then we are much more comfortable securing our victory here.
Yeah, they're not sweating with how they approach this, honestly. They're just going to keep trying to punish ITB every time they leave their base.
Slark, another pounce, ready in a second, Puppy. Not landing his stun. It's like a severe lack of vision from both teams on this map. Usually we see 20 sentries, 5 observer wards all over the place. Against the Slark and against the Gem, there's lots of ways for both teams to remove a lot of this vision. Zayat's going to come back in and replace it. Prepare for the potential Roshan in 10 seconds.
I think they've sweeped on Secret from top to bot, and they know that there's no vision now on ITB. So this is why they're placing these wards now. It just means that they have the ability to always see where they're coming from, or going to, sorry, I should say, and have that ability to smoke to it. They are split right now, so this could be a perfect opportunity for Into the Breach.
Yeah. I mean, Puppy has his Aghanim Scepter. We have the cart of Centaur. How is he going to get farm? He's got 16,000 net worth on his Centaur now. Oh, no. I mean, imagine he puts the Lash in the cart and just roams around with all that magic damage being pumped out. TPing bottom now. Nisha with Rezo pouncing on Ari's Tiny. He does have buyback. Not sure.
What are you even carting?
The
Like,
Lesh, right?
Yeah, but I mean, usually you cart because the idea is it's used as a save. But Into the Breach don't have any chain lockdown to threaten you that you would need to use the cart.
He's just having a bit of fun, isn't he, Puppy?
Yeah, a little bit of a giggle.
What should I spend my money on? Oh, yeah, let's get cart, ether lens, octarine. Yeah.
Radiant's
Because
courier has
I know a little bit about it, because obviously I think everyone and their mother like messed around with it when it first came out. And if you do like a max range blink, it breaks the cart. Like if you were to hitch a ride with Lesh and then blink in, you can only do a small jump.
Okay.
Also, poor Keto is gonna die.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Poor little maiden.
They
It
can
was that
push
tier
high
3
ground
mid as
now.
well. Yeah.
I think, yeah.
And Radiant does have a glyph. 20 seconds for Roche. Something Secret are going to have in the back of their minds. But there it is. The soft seed from Nisha. Just X mark. Go up. Get a couple of hits in. EMP is going to be irritating as well. But now that's on cooldown. They can return to the high ground. And ITB down a hero. Trying to fight 4v5 here. Seems like a losing battle. No matter where you look at it.
Yeah, we look at the buybacks in this game.
The jump from Rezo. He's poking at them. And then X mark dragged back.
Yeah.
Quite disciplined
Everyone-
from Secret here.
Yeah, everyone. A lot of people have buybacks, Gary. So this fight could be, there is ways to throw if they commit all their buybacks on ITB after you've used your BKB and they start to hunt you down. They found Supreme?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the Ghost Walk tagged onto Chrysalis, so they know he's nearby. Trying to get Zayat here with the gem. They're going to catch a glimpse of him in a second. Zayat, he guesses incorrectly, goes left instead of right. Nearly had Supreme here. He's going to show on that top wave now. Blinking into the trees, split earth. Oh, that was close.
Ooh.
There's still
Very
room for
close.
Secret. DD Rune is up at top. Roshan is alive. And what's he holding? Refresher
Who?
shard.
Oh, Roche. It's like, who are we talking about?
The big boy.
He doesn't hold things. He only hits people.
Doing the punches. ITB, this is going to be one of their last ditch efforts, though. It looks like they want to go up to that high ground to the right-hand side of Roshan. Sunstrike will scout it. Radiant kills it, in fact. So that means Chrysalis snatches the Aegis. Nice little bit of bonus there for the Invoker. While Rezo, he just goes straight on in. Shiver's Guards try to give a bit of vision. Catch onto Ari, and he refreshes up as well. Rezo with another stun follow through, finds the tiny wall down in the river. Zippe focused by the DD from Chrysalis. Pickoffs here from Secret, allowing them to chase forward. Another refresh up as Chrysalis just jumps onto the Maiden, nullifies, and should be able to swipe down with another Primal Spring. Catches out the Maiden for a double kill. And there's no buyback on the Veno. Otaka. Shadow Dance, pounce. He does have a TP with his Trickster's Cloak. Not working against the gem. Zayat, he's got reveal, but he doesn't have the move speed to keep up with the Slark. While back in the mid lane, Supreme has been forced to BKB against this Monkey and Kunkka. Aegis, not going to be claimed. Good attempt from the Supreme Invoker, and the Sunstrike, another bit of chip damage. A Secret focusing on objectives. The Ghost Ship fleet flying across the Kunkka. Look to finish off this
buyback on
barracks.
Taker.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
Hard defense.
Is under attack.
Down to bottom they go. Melee racks in the mid lane, 20 health, just one hit away from dying. They let the creeps do the job there. Get 2 lanes for themselves, Secret here. As Nisha refreshes himself. There's refreshers
Careful.
galore. Like, Lesh has an orb, refresher orb. Monkey has refresher orb, and then we have the refresher shard and Kunkka. They've just got so many BKBs and spells. They're ready to go in for like round 7 of fighting up in his high ground base. Everyone alive now from ITB. But with the Wukong's down, it's just impossible to initiate.
Don't have refreshers, so no more Wukongs now.
That is true. I keep one lane alive. Overwhelming blink. And the X mark back. Team Secret do still have that Aegis on the Monkey King.
Yeah, they can wait for Wukongs to come up again and just do the same thing. now that you have the additional ring, like this is what's keeping Tiny away from you. Ari wants to walk in and toss someone back. That's pretty much the only real play that they have to try and combat this high ground. And when all these rings come out, I don't even know if the blink range is long enough for you to get in there unless you come from the side.
Man, it's hard. Did we see the cart in that last team fight? I want to say no.
I didn't watch Puppy.
Oh, they jumped Rezo here, but that's not the target you can really burst down and kill off. They're giving it a good old try, but Rezo turns with his BKB. Edict going. Otaka jumps away as Tiny is the one to die, but in comes Nisha, aiming for Zibe. Poisono is in on the Kunkka. Doesn't seem to bother Secret too much, though. 3 lanes converging towards the Radiant base. As Slark has spotted a DD rune top, maybe the edge he needs to actually stick it in one of these team fights. Going for a refresher of himself, so he's got multiple BKBs, but still requires a bit more money for buyback. 400 gold for it.
At 63k net worth lead, it's not looking hot for ITB. All they can really do is crazy smokes like this with creeps in their base, giving Secret all the knowledge that they need to know that they are definitely coming for them right now. They can just get back together. This should be looking like a final fight.
Yeah, something's not quite right with no one in the base. Puppy tossed around. The travel's going to get cancelled out because of it, so they won't have that Lesh coming in. Tusk getting the punch in onto the Invoker, and the boat's crashing on top of them. It's a good freezing field BKB from Kadaro inside this Wukong's commando, and they are getting through Crystallis HP pool. Aegis down, Rezo focus, Otaka with his DD rune, he's getting the job done. Kills off a couple, but now the return from Crystallis and Nisha pouncing in towards the Slark as they also kill the Veno and the rest in that middle lane. Finding out the Tiny, the tossback's not going to help him. Puppy and Nisha surround the Tiny, but he blinks away. Gets out with his ninja gear. That's Otaka's Slark. He wants to continue fighting, but they've lost everybody now.
Can the hunt keep going from ITB? I mean, 2 dead, including Lesh. So now or never.
Supreme. Oh, Nisha knows he's there. Ghost Walk tagged him.
That DD damage, though. I mean, my god, he shredded Puppy, he shredded Crystallis, and then he shredded Rezo. That was terrifying. I mean, the presence of mind to go for that power rune on Otaker and using that high ground ward on that cliff to see it out, and then instantly smoke up. I mean, yeah, okay.
Man.
Secret saw it coming. Sure, there's creeps in the base, there's no one there. They have to be running at us, right? But they were so spread out, they just didn't quite have everyone in position to sort of disengage from it. And Otaker with this refresher, actually, honestly, not bad. Getting the double shadow dance, the double BKB depth shroud, it let him live long enough in that fight. I mean, he didn't even die, but it let him just keep going at Leshrank. Like, the biggest issue for him, I think this refresher was a pretty banging pickup.
I mean, our observer there, he's opened up the chat, he's looked at the kill feed. 1,674 gold from that Rezo kill to Kadaro, and 2,200 spread across 3 heroes. That was a massive kill. You know, he's a 50k worth Leshrank, but the catch on the Slark in the mid, they've got the chain stuns. He does have buyback, but that's a huge kill for Secret. Beautifully executed.
They're gonna they need to force that buyback, pretty much, is what they'll do now. Push this high ground, get the buyback, reset.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
You have 2 minutes until Roche may spawn.
Yeah, and I don't think ITB can contend with mega creeps. They don't have the best ways of clearing out waves. If they lose this lane of barracks, it's lights out. Zibe, Ari smoked up, moving around, but the Wukong's command is down on the ground from Crystallis. There's a nice zone of control there as Rezo just going to get his BKB out. The pounce in from Altaka inside the Wukongs. Has his Shadow Dance up and is chasing in towards Puppy. Can't latch onto a target, and they've got Nisha in the cart. He's being dragged around and saved up by the Centaur. Now Rezo with the refresh back in towards them. Kataro's freezing field going to do a decent amount here and kill off Crystallis. Rezo, he's dying to that freezing field. The Crystal Maiden doing so much damage. Controlling up Secret as they try to push high ground, and the catch onto Zayas in the top corner there. Supreme finds another kill. ITB, they lose their racks. They kind of hold their base with a great team fight. But Secret, they committed. They got the buildings.
They used buyback on Chrysalis. That is probably the biggest thing that came out of that defense. Like right now, obviously Rezo is this big end game boss for them to deal with, but I think they've shown now with the refresher they have enough damage and gusto to kind of kill him. I mean, Kidara's doing so much damage with that freezing field as well. Now he's got his BKB and he's going for a refresher as well. I mean, all that money he got from that Rezo kill paying off, isn't it?
He did the most damage in that fight, 6,500 compared to the Invoker's like 5.5. Slark did 2.8.
Yeah, it's really, really powerful.
It's a 10k net worth swing as well. Another 7,000 gold going to ITB.
I do think that they can defend the mega creeps just with like Veno like walling up the base with this plague wards and all this stuff. Also, by the way, he has latent toxicity, but I don't think I've ever fully noticed it in these fights. I'm sure it's happening, but I'm like not realizing that the stuns are coming from him.
There's so much going on, right? There's Wukong statues, there's plague wards, tornadoes.
They're getting the fights that they want just from Slark being able to go in. I think the biggest thing, even though he's not doing the most damage, the biggest thing he is doing is putting himself in there and going on people with an Abyssal Blade, like locking people down. I've been stressing and stressing how little lockdown ITB have, so when they do have this double Abyssal Blade, basically, it's pretty good and gives Kidara that space to get a really good freezing field off, because they don't have a basher on the Monkey King or anything like that. Like, there's no way for them to cancel a freezing field other than just straight up trying to kill him. But he gets a lot of armor from that freezing field too. But yeah, Secret are in a really good spot. ITB can potentially get that game win if they're able to find and kill Chrysalis. That's their biggest kill they can get.
It is right now. And yeah, just looking at these tier 5 neutral items coming out, we saw Puppy Hands, the Book of the Dead, and that's going to be incredibly irritating for ITB when they're against Mega Creeps and Book of the Dead, with already the wave push that Secret have shown that they have.
Wait, when did it hit 64 minutes? What the hell?
We are deep in late game territory now, Sheepo. I mean, this is why you're absolutely right. The key points here are buybacks, and Chrysalis, you know, dying there, buying back. That is absolutely one of the pivotal scenarios for ITB to find a way back into this game. But Secret, they're going to smoke, keep them under the cosh, make sure that they're pressuring back into this base, not giving opportunities for ITB to smoke out and find kills. And Roshan's back up in 30 seconds. The fourth one this game, fifth one. I've lost track at this point. And Monkey King pouncing in. Resolution. He's out of there. Looked like Ari might be jumping onto the Lesh. Instead, they're clearing out waves and struggling to do so.
It's so scary, Gary. That usually when it gets to this late in the game, or when you know teams can chain stun you, you buy an Eon Disc. But they don't have any on ITB, so if they do get caught out, I think that's why Rezo is so good at, or feels so confident to jump. Oh.
I mean, what else we got? Seer Stone on Supreme, Ex Machina on the Slark.
That's huge. Triple Abyssal Blade.
Triple BKB.
Triple BKB, yeah. Jesus. That's so scary.
ITB, they're pivoting into the pit. Tiny gets a bit of a catch on Zayats, and here's Kidara with a freezing field inside the Wukong's command. There's a lot going on inside these circles, but Ari and Kidara will drop quickly. No buyback on the Tiny, and they found Supreme, even under the Depth Shroud, doing a lot of AoE damage into him, but he's going to get away. 4 staffs back to safety outside of the Wukongs. Rezo and Nisha trying to close the gap onto Otake here. Throw the Nullifier at him, but Secret, they hold their ground. They know that this Wukong's is impenetrable, and ITB, they don't get their hands on anything. Secret still have an Aghanims and a cheese inside the pit to be grabbed up by Zayat.
Oh, Chrysalis. Oh my god. I know he has ages, but he played that so close. Holy moly.
Oh, they still have a lot of dots on him.
Jesus, this game going so hard. I watched Slark pretty much that entire fight, and he just never, ever committed. Not a single time. He literally never jumped in. Like, not as a flame, but as a... They clearly felt like they wanted to do this thing where they bait out stuff. They got 2 Wukongs out of them. Right, they got their refreshers, they got their BKBs. I think they were hoping to kind of just force this sort of chase out, get out, and then be able to re-engage and just kind of find the right timing when they've used their big spells, the big things. I think, like, for Otake, the most important thing is these Wukongs, just BKBs.
Like where they were there, right? When they had 3-4 heroes still alive, waiting by the little high ground up in that Ancients area. If they're able to continue the fight after that additional Wukongs, we saw how low Secret were dropping. There is the potential for ITB to go back in round 4. The bell rings. He's still got these swings out, but Secret find the jump in onto Zippe. Wukong's is out again as Otaka kind of trapped inside the circles. They've got Supreme locked in place. His BKB is worthless against the physical damage that Secret are bringing. Kidara with his freezing field, but focused down by Crystallis, or is it the other way around? Crystallis half HP, but they do get the takedowns on the Veno and the Invoker. No buyback on Maiden either. Crystallis snowballed back into the Slark. They've chain disabled him. The Torrent's there. Otaka about to die. He's gone for 2 minutes. And Team Secret looks like they've got the W. ITV running out of options now. A Secret buyback on multiple heroes to TP into this Radiant base and close out Game 3 here. The tier 4s are falling, and Puppey, another great jump in, lets the Split Earth land from Rezo. Zayas will land the punch. Everybody dead on ITB, and the road ends for them. Secret will move forward.
Oh, what a big explosive fight to end things. It was so rough for ITB in that sort of setup with the Wukong's command out. He turned to Crystallis as Slark and just could not do any of that damage into all that armor. I mean, Secret just had overwhelming amounts of items and ways to deal with these heroes. We saw even Zayats on his Tusk using that axe to just kick Otaker away from him. Like, do not come near me, Slack. I do not want you to hit me. And wasting that BKB time. The Nullifier as well, super impactful on Secret. Just meant that these 4-stars couldn't push Otaker to safety when he got hexed, when he got stunned.
Man, that mixture of joy and relief for Team Secret, right? Not just for the players, but the fans as well. They've now guaranteed last chance qualifier, still with a chance to go towards grand final for a guaranteed slot at TI. And, a bit of sadness for Into the Breach, but honestly, their journey has been one of greatness. They've shown that they can go toe-to-toe with the best of the best.
Yeah, I mean, back when they were chicken fighters, they were still owning as a team, and they've only gotten better since then. I'm really glad that Into the Breach picked these guys up and are giving them a chance to shine. It's super hype. I think they've been playing amazingly all qualifier. Yeah, it ends here, but like you said, massive shouts to them.
Yeah.
I think they've been showing innovation in their drafts, a really cool style of gameplay. The way that they've made these heroes work and shine has been super fun to watch. I'm a big fan, not because I'm British, but
it's because you're British.
Because these guys are awesome. Hey.
Yeah, British representing.
Yeah.
Great stuff. Yeah, ITV dropping out, unfortunately, just short of TI. Team Secret, like we said, they go up against Team Liquid next. So it's that last chance qualifier, lower bracket final. And the victor of that goes to the grand final. So we'll take a quick break and see you in a little bit for Team Liquid against Team Secret.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back. Here we are after an extended break, giving Team Secret a chance to calm down and relax after their victory, putting them now in this lower bracket final up against Team Liquid. I'm joined, of course, by Sheepo as we prepare for game one of this best of three, which very well could go the distance, couldn't it?
100%. I mean, what do these teams both have in common? I think they both got 2-0'd by Entity. Other than that, it should be honestly quite great. I think Liquid have had a pretty good time in the upper bracket overall until that loss. They were pretty much dumpstering these other teams. Like, who did they beat? DGG, Goon Squad. I think they toured both of them and looked pretty damn confident while doing so. And even against Entity, they were starting some of those games like up, like in the winner's seat, right?
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they started off solid, and Entity just seemed to be a step ahead of some of these squads, right? 2-0ing Secret, 2-0ing Liquid, like you said, getting straight to that grand final. But yeah, both of these teams, they're guaranteed last chance qualifier. We know that. They're kind of comfortable in that fact, but they want to be in that grand final for a chance to be directly invited to TI. So a win here, vitally important for both teams. And you got to think Puppy as well, wanting to keep that all-timer status. As I did get confirmation from Wick earlier on that it only counts if you go to TI, get to the actual group stage. Last chance qualifier isn't part of TI proper.
10 seconds.
It does say qualifier in the name, so that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
5
Yeah,
seconds
obviously he'd
remaining.
be super keen to get that. Obviously now, yeah, get into that top three. His chances are not gone even if he loses this series. But everyone wants to get to that finals. Everyone wants to take that win. And now going into this draft, we will see an exchange of heroes. These bans seem pretty mighty fine to me. I think Marcy makes sense as the most contested between these two teams. I think Resolution playing it from that off lane, he's looked very confident and strong on it, able to have a lot of impact even in those losing games. And on the other side,
10
Liquid making it
seconds
work
remaining.
with Boxy most of the time. As a more greedy 4, it feels like Zai able to play that kind of sacrificial off lane, lets Boxy Marcy get that space to farm and get that BKB basher that we are so, enjoying.
Yeah, really are. So what is Zai's hero going to be here? Because it feels like quite often you pick this master, you're
10
grabbing your
seconds remaining.
Vipers and your DPs and things like that.
Yeah.
Is there still room
Bat
for like a
Rider?
Mars or something? Oh yeah,
Seconds
Bat. Yeah,
remaining.
good point.
Yeah, I think Zai plays the bat on Team Liquid most of the time, so that's an option. Or
Or do we
Who
just see a
else is
first
around?
phase Slark again? The people learning from ITB and grabbing this Slark early on.
I'm not sure what the priority is for Slark on Team Liquid because
They
they
like it for
picked
Matu.
it. Yeah, I was gonna say that Matu likes it. I think the last time they played it, they even swapped Matu to mid to play the Slark versus the Bat Rider. So my thought was more, I'm not sure if they want to pick it with no like bat on the enemy team. Like I don't know whether it's a priority hero where they think it's just really good the same way Into the Breach does, or if it's a hero where they pick it as a response to certain matchups.
Right. Yeah, it could very well be, because Witch Doctor now for Liquid is going to give you that selfless support for Insania. A lot of damage can come out of him, as well as just protecting against some of these pushes and dives on the tower. Cask can be an incredible tool to hold people back.
I mean, that's pretty wild, I would say, of a pick. When you have first pick, usually you pick a core in this position because you want to ban to protect it,
10 seconds
and it's
remaining.
meant to see these two heroes starting from Secret and be something that's like a pretty big
5
counter.
seconds
So when you look
remaining.
at heroes like DP, usually you might see a Lina come out, for
Team
example, just because she can outrange the Death Prophet, buys that Skadi, does a lot of damage from range, and doesn't let DP get close. And if she does use that Siphon, she kind of just shreds her. So an idea like that is something we tend to see or something that is a pretty good just matchup in general into
10
DP for like
seconds
mid,
remaining.
as an example, so that she's forced into the off lane.
Yeah.
But we don't see that here at
Turn to
all.
ban.
This double support pretty rare.
Yeah, and then it also gives this opportunity, you know, I mentioned the Viper with the Marcy, allowing Secret now to ban out some of these duos that go hand in hand with her. Might even see a bit more focus onto Zai's hero pool as well. It feels like it's kind of difficult to ban out against Mickey. He's got such a broad pool of heroes. Maybe you'd consider now throwing in like the Matu Lone
5
Druid as a
seconds
potential
remaining.
ban here in second phase as well.
Dire team
But I think,
ban.
yeah, Viper Bat just makes so much sense. You've let them do this now.
I guess they have a different idea in mind, or they value this Witch Doctor super highly. The kill threat from Maledict just is quite aggressive. I don't think there's any real Witch Doctor safe lane
10
combos
seconds remaining.
anymore. Like usually you just pick something with kill threat and then you'd use Maledict and stun
5 seconds
and look
remaining.
to kill like a Juggernaut type hero.
You're Wraith King
Seems-
again.
Yeah, could be.
They
You're
pulled
playing
that
into
out.
DP most likely, right? So
Yeah, they pulled it out against Entity, against a Faceless Void.
yeah, that
Let's see
hero's
what
not
they-
getting through ever again. I
No,
hope.
he's getting banned every step of the way. Yeah, I'm looking at this and thinking, like, if Team Secret ban Razor now, you've pretty much removed the entire pool of ranged offlaners that go along with the Marcy. So it would have to be like a Mars or something for Zai. Oh,
You're
what have I
missing
forgotten?
one.
Sorry, what is it?
You've forgotten our good friend Visage.
10 seconds
Oh
remaining.
God, yes, so I have. How could I
That
forget
hero-
him?
5 seconds
There's always one
remaining.
more. This nice Wraith Pact buyer.
The
Big
plus
nuke
one.
damage. Yeah.
I mean, maybe that's the plan there. It's like, hey, you're gonna ban out 3, we've got a 4th. Always gonna have an option there. Which one would you be more scared of? Or do you think, you know, like that Lone Druid is still a threat?
Lone Druid might not be that bad into Death Prophet Clockwork. But usually you love this Lone Druid into a certain response. I mean, I know Liquid love it anyway, just in general, because Matu is so damn good at it. But for example, we saw a lot of early Lone Druid picks from them against stuff like Puck, and just these like spirit heroes, mobility heroes is really good into. I think when you're playing on Liquid, it's a little scary to pick Lone Druid because you don't have the counter picks now. Like if you were gonna pick it, it needs to be where Witch Doctor was, I think. Maybe they'll still pick it now if Team Secret picks something that's really susceptible to it. But you get a counter pick
10
on Secret
seconds remaining.
like twice here, so their
5
drafting
seconds
is gonna get
remaining.
much easier after this little hurdle now. Pick another support here most likely. What have they got as an
Ench?
option?
Ench is
Yeah.
still out there as a potential. It feels like this Witch Doctor is one of those kind of almost blocker picks against, I guess, those aggressive supports in lane. He can actually contend with them decently. So Team Secret go for more of a defensive route. Obviously, he does bring aggression through his ulti and the blast, but having that shield onto people like a DP allows him to dive quite freely.
Bro, I actually want to gush a little. I love Lich, and he kind of just hasn't been a hero for a
10
really long time
seconds
now.
remaining.
I really love him against physical damage. I think the last time I saw a Lich professionally,
5
I'm not saying this was the
seconds
last time it was
remaining.
picked, but it was into like a Slardar lane, and it pretty much completely nullified anything he could do in the game. It was so hard for him to ever fight or stick on the targets he needed to go on because of the frost shield, the armor that Lich gives. So in this game, where you're playing into a Marcy who wants to buy that BKB and wants to stick on someone, this Lich is going to be so helpful. I actually really love this pick a lot.
And it's super irritating playing into, you know, Clockwork, hookshotting, cogging you. There's ghosts flying, there's Chain Frost bouncing. Super difficult to engage and disengage from all of that nonsense on the floor.
Yeah, because they're all
It-
physical damage as well.
Yeah.
And Switch Doctor ult too, so they just need to. I mean, obviously Maledict, yeah, but like, Team
Dire
Liquid should probably
team
look to get some mixed magic types. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
you
there
go.
he is.
Mixed damage heroes coming out.
And I guess they've got flexibility technically here with the SF. Feels like that's going to be more of the Mickey hero, but could be in the hands of Matuma Man because safe lane SF has been on the rise through these qualifiers. We'll see what they do with it though, and that Pudge probably going to tell us now that yeah, mid SF, safe lane Pudge.
I'm so sad. I was in my mind. I was thinking about this Pudge because as soon as I saw SF, I was thinking, okay, what have we seen so far from this qualifier, and how many times have we seen this Pudge doing some hooks into? Well, at least they're attempting to do
10
hook into
seconds
SF ult.
remaining.
That's the first hero I think of, so that combo is going to be
5
there and present
seconds
throughout the
remaining.
game.
And it's no joke as well having like a cask and a maledict on you while you're being rotted and dismembered by Pudge. This is a pretty spooky safe lane that Team Liquid has built up already, even facing into a DP clock.
Dire
Yeah, I,
team
have their
I feel
own
like
strength.
DP should probably be
Lena.
fine. I like the Lina as a response, because if this SF does go physical damage build and that Dragon Lance and stuff, Lina is, like I already talked about in this draft phase already, able to outrange heroes like that. It's sort of a similar
10
concept to
seconds
like
remaining.
Sniper, except I don't think you can really Sniper into Marcy and Pudge. It's
Yeah.
just a little
5
rough and scary.
seconds remaining.
Gonna be a bit difficult. So yeah, Lena
Team
there.
Secrets turn to ban.
Probably gonna go that physical damage build. That moves DP pretty much guaranteed into the off lane. So you've got this last pick for Crystallis. And they already removed the monkey, Team Liquid. That's been his real mainstay hero, his go-to.
10 seconds remaining.
For him, I'm just looking for something that can
5
be
seconds
more of a body. I think right now they're playing a lot. Actually, it's not that bad. If DP gets an early BKB and Clockwork can always hook in, you have two heroes that are willing to sort of go in there and split the enemy heroes up.
Team
Nina's
back.
definitely going to be your backline damage. Your ability to pick off right now is pretty good as well. A lot of nukes. You have tower push, ability to take objectives. What are they missing? Maybe just more team fight in general, like team fight control. If there's a carry that can give that to you. Otherwise, just anything that, I mean, you have last overall pick
10
on secret, so you
seconds
can just pick
remaining.
a counter to whatever Liquid is about to bring out.
5 seconds
Yeah, that's
remaining.
true. I mean, when you're looking for this kind of team fight or a stun from the carries, it's Sven that always comes to my mind. You know, he's the big boy. So I think
I like Bloodseeker.
ooh, that'd be pretty good. The shard up against this Pudge, always handy. But now we're getting to these last bans. Secret, they ban the Visage now, so Zai's hero pool shrinking even further and further if we are looking for that ranged hero. And Liquid, yeah, Bloodseeker's out there.
Team
Slark is
Secrets
out
turn
there.
to ban.
Good call on the BS.
Ah, sad. Yeah, that's probably my favorite, just thinking in terms of BKB Pierce and just ways to make it so... Like, this SF is going to be having a bit of a struggle. When Clockwork hits level 6, I'd like to see Team Secret smoking up to try and kill him with that, because he's a very susceptible
10
hero to
seconds
dying
remaining.
before he can finish a BKB.
Is Nature's
5
Prophet
seconds
a
remaining.
hero Zai could go towards here? That's another ranged offlaner, and it does give them a bit of tower push, which it feels like they are lacking. And also the ability just to play that Liquid style, right? Similar to what Nigma do, where it's just dogpile. You send heroes across the map, you're all grouped up as 5, and you're playing together. Having a TP helps out.
If they pick Nature's Prophet, I think that might open up a Spectre pick for Secret.
Okay.
When you're playing SF and Nature's, I mean, the Spectre ult would be so effective with Ags. As long as your team's able to fight early, maybe Lina could go Magic build as to make up for it, to make up for Spectre.
Dire team
We've seen
pick.
Spectre struggle the worst when she's pressured really hard and can't lane, because she struggles to farm the jungle. But yeah, if Nature's Prophet, I guess like the lane pressure would be pretty bad to deal with, but it would be a good response. I'm not sure about the Nature's. It's just very counterable, I think.
Yeah, and Razor is still
10
out there.
seconds remaining.
So the option available. We are focusing pretty hard on ranged heroes to pair with the Marcy.
5
But there's still the
seconds
potential
remaining.
here for them to grab the Zai Mars or
Yeah.
something like that to give them overwhelming team fight with Requiem, with... Oh, wow. Overwhelming team fight. There's the purple pointy-headed boy. Darkseer, so they've got Hook, Vacuum, Requiem, Cask, and all of Marcy's kit as well.
Dox is a very hit or miss hero. They nerfed his Ags, but
10
actually just
seconds
before the
remaining.
draft ends, actually. I want to see... I mean, the carry... You need to be a little
5
careful.
seconds
Sometimes you can
remaining.
just pick some hyper-aggressive carry in lane and just click him and kind of keep him out the lane and not let him get XP, because he is very weak. But Marcy sort of makes up for that with her spells. So who would it be? You're kind of dissuaded now from picking the illusion heroes like Terrorblade and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And like Luna, these Agi heroes all suffer pretty bad into Darkseer. So you might see something like a Lifestealer come out as a result, where the illusion isn't as strong. It's just a little... I'm just thinking, like, it's hard because you have that BKB Pierce disable with Pudge and stuff.
You may now
Oh,
select
cool.
your heroes.
Oh, that works for me, yeah.
So Dawnbreaker
Not-
carry? Yeah, it is.
Yeah. I was thinking, like, strength carries. What is there?
Yeah, CK Dawnbreaker, something like that.
Yeah. There's like an idea of Medusa that was floating around for a while as a counter to Darkseer, because she doesn't really care so much about having her illusion stolen. She just... I don't know, I feel like the shield keeps her alive through the initial like vacuum into wall
Yeah.
that I saw, and also you usually get a pretty free lane against Darkseer as a carry like that. So that hero's kind of worse now. No one really picks anymore. I feels like
Yeah,
I like
it
the
is.
Stormbreaker a lot more. Very aggressive, able to go fight. Not gonna
Yeah.
be worried about this Marcy.
Especially knowing how Liquid like to fight. You know, mentioning it earlier on, they do traverse the map often. You look at think about heat maps of Team Liquid. They're just bouncing from lane to lane once we get to like 15 minutes in, grouping up and playing together. And it's always so nice to have this Dawnbreaker paired with someone like a DP, someone like a Clockwork. These are heroes that get in behind enemy lines that are actually, kind of under threat often, but able to heal or initiate or stay alive that little bit longer through Solar Guardian to actually catch up with your Lenas, your Liches, to get that magical burst towards the team fight.
Yeah, you're saying good things. I
Thank
like it.
you.
I love it. You're so smart. Good boy. Good boy. Nice Dota point.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean for it to go that way.
Give me some battle pass levels.
Yeah. Here's one level for you, sir.
What? You've
Good
got like
job.
1,000 of them. Give me 20. Give me some more.
Maybe if you get all your predictions right.
Okay. I'll try. But here we go. Game 1. Best of 3. Liquid up against Team Secret. Of course, Team Secret did have a bit of a warm-up against ITB earlier on. They won in that best of 1, or game 3 of the best of 3, whichever way you want to look at it, earlier on today to get themselves in this spot. As Liquid, I mean, coming into this, obviously having to prepare for 2 teams, but probably preparing more for Secret, knowing the caliber of this squad and knowing what they're going to be bringing to the table. Are we doing our predictions then? First player to get 15 denies.
I don't know, SF, and then I guess Secret for first Roche kill. How long will the game be? I don't know, 30... these games will go really long. 37 to 44, and then highest net worth by 25.
37 to 44, 60 plus minutes.
Oh, fine, 60 plus minutes. And then highest net worth at 25.
Lena.
Rezo.
Oh, okay.
30 seconds to battle.
Okay.
Could be Lena. It could be
Rezo
Lena.
DP, okay.
I mean, I love the Rezo DP, because I feel like his lane's going to be really nice. It's against a Pudge. If he doesn't... I mean, we've seen DPs get hooked twice and die twice and to this Pudge lane, and they still come back and recover and get to that high net worth position. And I don't think they have... I guess they could do a cask into a hook. That's probably the biggest thing they have to be careful about in this top lane.
The battle begins.
Yeah, especially if you're chasing the Witch Doctor down. Oh, Matu missing his hook top or down at bottom. Boxy rebounding away. So Secret getting their hands on 3 bounty runes. Early days here. Boxy gets that final one out on the map. But yeah, Zayat's up at top. He was actually able to take the rune before Matu could hook it. A pretty close one.
Shame for him. But good. Good for Secret.
Oh man, look at bottom.
Okay.
This Darkseer, he's being held away. Frost Blast from Lich. Chrysalis was there zoning him away. It looks like Boxy's going to try and come in. Secure whatever last hit he can as the Marcy gets on top of Puppey. Iron Shell doing a bit of damage, but this Celestial Hammer, it's a serious problem for Boxy as he gets Frost Blasted, and the Fairy Fire is required to keep him alive a little longer. Crystallis trying to give chase here.
He wants that first blood money.
He
wants
wants
it more
it.
than anything else in the world.
He's got a hammer. Boxy's trying to juke him, but there we go with the burning damage. Crystallis needs one more tap in the back of the Marcy to get the first blood for Secret.
Yeah, you're not even losing that much in the lane right now. We're on to the second waves, and it's pretty reset. He got the solo XP for that first blood as well as the gold. And now he's just going to ferry himself out, boots, and a clarity. This is exactly how you're meant to play a Darkseid lane in early levels. He is honestly so weak. He wants to use his Ion Shell to farm the creeps. It's hard to just stick one on himself, one on his support and try and trade. Because the damage is just not that much. The spell is very weak. So this was really nice from them to just instantly zone Zai out of the lane. And then honestly just punish Boxy as being the only one with the shell. The only one that can do damage. And because Zai's not going to do anything, you know? So if you can go on Boxy like that, it makes his lane much harder on Zai.
Yeah, that's that cool adaptation, right? Usually with Dawnbreaker lanes, and it's usually in the off lane, we're waiting for level 2. It's like, when does Dawn hit level 2? When does that kill happen? But here in the safe lane against the Darkseer, they make it happen a little earlier on as they continue fighting with Zai and whittling away at his resources here. Boxy does get a nice large camp pull, so at least the wave will be dragged back towards Dire's side, and Zai can get a little bit of that farm back towards himself. There can be a lot of focus on his bottom lane, though.
That's true. As much I want to talk about, because Darkseid is one of my favorite heroes, and his laning is honestly just the weirdest part of him. It's always hard to get a normal like human lane out of him where he's just like laning normally because of like his weaknesses. You'll usually see a lot of wave cutting from pos 4s and stuff, and it's also really hard, I feel like, for even pro teams to judge the strength of this hero. Because sometimes you'll buy like trading items on your pos 4 and then you quickly realize that you can't trade because the hero isn't that powerful, and then you do result to just a lot of wave cutting and stuff. You'll see like these hard camps getting pulled and just general like trying not to properly lane. It's kind of like the timing for Darkseer is always just on whenever you get more points in Iron Shell. If you get 2 points in it, you get 3 points in it. This level 3, this level 5, these are kind of big points for it where you might see them try and turn up and aggress. Like Puppey moving out of position with 2 Iron Shells on them could easily kill him.
Especially with a hero like Marcy, right? You know, in days gone past, we used to see the Spirit Breaker, the Earth Spirit, with this Darkseer to play aggressively. While up at top, we'll take a peek into there as Rezo drops pretty low. Insanely now trapped in the cogs and turned on, though. Fairy Fire up for Rezo is going to keep him alive through the Maledict. And don't bring the DP down. And down bottom, they're going at it again. Chrysalis not going to land his Starbreaker, but a big Frost Blast with the shield, slowing the retreat from Liquid. And a big creep wave arriving. Zai, if he dies here, it's going to be losing out a lot of this wave. And Chrysalis, that tree block didn't quite work out for the Darkseer. Another Frost Blast from Puppey gets it. Disposed back across the tower, but it's aggroed onto a range creep. So Chrysalis, he'll Starbreaker. Keep Boxy away. Puppey did still die in the end. But a good dive onto this Zai Darkseer, keeping him down.
Yeah. Pretty sad. I wonder, he didn't have buyback either to kind of come back into lane for that XP or anything. I don't know if he would have anyway, but sometimes when you see such a massive wave, you're just like, I am despairing right now.
Yeah, please give me the experience. It's like you're saying, he wants those points in Iron Shell as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the third lane in Dota 2. We've got 3 corridors here on this map. Nisha, 24 and 7, starting to take a handle on this lane. But Mickey has brought up stick, raindrops, trying to mitigate some of this damage, but it looks like he's losing out in the long run.
God dang it. I voted him for the most denies by 15 minutes and he has none.
Oopsie
I don't know why I
daisy.
did this. I should have voted for Lina. Yeah, this top lane is pretty okay for Rezo the more levels he gets in this Spirit Siphon. It's obviously very scary to play into the Maledict. Usually you combat that with some early Fairy Fires and like sticks and stuff. Because the burst heal, you know, right, Maledict works off how much damage you take, so with the heal it makes it a lot nicer to deal with. He's gone for a raindrop as well. So they're just going to be trying to play to just survive and be able to skirmish a little bit.
I mean, looking at bottom again, it's difficult for the Liquid players to play the lane. They're kind of hiding in fog, scared of this Puppey Lich, who is level 3 now. A lot of nuke damage from that Frost Blast. But Boxy, trying to play forward and disrupt the pull. Gets a good amount of damage there, thanks to the Observer Ward that's deep. Scouts out the Lich. And Zayat, now the target on top, the Clockwork. He drops low. Not sure he'll actually die to this. There's one more tick that'll take him down to 40 HP. But surviving the burst from Liquid.
Super close. They're going on Chrysalis.
Oh, yeah. Chrysalis. Frost Shield. He's got a Fairy Fire. Oh, and Shell going to be doing too much damage here, though. He's got boots, but he's not fast enough to outrun Zai and Boxy. One more rebound will claim the kill on him. So a bit of recovery from Liquid, while in the mid lane, top rune spot, Lina finding the Witch Doctor with the Laguna Blade. Shadow Fiend. 1 raise, 2 raise. Maledict still there on the Lina. Has a Fairy Fire. Not going to be enough damage. This is now a bit of room for Mickey. Knowing that Lina is kind of out of resources, might have to go back home. But she decides not to.
He went for 3 points in Shadow Rays. Some of these SFs we've seen have gone only 2 points in it. I've even seen some of these pros going for like points in attributes and stats before maxing out the Shadow Rays. But this time we'll see 3. I think 3 is the max that people usually leave it at before they go for Necromastery.
There's a bit of a difference between safe lane and mid SF,
That's
though,
true,
right?
yeah.
I think mid SF's favoring raises more, and then safe lane SF's, you're right. Kind of the Mask of Madness stats plus passives build. Don't even bother leveling raises sometimes.
Is under attack.
What is a good build for him this game? Because we've seen these Dragon Lances, and I'm definitely not opposed to that this game because you're playing into a Clockwork. So you want to be able to build that Hurricane Pike, like 4 staff, to keep yourself safe and not have to rely on having to pop like a BKB if you get gone on.
Oh, they're charging towards Chrysalis down bottom. The surge and rebound, allowing Boxy to close the gap. Starbreaker cancelled by the vacuum, and Chrysalis getting blasted down while Nisha rotated here. Does kill off Zai with the Laguna Blade. But Liquid with a numbers advantage and now still having vision over Nisha. Stick around for a little bit longer.
Okay.
And I had a Golden Insania top at the same time, but he's got a salve to regen back up.
I really like what they're doing bot with the vacuum.
Radiant
Like Chrysalis never being able to get off the Starbreaker is really annoying because he's kind of relying on it to stun them and walk away, and they're never giving him it. The constant reposition and these levels coming out, I think they've pretty much utilized every possible moment to go on Chrysalis when they can, and it's going really well for them. And now like we're just gonna see like rotations around the map. Laning stage is gonna break down. These runes are gonna be very important as well. If SF can take like a haste rune, for example, or even this invis and like TP to a lane or something, he can easily kill someone and give him that extra gold before he swings back to mid and just keeps pushing out the lane.
is under attack.
Yeah, like Maledict into Razors. That's a good way to burst through Resolution top. I tried to hook him into the trees, but Matu finding a creep instead. This is Rezo thinking about Exo. Doesn't use it just yet. A little bit afraid, definitely respecting Liquid's ability to respond, like you say, with this SF being off the map for the past minute and a half. Not sure where Mickey is lurking.
Usually you give a support the lane mid when you do this and like farm through the jungle. But I guess because the wave is super pushed in, it means that, I mean, someone's got to take this farm coming into the tower. I hope Boxy runs there or SF goes back to mid lane. Feels bad to kind of let creeps like this fall. But I think they're looking bot for maybe some more kill threat on Chrysalis, knowing the supports are playing top on secret side.
Yeah, they've got a couple of wards down there. One in the lane, one deeper in the jungle for Liquid. They're spotting out Nisha's movement, so they know that Lena's off the map and isn't top. Chrysalis alone down bottom lane, and yeah, Mickey, he comes in, clears mid wave, pops the invis, and does head southwards.
Oh, you know, actually, I like this more. They're not giving Boxy the mid lane because they don't need to. Like, he can get both farm for himself or for Zaya just by being near him. Oh god, Insania. Careful there.
Come on, dive me. Level 4 clock. Is he going to see the TP in time? He'll find Insania's Witch Doctor trapped inside the cogs. And this likely will be the tier 1 tower falling. Rezo not even opting to use the exorcism just yet.
I was about to say, if they can keep that, that would be really massive. Because then they can use it for like a mid fight, or like when you take this top tower, you have the ability to walk through their jungle, force Pudge out of it. Pudge struggles to farm Ancients, so he doesn't feel quite comfortable with this, which is why we might see Liquid move Heroes bot and try and take that tower in response. Because if you're not taking bot tower and you're losing top tower, then your mid's going to start to have the ability to get pressured as well. You don't really have very good team fight. You'll be more relying on punishing with like rebounds in and disposes, or like a hook, maybe if Matu's playing around mid. Like your mid defense is a bit scary. It's more on just trying to push those waves out preemptively with the Mickey raises.
A nice little sidestep by Chrysalis. And also the fact you could just have this Dawnbreaker sitting bottom, defending tower, shoving waves. Liquid don't want to go fight top because they know that Solar Guardian can come and bring the numbers for secret. And they would have to have a full 5v5 to defend that tier 1 tower, so they're just going to let it die. Liquid instead, yeah, like you say, kind of focusing on cutting waves down bot. Matu, Zai, and Boxy all down here. Well, this is where Secret have the options. Now, Liquid are kind of committed down into bottom jungle with the vision and the placement of heroes they've got. And Secret, they can farm top, they can push out waves, take over their ancient area. And Nisha's got his travels. He's been off map for a solid 3 minutes. No one's seen the Lena in a long time.
Yeah. And now we're taking 5 heroes bot. This is, if you're afraid, if you feel like they have one up on you, you need to just commit this many heroes, like 4 to 5 heroes just to take a tower. And it's hard for a Secret to respond to that because they're not set up. They're doing the move I was hoping they would on Secret side, getting Zaya's level 6 and then looking mid for the SF kill. But Liquid are kind of already ahead of that move just by going bot instead. And I think if they TP here on Secret, they would feed. So it makes sense that Chrysalis is just going to TP top as a result.
Yeah.
And now they're just or pressure this mid at least instead. Maybe Liquid can respond with like a smoke into it, or then maybe they might just have to let it go. Like I said, they need to rely on this like hook and stuff, but Matu TP top.
Super challenging to come in, collapse on Rezo. Has Yules, raindrops, level 4 Spirit Siphon, very difficult target to latch onto. And Zayat is also bodyguarding that top jungle, making sure Matumba Man doesn't have an easy access point back into his outpost area. A Secret, firm grasp on his first 15 minutes. Zayat's eyeing up Matumba Man and gets the hook shot straight on top of them. Solar Guardian for good measure. Liquid, they're not going to be able to respond in time. They will jump forward with Boxy, but he's stunned mid-rebound. Now the Chain Frost goes across to Insane. He doesn't bounce any further. Zayat has the Death Ward on him, and the wall's dropped onto him and Rezo. But Secret, they got the Pudge, the Marcy, traded the Clockwork for it. They are super happy with how that went. Maybe Mickey might have surged up and runs away a bit ballsy there going forward.
Dox is a bit of a weak one. Honestly, he went for this mech build, but his spells don't really do that much damage until A, he gets more levels, and B, the enemy gets more levels, right? When you use this Wall of Replica, a lot does stand on the strength of the enemies to hurt themselves. So we saw there that wall didn't really do too much.
Yeah, Liquid looking for answers. Need a lot more time for this SF, though. He got his Dragon Lance working on BKB. But that's going to be the key timing for Liquid to actually start playing the game that they've set themselves up for with this draft.
Yeah.
And there are ways to initiate, like you've been saying, it's pretty difficult. It's rebound in or it's hook out.
Oh, that ward on mid is really nice. The Zayas just placed. They're going to see so much now. If a hero even like pokes his head on out into the lane, they'll know where everyone's stationed and standing. And how many people are going to be behind Mickey in a move like this. Oh, what a nice ward.
Yeah, sees everything.
Yeah.
Oh, Matumba Man given that bottom lane. Try and reconnect in with him, but Liquid opting not to smoke. And Team Secret, they can spread out wide. You know, Chrysalis has had plenty of time to farm up top, closing in on his BKB. While Resolution looks like he's... he was thinking about that greedier build we saw from him previously, the Boots of Travel, but he's opting now just to go Yule's BKB, knowing that they can hit this timing around the Lina and the Dawnbreaker. Triple BKB for Secret is going to be huge.
Yeah, Secret understand that Lina is going to be their carry this game. That's why they pick a semi-core like Chrysalis on Dawnbreaker. And he's not going for that Deso because he knows all he really needs to do is just get that all off, get in the middle of things with that BKB and fight. And Nisha's the one that's going to deal that damage, even Rezo too, on that DP. So their timings are pretty simple. Just keep farming up Nisha as much as you can. He doesn't really have to stress himself to fight and make moves. Just everyone else go make plays, let him hit creeps, Dawn connect with ult. That's sort of how they want to play. For Liquid, it's a little bit more complicated. Doxy used to have this timing with Ags where you would have... Oh god, they're going in straight up.
Yeah. The hook shot lands on the Centaur, though. And now the hook back. Ooh, scrapes behind the Dawnbreaker. If her thighs were a little thicker, maybe he catches her there. Oh, she's away.
Yeah. Now that's some cooldowns to make Liquid have some breathing room here. At the very least.
And they want to go play back into bottom jungle. They see Rezo showing on wave. He's going to TP straight away. Pudge, hook. Oh, he lands it. Matumba Man. He knew exactly where Rezo was standing. And in comes Boxy with Insania. Burst through the Death Prophet. That's the window they open up for themselves.
What the? Did he even have a ward? Or was he doing it on a wave? Sorry.
He ran back from the wave. And I'm not sure if they just saw him start to TP. But it was good from Matu, whichever way you look at it. And they're going for Zayas now as well. That cask bouncing back onto him. Frost Shield trying to give a bit of safety here as he hookshots in towards Boxy. And the Chain Frost bounces off the creep camp in towards Boxy. Back to Zai as Insania does finish off Zayats in the end. Another couple of Liquid kills. What do they amount to? Like, Lina's still farming. Dawnbreaker's still farming. These BKBs are coming.
You're waiting for your own timings. The Matumba Man Pudge Ags. Gonna be a big one. Gonna do a lot of damage.
I just saw the replay back. It looks like he guessed it.
What a giga chat.
Yeah, the creep wave wasn't in range to see it.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like... So, Dox used to have this Ags timing, but they changed the Ags to be the normal punch now, and it's honestly not that strong, so you have to go differently. So, they're playing more for just like Pudge timings and having heals and auras and stuff instead on this Doxy. So he's more of a supporting cast. Because yeah, it used to be a lot of damage with the double Ion Shell and like how long it would last. You could push out waves really well. Now Zai's kind of resorting to just like playing these side lanes. They're hunting on Secret. Should kill Insania.
Oh, they absolutely can. It's a simple one.
they could just keep looking for pickoffs like this every time there's a hookup. That's like their main form of initiation. And even if they find these big boy cores, having the ability to have Chrysalis coming down on top with that ult, it just has that security there. Like, you have the damage, you have the control until these BKBs come out. And like, Matu's not going to have one for a long time. He's going Ags.
Yeah.
Mickey's is probably the biggest one you need to think about.
I mean, this Pudge, you've got to keep your eyes on him, though. You know, we saw ITV utilize him so very well as they scaled into super late game, right?
Yeah.
With the Ags, the BKB, the Refresher Orb. If he's able to actually get in on top of someone like the Lina, like the DP, you can hold them in place for a long time, but in the mid lane, a Solar Guardian coming in, the safety net given by Boxy, disposing SF away. And he will Yules up the Marcy now as Chrysalis vacuumed into the wall. Requiem comes out onto Death Prophet and Resolution. Oh, he pops his one. Spirit Siphons up. The Rezo DP still alive, and as is Chrysalis. They do finally kill them off, though. Insania getting the final blows on them as they trade 2 cores and the big rebound. Boxy is straight back in on them. Zayats has the hook shot. Where's the rest of Liquid, though? They're surging forward, trying to chase. Oh, the cogs trapping Zay inside, and Zayats still fine.
Oh, is that an evenness trade? They lost 2 cores, or at least 1 core on Liquid.
Felt decent for
2
Liquid.
cores now. Oh, one
Zay
hit.
gets away, and Puppy the one to die. Mickey, he can't face against Nisha's Lina from range, and Zayat has gone back in with the cogs on Insania, but the right-click attacks onto Mickey, kill him! The BKB wasted. Lina with the long-range right-clicks take him down.
What a long drawn-out fight. Lots of
what a
different
wild
chasing.
fight.
Yeah. It's like explosive, and then it cools down, and then we chase into another chase, and it feels like a lot easier for Secret to go back in. I mean, this Boxy went in so far, but no one has like a blink dagger or any really good connecting spells to catch up to him. So he just got a little bit too far ahead. Like, the idea is the surge, right? But I think he was on cooldown. So they couldn't quite get there. I like how they were disengaging. That's like a pretty nice thing about Liquid's lineup is they're pretty happy if they can force the Dawnbreaker ult and then get out, or even an Exorcism or a BKB. So if they're able to kind of poke, force that, and use Surge and Vacuum, commit whatever you need to kind of get out, then they can reset and look for a fight. Or when Secret starts to turn away, then they hit them with like a hook or something. There's a lot of ways for them to sort of catch and kill. The Dispose to is there. Secret are much more reliant on this. We're hooking in, we're gonna burst you, kill you, and then get out. We've seen a couple times now this Chrysalis ult being used and not like sticking the landing because they're able to disengage.
And it feels like, yeah, Team Secret's initiation is much more linear, much more telegraphed. And Liquid, with a lot of little nuanced plays they can do to disengage. But honestly, off the back of the last couple of team fights, I think the biggest thing is how much gold Insania's got. He's now at 4,500 net worth. He's got Shard. He's well on his way to Blink Dagger. This Witch Doctor is going to start becoming a serious threat.
It's really nice, this Shard, the ability to waste so much time. Like, if Clock goes on you, he can just use the Voodoo Switcheroo and let his teammates re-engage. You know, as soon as Secret kind of pile in and jump on you, that's when the Dark Civ Blink Vacuum combo comes out.
Yeah, it's like 3 seconds doesn't sound like a long time, but in real time Dota 2 teamfight terms, 3 seconds is an eternity.
That's half of a BKB at max usage.
Yeah.
We're smoking into each other. There is Ags on Matu. The BKB's off cooldown. Ready to fight. In Secret, what do they have? They have a crit on Lina. She's starting to hit really damn hard. Rezo has that BKB coming on the courier as well. They smoke up and look for a little engagement, and because they're not giving it to them and because they're showing Rezo on bot, they're just going to swing right into the Roche pit.
Yeah, Team Secret, they've got to react quickly to this. The TPs are coming. Liquid are out of the pit now. Yeah, Team Secret saw it with the rocket flare. Like, they do get across the map very speedily. Chrysalis does have that Solar Guardian to join, so he's realized that, hey, I can go farm bottom jungle pretty freely.
Dude, it's so low. Like, taking it to half like that makes Roche so much... Like, the tension rises so much. It's no longer a full HP Roche that we're going to fight about. Like, if you think you have the damage to kind of quickly kill that, you know, what's to stop Secret from running in with BKBs and just trying to kill it as quickly as you can? Because the Darkseer is not going to do that much to it. I guess you got to be careful because there's hooks. Like, if you're holding a high ground ward on Liquid, you're just basically waiting for anyone on Secret to show themselves. If you can get that hook displacement, and that would be so rough for Secret. They have the Dawn ult and hook as ways to sort of catch up with them at least.
Yeah, and Zai's counter initiation, it's good with his Blink and Force Staff, but against the BKBs, which are all up for Team Secret, it feels like Liquid have to drag these fights out a little bit longer, kite and bait the BKBs for as long as they can. And it looks like Liquid just going to give up on controlling Roshan right now. They're back into farming mode. Guard Matu as he shoves out mid-wave. And this is where Team Secret, they can actually move into that top jungle, find a bit of space for themselves. Zayat's always leading the charge, but they are under dire vision. Very sneaky ward from Insania. They spotted them coming all the way across.
What will the boiling point be? Because
oh, Chrysalis.
apparently this.
Oh, he's very afraid. Boxy gonna unleash. Just try and get that dispel. Move yourself away.
But now Secret have control of top side, so they have to smoke on Liquid right now to control top.
And Secret in the Roche pit. Two heroes vacuumed into the wall. Chain Frost gonna bounce off the shard, kill off Boxy. Is he gonna have to buy back because Rezo's in the pit with Exo going? I mean, who's this? Matu is miles away. The Pudge is nowhere near. And Zayat, he's zoning them away with Hookshot and Cogs. Secret, they've got this. Aegis for them. Nisha now holding it. And if Lina wasn't a beast already, she's now got 2 lives.
That's really hard. I think the biggest thing that Liquid seem to be struggling with is follow-up initiation. They need a blink on Pudge. And he needs his BKB first, of course, just so he can stand a fight. It feels like there's a lot of things that Matu needs. He needs to buy armor so that he can scale into this Lina. He needs to buy a blink so he can get on the Lina. I think I really loved... It was Oteka, right? The refresher Pudge?
Yeah.
I want to say, yeah, that was
Requiem.
sick.
Mickey, Zai, they're on to Chrysalis. He's got 6-1 charges, and Resolution's coming here to help him out. Mickey does have that Shadow Blade to skip away, and the surge from Zai, creating a bit of a gap here for Liquid. They don't get the kill. And Secret very quick to respond. It really is so tense.
It's
Slight
so scary.
2k lead for Secret. Oh, it's Puppy. He sees the Shadow Fiend. Solar Guardian in with a hook shot there. They grab the Lich off to the right, but Mickey, the one being focused down, dodges Light Strike with his BKB. The dust comes and they see him running. Pops his one. They need a bit more damage from this Lina. Oh, not enough. Nisha doesn't have the range to keep going. Rezo also BKB to try to skip out of the range of Matu.
Top tower is under attack.
It was a close call for Liquid.
It was honestly like a split second from Mickey dying. The Lina stun was not... It was literally like 1 or 2 frames off from getting him, but he got his BKB off just in time. They had a lot of chain stun. I think it was just mostly Crystalis's position when he landed from the Solar Guardian didn't allow him to get like an easy Starbreaker off. You know, that's just, you know, how it be. But yeah, it didn't... Had to rely on that cog pushback instead, not quite able to cinch it. It is a lot of spells though that you have to use just to chain stun him for long enough to kill him before his BKB gets off. I think if Lina...
And now, Rezo, 4 staff fuels. Zaya's trying to get him out of danger, but they've got Dismember from this BKB Pudge. Rezo dodges the hook, but the Voodoo Switcheroo, the Death Ward, are going to kill him off. Chain Frost over to the other side as Boxy rebounds away. Not going to allow for any more bounces. And another swift move in, going to get a 1-for-1 trade, but it's DP for Witch Doctor. So Liquid, they move in, they move out. 1 strike, and they're gone back to farming.
Nice pick off, but they're still on Aegis. I think Secret's still very confident.
Yeah, and honestly, I say it's a DP for a Witch Doctor. Usually I think, hey, it's favored killing off that DP, but Matu now falling in the mid lane. Caught out by Chrysalis and Nisha. No saving him as Zai tried to come in, but Mech on cooldown. And no counterplay for Liquid. That's a big victory now for Secret. And yeah, Witch Doctor had a kill streak. So that's quite a bit of money going into them as well.
Was it actually? How much did he give? 450?
Yeah,
That's
decent
not bad.
amount.
So this is their first tier 2. They'll take the outpost now as a result. They don't have to play topside just because Roche is not going to respawn for at least 5 minutes. So I think they have the option to sweep back into their jungle and try and look for kills there, or if anywhere that someone is showing, I think they can just kind of run at them. how can Liquid are gonna have to be looking to just burst Lina every fight, most likely. She's the one doing the most amounts of damage. She's a massive issue, honestly. Like I said, so many items needed to deal with her, right? Like Pudge alone struggles to stick on people in fights because he doesn't have armor. He needs that BKB, the Dismember on Lina. If she went for a Lincoln's later, that would make a lot of sense for me.
And then they can start thinking about waiting and holding hookshot to stop Dismember. Like if Pudge does walk in with his BKB, like Zayas just hold it, wait for that cancel.
You want Mickey's the one that's doing a lot of this right-click damage, but you need to give him the control to do it. It feels like Secret have done a really nice job so far of just planting heroes in front of Nisha and making it so that no one can really get to him. So, yeah, they're going to be relying on maybe this hook or a rebound dispose into hook or a vacuum.
A vacuum rebound, Maledict. I was thinking along these same lines. Like, what's the combo with the Darkseer here, right? Yeah. And it's vacuum rebound, cask, Maledict, Requiem, with Rot slowing them all down. If they can get that, yes, it's huge, but it's pretty freaking difficult to land this symphony of skills that it feels like they need to defeat Secret in a straight team fight here. And Nisha, still with Aegis for 20 seconds, comes in round the back. Liquid able to disengage. Pudge even BKB to run back to his tier 2 bottom. And the two remaining members, TPing out of that bottom right-hand corner.
You raise a great point, though. He's not itemized for this at all, so it's not something I think we'll see this game. But if Mickey had gone that Arcane Blink, and they were able to combo a big vacuum into that ult, that could have been so huge. It's kind of hard, though, because you're relying a lot on your magic damage then, and you do need this mix of physical in there that Mickey is providing instead.
Yeah, then you have these windows of opportunity when like a BKB completely ruins your combo and you've all-in'd on it.
Yeah. So I understand why he hasn't gone for it, but God, that would have been cool as hell, bro. That would have been sick.
It would have been. Liquid now very afraid, though. Looks like they want to move out of their base and smoke from a safer position, maybe expecting base wards or high ground vision here from Secret. At the very least, regaining control of their ancients.
Yeah. You're not fussed for this top side of the map yet. It's something you're thinking about, how you want to tackle it, but there's no Roche to fight for. You're okay giving it to Secret for now. And also, Liquid's wards, they're all bottom. So the quicker that they can sort of reclaim the ancients and get back to that space is better for them. I think there's definitely Secret are getting much more out of the map right now. The network distribution is not the worst, though, I'd say. I think Lina obviously is really racing ahead. She's like, Nisha's like definitely the biggest issue right now, but everyone's sort of keeping up with each other. Liquid are not that far behind by any means, and you see now Matu going for that armor, going for that Shiva's Guard.
Money to burn.
Maybe Darkseer could look for a halberd as well. Anything that stops Nisha hitting.
Yeah.
If they can get it off before his BKB.
We'll jump in. A fine puppy. A couple of hits in from Mickey, but he didn't get his BKB off. Wasn't expecting the immediate jump from Zayat. Insania casking back, but he's going to get chased down to the ends of the earth here. Voodoo switcheroo buys the 3 seconds of time, but the Starbreaker perfectly placed as they buy back on Witch Doctor SF. Matu's in with his BKB Dismember. The wall is dropped, but Secret, they just stand their ground and continue fighting. Nisha gets the crits he needs. A double kill for Lina, and they're chasing for Darkseer. Yule's up from Rezo, Ghosts are flying, backpack won't work. Secret tracking back to find that Darkseer kill, and now the buybacks from Liquid. What do? You're thinking about this Requiem, Mickey fake pumping it, but doesn't want to commit.
Souls. It's not even that impactful if he lands it. I mean, at that point, you're playing more for the fear on it, just into a hook or something, rather than the actual damage. It's not a buyback that feels good on Mickey. Did not save his comrades' lives, did not get that kills that would have been good. Only getting Zayat, I mean, that's gonna feel bad. And now you're playing under this threat of a dieback at all times in Secret. Looking at this next Roche, gonna want to be playing in that top side of the map. We're gonna see the classic one team takes high ground versus high ground maneuver any moment now. I mean, maybe Liquid will even see that. I mean, they have to fight for this Aegis. It's so important for them, but it's so risky with Mickey being so... I mean, how many 4-stars do you have? You have 2?
Lich and Clock. Yeah. It's a golden Roshan as well. He spawned 10 seconds. That's all it took. He's back in action. Just need someone to poke their heads in the pit. Get a rocket flare over there. But Matu, he makes the move first. Is he going to try and hook someone? He's not alone. Has people behind him. But the hook shot to safety comes from the clockwork. Going back to the creep wave. Liquid, they brought all 5 up here, so plenty of room for Chrysalis to shove out that bottom wave. And look at how quickly they're going. Liquid know they need something off the back of this. And they brought back this SF. He needs momentum. And
They're just going to walk it into the pit. They TP'd bot. They shoved bot. This is a great time for them.
Another Aegis. Even a shard there. And who do we give the shard to? Like, Lich already has
DP
one.
probably?
DP. Dawnbreakers is pretty good.
Oh yeah, that's true. I prefer DPs. I really love the fear on the Siphon, especially because it feels like it's easy for Rezo to kind of walk in. Like Mickey feels so pressured. He's the one that's doing a lot of the right click damage that's meant to kind of kill the Death Prophet. But she already has a halberd, he has a plate mail, he really doesn't care. So his ability to stick in these fights and just use the Siphon and get that fear is going to be massive for him. Yeah,
a lot of problems for Liquid. Like, Nisha so far has had a perfect game. Closing it on 400 CS, 35 minutes in. 8-0-4 for Yelena. And always positioned perfectly. Like, she's got so many frontliners that can just go and face tank these fights for her. So she's actually just able to sit there and launch damage in. While Zai has to blink away, knowing the Lina was on her way to this Ancients area.
You talk about a perfect game. Now they have to perfectly siege high ground. So you have a lot of fear. If you're grouping up to push a high ground, that's when Darkseer could get his vacuum. You know, like we talked about, they have quite a fair few spells that could combo into a hook from Pudge. You know, any hook that lands and gets you under the tier 4s even, or just fully out of position is going to be super rough. I think DP doesn't have a blink or anything yet, so she's not going to be able to kind of jump in with you. She'd have to run in with a BKB. I think if you can...
Oh, the catch.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, God. Get the full staffs back. Nice play to get Matuma Man out of there. A secret, they popped the Exo, and they did spend the hook shot. So there's a good 35 more seconds now where Liquid don't have to be so afraid. The hook, though, catching Boxy. They wanted to drag Nisha back in. A little bit of misplay there as the tier 3 is down and the racks opened up on by Nisha, holding that line. But there's the back. The Requiem, no, it's coming a little late. The BKBs are already out from Secret. They lose their Boxy Marcy. And this Death Ward, yeah, it'll zone them away, but Liquid didn't get the perfect initiation they needed. My game froze for a couple of seconds, and I think Liquid's hearts froze as well.
Yeah, they had like 2 to 3 different ways to try and defend the high ground. The first was that rebound into the hook, which unfortunately was a little missed. And then there was that vacuum, which again didn't have the impact they hoped it would. And these BKB reactions, it's a move that kind of, you can see it. It just kind of comes and you see it coming. Because SF can't just stand there channeling, you see him. You know? So you're aware of like how they want Zai to jump in and vacuum. And if he does vacuum, the Requiem takes too long to go off for them not to get their BKBs on.
It's like channeling, then travel time. There's
it's very difficult.
So much wiggle room for Secret there. As they still have Aegis on Lina. Pushing out that top wave. Melee racks at 500 HP. Something they can go in and finish off. Liquid not going to give it up for free, though. They will continue fighting for every inch of space on this map.
It is pretty simple for Secret with this Aegis to just walk up and hit. They know the cooldowns are there, so they can just do this without fear. The only thing they have to be aware of is this hook, which he's standing in creeps, positioning really well on Nisha. Not going to give him it.
Yeah, just like that. Walks through the creep wave. No hook landing. We do, and the rebound in from Boxy. Counteracted by the Solar Guardian. Chrysalis rejoins his squad, and another missed hook from Matu. Mickey trying to fear them back, but Lina not afraid of anything. In comes Matu with a blink BKB, trying to aim it onto this Nisha Lina, and they get the Requiem off from Mickey this time around. Taking the Aegis inside the wall. Lina is still standing there, and a great hook from Matu. Times it perfectly. They've got the Lina kill they needed. Taking her down is huge for Liquid, as they'll find Rezo as their secondary kill as well. They hold their high ground, but the rest of Secret, they're bailing.
They went for that chase. A little funny moment there as Matthew walks into the cogs and walks back into the cogs and gets force stuffed into the cogs and just keeps getting punched out, not able to connect up that hook, getting Zayas to safety. But yeah, that's pretty much the ideal situation for Liquid going into these high ground sieges, defenses. You any moment where you can get that hook under the tier 4, if you can get that kill and set up the Aegis into a pullback, and that's all you really need. But this is a situation that is given to you specifically by Secret pushing high ground. Now you're back out on the map again. You have to look for other ways to kind of punish these moves. Is it, you know, you're gonna try and hold a space, get that hook, start that initiation. You know, are we looking for a new item by Mickey? He's going for a Satanic, but it feels like he needs a Satanic and, you know, a Daedalus to be able to output the same amount of right-click damage that Lina is.
Yeah, I'm gonna start
going for that refresher. That's hype as well.
Yeah, having that double BKB, double dismember. That's definitely a way to lock down onto that Lina. And they've got to start thinking about next Roshan as well. And take control of this jungle, get your vision down. And this vision does give them a glimpse of Puppey, but in comes Zayas and Crystallis, chaining their stuns, but Liquid have the BKBs. Bit of an answer here to Secret's move into top jungle, while over on the right side, Requiem comes, but Rezo has his magic community out already. Nisha trying to open up on them, and Boxy chased back into the top left corner of the fight. That's a good start by Liquid, holding a high ground, getting a bit of info from the vision they already had placed. But Secret are just so quick to respond.
Liquid wanted so much more. Mickey had a DD. That could have been everything for them. They just don't quite have that lockdown to do it. Rezo very tanky with the items he has, able to just kind of walk it off. And as Mickey, you don't want to overcommit. You know, you don't have that Hurricane Pike, the ways to force yourself to safety. He's not even going for the Satanic anymore. He's now going for this Butterfly. He is going for damage. He really wants to be the one that is killing heroes for his team. And that just means, yeah, they need to focus on taking a fight outside the base where they can start with Matu's Blink and Dismember, followed up by Mickey just bursting them down with that right click.
What they do need now, though, against this Lincolns of Nisha is a way to pop it so they get that Dismember in on her. Yeah. Such a good toolkit for the Nisha's Lina. Even queuing up the MKB, kind of feeling it. I mean, SF has shown a component, right? They'll know he's got, yeah, they've got vision on him. They know he's got Butterfly already.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, Pudge does not naturally buy Lincoln's breaking items. He's very much a fan of these just big, get in your face items. And God, Nisha's very deep right now.
All the 2 hits. Finds the kill on Puppey, but Zai, being focused down, gets off his Greaves, buys a bit of time, but the crits land. 500 apiece from the Lina and opening up onto Matu. Dismembering and healing off a Crystallis, but he's stuck there. Liquid now down 2 cores, and Dark's here with no buyback. This could lead to another lane of barracks. Top lane's pushing in, Secret clearing wave mid.
Yeah, that was ward-based. They're Secret are moving up, putting a ward on that high ground cliff and playing around it. Liquid don't have their own vision.
Look how much damage Lina did, like 6,000, just right clicks. Like, who cares spells?
So much, yeah. And it's hard because the way that fight played out, like Pudge hooked her away from the Darkseid to try and save his life, but he realizes she has a Lincoln's. I can't dismember this, so he is literally just stuck there, having to try and walk away from Nisha, who's doing so much damage. He doesn't even have a Skadi. He's literally just using this range from the Dragon Lance and Grove Bow to walk people down and just chase them, knowing that they can't touch him. There's not enough ways to control her on the side of Liquid without people putting themselves really out of, you know, in harm's way. Like Witch Doctor, it's so hard for him to just walk up and cast, right? Especially when Nisha has a BKB, can just react to that projectile. I think right now it's just, yeah, Liquid's struggling so much, and this Lincoln's, like you said, posing so much of a problem because they can't just rely on seeing her and going with this Pudge hook, especially with a clock hook covering her.
Yeah. Yeah, now Mickey, bought his Butterfly a minute and a half ago? MKB's done on Lina. She's got the counter to it. It's still so interesting to me how far we've come on this Lina. Like, you think back 3 years ago or so, and it's Yules, Aether Lens, Magic Spellcaster, that's it. And you got players, you know, like Chris Luck, who go for that Boots of Travel, Dragonlance, Shiver's Guard. Then people start, you know, copying that, going into the physical damage build. Now Now, you've got the option, go back for the Ags and the Shard, but it's still just this artillery cannon of right-click prowess coming out of Lena's nowadays, allowing her to, traverse across the map with bots, get a lot of quick farm, and then launch out this, what's her range? Like 770 with Grove Bow, a bit more with Dragonlance.
Yeah.
She's a sniper.
Well, can Liquid burst Lina at the start of a fight? That would be absolutely massive for them. Let break smoke.
They need to catch a glimpse of them. They
Boxy
don't
has
have...
Basher.
Oh, yeah, BKB Basher, but smoke breaks on Rezo's invis.
Twice.
They've got no vision. And this is going to give Secret the chance to smoke back. Do they go in the pit or do they go for the fight? They're going to hold the high ground. They've got this Radiant Observer Ward up there and they'll see people coming. Liquid know how important this moment is here in game 1, but Matu, where did he go? Just disappears. The back wall's dropped, but Boxy shredded by Lina. Standing at ground, Boxy fighting back a little bit. I don't know if it's going to be enough with the Requiem Fear pushing Nisha away. The Force Staff and Glimmer gives a bit of safety, but they get the kill. Lina's down. Chrysalis going to about to follow as Shadow Fiend. This Mickey, big boy, slapping into Team Secret. The wall is still there and causing issues for them. 3 down, Roshan open, and all Liquid lose, really. Here's that Pudge and Marcy, and Matu buys back to come into the pit.
And no buyback on Lina means they cannot contest this on Secret. They have the hook, so maybe Zayas goes for a Hail Mary rush in there, but that's all they really have here. No BKB on Resolution, cannot get involved, and Liquid is just going to try and block this hook angle.
Zayas is still in, though. Vacuumed away, snatch on the Aegis. Radiant got the kill, and Zayas will die for his insolence. How dare you?
How dare you? And he did get the last hit though, so mad props, good timing. He did find that angle using his shard, but yeah, God, that fight for Liquid, obviously it really sucks when Matu dies instantly, right? But it revealed where Lina was, and it kind of forced them into a bad fight for them. They are in this choke point on the stairs, right? This big long wall of Zais. Catches everyone that's trying to fight in that area, and they can't really move.
And they're going to catch on Rezo here.
Now.
Yeah, they're trying to bring him down. Is he maledicted? He is. So the Rot going to chase down the DP. The Force Staff back up, gets Rezo a bit of distance. And Frost Shield protecting. Rezo will live and gets back to Fountain. But yeah, you're right. The fact that Boxy was able to stand and fight with Sidekick, I did not expect that amount of lifesteal. But hell, with BKB Basher, this Marcy really packs a punch.
That's what I was gonna say. Is the biggest point of that fight for me was the basher on Boxy. Like as soon as Boxy jumped in there, he got pretty bursted down. I thought that was gonna be the end of his life, but he got the bash off, and the BKB ran out on Nisha. Suddenly he's standing in a wall, under these illusions, taking damage. Mickey hitting from the low ground, obviously not ideal for him, but between the bashes from Boxy and Mickey being able to move onto that high ground, he also timed his Requiem with the end of the BKB on Nisha. So all these things together, they were able to finally control him. Matu obviously just being the one that gives his life for it. So they don't have that in the future, right? The Aegis was given to Mickey, knowing he's the DPS, but it does mean that if Matu dies, he is now dead. And that could be a big point for Secret in their next fight.
Yeah, and if they get a wall illusion of this AC of the Dawnbreaker, getting an illusion of the Lina, you're doing 120% damage from these illusions. Lina and Dawnbreaker, they're slapping their own heroes.
Gonna be very particular fights. There's no real, you can't just easily run in there and brawl. It's very easy for Nisha to just blow up and kill you, but it's also at the same time easy for Liquid to, well, not easy, but it's there's a lot of counter play at this point now that this bash is in play, now that there are ways to control you through your Lincolns and BKB. There are threats. The more items we get, the more threats come out, and you can't just play as brazenly as you were 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, then you have to start reconsidering buyback status, boosted travel potential. And right now, we've got SF, Dawnbreaker, DP, and basically all of the Dire team have buybacks outside of the Pudge, of course, who just used his in that previous fight. So we won't have the same opportunity for Matu to blink in, die, and buyback to come in.
That was big for him, that fight. So if they can... Obviously, they want to get something from this Aegis, and I think it's just going to be looking for kills. They want to kind of claw their way back, bring this net worth back. And Secret looking for an opportunity here, too.
Hookshotting in onto SF. That's a key target, and dies quickly. First life gone. Liquid trying to respond. Matu's still very distant, so it's down to Zaya to get this vacuum wall in, but Boxy can't stand his ground this time. Has to run away, and Mickey with the BKB Silver Edge. Disengaging while Matu jumps in. He wants to be aggressive, misses the hook on Rezo. Dancing away back to safety. As both teams, they chuck the kitchen sink at each other, then just walk it off.
Yeah, they're losing that Aegis, not ideal, but at least you didn't lose heroes, didn't have to expend buybacks, and worst case, you know, lose Matu. I think he was bold blinking in there knowing he had a double BKB if he needed from that refresher, but something that I'm noting is very important, looking at the difference between that fight and the previous one, is that Boxy cannot really afford to jump in on anyone that's not Nisha. That fight, he BKB'd up and went to try and kill Crystallis, but Nisha, having that backwards position, you know, not under threat, is able to just click him and nearly kill him pretty instantly. You're still a support, right? You don't have armor items. You're not 5/6 slide. You need a little bit more time to get to that point. So yeah, Nisha is such a big issue. Maybe Boxy can even look to get a blink or something like that, just so he can wait and see Nisha revealing his position and then get on him. Like, Nisha's even itemizing sort of to deal with that in advance. He's going for this Hurricane Pike. Or at least he's got it queued up and thinking about it, so that if he is in a position like that fight on the Dire Jungle high ground, again, he's able to reposition himself and not have to rely on a clock hook or something to save his life.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Nisha just sold his boots of travel to get a bit more money to maybe try and afford this Pike plus buyback. He doesn't have travels on him, and his courier doesn't have it either.
Oh yeah.
Travel sold. Maybe an indication here that Secret just want to play this 5-man group up. No longer split pushing. With the Lina, they'll have the potential for Dawnbreaker to shove out a wave and then Solar Guardian back in if need be. But now, right now, they are a very tight-knit group all together down in that bottom lane. Liquid.
I've got Satanic.
Liquid just executing these fights to perfection, though, right? You talked about how it's not easy. You know, Secret have quite a linear way in, straightforward, telegraphed, but Liquid have answers. They've got ways with this vacuum play around the other heroes they have.
Yeah.
It just takes so much brain power to read the team fights. Yeah, execute, see the targets you want to be going on. Team comms have got to be clear.
Yeah.
And we'll just wait for next Roshan. It looks like neither team wanting to commit too heavily to anything just yet.
Yeah, I do like the Satanic pickup on Mickey. It makes him a little bit tankier. Obviously, dying with that Aegis there, the biggest thing was that he was very squishy. He is lacking pretty severely on armor. It feels like none of his items are really helping in that way. He wanted survivability in the Butterfly, but with the Lina's speed to pick up that MKB, yeah, he just pretty much melted. I don't think he's the one that wants to be having an AC. It'd be nice if someone could have it.
Yeah, maybe Marcy's job by an AC. Go on, Boxy, get an AC, please. I beg. We've got huge items here. Scythe of Ice on Darks here, as well as the Death Prophet. So these instant forms of initiation from both teams available to them.
Yeah, going into this fight, 4 heroes on Secret, bar Rezo, have buyback, and only Marcy has buyback on Liquid. So you can't even take a fight, say, around this outpost and just rely on buying back and TPing into it and overwhelming Secret with numbers. If Secret get a fight here, I mean, it could just be massively devastating.
And they are smoking, looking for it. Zayat's holding onto his rocket. Doesn't want to give his position away from this mid lane. Liquid charging down from their top jungle in towards mid. They both pass each other. Where's Liquid going to go, though? They're wrapping around down bottom jungle. Insania might be the one to give away the game. No, he goes up the staircase, rejoins his squad.
Rezo has a Hex too.
Yeah, both sides have got hexes.
Hex could decide everything.
We've got the weird standoff across the river again. Secret Radiant team playing Dire side, now cutting waves. Liquid still in that mid lane, even looking for the tier 2 tower here that they can take. Maybe even regain control of that bottom outpost. But overall, Radiant team taking top outpost with Roshan potentially 10 seconds away. That's huge for Secret. It feels like they have
massive, yeah,
the more important positioning.
And look at the creep wave pushing in top. This is something that Liquid have to deal with. They can cut the bot wave, but those two massive waves of mega creeps are going to be pushing in their base. This is not something that can be ignored. They cannot just sit here forever and hope. They have to either move now and make a play, or they have to return to their base and look for a new angle to approach Secret. Secret definitely in that power play right now.
We know, of course, 2 minutes until Roshan, but the teams, they're thinking could be now. Every second for the next 3 minutes. It's like, oh god, Roshan, he's alive.
Dire's middle tower
When's our time? And yeah, they will start filtering back, TPing home, defend against the horde of creeps that's aggressively moving onto your tier 4s.
Oh, Zayat's nearly even finds the hook there on Marcy TPing out. And yeah, what are you thinking now? You're going to push out these waves, but you don't want to go too far. I mean, where's your vision? You have one on that cliff on the triangle, so you see Zayat's and Nisha move back through there. And you have one on the bottom cliff as well. So it's very deep wards, but not ones that cover your jungle. They're going to smoke in because they saw Lina on their vision. And Puppy. They see a lot right now.
Do they know Rezo's in the pit, though? The scythe from Zai starting on Puppy's Lich. 2 hits, all it takes. Dismember on Rezo as well. Liquid start this fight well, but the Abyssal Blade, the pushback, all the disarm on the SF can't turn to fight. Matu still in the pit, hooking back Rezo as this wall, it has blocked the rest of Secret from arriving. Moxie rebounds over the top, and Matu's still stuck inside. Rezo gets through, but dies. The big crit lands. Mickey turning to fight Zayats and Crystallis, but they've got their BKBs up still. Doesn't matter, though. Liquid have battered them into the ground. Lina now, feared up. Nisha tries to Hurricane Pike away, but it's nowhere near enough. Mickey with a monster kill streak. Oh boy, Liquid.
Everything went so well for them. There was that potential for the turnaround when Rezo showed himself in the pit with that Hex, getting it onto Mickey, but force staff, Gary!
Yes, 4 staffs!
Friggin' staff!
Hurricane Pike, 4 staff, everything under the sun to save that SF.
It is the best item in the goddamn game and gets Mickey just out of there in time. An amazing halberd from Rezo nearly helps there though, because Mickey wasn't able to use the Satanic, but that's when Matu comes in with the refresher on, with the refresher shot. He has 3 sets of dismembers and BKBs coming out in this whole fight.
It looks like Mickey's dead to rights, but yeah, bang there with a 4 staff, run it back with a BKB. Crystallis, Solar Guardian's off to the left, but Matu is just in that pit. And Boxy able to disengage from the Guardian means Liquid have this surround on them. They've got this nice concave all around the pit, while Secret, they're stuck in here, trapped by the wall, trapped by their own cogs.
I mean, how good was it for them having that ward? Like, this whole smoke move around play that they made paid off so heavily for them with that ward on that cliff that let them see Lich, let them start the fight the way they wanted to start it.
Oh, Zayats. Oh, Zayats. Are you going to try it? No, he's hexed up. Solar Guardian and a buyback from Lina. Roshan, what is he? 2,000 HP away from death. And Secret with a chance here to come and snipe it. Another wall, Zai drops it. BKB up from Crystallis as they hookshot onto the Shadow Fiend now. Hexed and disarmed, sent back as they do jump in with Boxy, but Aegis in the hands of Crystallis. Shadow Fiend Yules now kept out of the fight for a few seconds longer. Rezo and Mickey both BKBing up while Nisha 4 staffs forward. They've got a Ghost Scepter on Insania. He does have a Blink Dagger, gets the distance. Liquid, they lose their Marcy, and it's Secret to get the Aegis in the end.
It is, but at least it's not Nisha, because the most important thing here is that Nisha used his buyback and he does not have an Aegis. And he is the one doing your damage. Crystallis, he has his own damage in his own right, but it is not the same as Nisha. You kill Nisha, you can win the game off of that right now for Liquid. And they have buybacks. SF has his, Pudge has his. They are definitely in a really good position right now. Even though there's an Aegis, I think there's no illusion that they know that they can take a really game-winning fight now. And we might see a smoke come out from them as a result.
A smoke to smite them.
A smoke to smite them. Thanks. So, yep, rescue that one. Easy clap, easy clap. They don't have vision is the only problem, I think, from Liquid's side. They don't see anything. They don't know where Secret is. I think smoking into them becomes a little bit hard in that respect. But the best thing you can do to kind of help widen that knowledge is push out the waves. You see them being really careful with how they push out top because they don't know if Secret is sitting in their jungle. So, but if you get that wave out and no one's cutting it and no one's coming to push it out, you know that they're not there anymore, and maybe you can go take that area, deward it.
It feels like every one of these team fights needs the WoW Dota music sound backing to them because it's just ridiculous how well both teams are doing this back and forth, utilizing every skill and item. You know, these 4 staffs, the sides of ice. It is perfection. And like a dead even game in terms of net worth and kills. 57 minutes in. We're reaching the
Teams
hour
hate
mark.
us today, man. Teams hate us, bro.
Tier 5 items coming soon.
Honestly, looking into the future a little bit, this must be really devastating for Secret. Playing 2 hour-long games back-to-back, and this is still a best of 3. It might go to 3 games, and then if you win this, you have to play a best of 5 as well. It's like an excruciatingly long marathon that you're running right now.
It's potentially like 9 hours plus, right? If you add in breaks, you're looking at like 10 and a half hours of Dota 2.
This is the biggest test of Secret's life to get to TI, seriously.
Capitan Popan being tested at every step. Zayats. Jetpack in. Who's he gonna see? Zai vacuums too. Gets his BKB out early and did drop the wall, but Chrysalis is there with his Abyssal Blade and the hook shot. They've locked in Zai. Dead, but with buyback, as SF gonna get 4 staff, double time, back towards his base. Has a BKB and a Requiem up as Matsu charges straight onto Chrysalis. They found the Dawnbreaker, but she's got the ability to counteract with the Starbreaker. Still has BKB and Aegis as well, so when she respawns, they've got tools here. Nisha dragged back in, but Laguna Blaze down onto the barge. Vacuum in. Zai has no wall now, though, as the Death Ward is pretty big for Insani with the Aghanim Scepter, doing serious damage to Secret, and Mickey with the Requiem, aiming for Chrysalis. He eats up the cheese, and he's going to Solar Guardian away. Matu couldn't quite grab him. Secret somehow not losing anyone, and Liquid forced a triple buyback. Maybe now they'll get the jetpack in Clockwork, but no!
Oh!
The throne? Oh my god, the throne is dying! Oh, Chrysalis though, dragged back on the dispose. Matumbaban, the wall now dropped on him. The turnaround Starbreaker again, buying more time for the DP to arrive. But Liquid have Rezo surrounded. They've got Dismember here, catch out the Death Prophet. And Dawnbreaker dead for 2 minutes. They've got buyback on DP. But the fear of your throne falling there required the TPs back.
That was so scary. I was just like looking at the creeps in the base. Oh no, there's no tier 4s. Oh, this fight started really nicely for Secret though. Just on Liquid, they wanted to, like, Chrysalis got right up there in the front. I think that was the biggest point of why Secret's fight went so well. He's playing with that Aegis, and he's the one tanking so many like dismembers and aggression from Team Liquid.
Sorry, 12,000 damage from Aghanim's Death Ward. Insane. What a beast.
That's crazy. He's got that Ags. He's got a blink as well. Always getting in position for it.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Lina has to be super careful here. If they manage to find her, then it is probably just the game end with this death timer on Dawnbreaker 2. Is he going for a rapier? Why is he sitting in the secret shop? He is. He's trying to buy it on Nisha. So scary, so scary.
Oh. He's farming up in enemy ancients, but now Secret the ones losing their buildings. Mickey, he's taking down mid. He's taking down bot. And Secret still with no Dawnbreaker for 40 seconds. They know the Nisha was down bottom. They saw him on his way through. It looks like they'll come back, grab the outpost. And just calm down for a sec.
It's stood the test of time. It's nearly full health.
60 minutes in, there's still a tier 1.
That is honestly a reflection of the game, though, right? The fact that Secret have been in control for so long that they haven't even been able to take that top 1 tower on Liquid just goes to show like how rough it has been and how big this comeback is. They've definitely looked to be in a position of power for quite some time, but that last fight, I mean, it was really scary, right? I think one of the biggest things to note was Boxy, every fight, he went for this Blink Dagger. He's been trying to stick it on Nisha, but now Nisha has this Hurricane Pike. The last fight especially, he was able to just push Boxy away, and then he died to just the overwhelming right-click damage plus Rezo's Exorcism, because he kind of stuck with Nisha to make sure he didn't die. So this like buddy POW system and Liquid not quite being able to get in together just made that fight really hard for them and required those buybacks to come back. And you don't have those now. Going into the next fight, Lina has a minute and a half left until her. So while they smoked up, I think it would definitely benefit them here now to just not force anything. Just chill a little bit. You're even on racks taken. Let's just get that buyback back, and then we can go fight, because they won't have theirs on liquid for another 3+ minutes when yours is up.
Man, Ex Machina Pudge.
Yeah, what did they get?
A lot of stuff. Giant's Ring, Mirror Shield over on Secret, Stygian Desolator for the Shadow Fiend, Apex for Marcy, apparently, and Book of the Dead for the Darkseer. Mirror Shield for the DP.
Who has a Giant's Ring? Oh, Chrysalis. Oh my god, he's huge. Oh.
I mean, the ability to, like, go over terrain, it can't be understated how important that can be to disengage, re-engage, poke your head into a team fight and then run away.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. BKB on Insania's Witch Doctor now as well, so we're going to have even more freedom to get these death wards down.
I wonder if Zayats has got... He's getting a little bit of gold going. He's got 3.4k in the bank right now. Obviously going to be trying to save for that buyback. But if he was able to get a refresher, I think that would help a lot with Secret, because the biggest thing that seems to be having an impact right now is when Matu gets in there, the ability to just cancel his Dismember is pretty huge, because he's gone for this refresher. You know, he's trying to pull this play where he can just lock a hero down for such a long amount of time, and Clock can easily disrupt that. Even if he wants to get a BKB, just so he's able to get in that fight and try and disrupt with the spells and not get kind of pushed out by anything. I mean, there's a lot to go. There's a lot of things to consider. We're in late game Dota, you know? There is that Witch Doctor, like you pointed out, doing 11k damage. You know, you gotta kill him at some point as well.
It's difficult.
Yeah, maybe that's his job.
Yeah, cancel Dismember, cancel Death Ward. There's so much on his plate.
Alright.
And I've got a Abyssal Blade on Chrysalis as well, so multiple tools to be able to do that. But another 2 minutes for Roshan to spawn. And both teams, you know, continually contending with these lanes pushing in. Liquid always have to prune away at the top wave. It's kind of nice, you know, dealing with mid. Both are kind of evenly matched. Keep that wave across the river and aim towards Roche, where there's a casual Soul Ring just chilling in the pit. I wonder who that belonged to. Marcy gets off her BKB, has the Giant's Ring as well. Away from the Exo and the hook shot, which were expended there by Secret. So now another waiting period here for Exorcism to come back up. And maybe an opportunity for Team Liquid to make a play. And they're smoking.
DP could buy a refresher. Yeah, he's bought his refresher. I think he sold something to keep buyback, but yeah, now he'll have that second Exorcism in case Liquid force the issue, which they seem to be trying to do.
Yeah, no more Yules. And 2 lanes pushing into Radiant base means this Liquid smoke puts them in a really nice space to get a catch on someone. Looks like Chrysalis knows what's up, though. He's deep behind tier 4s, feeling that something's not quite right on the map and in this world right now. And Boxy gets the D ward inside Secret's base, jumping away. Zayat's trying to scout him out with flares and jetpacks. Roshan now, but 15 seconds away. So both squads going to vie for control around the pit. Vision is up for Secret here in a decent spot to fight around it. But Boxy already knew that was there, and he's likely just going to come across and de-ward that quickly.
Dude, taking a fight there on Secret could have been so big. I know it's like a whole what if and stuff, but if they'd known they were there, running into them is not exactly the worst decision. They only have 1 buyback on SF, whilst Secret have 5, and the wave was pushing in top, so every moment that they're like preoccupied fighting outside your base is a moment that the creeps are trying to kill.
It's so nice having...
Yeah, it's all theory.
Yeah. It's so nice having this Giant's Ring with a gem. Like, Boxy just walks up onto high ground, spotting Vision. Oh, but this could be the difference maker. DD rune bottom.
Oh.
Who's going to get their hands on it? Nisha still hasn't bought his rapier yet. Not enough money for that and buyback, it looks like, is what he's waiting for. And
Radiant's top tower is under
I do think there needs to be a buddy system in these fights for Secret. So like, if Puppy is making sure that he's always got that frost armor on Nisha versus Boxy, and just making sure you're not overcommitting in these fights and sticking with Nisha, allowing him to output that damage and not just die.
the jump, disposed back. Zayats inside the Ghost Scepter and Eon Disc pops. Vacuum in. Chrysalis is under the wall. gets off his Starbreaker and bashes back Matu, so no dismember, no refresher for him. As the Exo from Rezo contending with the Marcy, but in comes Liquid. They're battering down on Crystallis. The Dawnbreaker's dead, and there's Death Ward. It shreds. Resolution's got to run. Zaya's Clockwork trapped on the northern side, destroyed by Boxy's Marcy. Boxy now has fully scaled into a hard-hitting core.
He has. You say that again. Oh. Yeah, that. Try. You know, I didn't have the time to speak of Liquid's conditions to win a fight. Yeah, having a sitting on a ward like that on the high ground, having Secret run into you, that's a great way. Nice toss back by Boxy.
It's a sneaky play from Secret, but it's a bit desperate. They get in the pit. There's Illusion scouting them. And Liquid now, they've been given time. Those buybacks, you said they were down, but now majority of them back up. As it looks like they pop the Ex Machina. They've got BKB Blink for Matu ready. Boxy, not going to get hooked, walks into the pit. And Matu shows his face there. Roshan down to half HP though. The vacuum wall. Zai, 3 of them now trapped inside the pit. Nisha trying to focus down Roshan while Matu just dismembers into Zaya's Clockwork. Try and catch and kill him while inside the Roche. Nisha gets burst down by Boxy in the Death Ward. Oh, let it go. Beautiful from Liquid. 2 heroes down with no buybacks, and this might just be game over. They've got the Lich, they've got the Roche, they've got game 1.
Not quite. There are 2 buybacks, and Lena's still alive, but yes, they are very, very close to it. And
It's a 5v3.
I mean, that fight was massively good for them. This Boxy Giant Spring is actually having so much impact. His ability to not have to fully commit in with like rebound. He can just pop his head in the pit, punch a couple times, and then move out of like vision for Secret. Like, it's so hard to deal with him doing all this damage on top of that. These tier 5 neutral items really changing the game.
I mean, Insania's nearly got his Death Ward back up again. It's only a 60-second cooldown.
Crazy, dude.
This Witch Doctor's cracked. He's just going to come back into tier 4s. The buyback there from the Lich. I mean, it's a 6v3, having Aegis and Cheese. They've got this sidekick talent now, giving the spell immunity over to Mickey. They'll glyph up the tier 4 towers for now, Team Secret, but Liquid, what's stopping them? Just going for more. Yeah. They're biting at the base. 1 tier 4 down. Frost Shield comes out from the Lich.
Full buybacks up on Liquid.
Doesn't have the talent yet on the Lich, so there's no HP regen, and the vacuum in. Trying to drag Puppy and Rezo a bit closer. Matu being focused, down by Nisha, but the throne is open. McKay getting the damage in onto it. Trying to bring down the big building as the buyback from Matu comes in, kills Nisha, and there it is. Game over.
Oh my god. It's hard, it's definitely hard to defend with 3 people, but my god, what a game from Liquid, being in such a rough position and coming back the way they did. Their team fight execution had to be perfect, and my god, it was. Over and over again, this team showed why they deserve to stand and get to TI. Honestly, I'm so impressed. I love watching this team. I love watching Boxy scaling up into that core. Zai getting these amazing hexes to start each fight.
It was superb from Secret in that early game, right? And getting the first 2 lanes of barracks. Looks like they were in a dominant position to take game 1. But you were talking about it, the really intricate plays from Liquid to win these team fights. The Zai Darkseer having a rough lane, but then transferring all his energy into that mid to late game team fight prowess, which he showed through these vacuums and walls. It was just a beauty to watch. Team Liquid taking game 1 here in this best of 3. Team Secret got to think forward. Game 2 coming up right around this corner.
under attack.
Such a thing should be studied from all sides.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
This is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back. Here we are, game 2 ready and underway with the draft getting started between Team Secret and Team Liquid. It's the lower bracket final. These teams have already guaranteed themselves last chance qualifiers, so they're looking towards the grand finals. Cheapo, game 1 was a long one, over 60 minutes, back and forth, but Team Liquid coming out victorious with some superb team fights.
They really did bust their asses to take those fights to the absolute max. It felt... I just want to highlight Pudge as a hero. He is so weird to me. Are you feeling it too? Like, this early game, if they're not having a good game, he feels absolutely worthless. But the later and later and later and later it goes, suddenly he's dismembering someone and they are disappearing from reality. Like, he does so much damage, so much lockdown. This hero is crazy in the late game.
Team Secret.
Yeah, and then you get to tier 5 items. Suddenly he's got, Giant's Ring or Ex Machina or something. He's got double BKBs, Refresher Orbs, where he's got multiple dismembers. Yeah, all sorts of stuff there to get on top of those key heroes like the Lina in that previous game. And it's got to be said, Liquid with some scaling supports as well. Marcy, we know, is able very easily with BKB Basher to output enormous amounts of damage. And Roxy was 1v1ing the Nisha Lina. 15k net worth against 50k net worth, doesn't matter. You got a Marcy on your team, just unleashing on her. And Witch Doctor, my god. First phase Witch Doctor, Insania showed what that hero can do.
Insania was sick. And he even wanted to go for like an early Blink Dagger on it, but realized that he couldn't and went for like some other items just to help the game out a little bit more. And then after that, they went back, got it, was always in position and just doing the maximum amount of damage. It was super insane. This guy is a beast.
Yeah, living up to his name. And these first sets of bans, Marcy gone, not allowing the first big Marcy for Team Secret. Undying DP Chen, the others to join her, means Enigma gets through. But we've seen Team Liquid with this Venge and with this Mars really do well against the Enigma throughout the game.
Yeah, it was, especially Goon Squad is the game I keep thinking back to throughout this qualifier, where I've never seen an Enigma feel so pressured and struggle into a Venge like that hard. I really saw a lot of the benefits of this hero and how good it was. It's stressful because I think of this hybrid build from Enigma where he doesn't go just like a Blink BKB whatever and focus only on Black Hole. Now because they're going for Urns, because they're going for Wraith Packs, it means that you're delaying this timing of a Lincoln Sphere way later into the game, right?
Science is feeling it already. He's rubbing it in his eyes. It's already a long day and setting up to be even longer. Hour-long games, a few pauses between matches. Yeah, you're right, and Liquid, they kind of like this minus armor strat against Enigma as well. Not just in lane to deal with Eidolons and kill them off. You think about the Venge, we've had the Gyro, the Alchemist come out. But it does pretty well when Enigma launches that Black Hole. Like, yeah, he might have BKB Lincolns 50 minutes into the game, but if you're getting right-click down 3 times to kill you, then your BKB and your Black Hole just ends.
Yeah, and even then, 50 minutes into the game, people probably have other ways to break that Lincolns, or you're looking at 100 other ways to win team fights as a condition. So, many things to think about. I like you bringing up the Gyrocopter. That was one of the lanes that seemed the most effective to me, when they would just stun with the Venge and then just use the Flat Cannon to kind of harass down the lane. It was kind of a way where, even if you're not killing Enigma, you're making him feel pressured where they are lower in health, like Tusk, for example. He wants to get in there and really go on you as a carry, go on your carry, sorry. But if he's half health, then him committing with like a Snowball and Ice Shard suddenly becomes a lot riskier. So the carry's going to matter a lot, both for protecting Venge and lane from them going on him with the Enigma stun and Tusk stun, but also, just to survive, to live, to farm.
Well, I like that Kunker ban. We've seen what Nisha can do with that very early on, just like bracers, phase boots, BKB. You're running around, catching and killing. It's nice to be able to play into lanes with Tusk and Enigma as well with that catch you've got. And equally, Secret banning out this Bristle and the Shadow Fiend. SF, we saw what Mickey can do with that.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh, there's a lot of ways now that the draft can go. Because Venge, whilst she's going to be threatening this Enigma, the best thing you can do to play against Avenge is make her have to swap. So you can give different challenges, right? So say there's a Batrider on Team Secret as well as the Enigma. Venge has to decide, do I swap to save the hero that just got lassoed and give Enigma a way to black hole, or do I have to wait and save it and wait for this swap for the black hole to cancel it? It can kind of be a big issue, even if on paper it looks like, oh, they have Venge into these two heroes. Yeah, great, easy win.
Yeah, I mean, along that line, I would like to see Liquid ban out the Monkey King. You know, it has been one of Chrysalis's go-to heroes, and it's another thing where it's like, do I swap Monkey out? Do I swap the guy that's in the Wukongs out to save them? It gives another threat there around the black hole, and something that Secret, have loved to do. One of their previous drafts against Enigma Galaxy that we were casting was like Enigma Tusk, Monkey. I think they had like a Witch Doctor and they had a Slark as well. So yeah, it was Enigma Tusk, Monkey King were 3 of their 5 heroes.
Yeah, lots of issues to deal with. Obviously, there's also that backline catch type draft you could go for. Your Tusk already is going to want to go that Blink Dagger, so if you have something like a Park that's able to just go in and be a complete nuisance, I'm not that keen on Void Spirit as a hero, but something along these lines. Pango as well could be pretty good for Team Secret. We've seen how nicely Nisha can play that hero as well, so it's not like you don't even need it from the off lane. That hero's always been pretty valued into Mars because you don't care at all about the arena.
10 seconds remaining.
Offers a way to get into that Vengeful Spirit, offers a way to pressure the map and fight with your
5
Tusk.
seconds remaining.
Really very deliberate banning here. Like, how long did we take for that Viper ban? A good minute and a half from Poppy to take that out in the end.
Yeah.
Liquid.
You got lots to think about with these bans. You're playing against Liquid. This Mars alone, Mickey is more than happy to play it. Right? It's not, you can't just put it on Zai and call it a day. You have to consider these off laners. You have to consider carries. You have to consider mids. They haven't shown a core confirmed yet on Liquid. You don't know where Mars is going.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
And there is that Monkey ban, leading into Team Liquid's 3rd pick now.
5 seconds
Hey,
remaining.
We should just see another support, I think.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I wouldn't mind another way to deal with this Enigma black hole, just for reliability to kind of counter it. They themselves could pick something like Pango if they wanted to put Mickey on the Mars, but I think that's a little bit too telling for this stage of the game. I think you want to save your core for the next pick.
It feels like this is where Liquid would usually pick up like their Tiny or something, but I think with the rise of Clockwork, that might also be, be in their sights right now, thinking about, hey, we've got that opportunity. Or even, okay, I was going to think even like another save, like a Shadow Demon is something they've gone towards, but Dark Willow here, the combo with Mars is just always spectacular.
Yeah, this is a save for you. It's not, straightforward the way that Avenge Swap is, but covering your carry with Terrorize is pretty massive in the early mid-game before BKBs come out. Like Enigma 2, if he's going for this Wraith Pact,
5 seconds remaining.
like Blink Dagger, just to even try and get to use his spells, he's not going to have his BKB for quite some time, and Dark Willow is going to be really effective. So it's offensive and defensive. It's a really nice support who's been gaining traction recently.
And great in the lane as well with the Mars. Oh, hello, Team Secret.
Puppy.
The Puppy Centaur.
Yeah.
I had it previously up against ITB, and it looked solid.
I'm
It's
actually a
quite
fan.
greedy.
I'm genuinely a fan. If Centaur swerves into being a pos 5 hero, I'm actually not against it. I
10
really liked how it
seconds
looked on
remaining.
Puppy.
He was pretty greedy with it. I mean,
5
he went
seconds
Tranquils, Glimmer Cape, then got the Blink a little bit later on. He was helped out by the fact he got a Philosopher's Stone, so we'll see if that comes into play. It did look incredibly solid, and with multiple forms of initiation, they've got what you were talking about, that kind of back and forth. You're baiting Team Liquid to maybe expend teamfight spells or save people from the Snowball, the Blink Stomp, even a Static Link from Razor now as Team Secret grab him.
10
So
seconds
it's nice to pick stuff with mobility of some form. So like Morphling into
5
Razor is not
seconds
bad.
remaining.
We've seen PA a bit in the past with that ability to to blink out. We've seen overwhelming damage as a response to Razor, so Sven would be a carry that would work really well in the lane versus Enigma with that cleave, and as well provide you with the damage to not care about the link. We've seen, I mean, they could pick something like, God, what's decent? They could go for that gyrocopter and go for something that just has range and doesn't want to get super close up and personal.
And they could go for the Lena here though, right?
Lena? As for just mid?
For Team Liquid, just to put it mid, yeah.
Yeah, I'd be down for that as well if they wanna save the Matu hero for last. You see your off lane and you see your carry matchup, so like in my head it makes sense to pick the carry, but if you think that you just want Matu to be this overall super win condition and you think Lena is solid enough for your lineup, I'm super down for it. I'm down for that.
Nice. And there's the gyro. Called for it and it comes. I was thinking
they just like this against Enigma.
It's like Lena's such a solid mid lane hero. It's like, you know, who contends with her? You've got 2 bans to cover her.
Yeah.
But I guess, yeah, favoring this gyro against that Enigma with the wave of terror to kill Eidolons off. Can potentially struggle against Razor going into mid game. And depending on what we see from him, just getting a static link onto gyro definitely can make him suffer with Stampede, Snowball, and Blinks from these 3 utility initiation heroes that Secret started with. We've even seen Blink Razors, you know, to jump on the gyro and static link him.
I was actually thinking the exact same thing. And then, because that's when I started thinking about other matchups with Razor, like the Lena, where if he gets on top of Lena, it doesn't really matter because the damage that she does just puts him off of her. But I think for Gyro, that isn't quite the case because he's sort of this hybrid carry doing a lot of magic damage as well as physical damage. I'm not sure he does enough to dissuade Razor, especially if he's able to get a halberd and stuff like that on top of things. That could be like the perfect answer to this vengeful spirit where Razor is causing such an issue for your gyrocopter that you have to swap him out or swap the Razor away, and that gives you space for your Enigma to get in there.
Yeah, I mean, what are we going to end up with here? With 4 bans, all of them going to be mid lane heroes. The pools are shrinking for both Mika and Nisha, but what are you thinking? You mentioned the Pango earlier. Is that still something?
I'm still keen on that, yeah.
Okay.
I think Puck is really nice for Secret as well if they want it. Just because like they don't have any instant lockdown to deal with him. It's very much, I think he can phase shift and get away with a lot. Right. I think the only problem is any mobility hero mid is going to have a little bit of a struggle with Dark Willow. Oh, goodbye Puck.
Yeah, bye-bye Puck.
Yeah, like all these spirits and stuff, they really hate playing into Dark Willow. The Brambles are really obnoxious, especially when you get the shard.
And what's happened to Batrider these past few games? He's just completely ignored.
I don't know. I guess Zai is the one that usually plays it on Liquid, so maybe Mika is just like not feeling it, and that's why Liquid don't want to play it.
Yeah, wanting to put him on one of these mixed damage heroes rather.
Yeah, Nisha doesn't really play it either, so I guess that's just why. What can we see here? Who has to pick first? Secret.
Yeah, are either of these teams, lacking any tower push or anything? Because it seems like they've got lanes and team fight completely covered already.
Yeah. Damn, all my first pick mids are gone. They took out Nisha, Invoker, they took out the Pango, Puck is gone, the Quap's gone. These are all like just the best mid heroes that both teams have been playing.
So did you want Pango for Liquid or did you want Pango for Secret?
I wanted it for Secret.
Okay. Batrider. There he is, finally at the very end.
And now Lena, it looks like the best option maybe. Although she can die, she's vulnerable mid.
Ember
but it is
something that some players have been using a little bit against Bat.
Yeah, but they've been feeding too. I've really hated Ember every single time I've seen it.
Slog.
Honestly, maybe. He was one of those heroes I was thinking about when I talked about the mobility.
Ooh. Well, he's got a bit of mobility. Heavenly Jump. We've seen it a couple of times.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is what Liquid picked against Entity when they played with the Batrider. They picked Zeus, and I think they won mid. Bat died at 5 minutes as well. So I think Liquid have a pretty clear idea of how they want to play into the Batrider.
And Liquid are very good at rotating into towards mid as well, right? Willow and Venge both offering stuns and control, able to utilize Zeus's damage early on and maybe shut down Nisha here. But Team Secret with some really strong lanes of their own. Razor, Centaur, Tusk with that Enigma. You've got tag team Eidolons. There's a lot going on here in game 2 between Liquid and Secret. Of course, Liquid 1 game up in this best of 3, heading down in that lower bracket towards the grand final where Entity await them. Are you leaning one way or the other? After an hour-long game, do you think that's getting to either of these teams? Like a Secret with 2 hour-long games in a row.
Say it would get to Secret more. Yeah, I'm definitely leaning more towards the potential for Secret here. Just I feel like they have pretty strong lanes, and Gyro for me is a carry that without an IO, he can sometimes falter and struggle a little bit. Their lane should probably be fine, but you're still getting your range creeps denied pretty consistently by the Enigma. I guess the ganking as well from Batrider, like that's more scary for me, right? Zeus is gonna have that level 6 pressure, but his TP responses and stuff are a lot more limited than what a Bat can do. If Bat is
Yeah.
able to farm mid, not die, and have a good game, get those boosts of travel, and yeah, it's gonna maybe ride a lot on how involved Matu can get on his gyro. Maybe if he can swing mid, push
Yeah.
tower, stuff like that.
Zai's item build as well. You know, maybe we'll see this. We've already started to see the shift back towards Blink Dagger, away from that BKB rush to give you more teamfight initiation and that surprise catch, which teams are opting for. But here's hoping for another hour-long game. It's not. It's not in my predictions anymore. There's no guess the timer on it. Production's also saying, please.
Production stepped in to say no.
I want tier 5 items. That's all I want. That's what my dream is.
Okay. Stay coping. I can't handle another one. Why us? Give them to OD Pixel.
A bit of a change up in the warding here as well. Like looking at the bot lane, that's kind of interesting. Early Radiant Observer ward, very deep. Actually saw
30 seconds.
Liquid come down here and place theirs.
What's the lane? It's Puppy and Razor Centaur versus Mars Willie. That is curious. I feel like there's no real threat of an early rotation from the support. Maybe that's what they think will happen. They think they're gonna tri-lane them, and that's what they're looking for. They want to see if Insania will join bot and look for that kill on Chrysalis to give Zai a really good start. I'm not sure.
No, definitely curious.
The battle
Well, Secret going to start with 4 heroes bottom. Get the Radiant side bounty runes quite easily. Even pinging the high ground. Maybe thinking that they know there's an observer ward there. And we'll get our lane set up. As we will shift Zai down bottom. So they see the Mars down there. They know that he's going to be laning with the Boxy Dark Willow. So Chrysalis and Puppy, they can stick it in this bottom lane.
Now, this Centaur's going to be a little bit of an annoyance with the amount of health and tankiness and HP regen. You know, 8 health regen, and this is without even chowing down on a Tango. He's going to be able to literally just click Zai and make his life a misery. And Chrysalis also, like, the more levels he gets, is 2 points in stack link. It's going to be really annoying because Zai and Boxy, the way they want to play is being able to put down this Brambles and spear through it and do a lot of damage that way. And kind of look to just combine their spells well. Zai always going to want to be able to get that spear off on Chrysalis, but if Puppy's up in his face and they're both going on him, Puppy could be the one that tanks that spear and lets Chrysalis like keep sticking on him.
Yeah, definitely feels like the more interesting lane with all the tools they've got. Like already we saw the lane split. Puppy was battling with Zai, now focusing on chipping away at Boxy's regen early on. Coming in behind the Zai Mars, forces the God's Rebuke, so there is no Centaur Stomp. There's also Chrysalis draining damage from the Willow early, not focusing on the first like 2 last hits, and came back to the wave under tower to secure some.
Do you want me to overhype something?
Go for it.
Oh my god! Mickey Zeus 6 denies at 1.5 minutes! He's owning this mid! There's no way of comeback! Whoa!
Good job. Exceptionally done. Chrysalis
Liquid are diving top, holy moly.
Oh god, yeah they are. Kill those Eidolons. Finish him off. And Rezo's pretty low here, gonna have to get those tangos going. But yeah, it's a big dire creep wave. They're trying to make sure that Rezo doesn't have the easy CS. Zaya's trying to lap it up. Well, down at bottom, Chrysalis being forced back, Rezo being stunned top. And Secret, if they don't get these last hits and the experience up here, they're dragging the wave all to the tier 2, but then there's a wave on their tier 1 doing some damage already.
Usually you TP to the tower as an offlaner here when the carries are just standing in between you and the lane, but you can't do it because you're so low health and it's way too risky. Like the kill threat is so high. That was massively high level.
Zayat's trying to get a bit of damage on Matu there to force them back. This is why we see this Gyro Avenge lane really is one of the answers to the Enigma lanes. Yeah, okay, you're dragging wave, you're denying creeps. I'm just going to keep pushing forward. Play aggressively with the stuns from Homing Missile and Magic Missile. I've got plenty.
It's genuinely such a good plan because of the 2 creeps that Enigma denies, it means the wave is going to double up and push in. So you're just abusing that by using the strength of your wave to go under the tower, and they can't fight into it because there's so many creeps. Right? You're just gonna take too much damage. You're gonna aggro all of them if you try and squat up. It's just not something you can do. So yeah, really nice play from Liquid there, and they're playing this lane super well. Really.
Say goodbye to your Eidolons. Gone again. Well, down at bottom, would have a play by Boxy there. It's just whittling away at Chrysalis. As soon as they see Puppey come back in, they don't want to continue brawling. And mid is kind of evened out a little bit better for Nisha. 14-1, yeah, it's 18-9 for Mickey. He's definitely doing very well in this mid lane. Not allowing those sticky napalms to stack up. Always falling back to reset.
Every deny counts. Being able to make sure Nisha reaches his level 6 later, or any kill threat later, just gonna be useful for him. I think bot lane. Do they know Puppey's not there? No, they're not going to be able to go. Zai's very happy as long as this lane is in front of his tower. Just for him, whenever you're playing into Razor, like Razor wants the space in the lane to chase up the entire like lane with his Stag Link and stuff. But not giving that to him, keeping this equilibrium so far up, it just makes the Liquid boys very happy, very safe.
Yeah, then even the threat to spear someone through brambles under tower. If Chrysalis does ever find himself out of position, that is an opportunity for Liquid to exploit. Yeah, Puppey doing a very good job, though, zoning away Boxy and Zai. Get Chrysalis healed up and drag the wave to a position of safety in front of his tier 1, at least for now.
It does feel like everyone really wants the supports to stay in the side lanes. I'm wondering if there will even be a lot of rotations for the power runes. Because the war runes are going completely ignored, because in the top lane, you know, if Insania leaves, Matu, suddenly he's at risk of dying because the lane is always going to be pushing back towards Rezo's tower. I think Insania and Matu have shown their willingness to go extremely aggressively onto Rezo. If Zayats leaves, that could potentially leave a kill threat there. Oh, I missed the ice shards. And then, yeah, in this bot lane, they really want to just try and harass Chrysalis and get him down as much as they can.
Yeah, they're bullying, but Boxy into the Shadow Realm away from that final hit from Razor, and the Stomp not landing on the Willow. Try and get a bit more damage onto Zai. Puppey attempting the body blocks, the spear away. Plasma Field doesn't land because of it. Puppey still aiming for this kill, but very tanky Mars going to bring a salve out to himself as well. While top lane, there's a homing missile and the potential for a magic one. Insania doesn't launch it, just forcing them back while that creep wave does meet the tier 1 for Matu to farm. I also want to point out that Mickey going for Arcane Boots 1, delaying his bottle. He's not going for any of these runes, right? Because he's scared of Batrider chasing him. He just wants to sit by his tower, zapping creeps and denying when they come into his tier 1 range.
He's happy mid, for sure. The fact that he hasn't died, the fact he's free farming, all these denies, he's a happy boy.
Oh, Zai. Another good God's Rebuke. Pushes Chrysalis back, trying to get himself through the brambles. The maze set there by Boxy. Even going to go into the Shadow Realm for another touch. And they've
Everyone's
actually put
playing
them...
life on the edge. Ooh.
Yeah, like Zai's playing on 100 HP this past 2 minutes. Chrysalis and Puppey also looking a little worse for wear, while back into mid. Zayat's rotated, dodges the Thunder God's Wrath, though. Gets away with murder here with a lasso on to Mickey, but still dying. And Mickey, oh my god, he survived. 3 stacks of sticky with a flame break on him. He will tick down in the end. Not even Insania's rotation can survive through that with so much damage from the Batrider.
That dodge was sick. But getting away as well, not getting away, sorry, but nearly getting away as well, would have been so good for him, but luckily for Nisha, he gets that little kill.
He missed the spear this time, so the full link, and Puppey wrapped in behind him. Might even unlock a kill on Boxy here. There's a Courier and a Dark Willow to pick off, but he's going to take 2 hits to take him down, and they can't close the gap, and now Mickey arrives. TP rotation back in. Chrysalis has that stick, and he's got raindrops as well, so yeah, Mickey realizing not one they can keep chasing for. While up in the top jungle, Insania TPing away from Bat. They just flick your eyes from one lane to another as Nisha steals the stack from Liquid.
Oh geez, that's a big stack as well. And they did this last time they played the Venge Gyro, just making sure Venge like keeps going to the camps and stacks them with the Wave of Terror, and trying to make sure that there's a backup plan for Matu when they finish laning. Having that stolen is pretty massive. Both teams have put the ward down there, so they know what's going on.
And pretty perfect time to steal stacks as well. 7 minutes in, you've got neutral items there. 2 of them for Nisha.
Well,
Holds onto a Tumbler's toy. Liquid even looking for the vision, which isn't even there from Secret. And this is all a bit of breathing room for resolution. Yes, his Eidolons are going to die, but he's getting much more out of this lane now the Avenger started to rotate around. And Zayats is forcing it. Snowball into Insania. But Mickey joins up with his captain with an onslaught of magic damage. And they'll take down Zayat's tusk. Zayat's tusk? Blech.
Zayat Tusk.
Oh, and an Arcane Rune for Mickey as well.
Going
Okay.
on to
Chase onto Nisha. Gets off his Firefly, but stunned up now. Lassos into Dark Willow. Thunder God's Wrath isn't enough to kill off the bat. And Mickey's the one being turned around on. Puppy came in at the perfect time to allow the Batrider to give on chase with the Flame Break. They finish him off, and Puppy doesn't even die.
Doesn't die, and Nisha is now very close to his boost of travel. It's only 8 minutes, and he has a full wand of bottle, boots, and windlace, and about to finish that boost of travel. That is pretty big for him, and it also means that there's now so much more threat on the map. You're looking at Resolution, who is level 6. He's not skilled up his Black Hole, but if he can get it at level 7 and match with this boost of travel timing, right, then suddenly it's like, okay, now there's actually threat in the lane. Now you have to be really scared of this Enigma. Maybe you can even bring another support up top, look to get a kill with that boost of travel rotation and take the top tower, because they want to take this tower. Right now, Rezo is really being pushed off the lane by Gyrocopter, but it looks like, yeah, they're just going to TP straight top, even without these boosts of travel. And is he going to farm the camp? Oh, there's a stack for him, and that should be his travels, and then they can look to start converting that into some kills.
And then on the other side of the map, Liquid saw Chrysalis's courier coming down bot. I think they've got a good idea. If they scan under tower, they'll know the Razor is trapped down here. Zai. Smoke breaking. Matsuma Man just shows his face on the tier 1, and there's the dire scan. Can they find him in time? The arena, but not fast enough with the spear. Couldn't see the Razor. And Chrysalis already out of there. Very quickly swings towards mid and then runs top.
Don't get the kill, but you secure the tower, so it's alright. Not the worst, even though you're sad to use arena like that. Oh, both teams should just take these towers.
And then you've got Boxy, leeching a bit of experience mid.
Dire's top tower.
Bring Insania in here. But a DD rune grabbed by Nisha's bat. And yeah, traveling up towards top.
Yeah. Nisha is, even though he can't get like a kill right now, because everyone's playing sort of together and in these safe spaces, he's taking the jungle away from Liquid. Like, them taking bot tower is sort of their solution to this. Oh, God, they're even gonna just try and get these creeps if they can, but nah, Nisha steals it all.
It's all his.
Yeah, taking bot and focusing on that, definitely part of their solution. It means it gives Matu and Zai sort of the space to play around here, and then when the arena comes up, they can go mid with it if they want to look for a kill.
Yeah, they have an overwhelming amount of damage, right? With cooldown, all this magic damage out of Gyro. Zeus has his ulti back up again as well. So inside the arena, the Secret could get picked off, especially since Boxy is about to hit level 6 now. Will get Snowball towards, throws down the Brambles, gets into Shadow Realm. Mickey, he fell back just a little bit too far. Maybe could have had a turnaround onto Zions there. At the very least, they keep Boxy alive. Top jungle fully controlled by Secret, though. Like I've been saying, Resolution. He's now got his black hole. Now
They're
his
just
Vlad's
focusing on
coming.
getting 6 now on their supports.
And Insania holding out that top wave. Liquid under a lot of Secret vision, though. There's this wall of wards from top jungle down towards the Ancients area. Now, Secret can see a lot, but I'm not sure they caught this smoke from Boxy and Zai. They're not playing into vision of their own, so it is a bit blind heading into that bottom jungle. When Puppy and Zayat show mid, they'll be like, okay, 2 supports there. There must be cores nearby farming jungle camps. And they walk into an empty camp now as well, so they've got a very good idea that someone was just here.
They could look to fight around mid if they have yeah, Mickey's near. I think they just want to play around this ward.
Got it.
He just shows on it. He's playing really carefully. I think he knows what's up as well, because at this point you haven't been showing on your Mars for like at least a minute.
Well, find Puppy. He's a very tanky fella, though. A lot of magic damage comes his way. 4 Liquid heroes. Centaurs, no matchup against the numbers they bring.
Yeah. Did they smoke under that Radiant Ward on the triangle? I actually didn't see where they smoked.
See, I think they were a little deeper. I think they were closer to like the more northeastern ward spot. So I'm pretty sure that they weren't spotted.
Okay.
It's just a good read from Nisha there. Understanding that, like you said, they've not showed Mars. There's something not quite right. But a good take on that tier 1 from Liquid.
Radiant's middle tower
And
is under
this is all map space in that bottom jungle for them now, so they can just play down here. Zayats gets away from the maze. Nisha coming across, though. Arena required. Zayats in on top of the Mars. The Terrorize there, pushing the Bat back into the side of this arena, but the Thunder God's Wrath not quite enough. They can't finish him off, and Boxy, left to his own devices, zapped down by Crystallis.
Man, Nisha's tanky. They used Thunder God's Wrath to terrorize the Bedlam and getting that spear into the wall and fearing him into the wall, and all of that together was not enough. I mean, Jesus Christ, that is pretty rough. That's pretty much all your spells, and tells you that you need to commit maybe a couple more heroes into your fights. I guess for Liquid right now, your Mars is looking towards getting a Blink Dagger next. He's not going for that BKB rush. I think they kind of want to try and outpace what Secret are doing, because you look at Enigma, he's got this Vlad's and you know, he's not going to get a BKB anytime soon. So you can definitely take some really good fights with a Blink on Mars if Zai is able to farm that.
Secret looking to try and regain a bit of control down here. Did get the D ward. Liquid had placed down a little earlier. It feels like they're in this waiting mode. Waiting for Rezo to get his items. Waiting for Crystallis to get this BKB. So it feels like they'll have a bit of a passive time while Batrider's the chaos creator. He is that tempo setter that wants to be playing with Zayat's Tusk smoked up towards the top jungle. And they're going to come in contact with Mickey Zeus, it looks like. A quick Firefly, but an even quicker Heavenly Jump gets the distance out of that Tumbler's toy range. Nisha was trying to utilize. And now they're pinging out top, saying, hey, Matu and Insania, they're up here by their tier 2. If they press out any further, you could find a catch.
I genuinely feel a little bit of frustration there. I mean, maybe they can get a kill on Puffy here. Here's that
Terrorize.
He's fine.
Radiant's bottom
But
tower is under attack.
I think they're playing pretty nicely on Liquid, because Gyro always just has Venge behind him.
Not this time. Venge in
Well, no.
Venge in front of him. He'll tank the gank, though. Stampede with the lasso, trying to drag Insania away. I'll secure that kill.
But yeah, like this is the fruits of your pressure. You ran twice now into this jungle trying to look for Matu, and you just keep getting kind of. There's nothing you can really do. I mean, Matu's showing top, but Venge is right behind him. You try and go on him, he gets that swap. You know, you try and smoke into him, Venge is breaking that smoke. Insania is just playing right now, knowing that Matu is the one at the most threat, playing in that top jungle, which is where Secret ideally want to be playing.
Puppy might have stepped forward a little bit too far. Steppy, up he goes, down he goes. Those ramps and staircases. Not where he wants to be, and they will get the black hole onto Zai. He's going to be taken down here by the Walrus Puncher Zayats. Matu and Boxy were looking to latch on to the remnants of that fight, but not quite speedy enough across into that Radiant jungle.
It feels like their goals so far have been to look for the bigger goals, like the Zeus and the Gyro, these carries, because Zai is going for a utility build. But they're settling in the end for using Black Hole on him, for getting what they can, because I feel like Zai has been making some kind of illegal movements with how much he's farming bot side of the map. Especially when Boxy's kind of rotating away and leaving him alone there.
Now, that's why I was a little worried about how passive they are being on Secret. You know, waiting for these items, waiting for Enigma and the Razor to feel ready and feel strong. You know, quite often we see, I'm going to bring it up again, the LGD effect, where they know that they're strong and they can take these surprise fights where they smoke and they find a catch, or they force a team fight around key objectives without their items even. But in this kind of game, I think Secret probably have it right. You know, you can't fight into Arena, Thunder God's Wrath, into the Dark Willow. There's just so much team fight here from Team Liquid. You need these items to actually feel comfortable.
Blink on Zai, can go smoke.
Time to go.
And it's really good to do it now if you can, because Bat is just about to finish his BKB, which is when Secret will want to make a move. They're finishing BKB soon on Razor as well. They're finishing Blink on Tusk soon. They're 1,000 gold from Blink on Enigma. Puppy getting his pipe any second now. Like, right now is probably the weakest that Secret will be for the next 5 minutes. You have terrorize up. You can make a move if you want. You've taken that mid and bot tower though, so you don't have a true objective to go for. You're not strong enough to do Roche right now. Really, it feels like Liquid is just trying to farm up Matu as strong as they can until he feels like he's strong enough to take a fight. If you can get a pick off or a small little skirmish with the arena and terrorize, I mean that's a win, but
And they're just holding onto this tier 1 as well. No launch pad for Secret to get into enemy ancients to really safely control Roshan either. Like Mickey just sits
so
here
close.
zapping creep waves over and over again. Yeah.
yeah.
Like Enigma
Liquid
is all
had
your
to commit-
push.
Exactly, right? Like Liquid had to commit 5 heroes and get a pick off just to take mid tower. And that's kind of the only way they can. Like both teams struggle to just sit and siege things. And
That's the result of Chen and DP and all these being banned early days in the draft. Not having your hands on those objective takers. But here comes Liquid. Aghanim Scepter up on Matu. Arena Blink ready for Zai. They scan forward, and that might just clip onto the Razor here as he moves towards his Ancients. It's close. They get the high ground vision. They see him now. Crystallis, an easy pick off. The carry dead for Team Secret. And they're quickly moving back up to top. Nisha has shown on the wave. And they might have a good idea that here that Zayat has gone lurking back through the jungle. As Liquid actually start on the Roche themselves. But this is Secret's time. BKB bat. Smoked up with Puppy. Zayat's in with a Walrus Punch. Aiming on to Midk Zeus. Are they trying to get him away here with a swap back and a Heavenly Jump? But the lasso still comes in from Nisha. Midnight Pulse down on the ground as Boxy terrorizes back one. But Liquid struggling to really finish anyone off here. Finally, Puppy dies to the barrage of Matu. And Zai spearing away Zayat inside this pit, but Zai dead there as well.
not going great. Hoping for better.
And Nisha
Forcing
grabs
that Roche.
that triple kill in the end. Actually, gap closes onto Insania, who looked like he might have actually slipped away from them. A secret. They position themselves in the pit, but yeah, I don't know. Taking towers and killing Roshan, not very adept at doing so.
Yeah, Gyro without BKB is not quite strong enough to do it. I think Secret are being a little risky here by trying to force the Roche in a return. I really don't think they have the damage to do it. So they should back off, but
Tower is under attack.
yeah, that fight was pretty good both ways. They forced a swap out on the lasso, but it didn't really stop him from just still being in there, dealing all that damage with the BKB. It was nice just from Willow to focus down on Rezo, not let him get in with that black hole, but he has a Blink Dagger now. The last fight is going to be much different to the next. Like, this time he can actually take a better angle to try and get in there, because yeah, otherwise it was just trying to walk in and do that. They didn't really combine their spells. It felt like getting that arena fear, the fear being used only on Rezo, it was not super ideal in both cases.
It was like frantic and wonky. It was a good reveal from Zayat, right? And it's that surprise factor where Tusk is suddenly blinking into the middle of 4 heroes punching one of you. And you have this fight or flight moment. Like, hang on, wait, do we stand and kill him? Do we run? Are we afraid of a bat coming?
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, Anisha now. Blink BKB. Roshan pinged down by Secret. They're going back in here. And they've got tag team and a decent amount of damage from Eidolons. And Resolution will bring in.
Slow.
It's not the fastest one, that's for sure.
I mean, they have all their spells. Liquid need to understand this is happening. It's happening so slowly. There's only a Centaur showing on one wave, but they're just moving bot. It really feels like they actually just don't expect Secret to take it.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, Secret scanning high ground. Or does that scan scare them? The scan turns red and they're afraid. It's only Insania that's clipped it. But they're going to smoke in and try and wrap around behind them. High ground ward will see the Venge. Immediate 2-man blink straight onto Insania. Kill off the Venge. And maybe now Liquid realizing Roshan is a absolute potential here for Secret to just walk back in the pit.
Yeah. The pick off on Venge is the dream for Secret. Every single fight. If they can kill him, it doesn't matter. The black hole can cover the rest. That's how you can kill the carry.
Nisha finding the Dark Willow there as Roshan dies. Aegis claimed. Black hole in. Rezo sees Zai inside the arena. Stopping any follow through from Liquid here and losing one by one. Venge has brought back for this, but there's no way for Liquid to re-enter the fight, even with that BKB arriving on Gyro.
I really just felt like they weren't sure if Secret had the damage to do Roche. Because Mate was going bot without TP, like it was on cooldown. So it was so hard for him to connect with the team and be ready. They just weren't ready. They weren't counter smoking. They weren't looking to poke and find out. They didn't commit like a Zeus ult just to check for vision. So that did not go their way at all. I know Liquid are looking for a fight where they can start with this Arena and Spear. They want to just keep the Venge back and protect Matu, who's just going to deal damage with Flak. But for Secret, yeah, finding Venge and starting like that as they did, it's just their #1 way in.
Yeah, and winning that waiting game, right? They were waiting for 20 minutes, and now they come out with this Blink Enigma, the BKB's up, Razor's ready to go. And it's really a pivotal time for Secret here to turn this 6k advantage into meaningful objectives. In tier 1's mid and bottom still standing. Tier 2 top being pressured a little bit there. Nisha just shoving out the wave, falling back to farm the jungle. But it's always interesting to see teams fight back into Aegis. Liquid, they still feel strong enough with majority of their arsenal ready. Arena coming back off cooldown in a second, in fact, so they will all have the green lights ready to go. And Dire
Yeah, they didn't even hesitate. I guess there's no black hole, right? It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, because then it makes it easier for Insania. It's just the Blink Lasso that he has to be worried about.
Yeah.
They force Secret back down bottom.
Problem. So Secret can be very aggressive when they have black hole coming back up, but it feels like with Lasso, you always have that opportunity to steal someone away if you can catch them by surprise.
Oh, Zayat's and Nisha. Smoke breaks, high ground vision. Dark will into the Shadow Realm. A snowball forward, trying to chase onto Matu here. They'll kill off Boxy quickly. The punch finding Gyro, but he's got BKB in the backup of Zeus. Swap around as Matu's saved by Insania as Zai goes in. Maybe a bit of miscommunication there, but they're still going to get a couple of kills. Puppy and Zayat both trapped inside that Colosseum of Zai. And Nisha, he's back in with a lasso. He was able to hold it and still has his BKB, so he's straight onto Zai's Mars. BKB's up and doing an awful amount of damage to that Mars. Crystallis, Aegis still in hand, of course. And it feels like Liquid being dragged back and forth in this awkward team fight. Spending all their ultis, getting a couple of support kills. But, I mean, Secret feeling decent about this.
That was pretty awkward. The Willow breaking the smoke is pretty best case for them just because of the Shadow Realm not being able to just get killed instantly off by this Tusk, forcing him a bit out of position. They did get Matu's BKB though, and man, Batrider holding on to this Arcane. This game is just super weird. It feels like so many little prods and stuff. There's never been these grand team fights breaking out. It's all little bits at a time. This black hole's about to come back up on Secret, so they can use this right now to look for kills. Maybe they want to use it. I mean, what they could go into the triangle and take that area if they want. They can leave a ward in this bot jungle and then just play towards top. Maybe look to start pressuring that tier 2 tower with the Enigma Eidolons and stuff.
Yeah, and let's not forget that was a two-man smoke, right? Tusk and Batrider were the two heroes to go forward and start a team fight into the middle of 5 of Liquid and still come out with a decent trade. And on the side of the map where Liquid are trying to hold as well. Now, Liquid spend all of their team fight ultis, getting a couple of support kills, but not able to transition that into an objective or really move forward. You're still trapped on your side of the map. And now Nisha's playing top into Dire jungle, forcing Liquid again just to retreat, get back to their base. They're using this Aegis so very well. They're not committing any real key items or spells. Like Nisha held that BKB lasso till the very end of that previous fight. And while this is happening, Crystallis, it was looking a bit worse for wear in terms of farm, but he's caught up tremendously.
Oh, looks like they'll just try and take this bot tower and just open up the map as much as they can, remove a lot of TP points for Liquid. Liquid have been playing very just passive. It feels like they got this blink on Zai but weren't really able to make the dream happen. So now they're just sort of relying on Matu to be their win condition. They want him to get more damage, and then they will do their best job to try and lock people down for him. As long as they can save Matu with this swap, it's kind of the most important thing. But in a bunch of different fights now, we've seen the Razor linking Matu has pulled out a swap. The Bat using Lasso has pulled out a swap. So we talked about it in the drop, but they have many ways to force this spell to give space for Resolution to also have a free team fight. And he's got a BKB coming now on the courier.
Yes, he just has to be patient. That is the only rule Rezo has to follow. Just wait for swap. And then you can land these big black holes.
Yeah. just for Secret, if they can push into an area, ward it, and take that, I think it's very hard for Liquid to threaten it because they're playing into Fog, and they can only really start a fight if they start with a Zeus ult where they see everyone, and then their initiation is just really difficult because Zai has to see everyone, blink in, use Arena, or a Spear, and it gives a lot of time for them to just pop their BKBs.
Man, what are Liquid up to now? Waiting behind their tier 2. All 5 of them are together, so it feels like they're converging for a smoke or wanting to start a team fight. I do see Puppy, but he blinks on them. Centaur starts it. In comes Zayat, punching Zai around. Mars down to about half HP as they kill off the Centaur at that initiation. But look at this. They've actually caught up the Gyro, dragging back. Where's the swap? Where's the save? Matu gets his BKB off. As Zayat and Nisha do get blown up. A double kill from Matuma Man, and they trapped him in the arena. Zai comes back in. Round 2 of the fight. Kills him off.
That's one way. I guess just they went for that spear that missed, and then Secret just kind of committed in and didn't take down Matu in time. I guess I underestimated how tanky he was. With just BKB Axe, they weren't able to combine damage as Secret. Where was Enigma during that fight?
There was no Rezo. He was bottom right corner. Look at him. He's farming bot wave. Puppy jumps in, and you're 4v5. And Liquid, they had the numbers, and they knew that Enigma showed, so they could go for this. And Rezo has such a long walk up here. E-Blade saving Gyro there from the Razor right clicks that could potentially have come. And that is perfectly placed arena in the end from Zai.
Okay, well I guess that's not as bad then. I kind of thought that went terribly for Secret and they had everyone ready. And I was like thinking, okay, how did they kind of mess this up to, like, did they accidentally lasso away from Rezo, or, you know, what happened? But really, he just wasn't there. So I think now, like, they need to just kind of clear up their comms on how they want to take a fight. Maybe it was just they weren't expecting to get gone on mid or something, and I don't know. It's just a little messy. It's messy, and it's something that you can fix. That's the most important thing. Rezo's playing with the team now.
Well, they jump on Boxy. Glimmer Cape and Shadow Realm can only keep you alive so long. And the potential for Roshan to respawn is here, as well as a DD rune for Chrysalis. But the long spawn, that's what's dragging these games out, Sheepo. We're getting 3-minute spawns on every Roshan.
Yeah.
Secret ready for tier 2 though. Zayat and Puppy in position to blink initiate onto Mickey, and there it is with the Walrus Punch, Centaur stomp, combo in, but the swap back out. Insania buys time, but Rezo, he's moving forward with his BKB up to straight up black hole onto Matuma Man. Chrysalis with the damage he's got, the onslaught comes, and Zai, defensive arena to try and spear back that Razor. Well, Liquid buyback on the Zeus, but he's blown up. He comes back in and dies immediately.
Oh my god.
Nice double damage rune for Chrysalis. Huge impact for Team Secret as they can even consider having a bit of a poke to high ground here. There's no arena, there's no Zeus for 60 seconds, there's no Gyro for 45.
This response to Venge in the draft was so smart. Honestly, really good draft. I mean, you just see, like, Venge just feels so pressured. He has to use the swap, and at that point, I also actually really love the synergy between like with the Centaur being able to have Rezo find whoever he wants, not relying on Blink to always catch up to this Gyrocopter and Black Hole him. I mean, their teamfight execution is just really, really easy. And it's kind of similar to game 1 as well. Whilst they weren't able to close out the game, their execution is very simple here. Just force out the swap either with the Link or with the lasso, and then Rezo is just free to Black Hole Gyrocopter, and they have no way to cancel it. You need some, I don't know, miracle, like, basher on Mars and use a God's Rebuke to cancel. I don't friggin' know. It's so hard for them. They need to get the perfect initiation with some Blink Spear. I don't even think they can rely on Arena. I think they have to start with a Spear on someone.
Yeah, displace them, send them back. So we even see, you know, this Blink, Walrus Punch, Snowball, War Stomp from Centaur. There's also a lot of tools from the supports of Team Secret to force the swap as well. You're getting chain disabled just by these two jumping in, and then they're not showing, they're not committing with the other 3 cores either.
I mean, Matu's doing more than enough damage, so he just needs people to be locked down for him in front.
Chrysalis going to drain a bit of damage. Steals it from an illusion. As Liquid, they were posturing around Roche. 20 seconds to go, though. I gotta see Puppy. Rebuke, but no spear. Zai misses his opportunity. The Stampede allows Puppey to get away. And now Boxy, yeah, he's going to have to Shadow Realm and Glimmer Cape. Secret, they're gunning for you.
They just struggle to initiate because one of your supports is like both your supports actually are backline me. You want this arena and to terrorize. You want Venge to always be there to save Matu. It's so hard. Everything relies on Zai, and it's really difficult when Secret have so many ways to start a fight. You know, Crystal's being able to just run in, Bat being able to blink, Lasso, Tusk being able to blink, punch, Puppey being able to blink.
Oh God! Zai so quick with his blink, and Zai misses another initiation. They'll see
It's
that
so
Roshan's
hard.
alive, but yeah, no flame to the player. It is so difficult. You're right. The weight of the world is on his shoulders right now as this Mars.
Oh, Gary, he's feeling it. I would be feeling it. It's and you're doing it into fog as well. You have to like split second react as soon as you see someone, but then they also have the reaction because they see you, and that's when they get their blink or their BKB.
And now Boxy getting punched up. Shadow Realm TP, 100 HP remains, and a snowball to the creeps. Oh, Zayas, he's so clever. Gets the stun on the way through, and now you're down a hero for 40 seconds with Roshan alive. Oh, the
They're
way
just
back
showing
in.
how versatile they are at initiating.
The way back in, though. The blink, the spear. Zayas and Zai trading places. And the Mars. He'll feel the pain. There is a DD rune bottom, and maybe if Matu goes and gets his hands on that, there's a chance for Liquid, but they're down the Mars for 60 seconds. That means Roshan belongs to Team Secret.
Secret are doing a really, really good job of just... I mean, it's... I don't want to say it's easy. Any pro game is not easy. It is always hard, but just the amount of ways they have to access these fights, to catch people, to pull people away, to stun people. Like, they have so many stuns again. We see the strength in just being able to go on anyone and have even more, like, reserve ways to fight. Yeah, we initiate with a punch or whatever, but if you walk up on Gyro, Crystallis has no problem running in with a static link, and you have to always play and be aware and afraid of this lasso or a black hole that might come out at any moment, and then if you try and turn on us, we have the centaur run. We're just gonna run the opposite way, and we don't care at all. Or if you try to run, we're just gonna chase after you. Like, they're limiting so many options with how many tools that they have on Radiant. For Liquid at this point, it's gonna take a miracle, and it does rely so heavily on just landing a spear.
I might get a little leeway here once Matu gets his rapier. That is a be-all and end-all of team fight damage, and he's got it queued up.
Yeah. I think Zai is itemizing really well right now. I was thinking that how can they kind of supplement this lack of initiation, and a Hex is the first thing that comes to mind, but I was thinking about who would buy it, and it seems really hard for someone like Mickey to buy it on Zeus, so Zai's gonna go for one instead. It is a shame though, because it also means if Secret are ever able to kill Zai to start a fight, pretty much every single, I don't know, way to stun and control people is gone.
Yeah, all of your team fight, initiation, disruption, everything. It's on Zai.
Yeah.
In the Secret, they prep themselves. Try and cut out these waves. Hold Liquid back in their base. Liquid, they are shuffling out, trying to find some D-wards and a bit of space for themselves. So very difficult, though. And Crystallis, very bold, fearlessly just moves into jungle.
This is such a 4p1. You just have to buy everything you can to keep Matu alive. If this is how you're going to play, where you're not looking to scale on a hero like Mars with a Deso or something, he's going for Lotus, you're going for Hex, you need more Hexes, more Lotuses, 4-stars, Glimmer Capes, things that will keep Matu alive. Vlad's, yeah, anything you can that lets him live and be your number one, and then you just turtle and hold your high ground and let Secret come to you, because that's how you play these types of games, where you have to make, like, the enemy needs to make a mistake or overcommit or try and go all in on your one hero, and that's when the 4P comes into play and they protect you. Right, and that's it. You're looking for some, maybe swap back into the base, but then...
Matu, full staff, lasso, drag him, but no swap. Insania gets him back to safety. The turn on to Zayas now, the Thunder God's Wrath. Insania has died to the back in the back. Jump onto the gyro though, forced his BKB out. Crystal is straight in there with a static link, and in comes Resolution. The black hole to potentially just win the game. Catches the two big cores, and down goes Matumba Man. No buyback on the gyro as Zai is trying to kill off Rezo, but struggling. Chrysalis grabs the double kill as Mickey falls deeper in the base, and Secret, they swoop through.
It is
A triple
just so
for Razor.
nasty.
They catch them trying to push out the bottom wave. 5 down, only one with buyback. And Liquid's base now in disarray.
Dire's structures.
What can you do? I mean, I'm coping for them, trying to come up with ways to defend and bring back this game. But let's be real, this is Secret owning you with a better draft, stronger game, 25k up now. They have way too many ways to start and fight. The execution on top of that, fantastic. That punch from Zayat into the 4-star to get him out of position to get that lasso. Yeah, the swap range was enough, but what a cool play mechanically, just trying to make sure they break the range of this Venge and so that he can't save the gyro. I mean,
Because it was Zayat's force, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
That's what I thought as well. I was like, hang on, who's forced the gyro here? But it's Zayat. Yeah, you're right. Punching and forcing him to allow Nisha that second wave of initiation. It's just mega creeps coming soon, eh? They're on tier 3 top. 2 lanes down already.
Dire's top tower is
And Liquid are respawning. Team Secret holding Aegis for 1 minute on Chrysalis. Liquid with one more chance to go, with a blink initiation from Puppey, finding Boxy, and Nisha's there with a lasso on Zeus. Drag him straight through into Zayas' punch. The Brawler comes out on top as Matu and Zai will get an arena down with a call down on top, but the snowball turnaround play from Puppey and Zayat counteracted by the fear. Great terrorize from Boxy to clear through a couple of kills. And in the back, Nisha is speared up against the side of the map. Caught out in the brambles, and Liquid, we've seen this happen before. The comeback is a potential opportunity here for them as they defend that final lane of barracks.
But at what cost? I mean, let's see. We still got buybacks on gyro and stuff, but maybe Secret they're just getting a little bit ahead of themselves, not taking the win and sort of resetting. Maybe feeling like they were just strong enough to make moves like that. But they're gonna respawn here. They're still gonna be much stronger. They have that black hole coming off cooldown, as well as Razor has his refresher. Very powerful team right now, and yeah, I mean, all these decisions are having to come out on Liquid. Your Zeus is getting lassoed in, and it's kind of like, well, we can't swap him. We have to save it for Matu. And you see there, when he gets his little meaty claws on you, he is doing a lot of goddamn damage. He is coming pretty close now to his rapier, which could be the one thing that could get them back into it. But at the same time, again, you just have to consider how these teamfights are going to play out. Let's say they get the lasso onto him.
It's all in.
And they swap. Then there might be that follow-up from Rezo.
Yeah, I mean, in those last 2 team fights, I think Chrysalis picked up like 2 grand. Gyro in the last team fight got about 1,500, so a lot of money flowing into the pockets of the carries. Liquid, 2 lanes of barracks down. They've managed to contend with this before.
Yeah.
They're not newbies defending up against these super creeps and coming back for moments like this, but you're right, it is still a struggle against Black Hole, against the tempo that Secret have been setting in these games.
You know what's actually really cool as well? Secret don't even have to think about Black Hole as the ultimate be-all end-all of their team fights, because he has a Lincolns now, which means that he can get in there with BKB Black Hole multiple people, and the most the Venge can do is just swap Matu out of it. The rest will die.
You're absolutely right. And that's what Secret are looking for right now. Puppey shows on the wave mid, and Liquid, they all migrate back to their base. Line drawn to push out top. Secret in a really good spot here, though. They've got base vision. They've got the catch on the Zeus. Nisha taking a lot of damage from that right click of the gyro, but look at Rezo! The perfect black hole catches them, but Matu turns. Satanic's up. He's got this rapier doing serious damage, but so is Chrysalis. Shredding through the gyrocopter, cracking away at him, and Liquid now with no gyro, no rapier. Secret looking to close it out. Chasing towards Mickey Zeus. They've killed the remaining 4. Chrysalis, he's not going to die fountain for it, though. He goes for the buildings. Gets the rapier, picks it up. Zai blinks in. The static links out here, though, and Chrysalis turning and destroying the Mars. The Greek and Roman gods cannot stand against the electric power of Razor. And Boxy is going to get caught out with a flame break in the plasma field. Slow to a crawl, and an ultra kill for Chrysalis.
Chrysalis!
And there's your GG. Game 3 incoming. We
What
knew
a
it was
god
gonna
Rezo
happen.
is.
Team Secret striking back. 45k net worth lead at the end of that match. 42 minutes it took, but it felt like, even though Liquid have shown they can come back from worse, a foregone conclusion for Secret with the really sick moves they were making. Zayat and Nisha absolutely holding that game together with their just two-man smokes, finding pickoffs all across the map.
Absolutely. And just so many flashy heroes making flashy plays, and they're all looking absolutely dominating in this game. It's just so hard. I think Liquid just did not have enough options for themselves. Just, coming out of this drafting phase, they really needed to sort of run it over a little bit harder. I think top lane went well for them, and so I got a pretty decent blink timing, but Secret playing so well to not give anything away, knowing that their lineup is just better and easier. The more items they get, they did a fantastic job. Fantastic black holes from Resolution. Amazing use of their spells to force out this swap, get people out of position, and get the team fights that they wanted.
That last fight, though, like Gyro with a rapier, the turnaround potential, it was almost there. But yeah, time for everyone, wipe the sweat off your brow, get yourself some water, hydrate, and stay safe here as the games go the distance. Long 60-minute games, best of threes going to 3, as the final match will come up right after this break. So we'll see you then.
is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back, everyone, to our latest episode of Game 3 Hype. Here we go, lower bracket finals. We get ourselves into the final match of the series. It's Secret taking on Team Liquid. The victor goes to the grand final with a chance to go directly to TI. Both teams have, of course, already secured themselves last chance qualifier slots. Sheepo, last game, much stronger from Team Secret.
It was. And I think most of it came from the draft. This means that going into game 3, like the draft is so important to me. I want to see both teams giving themselves the ability to make plays and do things, right? That was the biggest problem last game for Liquid. They had two supports that just kind of want to sit back and wait for someone else to do something first. You need people that can get in there, make fights, spread yourself on the map, give yourself multiple opportunities to kill, give yourselves ways to fight early. But this second game was so slow, it felt like. And lots of little calculated moves, and all the while, you know, you see this contrast. Liquid having their 5 sitting behind their carry, you know, as he farms. Meanwhile, Crystals, he doesn't have the same thing. He doesn't need it because he doesn't feel pressured. So I want to see more pressure.
Yeah, more pressure from Liquid. You know, that's what they've been doing through this bracket. Running down to the lower bracket now, of course, but they've been jumping around the map, finding these smoke after smoke moves. Definitely going to be able to see that with a Marcy first pick. Team Liquid grabbed that for Boxy. Of course, banning out Enigma, Undying, Chen, and Batrider. So removing a lot of these elements of catch and pressure, which come naturally from the lanes and through to the mid game. But it does mean we end up with a Team Secret DP. A hero that Resolution, paired with Tusk in particular, holding hands with Zayats, does exceptionally well. Not just in the laning stage, also going into mid.
Yeah, I've loved this Death Prophet. I think Enigma being the ban from Secret was the right move, even though they're the ones that just own with it. You know, you don't want to give this first pick chance to Liquid to scoop it up. This hero just seems to be such a massive issue for everyone. Even though they picked that Venge, I love the response from Secret against that. So it just seems like things are getting figured out, and Enigma just seems to keep going up in my books and how important he is.
It feels like a lot of our series is like game 1 Enigma's picked, team loses against Enigma, game 2 ban Enigma. don't let them have it. I was kind of hoping they'd go back for the old witch doctor there, roll out the barrel, feel it in his bones, but it seems like Insania rather picking up the razor. Give that to Matuma Man. Flexibility as well, I guess.
Yeah, I think maybe it's the fact that this Tusk maybe poses more problems, just because he's able to mess a little bit more with Witch Doctor perhaps than the Clockwork in early levels. I'm not really sure. It felt like in that lane the Witch Doctor was able to just stand on top of his carry and be protected and okay against the Clock, but against Tusk it's a lot scarier. Like, you play off to the side, you play in the lane, there's always going to be that threat of the Ice Shards, and well, that might be the cause for the Razor, or maybe they just feel like they want it. Razor was very popular during Arlington, but then he got nerfed and everyone stopped prioritizing him as hard in the first phase.
Turn to ban.
I still can be flexible. Like I said for Matuma Man, but of course can be in the hands of Zai. And it definitely feels like it's nice to have one of these anti-carries. You know, we've seen the rise of these heroes like, you know, Batrider, Razor, you know, bring out the Venom Answer, all these heroes that are good at either getting on top of enemy carries and dragging them around, or just dealing with their damage by standing on them.
5 seconds remaining.
We're going to see a much different game. The first game, game 1, they responded to this Death Prophet with this Shadow Fiend, Pudge. Already we see SF getting banned out. No, Faceless Void will not make it through either. I don't think we've seen him in so long now, Gareth, because he never survives the bans.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on that? Why are teams not first picking him? There's just so many heroes that you'd rather first pick than avoid?
Might be. I mean, there is a lot of priority on Death Prophet, Ench, Chen, Marcy and so on. It maybe as well, it just felt
Radiant
like there were
team
certain
back.
heroes that Faceless Void was better to pick as a response to. If you're playing into DP Tusk, maybe that's not something you want to like pick at the end of your first phase. It was much more like Faceless Void was especially picked up when Razor was more first phased. Like if Team Secret had picked a Razor instead of this DP
10
as an
seconds
example, I
remaining.
have no doubt in my mind that there are some teams out there that would definitely have picked a
5
Faceless Void in
seconds
response.
remaining.
Yeah. I absolutely would have. I was thinking
Team
back on the previous
Secret's
series we've
turn to
seen.
ban.
We've, you know, game 2 there was absolutely a 4 protect 1 like you were talking about, and Liquid losing out on that might have led them to reconsider, you know, looking at Team Secret, kind of picking 3 cores with a support that scales. You know, we've had Chrysalis now playing Dawnbreaker, Razor, some of
10
these more
seconds
semi-carry
remaining.
heroes, and Resolution getting a lot more farm priority. How important has that been? Because I know you
5
talked about
seconds
Amar
remaining.
kind of setting the meta in that regard, where you've got to carry from the off lane.
Team Secret's
It can
turn
work.
to
It's
pick.
been proven to work. BioG and now Secret doing a fairly bang up job of it. You have such a difference in the way the offlane is being played. Zai is much more of that sacrificial type offlaner.
Yeah.
He's absolutely fine usually playing with a lot of poverty. He will, on that Mars,
10
showed the
seconds
willingness to
remaining.
go for a blink dagger to try and match some type of timing for
5
his team.
seconds
And
remaining.
it's really rough when you're not getting anything out of it though, and I'm definitely more inclined to
Radiant team
prefer
picks
Rezos and Amar's style. Wow, stealing Witch Doctor in the face of Liquid, huh? Okay.
Oh, I mean, yeah, Team Secret are picking it as well. They've grabbed this a couple of times themselves. But yeah, I ask us, you know, we've seen Entity do the same thing as well, where their farm distribution is very even across
10
all 3
seconds
cores.
remaining.
And I feel like a lot of the games we've seen fall flat or be lost by teams,
5
you know, going back to
seconds
Team Secret
remaining.
against Entity, where they had that Morphling, the Doom, and the DP, they didn't really have the spread of gold. They didn't have the tempo needed to 4 protect 1 like they wanted to. It feels like every hero, every pairing of heroes needs to be able to do stuff on the map, whether that's tower pushing or ganking or killing. You can't just have one hero to do it all.
Yeah, you can't. Or at least you need the heroes that are protecting you to really solve the issues of the enemy draft, which it didn't really feel like they did. Like Mars stopped being effective as soon as the enemies had BKBs. This Venge stopped being effective when they suddenly had more than one way to force out the swap, and so on. Just overall, too many issues. This game, Liquid's 2 picks here are going to be really, really important because they have first pick. They do not get to counterpick Secret's remaining cores at this point, and DP is such a solid hero. Like she, as a core, that it's
Radiant
kind of
team
there's not really a hero you can pick that says like, okay, you're no longer like a problem for us.
It looked like he really wanted Witch Doctor. Going deep into reserve time, they're like, oh god, they stole it from me. Come back with a
Yeah.
Jakiro now, a hero that I feel like I've not cast a game of Jakiro in a while now.
Me neither. He
10
feels very
seconds remaining.
like as a response hero in support. Like right
5
this game, you look at
seconds
the
remaining.
matchups and it's pretty decent. Just the ability to cancel this Witch Doctor ult from range. You're kind of being able to play back of it and cover your heroes with this Ice Path when DP and Tusk are trying to stick on you. Like if Tusk starts to
Team
snowball
Secret's
towards one of your
turn to
cores,
pick.
you just put the Ice Path on top of them and it pretty much completely stunts out his ability to kill you. Going for the comfort though, the Matu Lone Druid. If you're going out
Finally.
here, it's like game 3 with the LD.
Finally. I was banging on about this, saying, yeah, Secret gonna second phase ban the Lone Druids. They didn't do it. And now
10
the surprise
seconds
pick.
remaining.
4th in that second phase.
I'm excited for
5
it, but it's not
seconds
like you see a
remaining.
core that is particularly amazing against them. When you're playing with the Siphon, you're definitely, I mean, it's 2 targets, right? You can Siphon the main and the bear. You have all this Maledict, the tag team. There's a lot of damage that can come out and kill the bear so far, and they get a choice to counter it. Usually you pick something that's like ranged and able to man up against it. Like Drow Ranger back in the day was really, really good. Team Liquid right now, they have a massive lack of jump. They only have the rebound from Marcy, so you could abuse that pretty hard right now in the draft on Secret. Something that, I mean, they don't really have any proper lockdown anyway either. Like the stuns are a little rough. Like rebound and the Ice Path only. Like,
But- It feels like they need a puck or something, right? I've used that before with the Savage Raw Dream Coil combo to snap it.
yeah.
That gives you a bit of catch, a bit of control. And I'm assuming now Razor's going to be Zai's hero, Lone Druid from Atomic Man, of course. They've got the possibility to put LD mid depending on that lane matchup. They've done that before. Shift him out of the safe lane and maybe move things around in that regard. A Secret, like you said, with the responses, they've got the ability to counteract this.
Radiant team ban.
And their option, go for the Monkey King for Crystalis. Semi-ranged hero. Inside Wukong's, he can mana.
Oi. I'll say, yeah, it mans up. That's like the most important thing. Being able to put that Wukong's command down, and not only does it like kind of make Liquid uncomfortable and not want to play in it when they're playing heroes that want to stay on you, but it also keeps your supports in a happy place. I think the only thing really missing for Secret as well, you talked about this AoE control like in Puck. I would like that for both teams potentially.
10 seconds
I mean,
remaining.
just having, you want something that keeps them in the
Radiant
Wukong's
team
command,
back.
and you don't really have that right now. Goodbye, Puck.
Bye.
Um,
I think it was the perfect pick.
it really was.
So
Yeah,
then
I-
if that's
I
removed,
just want that.
what's out there? I mean, we want a Mickey hero, right? I'm kind of set on that.
10 seconds remaining.
And then on
Mick-
Team Secret, Nisha. Could be mid DP. They've
5
got that
seconds
flexibility all the way to the end.
He could also play Mars. It's not bad at all against the Razor.
Team Secret's
It's not going to
turn
do
to
like
ban.
insane amounts of damage versus the lone druid, but if you're planning on letting your DP carry and your monkey be carry and get their farm, then there's nothing wrong for. Oh wait, sorry, for Secret. Yeah, I mean I like Mars on kind of both teams. I'll be honest with you. But like on Team Secret, if they wanted to do a Mars core, I think that would fit really well with their lineup.
10 seconds
And I guess
remaining.
you could just put that Death Prophet mid and play Mars in the off lane.
5 seconds
I just want
remaining.
AoE control. That's all I want.
Radiant team pick.
Is there a way to like fit Pango in here somehow? It feels
Yeah,
like a
that
hero
would
that both teams have liked quite a bit as well.
Yeah. Bloodseeker's banned as well, which is kind of like the biggest issue for
Yeah.
him. Oh, the Liquid just
10
they don't have
remaining.
really good burst damage. They're kind of lacking a few things. They're lacking team
5
fight
seconds
burst damage.
remaining.
They can take objectives, and they have ways to skirmish. They have a lot of like poke from range, using this plasma field and Jakiro spells.
Team
I
Secret's
just, yeah,
turn
I don't
to
know. I'm mostly just wanting that control. I'm glad you mentioned Pango. That's like, that is perfect for me.
Yeah, slots in there very nicely. And then Team Secret, like the thing is, both of these teams are like looking at the same heroes, right? They're banning against each other and banning against themselves, and leaving the hero
10
pool
seconds
limited.
remaining.
Nisha's last hero, no Kunkka for him, no Invoker either.
5
Looks like
seconds
they're
remaining.
definitely wanting one of these tempo centers to go along with the DP. Got so much active abilities early on.
Yeah.
I
We've
don't
seen
know,
Chrysalis go pretty non-greedy as well on his Monkey King when needed to. So if they do pick something a little greedier here, it's not the end of the world. But personally, I really enjoy seeing like a tempo hero like you mentioned, being able to connect to DP in her top lane, or she's on Dias of bot lane.
You may now
Oh.
select your heroes.
Okay, that's greedy. But it's that hero, another hero that can stand and face the bear.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, I
They
guess
have
so.
a lot of ways to kill that bear, actually.
Imagine if you could morph into the bear.
Bro, that'd be so weird.
Yeah, just steal. I mean, what would it be? Bear would be a strength hero, I guess. Steal his status resistance and stuff like that.
Yeah, I guess.
But no,
I
you
mean,
can't.
Morphling was one of the heroes I thought about saying when I said Drow instead. That was kind of dumb, I guess, considering how relevant Morph is compared to Drow. But it's just this Scardy buyer and stuff that is happy to just sit there. It's really hard to kill him with the bear. Morphling's a little bit of a mobility hero, right? He relies on being able to not get locked down and waveform out, so the Entangle is pretty decent against him. But yeah, if you're covering your team fights with this Wukong's command, I think Team Secret might have an easier go of it.
How's that lane though? Pango against Morphling. Is that fine for Nisha?
I would imagine they'd both farm. I don't.
There's not
I
really.
mean, Mickey. Oh, go on.
I was gonna say there's not really ways to like deal with the Morphling and nuke him down. You mentioned it's a
Yeah.
struggle that Team Liquid have to burst through him. Even if Boxy and Insania rotate into mid, Nisha can just shift attributes. I'm strength now.
Yeah, the early levels are just Mickey will be playing Pango, like hitting the range creep down and then using Shield Crash to secure it and harass Morphling at the same time. And if Morphling's playing on really low Agi, or high Agi, I guess, it's going to be... The ability to kind of click him down in the early levels is there, but I don't think he'll get a kill unless something massive happens. Like maybe he starts to tickle him down as they approach their level 2, and then he hits level 2 and quickly swashbuckles and kills him. That's like most creative fan fiction writing I've come up with to see how this Mothly does.
Everyone charging towards mid to get wards down early. Chrysalis not able to cross the river even. Insania and Zai already there, ready and waiting for him. The Observer Ward for the die actually goes up towards the top rune, and Radiant closer to the bottom rune. A standoff across the river. Insania wants a high five, but Nisha's not obliging.
Yes, sir.
So what are we going to have? Chrysalis Puppy, Monkey Witch Doctor. They're going to be up against a Marcy Razor. A little bit
Scary.
spooky, yeah, it is, isn't it? For both sides.
I mean, it's a pretty classic combo because you can what is it? The sidekick makes the static link have lifesteal,
Oh yeah.
and as well you're playing Razor, who really values a lot of movement speed. You can see like some boots Windlays come out, but the rebound giving that extra move speed on top of it just allows Razor to really like run people down. It's just a really strong combo.
And then you've got Maledict from Puppy. Lands it onto Boxy. And Boundless Strike, and Nisha's bit of damage there. He's going to tick him down lower and lower, but not enough to finish her off. And get back under tower, Tango up, heal to stay in your lane. All down. Bot, we saw Atomic Man forcing Zayats away. As bounty runes go 2 for 2, all even. There's some very, very scary off lanes though, like Tusk DP,
Yes,
Razor
yeah.
Marcy. These are kill threat lanes. Good luck,
They are.
good luck, Observer.
I mean, this is what I was gonna say though. It's kind of nice that you have 2 heroes in the lane with stuns, so they can sort of cover each other a little bit. You have this Casket, you have this Boundless Strike. You can sort of get them off you, at least in these earlier levels especially. But when they get more levels, when Boxy is being able to dispose back as well, and you're getting this movement slow on you, I don't know if these 2 stuns are enough, and you're slightly relying on RNG as well from the Cask. If it jumps to like 2 creeps or something, you're pretty much screwed. So this top lane will probably have the most kill threat and attempts at kills, I would say.
Well, there's one. Puppy kills a courier.
No!
He got it. Well, down at bottom, Insania was dragging this dire wave back in towards where Zayats was manipulating the creep wave. There's something wrong with the animation of Monkey King, apparently. But yeah, Insania might be in a bit of trouble here.
What's the bugged animation? I don't think it was bugged on my end. I don't see anything.
I have no idea. Not a clue. I've not seen it. But he's currently floating in the air halfway through his Boundless Strike animation.
Yeah. Did he like show up T-posing or what?
I don't know. It's pretty funny when that happens. Just like floating around.
Alright, bets on if Insania dies. He doesn't have a Fairy Fire.
It's Crypt
don't
Swarm
have any
level 1.
stuns.
They don't have any stuns. Where does he run, I think is the question. Like if he runs south then east back to his tier 1, how many hits do we get in? Like 3 from Rezo, maybe 3 from Zayats. I think it might be close, but I think he's fine.
You think he's fine?
I think
Okay.
he's okay.
Okay, if Zayat
I believe in the
body
3
block
armor.
him,
Oh, okay. That's a good point.
that could
But
be big.
there is breathe fire on them though. So that's going to slow them down.
True. Yeah.
I think Insane is okay, he's fine.
He's totally fine. It wasn't even close.
Yeah, it takes far too many hits. And Jakiro reasonably tanky.
Yeah.
So a bit of freedom there for Matu. Get up. 4 last hits, 2 denies. Yeah, peeking into mid. 6-4 Pango, 3-1 Morphling. Early days, a little bit more difficult for Nisha here. Needs to get his levels up.
Bro, is this morph really that hard? Oh, I guess he has a Fairy Fire. Oh, wow, that was really nice. Nisha used his Adaptive Strike to push Mickey out of his shield crash.
Oh yeah, so it doesn't land and doesn't get the buff, right? It doesn't
I don't think it did
doesn't get in
damage
there.
either.
Doesn't do damage, yeah. Just stops everything. Strength Adaptive Strike. Really nicely done.
I think if Nisha gets raindrops in this lane, he can literally never die. I don't even think he can die anyway, but Mickey just focusing on CSing.
Well, there's your first blood. Puppy down. And Boxy trying to deny himself to neutrals, not successful, so they get the trade. Well, that's that kill lane from Liquid, paying off dividends. And yeah, they even had Zayas rotate into mid, so no water rune for Mickey. No bottle refill for him. I'm going to bring Boxy into mid. Rebound in towards Nisha. Level 3 Morphling shifting and waveforming. The shield crash there, but they're still lacking damage. I thought that was just going to be a bottle refill TP, but they attempt the kill.
A little bit of both. Why
But
not?
did he still refill a bottle by like rebounding over? There's a full bottle on Mickey again. Looks like they did. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. It's always good to harass a Morphling down. Any little bit you can do just means that he has to be playing on higher strength. Also, Zayas is in danger.
Yeah, he is. Breathe Fire's on him, and Insania tracks back to get the kill. But yeah, your page 3 of your fan fiction about this mid lane, right? Chip away at Morphling.
That's what I was saying. This nice little harassment onto Nisha. If he has to play in a higher strength morph, he's gonna have less damage just due to less agi, and it means that your CS is just easier on the side of Mickey. Because yeah, Morphling can be quite annoying, and I think all the early shield crashes so far from Mickey have allowed him to have pretty good CS in this lane. It's like he'll just hit Nisha whenever he can.
Some XDs exchanged, but
XD.
knowing that Zayas did go mid to refill bottle, Resolution getting run at by the bear. Breathe Fire on him, Spirit Siphon trying to keep him alive with the Fairy Fire, but not enough with the long-range projectiles out of Insania and Matu. And top
two.
Go back again onto Puppey. Boundless Strike to keep Chrysalis battling into Boxy. The Marcy, last tick of Maledict, won't do any real serious amounts of damage. But Chrysalis will get another few stacks up, gets the Jingu going.
That started so well for him. I don't know if you saw it, but the static link came out at the exact same time that Chrysalis used Tree Dance, so it basically just snapped the static link instantly. I think he just tried to kind of go for it again, just in case.
That's a nice
It's
little
really
move.
nice. Yeah.
Well, Liquid come across, contest the pull that Puppey had made. He's dewarded a small camp, so has access to that now.
Be nice for Liquid to try and reset this lane at all if they can drag the wave, or are they going for kills?
Yeah, I mean, Boxy and Zai in onto Puppey, rebound back across onto them. At the same time, bottom lane, Zayat's being brought down by Matu and Insania. Everywhere you look, it's Liquid charging towards targets. Mid lane, Mickey trying to kill off Nisha, nearly had it, but it gets turned on, has the shield crash, so damage reduced. Fairy Fire and one were also there, so very unlikely for Mickey to die. A lot of pressure onto Nisha, though.
That kill on Witch Doctor was also really good because he tried to TP out, so Puppey has to walk back to lane. And luckily for Chrysalis, the creep wave is just right outside his tower, so there's pretty much no threat from Zai. I think diving maybe could be an option. Boxy's getting his mana back, but it's scary and hard, and Chrysalis is playing with Tree Dance to make sure he's not in a predictable area, making sure that they haven't pulled, and he'll just go back to lane, wait for Puppey. And maybe bot looks for Insania. He's pretty out of position right now.
Yeah, swinging forward. Breathe Fire. And dual breath even. Pretty annoying, but they've got Spirit Siphon and the tag team to deal with it. A little bit of bonus damage coming out as top lane. They get the Maledict Cask onto Zai. Secret battling back. A static link causing some issues. Along with that sidekick, the lifesteal, the turnaround, and Zai, he grabs himself a killing spree. It feels like the reason he stayed alive there was because of the sidekick you mentioned. Oh, what's happening mid? Mickey? Nice, he's fine. Oh, yes. No, yes. Across he goes. Yes.
Yes, he's alive! He lived!
And a bottle refill from Insania as well. It's non-stop in these lanes. 6-2. You know, Liquid getting the kill lead, but overall, farm going every which way. Monkey and DP not looking too bad. Gonna get that earn up on Rezo. And keep playing aggressively with your Zayat's Tusk.
Yeah, they're aligning their kills a little bit, or at least it feels like they're trying to look for kills kind of leading up to the power rune mark, just so they're able to go mid and help secure it. I'm just trying to get the most impact out of it and give their carry or offlaner a little bit of relief before moving. And Tusk is TPing top. If they can get a kill on Zai secured, that would be pretty good. It feels like they've lacked that extra one hero worth of damage. Zayas is going to smoke all the way around. He's going to put wards down as well in the triangle.
Taking a long route around. I think you might have caught a glimpse of Insania moving top as well. Liquid bringing A fair few heroes up here to rebound in onto Chrysalis. Cass gonna bounce back into the creep camp, and as the Wukong's command, it surrounds Liquid. Chrysalis still up and running, but that static link drained enough damage as Pango rolls and crashes in onto Zayas, but he's been pushed down to low ground. Boxy, he can't catch up to him, and Zayas is gonna salve and Clarity to stay topped up. The final moments of this roll, though, Mickey thinking about going for Puppy. Boxy does have his spells available, but that cask bouncing between them misses the rebound land onto the Witch Doctor. Now the Snowball catches up to him. Good swashbuckle from Mickey, but Boxy down. Monkey and Tusk for the Marcy, though. Going to feel decent for Liquid. I did lose their Razor at the start, though. That can't be forgotten.
I think he got the kill on Chrysalis first, though, at least.
He did. Well, Mickey swashbuckles away from Chrysalis, who grabbed the haste. Now Swash is down. There's Monkey King. Some serious damage. Now Secret the ones who feel happy about it.
Yeah, they're just fighting back. Nice TP from him to snap that power rune, too.
As it stands, Matsuma-man's Lone Druid very quickly getting towards his key items. Has the Phase, Gloves, Orb of Corrosion, and then, of course, we all know and love the Mask of Madness Deso. As Bear will start breaking buildings down.
Yeah. He's being left alone bot just because he's reached this point where he's strong enough, and I think the same applies for Rezo. I don't know if he can really die as long as he has his max points in Spirit Siphon. Like, if he's in any creep wave, he can just, like, heal from the creeps, or heal from the Bear, heal from Druid. I think it's just hard for Druid to ever go. So they'll just focus more on this top side, try and take that tower and open up the map. They can bring a lot of heroes to this fight, and it's easier for them to bring Mickey than it is for Secret to bring Morphectville.
Yeah, and they go straight back up into top. Chrysalis, having all his damage drained again, tries to heal up off the Bound Strike, and looks like he succeeds. Now with Resolution rotating, Zai, the one about to die, does take one down with him, though. A Secret so happy to respond with numbers when Liquid make these moves. Oh, and Mickey nearly dropping in the mid lane to Nisha. Swashbuckling away.
They'll do a lane swap. Looks like they're pretty keen on keeping their top tower alive on the side of Secret. If you're rotating your DP, and that's a pretty big committal of the strongest hero on your team right now. Like she has that exorcism. Usually you want to use that to take the bot tower.
And looking at that bot tower, Chrysalis getting pummeled by Boxy and Matu. Sidekick on the Bear. One hell of a tool. While in the mid lane, they get another roll in. Nisha shifting into strength. And he always had that wand and waveform ready and available for himself. Even safeguarding the bottom rune there, Zayat. So a regen for Nisha's morph as well.
Yeah, I don't think you can put your DP top. I mean, if you want to defend this tower top, if that's like your most important thing, then sure. But you need to give Monkey King a space to farm. And he, like, the only person that can really lane against the Lone Druid right now is DP. Looks like they'll just pressure mid instead to try and force some rotations there and take space.
Ah, swooping in. Zayat makes the move towards Insania. I'll take him down quickly, giving the spree to Nisha. I've got Zai TP rotating in, though. A little trapped in the trees and couldn't get a latch onto anybody, while Resolution now has to deal with a Marcy. Unleash and Dispose, getting on top of the Death Prophet. Good rebound with a stun in there, but Rezo, he takes her down before he dies. Nisha getting a double kill, looking for a little bit more. Zai still has his Eye of the Storm going, while Zayat being focused down by Mickey, dodges a bit of the swashbuckle damage with a nice little snowball, and Nisha into Razor mode, thinking about his reinitiation, but doesn't have the backup he requires. Another little move there with that adaptive strike, but so close, yet so far from getting the kill, and now the Ice Path Macropire. Oh, he's fine though, isn't he? Raindrops wand, walks it back, gets to his tier 1. I mean, these teams not giving each other an inch. Not giving us a chance to breathe. They're just brawling and fighting non-stop these first 12 minutes. 20 kills.
It is so much. It's so hard to keep up with. It's like, who does this benefit more as well? It feels like it benefits Liquid because Lone Druid has been pretty much free farming the entire game.
Yeah.
I like Secret bringing the fight to mid as opposed to bot because it lets Nisha be involved a lot more. Right? But I don't know, both teams, I mean, going into this mid-game timing, for Liquid, they want, what? They want this Desolator on Matumba Man? Maybe they can bring him mid for opening up that tower, because they want mid-tower. But both teams would really benefit from getting the mid-tower.
Yeah, they would. And that's why we see 4v4 in the mid lane, basically.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at Nisha's item build here. Dragonlance, it looks like into Ags.
I like the Axe build. Everyone's buying it now, I think. Because the stat steal seems to just be so powerful. Like for Agi heroes taking away all their attack speed, and for strength heroes taking the status resistance, it makes Morph really, really strong, hard to kill.
And primarily you're going to be turning into Razor, I assume?
Yeah.
Then you don't have to worry about
probably.
like buying a Lincoln's or anything, right? You just turn into him, drain damage back, and it's even.
Yeah, that makes most sense to me. And also being able to link the bear
Right, that's a good idea.
is pretty great, yeah.
Liquid smoking up top, though. Connecting with Zai.
Dire are scanning.
A
We're
bear.
30 minutes in, we need towers.
Yeah, Bear has Mask of Madness. It's tower time.
Radiant
Scan.
scanning.
Turns red. Up top.
Dire's top tower.
I know there's people lurking behind this tower.
Dire's structure.
And Liquid, they just send the Bear forward. Marcy's... Wait, they're sending a courier to scout? Razor and Marcy both scouting with couriers. Zai's going to kill one and maybe even the second. Well, free money for the Tusk there.
Has been killed.
It's kind of worth it though, because by giving their couriers up, they know that there are heroes there. If there are heroes there, it means that Secret wants to commit. Because if you're not trying to commit to this tower, then usually you just like abandon ship, you TP out, you go somewhere else. So this kind of move by DP and Morphling to start walking top is sort of scouted by them using their couriers that way, and I like that a lot. And if it also means that if they think people have TP'd there and that they've used TPs, they can go pressure other parts of the map. They can smoke and go look for a kill on Chrysalis. They can wait for a Secret to walk to elsewhere, and then knowing that they don't have a TP, you know, they can then just reapply pressure to top, knowing that this time they won't be able to get there in time.
They can guard that DD rune bottom for Mickey.
Yeah, they
And he's
can
got
do that too.
Diffusal Blade that's just been delivered.
Okay.
Looks like I'm just going to sit behind this tier 1. None of them holding a smoke. Kind of felt like they wanted to make that smoke move. But yeah, they'll bring Bear mid and just shove this tier 1 tower. Give a bit of a brute force push. Secret will TP in here to start the defense. How quickly these towers fall against the Bear. A lot of focus there with Maledict, Urn. As a Spirit Vessel, in fact, kills it off. But tower already dead. Chrysalis does get a trade, though. Bottom tier 1 gone to him.
And again now, maybe you just go right back top and push this tower. When you have these two towers, that's pretty much the basis of your early game. Finding ways to eventually take them, poking and prodding and seeing how many heroes you need to commit to it. I think they know that it's hard for Secret to get up there to be in a position to defend, so they don't have to commit Lone Druid and they can just keep him mid. And yeah, we're just gonna see them look to try and take fights now around top until they can rush.
Zayas and Puppey defending their jungle with everything they've got, but the rebound away gives Boxy the space until Chrysalis comes back with Jingu stacked and a Boundless Strike. He'll kill both supports. Ah, it's huge for Secret. Yes, they lose tower, but they fight back and keep control of this jungle. Because the natural move there from Liquid, right, is to take tier 1, go jungle, ward up, and use that as a platform to keep Secret away from the top third of the map.
Yeah. Not ideal to lose your supports, but we might just see them keep running at it. Only because the Matu Bear is 800 gold away from a Desolator. This Desolator gives them the damage to take Roshan. Like with the sidekick as well. Like the sidekick onto Bear is such a potent combo, actually. as
It's
well.
monstrous.
Yeah,
I
really,
remember
it's so good.
I remember the first time I saw it, it was during Riyadh, and LGD brought it out. Like, Arme hadn't played Lone Druid in 2 years or something, and they had this Marcy LD that just destroyed everything. And I think then at Arlington we saw OG doing it, right, with IO Lone Druid Bat Rider Marcy, where they had Tether overcharge with the sidekick on Bear. That's some nasty stuff he can do.
There's so many combos with Lone Druid. Arlington was just like Lone Druid on crack every
Yeah.
game. There was just some new thing. This Pudge Dismember as well, being able to save it with a shard. Like the Bear coming back at, like you would eat the main Lone Druid, and then the Bear would just go to town killing everyone.
Boxy's in. They've got reveal over Zayat, who had that Invis rune, and the snowball's only going to put him in further danger. He doesn't have a blink dagger or anything. The snowball back, shards are there, but Mickey makes short work of the remaining HP he had.
Can't tell, but it feels like he's poorer this game. He's not closing in on that blink dagger on the Tusk.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it does.
Radiant are scanning.
And Puppey getting the majority of the support net worth there on Secret.
Yeah.
Oh, Liquid,
see-
they do reinvade that top jungle.
Yeah, you'll probably just keep seeing them do this. They know that they're strong enough to roast, so getting any pick off in the top side of the map is giga important. And Secret just want to try and dodge it. They don't really have very good heroes at poking at Roche. They can use the ice shards to give vision of it, but the most important thing here is that they don't commit to one side of the map, like the bot side of the map at all, because then they will just hit the Roche.
I love what Crystallis is doing. He jumps across the trees and then makes sure he finds himself a spot where he's not going to get seen by the tier 1 or anything, as Liquid actually just initiate into that jungle again. Diving in towards them, the snowball landing on Boxy. Death Ward now cancelled with the death of the Witch Doctor. And Resolution annihilated by Liquid, even within the Wukong's command. They only kill Boxy there. And now they're going to find Zayats in the tail end of the fight as well. Nisha is in Razor mode, draining away at the Matumba Man Bear. A bit of a weird animation there as Jakiro gets jumped upon and Nisha keeps on chasing. They'll find the Spirit Bear. A buyback from Jakiro, though, means Liquid wants to keep on fighting. They don't have Rolling Thunder. I've just resummoned the bear, and they're saying you're not going to get the chance to utilize his buyback.
Okay. They can go get it 50 seconds. It feels like that's when they have the roll and there won't be an exo for 100 seconds. For Secret, it's pretty decent defense. You have to commit 2 buybacks, though, which is really scary.
Yeah. Because that delays Blink even further.
Yeah. I'm actually even wondering if Crystallis wants to disassemble this Echo Saber and go for a BKB. Yeah, he is. He had a Deso queued up, and I think going damage is obviously you need that a lot playing into this lineup, but they're kind of showing how strong they are and how much they're trying to threaten you and kind of push the issue because they want this objective on Roche. So going for that BKB makes a lot more sense. He'll get it soon. Maybe then they can fight with it. I think it should probably link up in timing with Rezo's BKB too, and that's when you can start to smoke up and look for something. And then Nisha just way more greedy, which is fine, right? If you have 2 heroes who can stand in front of you with BKBs and just give you the space to get your damage off, it's okay, it's fine.
Yeah, he's got his Ags now. I think Secret have shown how quickly they can kill the bear as well with Maledict and Walrus Punch with Tag Team. Lots of ways to deal with it. So Matu got to be a little wary of his resummon ability.
Yeah.
I think with Macropire, we could potentially see these positions where the bear just sits inside Macropire, has Ice Path as cover. You got Rolling Thunder creating chaos and cancelling the Witch Doctor's ult.
Yeah. Mickey actually finished a blink. So you're giving yourself more flexibility in the fights to go for the people you want. It would be nice for Mickey if he can get a little bit more control so he can properly chain stun someone either with that shard or it looks like he's going for a basher. Definitely not bad. Just a long range way to really mess with these supports. Puppy feeling a little bit poorer this game. You know, not quite got that 4-star. We've seen these Witch Doctors who have been able to go a bit greedier and get something like a blink.
Yeah, he had it queued up for a long while. Mickey straight in on top of him. Witch Doctor and the Tusk. There is a little voodoo switcheroo as the Witch Doctor pops into the Netherrealm for a second or two. Zayats, the second focus of choice, and his Puppy does get blown up by the bear in the end, and Liquid proving they can slaughter supports. Mickey on a mega kill streak, finding Zayats in the end, and Secret, well, they've been halted. The Exo expended. And Liquid with another resounding victory in that top dire jungle. They just keep coming in, battering heads against Secret, forcing them to fight. And this means now there's no opportunity for like a push on tier 1 mid from Rezo, which he'd love to do with his level 2 exorcism.
Do you not feel a little bit of fear though? Just when they take these fights, they're losing supports, but they're not killing cores, and they are killing the bear. Like,
yeah, that's what I pointed out earlier, right? Is it feels like as this game goes longer, I think Secret with Morphling Monkey DP Tricore probably feeling okay if they can take this, what, like 40 minutes?
yes, that's what I feel. If they're able to hold off on this Aegis and make sure that Liquid don't get too much from having it, because they're going to go to top, they're going to take this tier 2 tower, they're going to take the outpost, and then they're going to start to poke at the mid tower probably from like the north side of it, and then they sort of have this free feeling of, okay, do we want to like sweep back through our jungle, try and kill someone there? I mean, there's like 100 options that they could go for, but let's just focus on them for the now. They want to take this top, and for Secret, they kind of need this Exo to fight. Maybe, how strong is Nisha? It's very scary because if Mickey's ever hiding in the fog and threatening them, they have to be so aware of this blink stun.
Yeah, it does have that Ags Turn into the Razor very nicely. BKB coming up shortly too.
Nisha will just get bigger and stronger. When he gets his BKB, that's a power spike. When he gets his Scotty, that's a power spike. Like, when he gets Scotty especially, that's when I'm getting scared. And it's when I feel like to deal with that sort of damage, you need things like Bashers on your Lone Druid, Basher on your Marcy. How fun is Box in this game?
I think he's got BKB done.
No, he does not. He has an Ogre Club done.
I'm just dreaming here.
Yeah. I checked net worth and I was like, nah, he ain't.
I think he's got BKB and Basher done.
Yeah, I actually think he's got a Rapier.
Oh yeah. Another smoke from Liquid.
Becomes a smoke.
Who's up top? It's the Tusk. Zayats under his tier 2. Yeah, they're going to go in with a Savage Roar. Fear him, look for the root. The rest of the squad biding their time though. Boxy will commit with a rebound now, but Zayats is out of there.
During this time, Secret should just be farming for their next items and trying to get decent wards down where they can. They have this nice one on their cliff that protects their ancients for now, so I think that's just to give Chrysalis this farming pattern through the enemy jungle back to his triangle without dying.
Well, I'll tell you who does have a BKB. Resolution and Chrysalis. They've got them, and it looks like they're ready to fight. The bear down to half health already, and they're straight in on top of Matu with the Wukong's command, focusing the real hero down. And Zai, he's just going to die. Aegis claimed up. And Rezo and Nisha, they're surrounding this Razor. Liquid go a step too far, looking for that tier 2, and this is where the fear really does strike. Liquid going to lose big core heroes. Insania, another one to fall there.
Sorry, Gary. I want to amend my statement. What Secret should do here is TP in and fight. They are so much stronger. Oh my god. Okay, I was wrong. I guess what I thought, yeah, let's fight and farm for your next item. Actually, they already had it. Crystal's having his BKB finished and ready because he did that disassemble on the Echo Saber. Man, he was just really strong there.
Zayat just buying so much time for them. Boxy is going to get picked off in the mid lane as well. That's 4 heroes gone on the side of Liquid.
Is under attack.
Okay.
Man, they dive tier 2, get toyed with by the Tusk. And Team Secret, 5k net worth lead for them now. And with the Tricore they've got, spooky times ahead for Team Liquid. That was meant to be their Aegis timing. That was meant to be tier 2s and map control completely shut down.
Yeah. Do you remember what I said, but kind of in the past, my biggest issue with Marcy is her item build. This desire to always go BKB Basher can pay off really hard in the late game, like we saw in game 1, but she's not a hero that is typically buying support items. If you're playing into a Monkey King and a Tusk, heroes that can control you in an area with like the Ice Shards and the Wukongs, you need 4 staffs, and Boxy isn't going to be buying one. It's very much on Insania to be the one that gets it. And Razor's not really a hero that likes to buy a 4-staff either, so your utility is not really coming from anyone with any net worth.
Yeah, I felt that one as well. Oh, spike there.
I didn't. I'm lag-free. Let the game go on.
So strong. So powerful.
Okay.
But yeah, Boxy's going to need a fair few minutes here to get that BKB up. And now you've got Morphling, top of the net worth. Nisha racing towards the Skadi.
Yeah, there's so many items that will deal with the heroes on Liquid. You're having so much physical damage coming out from Razor and Lone Druid together that armor items will be very, very effective. Like a Shiva's Guard on Death Prophet at any point is going to be pretty big. This Skadi from Nisha, the ability to fight at range with your Dragon Lance is going to be able to handle and play into the Lone Druid and Razor pretty well. Whereas, yeah, for Liquid, I'd mostly just want to see them buying 4 staffs and ways to disengage from fights. Like, if they get gone on, you want to be able to just get out. You want them to pop Exorcism and then you reset the fight. You want them to use Wukongs and you reset the fight. You can't fight into these. It's much too hard.
Dire's top tower is
I was just looking at Matu and wondering why he's got 3 mangoes. Like, why has the Lone Druid bought mangoes? But nah, he's got a shovel. He's been digging them up. Oh, Secret. Oh, in we come. The Death Lord's down. They're blowing up Rezo. Nisha arriving on the scene, though. Turns into Pango. BKB'd up. Zai with a link. And this remaining second of DD. Nisha strength shift for the bash. The stun catches him mid-TP. Can't get away. Mickey with a double kill. 4 heroes down on the side of Secret. Giving as good as they take as they lose 4 top, take 4 bot. And where do they move now? Like, there's no Roshan to get. Is this just a push into tier 2?
Yeah, you can just take mid if you want. You have the option of mid, or you run right to top and pressure the tower. You have 50 seconds with no morphling, but the rest are respawning so quickly, I don't think you can make it to top in time. I'm very surprised that Secret were committing so hard to the bot side of the map with that ward on the cliff. Like, it's been up there for a really long time. Liquid watched everything and got the perfect initiation.
Dire's mid
Yeah, right under their vision, Rezo. Separated from the rest of his team. And these bashes... Was that the lone druid one-hit bash? It didn't
No,
come...
I think it was the swashbuckle
was it
back.
Mickey?
from Tango.
Okay.
Yeah. The bashers are exactly what I wanted to see against the Morphling. Said earlier as well, it's like, even if he gets really big and has a BKB and has a Skadi and stuff, the one way you deal with that is just BKB piercing stuff. You bash him through it, you get an Abyssal, his BKB ends, and you kind of just like rip through him. They just kind of weren't able to set up properly on Secret because they got burst down so quickly. I guess that is like a really nice way to take a fight. If you can take something under your vision where you're able to just quickly kill like Resolution, it makes it hard for Secret to cover it with the Wukongs. If they're not ready.
Oh, Liquid. Looking for that little bit of space top. At least a minute for Roche. He's continuing to play under their own vision. Arto's pretty far forward here, but he's got 3 heroes coming up to his area of the map. Oh, Team Secret. Are they going to smoke out off this?
Are they?
They've got a smoke on Zayats and one on Puppy, and they were all grouping up together. They've maybe seen Boxy down bottom.
Maybe just hunting where their wards are. Don't really want to go into top, but actually they have their own deep ward on Liquid, and they'll see all this movement here. And this is massive information. Liquid are literally just walking top right now to reclaim that outpost. This is where you feel pretty comfortable as well. You can push in that top tower, threaten the base, maybe make people feel like they have to TP back. God, this ward bot is pretty huge.
Yeah, sees everything. There's the outpost for them. And Boxy feeling pretty free to finish off his BKB. Pretty much has it now. So we're going to start seeing Marcy really transition into that core role.
Radiant's bottom tower
It is.
On a fast Roche spawn as well. 10 seconds. Insane. Just
Oh,
stay
that's
there.
lucky.
Stay
Okay.
there.
Yeah, there's so much threat from the side of Liquid going into these fights. Like, you're playing on Nisha and Chrysalis, and you have to think about this blink roll coming from out of your vision. Boxy now having that BKB is going to be a little bit of a problem. Probably not as much until he has Basher as well, but you have to kind of be wary of a lot of different things, like an ice path as well. Just any stun can get you killed at any moment from range, from fog. Meanwhile, for Liquid, what are they afraid of? What are they thinking about? Mostly they just have to be super wary of the trees and where Chrysalis can come from with that Wukongs. I think if Wukongs doesn't come down on top of them, their fights are kind of okay.
Secret out of the loop in terms of when Roshan was respawning. Surprised a little bit by that fast one.
Yeah.
No time to react.
Like, it's nice to see Insania with a 4-staff now.
Yeah.
You know, like, they have a way to disengage. If you can get a Glimmer Cape too as well, that could really help.
Where's Puppy leading his team? Over towards the Roche pit. Nobody here. Mickey showed on the top wave. He's going to go hide back in the trees. And Secret actually come into the Radiant Ancients area. Mickey TP's mid. This could be smoke into smoke. Liquid just holding onto their tier 1 for now with Matu showing up front.
They'd love a kill on Mickey.
Looks like the line is drawn and the smoke is thrown out. Mickey, smoke breaks, Rolling Thunder, no, the punch first. In they go on the Pango, take him down, no buyback for him. Razor and Lone Druid, they do bring Zayas down to his knees while Zai charges forward towards Resolution. Aegis in hand, now claimed up. Insania gonna throw the Macroplier down onto the Morphling. And Nisha with no waveform now, disposed back into the waiting arms of Matu, but he's got a snowball save. Zayat keeping this Morph alive a little longer as they turn back onto the bear. Now good silence and a stun from Boxy landing back in on them. They kill the Spirit Bear. Resummon's available, but Matu is dead. Chrysalis now can chest forward. He's got Puppy behind him. Zayas with a blink, punch him up. Kill Jakiro and shift into tier 1.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Another fight where Liquid have the Aegis and feel stronger, but Secret out executing them. I think these swings in team fights are like 5k, they sway 5k that way.
5k the other. Yeah, it's. I keep thinking, oh yes, they're winning, and then oh yes, the other team is winning. Oh yes, the team. I mean, they did a really good smoke into the triangle to have high ground advantage over Liquid and not let them have that area. Just spotting Nisha for spotting Mickey first was the biggest thing for them. Just taking away his role. I mean, he is very, very farmed. It takes away one source of bash. You have a Shiva's Guard as well, which makes your game much harder to play on the Morphling. I'm gonna see a pause here, but yeah, I think the Pango kill is the highest priority for Secret. So by getting him first and him not having buyback, it was pretty much just a free-ish fight. They nearly got the kill on Morphling, but he was covered by Zayat. Honestly, Zayat's carried that fight mega hard.
He did. He really did. He's the initiation. He's the save. And usually when we see that kind of situation where one hero has so many roles to fulfill, they can struggle. But Zayat's playing incredibly well here in game 3.
Yeah. I guess that's another threat then, right? You have to be very wary on Liquid now of where Secret is at all times. I mean, they clearly didn't know that they were behind them coming. Walking like that, you have a Zayat's punch now that can just lead to your immediate death because they have that follow-up stun in the Boundless Strike, in the cask. And a Silence too. He doesn't have a BKB, so for Mickey especially, it's really easy to die. Oh, I think Matu also not playing with a BKB, so yeah. They have enough lockdown on Secret if they can start the fight. That yeah, you need to be scared of these trees. You need to be scared of
I'm really impressed.
Tusk starting and very spooky.
And giving Aegis twice to Zai, you know, he's gone very deep in these fights, trying to utilize that Aegis to separate the fight, separate Secret. But he loses them very quickly. Like, we've had Roshan die, pick up Aegis, then a minute later they lose it. So a lot of that momentum and freedom that you can have from Aegis to actually push objectives or gather a bit of land, hold a high ground, it's gone now again for Liquid. I do have a blink on Razor now, though. Ability for Zai to gap close and go deep in those fights like he's been wanting to.
Feels definitely feels nice for Crystallis. He's being able to sort of wait for his moment to jump in. Having Rezo going, like, they have 3 cores that honestly can go in like at any real point. I don't know how to explain this, but it's honestly getting lost on my words. Holy
It's been
shit,
my
brain.
But a long few days, you know, plenty of long games. I'm losing my words as well. Thinking that the Lone Druid hero is going to bash someone when it's the Spirit Bear's holding the basher, you know, my brain's melting. Don't you worry.
Dude, I got it. It's okay. Okay, deep breath. Woo! There is a lot of flexibility in how Secret can initiate, because if Monkey King goes in first and takes a bit of attention, then you have all this damage coming out from Nisha to cover him. But similarly, if Nisha goes in first and takes that attention, you can get that cover with the Wukong's command. And Rezo's doing a really nice job of running in and sort of taking, like, tanking things, giving vision, showing where heroes are. If they can just start a fight at any point on Secret where they kill Mickey first, that's the best case scenario. But honestly, any pickoff leads them to have a good fight because they have more carries technically.
God, I wish I'd pinged that sooner. Crystallis was on top of a tree and he turned into a kobold. So we just had a kobold sitting atop a tree.
I was watching it.
Little cutie. All right, Secret, go for the smoke play. Liquid, they're not quite in position. Insania a bit separated here from his team, and the jump from Crystallis feared back though. Zayat's in with a snowball punch. Oh, the Witch Doctor shredded by the bear, and so Zayat. Matsuma Man, he opens up on them, but the Wukong's command is going to zone them away. Secret chasing in with Nisha. Razor dying quickly. Scardy slow, too much to contend with. And Nisha's able just to 1v3 in this fight. Forward facing, keeping Liquid at bay.
Yeah, you see what I mean? The monkey is super happy to just jump in first and go in. And then Nisha is able to find Zai on the backline and just morph into him, steal the static link, and bring him down. And he wins that trade. He's more farmed, he steals your stats. It's so nice for him with this new Ags. And I think with the Exorcism down, there's a potential that Liquid look for a fight when Razor's back up. That's kind of an opening for them to take. They did lose a bear though, so if they take a bad fight and the bear dies again, kind of sucks.
It does, yeah, but a struggle.
I think Matu's really... His bear is definitely struggling in these fights. I'm not sure what they need. They need to be the ones that start the fight, I guess. Like, Secret are the ones sort of taking the fight to them quite a lot now, going for these smokes, looking for these plays, using that tree dance vision, really abusing vision, actually.
Yeah, they've got wards, sentries all over the place. And ideally, Liquid want to fight outside of the Dire base so they can get a couple of kills, maybe go high ground. That was a big one.
Oh, these servers are struggling a little bit.
Wait, what does that mean? Boxy just said, I'm out, and then disconnects. He's coming
It
back.
means he's out. He ain't coming back.
He's coming
Boxy's
back.
done. He's going to the store.
Well, Secret in a pretty good spot here. And Wolfling's up on the high ground. We've got 3 heroes. Tusk respawning soon. Resolution can join. Now, Liquid could meet their match if they go too deep into this jungle. I feel like, yeah, they've seen the Spirit Bear as well. And what are we seeing? Monkey King? he's mid-jump, isn't he? He's pouncing across.
Yeah. No, he's actually just been gifted the ability of flight. They decided that monkeys, it's time for them to evolve. It's 2022. They can fly now.
Leave this forsaken planet.
Turn to humans, now to birds. But we should really test the server. I think everyone in the game should buy a Helmet Dominator, and then get one of those little guys that summon skeletons, and then just summon skeletons all at once and see what happens.
Yeah, we need Wraith King, we need TB with illusions, and Phantom Lancer with reflection on him.
All right, I'm talking about in this specific game, but yeah, I mean, sure, we could just like
We could just put
dash,
heroes in.
create hero
course.
Terrorblade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why the hell not?
Just stack Roshans as well. Get a couple of those out on the map.
Well, Liquid very wisely getting away from that top lane engagement. No vision there, of course. Playing into darkness. Incredibly scary for them.
Yeah.
They've been struggling to keep vision up here as well. There's Gem on the Death Prophet clearing through all of their observer wards. One placed now back in their own jungle. Very defensive one. Kind of hoping that Team Secret come towards them.
Yeah, Puppy's just chilling top. He hasn't shown on the lane. You have to be really, really careful the later the game goes. Going into this 40-minute territory, showing on a wave gives so much information. You know, being able to just like look at Zayas right now, sitting on this cliff, seeing Boxy bot. He knows that he can do this. He knows it's completely free. Looking for any D ward that they can get for this little bit of map control, leading towards the next Roshan.
And looks like Liquid making multiple calls that they want to go top. Tier 1 tower being defeated by creeps. Rezo's going to show there, give it a little whack, push it forward. Secret all 5 up here as well, so this is going to give them that platform from the enemy ancients area to hold on to Roche, keep that vision up, while Liquid resorting to warding their jungle, enemy ancients area.
Yeah, this does not feel good. For Liquid right now, their biggest question mark should be how they can reclaim the top side of the map, because Secret have every angle covered. They are in their triangle, they have the area behind them warded, Puppy's sitting in the pit. There's a potential that if they were to smoke in there, he would be the one breaking it. But they're just gonna... I don't know, it would be pretty nice here if they can just force the TPs back and then get out and take that top side.
Yeah, that is the threat with the bear, right? He can push so quickly. Secret have to respect it. Come back and halt the push coming in, and now Liquid, they can swing top, look for the D wards, reclaim a bit of land for themselves. I think about that next Roshan, which we'll see. He's going to be 1 minute away.
Man, it's hard playing into Fog. Secret moving all the way back top right now, it makes the most sense considering they want to contest Roshan. But if Liquid knew, then you can just run this bear back at bot again.
Yeah.
There's no TPs this time. No one to defend the base. I honestly wouldn't be opposed to seeing Liquid just try to go for this base again. The only problem is at this point Roche can spawn. They don't know how fast it's going to be. We know 30 seconds away. Yeah, they have to... I like the idea of forcing them to TP back, but yeah, again, you have to start thinking how you're going to get up here, how you're going to go for this pit.
All right, now just playing under their vision. Kind of hoping that Secret want to sweep through their own ancients. So they are collecting up tier 4 neutral items here, Team Liquid. They've got 4 out of the 5. Spell Prism, Pango, Telescope, Jakiro. Penta Edge Sword for the Lone Druid as well.
It would be nice if they could get a gem on Liquid. I think Secret. Do they have one? Yeah, they do. They have
Yeah,
one on
they've had
Death
one.
Buffet, which is just really nice. Like you want to be able to sweep somewhat and remove some vision, because
Well, here's that problem.
yeah.
Just as you said, Liquid, they're all stuck down at bottom, trying to play under their vision, and Roshan has respawned. And that allows Secret to swiftly take it.
Yeah.
Aegis, Shard, and Cheese for Team Secret. And Liquid, they're smoking now, but it seems too late. They want to go up high ground. They're still near dire vision, though. They're pinging out, saying, hey, don't get too close. Don't get smoke broken. Insania going to get scouted, though. The 2-man Boundless. In comes Chrysalis with a BKB. He's stunned and bashed, though, so no Wukong's coming just yet, while Tusk in the back, battered by Boxy. Rezo focusing in on him, while Nisha, he tries to kill Zai, but the quick TP's home will allow him to survive. Liquid, somehow, reasonably unscathed coming out of this team fight. The kill on Zai, it's the buyback from him. But Secret still hold Aegis and Cheese.
Yeah, Boxy looking big. Got that basher. Oh boy, he's got that basher. He's gonna be punching.
And Chrysalis just the perfect opportunity, but he gets bashed up before he can Wukongs or anything like that. And yeah, Boxy, man, the boldness to jump into the middle of Secret like that. And then the BKB TP's home. Resmoke time. They don't have Zai with them. But they've got this high ground ward. Do they see Chrysalis yet? He's nearby.
Don't have a blink on Boxy yet. Who do you have blink on? Could only be Mickey.
Yeah, just
Or
the
a rebound
Pango.
off the bear.
Insania. He's shuffling forward, trying to see where that smoke breaks. The rest of his team just sitting under obs. In Secret, they fall back. And have cleared out the ancient area. No more high ground vision here for Liquid. And of course, Secret, knowing they've got the safety of Aegis and Cheese on their Monkey and Morphling, respectively.
I suppose things should get a little bit easier here for Secret with this Aegis. They do not have tier 2 towers anymore, so that's not really your goal. You want to just take a fight that can lead to high ground at this point if you're Secret.
Oh, their wards are going to come into play. The ones they placed ages ago, trying to get in on top of them, but Matumba Man, did he know? Did he see something happen there? Because he gets the Savage Roar off and he's sprinting back to base, but in comes Poppy with a cask, Maledict on the bear, and Matumba Man being drained of his life. In comes Chrysalis with the BKB Wukongs. Zone out Liquid, back to their base. Damage looks good on Matu as they kill the bear. Secret expending a lot to take him down, and he will be resummoned.
Well, this game's getting very, very hype. We're kind of reaching these late game fights now where everyone has so much farm. Nisha even has a blink dagger now. Like, they're totally in this zone of like, okay, we're strong, we have our core items. We just need to have wards and see who we want to kill, and we'll get them. Like, we have the tools. They're just willing to keep pushing this fight.
Oh, Mickey. Oh, my God. Oh, Mickey. I don't know how he does it. Zayat's blinked like 10 range to get a little bit closer for the punch, but didn't quite make it. And that was Liquid all separated. 2 heroes bot, 3 mid. That would have been a disaster for them.
They know where they are now.
And they've got high ground vision. Liquid going to come back for this. Outpost being taken. The scan connected, and they see all 3. TP bottom from Rezo. Secret want to recoup, regather their forces. Zai straight onto Rezo. Blink in with a static link. And the bear has found the Witch Doctor on the left side of the fight while Mickey rolls up. The Thunder's coming. Zai is about to die as Nisha. The BKB cancelled out a little bit by the bash as the vessel's on the bear. Forced back now, Liquid. They refreshed up over on their Monkey King. He's being demolished though. First life down. Liquid out of here. Rezo with his BKB, and they can't contend with Nisha's Morphling. They're playing this back and forth so beautifully. Chrysalis still up and running. Nice snowball save as the Death Ward takes down Boxy. Mickey back in towards Rezo's DP and the bear, shredding through her. Another pick off for Liquid, but they're losing out heroes so quickly. Another bear down. The actual hero dropping to the Crypt Swarm, and Secret with a huge fight. 5 heroes down. Zai was forced to buy back and didn't even rejoin.
Radiant's top tower is
Do
under
you know the worst part was for him? it was that he didn't have enough mana to use his BKB in the initial fight. Like, he went in, but he was out of mana, so he just couldn't BKB. What a nerf to the
So
item.
sad.
That actually might be the first time I've ever seen it have actual impact in a game.
And now Secret up on the high ground. What's gonna stop them from taking these barracks down? Nisha, Crystallis straight onto the tier 3 mid now as well. There's no bear for 50 seconds. Matsumaman down and out. Boxy does have a buyback but wants to hold it. They can't really fight without their primary hero.
They can even use Wukongs just to secure this last Rax as well.
Yeah, I mean, Mickey's trying to make a meal of this. Pre-BKB on the Monkey King, full staffing him in. Crystallis, he's going to get a pistol bladed there as well. Caught out inside this Macropire, but he has that BKB and the jump across. The Aghanim Shard allowing him to boundless strike miles away from his opponents. While Nisha's more flaying, dying quickly, waveforms away from Boxy's Marcy. Liquid, hold on.
So close to like 2 separate kills and they just don't have enough to secure it. Secret, they are so close to taking this series. 1 Rax left. I mean, they were just a little greedy with the Monkey King ult there. I think by the time they finally decided to use it, Liquid made the most of the opportunity they had and went on him and forced them off the base. Could have been a whole different story if he got that all off, but looking into the future, and the game is much easier for you now as well. And if you even look at the way that they took Rax, like, it's mid and bot, which is going to apply so much pressure to the bot side of the map. So these Roshans, these future Roshes for Secret are going to be much easier with those 2 waves constantly pushing in and forcing Liquid to the other side of the map.
Insane, yeah. Speaking of on the other side of the map, he's trying to get his vision out there, knowing that it is desperation mode for Liquid. I need to keep these lanes shoved. Don't give Secret the opportunity to crash into the base with his DPXO and a DD Morphling, which Nisha is currently holding.
Yeah. Feels like the biggest issue is just not being able to really kill one hero, or they're killing these Aegis, or they're not able to connect properly to truly burst down a hero on Liquid. They need... Like, they have the amount of stuns with Mickey and stuff in this Abyssal Blade to kill someone if they can all just pile on. There's so many things that are just like causing this bear to not be able to hit. You get controlled, you get feared by the Siphon, you get slowed by the Shiva's Guard, you're getting vesseled as well, and like, the bear is dying so easily. Even with the Dispel on the Shard, it's not really like enough. I think maybe the bear needs a BKB.
Yeah, I was going to ask. It might be what Matsumaman has to do for his 6th item slot. I can't believe we've got another Roshan lined up. It feels like only seconds ago that Roche died and they were holding Aegis and Cheese. And 47 minutes in, we'll have yet another one. As Liquid hold onto their base. Secret, very, very disciplined with their moving across the map. They're holding a 21k lead, but, you know, it's... As we've seen, it's still anyone's game. Any kind of slip up, any kind of exceptional miracle play can absolutely tip the scales. I mean, looking at buybacks now, that's got to be one of the most important things, right? Liquid without a couple of big buybacks on there. Pango and Razor.
100 should have his in a little bit. Everyone's just feeling, you know, a little bit poorer as the 21k lead starts to sink in. Your map has been dark. I think that's a big problem that Liquid have had all game, actually. It feels like Secret have been much better at holding territory and getting wards down, whereas Liquid have been playing much more in fog. I've been pretty occasionally checking the vision from both teams to try and figure out why Liquid are like making the moves they're making. You know, you'll see Secret with like 2 heroes top and 3 heroes bot, and Liquid are just a bit scared to commit to a play because they just don't know.
And it's not through lack of trying either, right? We've seen Insanely getting these high ground wards down. This early gem that Secret picked up has completely neutered the vision from Liquid.
Yep.
Radiant are scanning.
A lot has come down to vision this game. And even now, right? We're playing into no vision. We don't see anything. And Secret are just standing under a ward.
They see DP. They see Resolution. Not quite sure who's behind him, though. As Team Secret, a little deeper than maybe Liquid expect here. They're pinging out that side the tree line, which Liquid are all holding with a high ground ward, and Team Secret just knowing that no one is holding on to that mid or bottom lane. Mickey comes back to defend it now, and it's time for Secret to move on in. Blink and punch. Nisha moves forward. Mickey defended by the Ice Path as they kill off Zayat. Resolution running back now. Did pop the Exo, but Team Secret not wanting to commit into this base. There's a snap decision to go on the Mickey Pango. You're right, they do not want to throw.
I do not want to throw.
Roshan is alive.
Yeah. Why throw game in enemy base when Roshan do tricks?
Go back into the pit. Puppy and Rezo, they see it. Where's team? Where's Crystallis? Monkey King pounces in. Nisha. He's trying to get there. Wave forming into mid. He's very bold here, pushing out that additional wave. And a buyback from Zayat's going to look to secure this Roshan as well. Liquid, is it your chance now? A moment to shine. They'll see the Wukong's command. There's a huge golden circle surrounding the pit. There's no way in. The bear getting tagged by the statues, the spirit vessel, the maledict. Everything's on it. It'll drop low, but unlikely to die.
Got it.
And as Secret more and more ahead here. Now they just have to talk about how they want to handle taking this high ground. I think the Monkey King has hit level 26. He has the extra ring on the ult. That's probably the biggest utility tool they can use here. Just if they can walk up and use that ring, it probably should equal the racks. If not, he can go for a refresher orb on himself. And within 2 rings, you are 100% securing this racks. They don't have a way to force you out of it the same way that Secret might buy an Ags. Oh no, they do have an Ags on Tusk and can kick you out. Secret have so many tools looking forward here on how to win the game. You can kick someone out of the base. You can ring twice and take the racks. You can just simply siege slowly with the ring, with the Rezo ult. I mean, there's a lot of ways to do tower damage here, even into the glyph that Liquid do have. You have enough spells to kind of stall it, like not even care about the stall, right?
Yeah, and then you're looking at the previous fights where the Lone Druid has been able to immediately burst down the Witch Doctor or catch the Tusk. Now you're staring down the barrel of, what, 3 Eon Discs?
Yeah.
Puppy, Zayat, and Resolution all have one. Plenty of ways to weasel their way out of these fights.
Matu does not have buyback. He spent his gold on a nullifier.
Oh, the jump on Zayat. Eon Disc there. Disposed back into the Entangling Claws, and Liquid, they get the first blow. No buyback on him either. He's dead for 100 seconds. Yeah, you're right. Matu's nullifier paying off big time. Did he also drop a gem? Was he the one holding it, or is?
I think DP was holding it last time I checked.
DP had it, but I think Zayat had it, and it. Was Witch Doctor got it? Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
It's changed hands so many times.
Yeah.
Well, now Secret. What's their plan? Is it wait for Zayat to respawn? Are they going to try and fight under this vision? A few seconds left. 40 seconds of high ground observer ward. And they see Zai here. Wukong's command expended as Mickey rolls in, rolls out. Shakes it back to his base.
He feels bad using that roll. Maybe they thought there would be more chain stun for Razor.
Oh, Secret quickly moving in. But Boxy, such long range with a rebound.
Oh, Crystal is sitting happy, man. He's going for that refresher roll, but he has the shard, the refresher shard. So he's not even feeling like he's one item down. He's super ready. They can I guess Roll's back up already actually, it's level 25. But will we see them just force this high ground with the double ring?
Wait, they're jumping in. Puppy clipped by the Ice Path. The Rolling Thunder. He's got it on disc and Voodoo Switcheroo though, so Puppy buying time for his team while top lane's pushed in by Nisha. The racks are falling and Liquid. This team fight didn't play out as they expected. They need the glyph just to defend the ranged barracks. Secret smoke and mirrors fighting mid, pushing top, still waiting to see if Liquid show. And Resolution with Nisha thinking about the go forward. They've stunned up Boxy, BKB out of the Marcy. Zai, he's allowed this Nisha Morphling to turn into the Razor. The bear is opening up on him, and Nisha's dead. Crystallis inside the Wukongs, though. A real struggle to deal with the Monkey King now. Liquid getting chased back to the edge of the earth. Zai hunted by Poppy and Rezo. The Death Ward trying to give the vision. The creep waves will allow it to happen. And now they can move into the final building that matters in the base.
Come and
He's so close to buyback on Pango.
How close?
Like 100 gold.
40 gold, 35 gold. Look, Insania just got a bounty rune. That's why it jumped from 100 to 30.
It won't be enough to defend your base. Or defend your racks, I should say. It might be enough to defend your base. But every single fight from Secret is pushing the game more and more in their favor. They are getting buybacks out. I guess they got one on Nisha, actually. That could be your way back. If this fight explodes and Nisha gets his... not Nisha. God damn it. I keep saying Nisha because I watched him play Pango mid so much. If Mickey gets his buyback off and they can take a really good fight when Morphling dies, maybe you can end. Maybe there's a way through these mega creeps, which will probably come out any moment now.
Yeah, Chrysalis is pouncing forward for this final barracks. Jump in, a few hits, swiftly done. Savage roll from the bear, but how quickly Zayas moves in to try and finish it off. Mega creeps now available as Team Secret move into the liquid base. Are disposed back on resolution. No exo and no real safety measures there, apart from the Eon Disc, which he does reassemble. And Zai beats back on Chrysalis. 30 seconds for the Aegis to expire, but a kickback on the bear. This is the resummon. That's the big deal. They'll kill it off as well. Skadi slows enough, and now Liquid without their primary source of damage, losing Zai in the meantime. Dead for 2 minutes, and the Death Ward is going to help clear out Insania's Jakiro. He buys back, but you're in a 4 versus 5 now. Marcy with the Unleash, blinking forward, disposing Nisha. They know, like you said, that's the target to go for. But Poppy, look at it go! Getting the Death Ward in onto Matsu, Rezo charging forward, the DP forcing Liquid to fight around their tier 4s as Chrysalis has the big Wukongs, and Poppy with a move forward. He's going to stun up Matsuma Man. Savage Raw is going to buy a bit of time, but the tier 4s are falling quickly. Nisha and Chrysalis breaking the buildings. Liquid call GG. What a series. 3 games of madness. But Team Secret battled through it all. They started this 7 hours ago or something.
They are taking these teams down one at a time. They are going for it, and now back to the big boys entity in their future, man.
They've got a best of 5 to play now, don't they?
They do, and honestly, I mean, if they can keep this up, they have a chance. They just need to make sure that they're able to take this bit of rest and recover and get ready, and honestly, just take this momentum in. I think they're playing really well. I think Resolution is playing fantastically from the offlane every single game. I think what I love the most are just their drafts right now. They are covering so many bases with everything that they're picking and giving themselves multiple ways to fight, multiple win conditions, multiple just conditions in general to start fights, get pickoffs, push towers, do things. Like, the ability to do things, Team Secret is showing, how much they can abuse that and pressure the map. And their vision game has been on point all day. Like, everything they're doing is so high class. Seriously.
Yeah, and improving every step of the way. We definitely had some thoughts about how they started this regional qualifier run in the bracket against Entity. Definitely looking a little slow, but they've picked up the pace. And it's definitely something that can be said, the other way around. Yes, they played several hours today already with a best of 1, finishing that best of 3 earlier. Now a full best of 3 against Liquid, heading into a best of 5. Maybe a little tired, but also maybe with a bit of momentum, feeling confident in their game plan, knowing that they can stand up against the onslaught. But of course, we do have that best of 5 coming, so a bit of a break to give Secret some breathing room as Owen will return to cast that final series of the qualifier. From me and Sheepo, that's it. And any closing remarks, anything you'd like to say here to finish out our final broadcast?
Casting is scary.
Yeah, we've been blessed or cursed or blessed, whichever way you want to look at it, with 70-minute games, best of 3s going the full distance. It's been a pleasure, Sheepo. You're an absolute natural coming to cast here.
Oh, no, you make it easy, Gary. Thank you to everyone that's watched. Thank you to everyone that has helped us along the way with your viewership, with your support. I appreciate everything. I've honestly had a great time watching some fantastic Dota, Europe East, Europe West. Great friggin' regions. I've had a blast.
Yeah, stay hydrated, honestly. I mean, I'm sweating here. The tension of these games really starting to get to me. Stay tuned, of course, for that best of 5 coming up after this break.
It's what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for the grand finals here of the Western Europe qualifiers for the International 2022. I'm Only Pixel, joined by Kezu, and we're getting ourselves ready for this one. Of course, best of 5 between Entity and Team Secret to fight for that one spot to go straight to the International. As you can see here, the run that we've had from both teams, Entity straight through the upper, not dropping a single game. Secret, of course, to get knocked down earlier by Entity themselves, and then had to climb their way back through the lower bracket, taking down Nigma Galaxy into the breach, and of course, today, Team Liquid. It's been a long road for them, and a long day of play, right, Kezi? I mean, Secret, they started playing, I think, about 1 o'clock, and still much more Dota 2 for them to play here, and against a very, very scary team. We're here with the draft coming up on your screens. Kezu, thoughts and feelings coming to this one. Is there a chance that Secret could take a game, could take the series? Because everything we've seen so far, Entity looks unstoppable.
So, I think that Secret can, though if you're a Secret fan, I have a stat for you that will not make you feel very good.
Oh, no,
Since these two teams have these iterations, Secret have not yet won a series against Entity.
Oh,
I
how many
believe
have they
there's
played?
7, like 3 or 4. They've played like 3 BO3s and 1 BO2 at the Genting event. In matches alone, so in single games, the count right now is 7-3 for Entity.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay. Well, you know, if those 3 were in a best of 5, that would mean
5
Secret would
seconds
win it.
remaining.
So there's still a chance,
True,
you know?
true.
The stats are there, there's a chance, but yeah, very excited to see this. Very excited to see this. I mean, so far, obviously,
Team
today from the
Secret's
games that
turn
we've
to
had,
ban.
what are you thought really about Secret showing? And like, what sort of form do you feel that they're in today, going off the games we've witnessed from them here?
I would say that Secret are stepping it up again. Also, especially the longer that these tournaments and qualifiers go, you can really see the expertise and the experience come in with how, you know, you adapt to your draft, pulling out some Centaur post 5s and some random Tusks creeping in for Secret that they either play on Zayas on the post 4 or Nisha on the post 2. Then also overnight they had to think about to play this Leshrac in the offlane earlier against the Slark, which worked out very well. And already here, you know, they're coming in with their Tusk again. Some of the bans have been changed, but Entity, they have a very, very good carry player, and what I would like to point out for Entity is that they have played with pure confidence, no pun intended, and they picked their Morphling here on the closing pick on the first phase. Very good pick against Razor, just overall one of the hardest counters to that, and now they are protecting him with their bans.
Yeah.
10
Absolutely,
seconds
yeah.
remaining.
Lena, anything else you want to be taking out to try and give you more of that
remaining.
perfect game?
It's gonna depend a little bit on what their own 16-17 is. There are heroes such as Phantom Lancer, or some Illusion heroes could be very scary. They're very good against Undying, against the Tombstone. They're very good against Morphling in the game as well. So if Entity's next 2 picks don't really cover that, then that is something you can take out. Faceless Void is also still in the game, another hero that you can consider. So I think your bans here, okay, they will leave all of those. Perhaps they think that there's just too many of those, so we'd rather just take out you know, the mid type of hero that gives them more team fight. I can totally see the Pango ban too.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, we've seen how well the Secret's been able to play with the Pango. Incredibly strong hero
remaining.
right now that's risen to the top during this qualifiers.
5 seconds remaining.
Now back to Secret. I mean, honestly, you know, if you're drafting against Entity, what do you even do? I mean, I feel for a start, do you know, sort of, you know, obviously considering that the flexibility that some of these players have, you know, it feels like some of these heroes you just don't know who's going to be really playing. It must be a nightmare trying to draft against Entity when they're in the current form and they're playing the game as they have been.
To me personally, it's really not easy at all to draft against these guys. They're very confident with multiple first picks, so no matter what you take out there, they're going to be comfortable here as they are with their Undying. And then in the second phase,
10 seconds
again, it's going to be highly dependent on what you want, but I feel like a route that people could try is to ban out both Nyx and Earthshaker against Entity, because those are the only two +4s that Kataomi has actually played in this tournament so far.
Okay. Okay, and here we have it, Secret. We're going to get the Centaur, and I would imagine, honestly, it's almost certainly going to be what Puppy Centaur once again here today?
I would assume so, yeah. So, I mean, there is a strength. So they have picked the Centaur multiple times now. The pattern that I see is they pick it with a quote-unquote another core that can go to multiple lanes. It's been so far always with Monkey or Razor. So maybe there still is the potential flex if Entity allow it. But I would assume that Secret will feel most comfortable if it's just this +5. Maybe use it for the Stampede against the Undying. And I mean, so far from what I've seen, it's looked incredibly good for being a... I mean, that's not a support hero, man.
Yeah, I mean, we did have obviously a very entertaining game earlier where we even got to see a bit of Aghanim's action, which was whichever way it ended up going in the team fights. Still very entertaining to see people thrown into the back of the cart and dragged around a little bit by Puppy. Over the side of Entity, as you were mentioning, no surprises here. They have the option of taking one of the two. And indeed the Shaker, the one that's available for the picks. So once again, getting their hands on that. And yeah, it's been very impressive, right, the Shaker play.
No, absolutely. He will always set up his offlaner nicely. They play their team fights incredibly well. They also always have like this mid-game timing, which matches very well with Earthshaker, you know, around the blink timing or a potential shard. So I mean, it would make the most sense for Secret here to pick their mid, because then they still get to save their last pick for the offlane of Entity, which will be their last pick on their side later. Pango is out, which would have been a great pick. I could see something like a Kunkka. I do know that Nisha likes this hero a lot. It's perhaps a little awkward with Tusk Centaur, but it's very good against the Invo matchup as they go TA.
Okay. Would you imagine that is going to be Chrysalis playing that safe lane, or is this a Nisha TA?
Probably, I would assume that they're very open with these options so far in terms of where they're gonna go. Perhaps the last pick of Entity will then truly reveal what Secret will do. There is definitely an overlap in Razor and TA in terms of what they do. They're somewhat similar heroes, right? Very single target. They rely on their BKBs. They have like timing, like a clock on their team fights. That's what I like to call these heroes. So in the last pick, we're going to look for a very different archetype of core hero for Secret.
Let's have a look what Entity read from this sort of reveal from Secret. What kind of hero would sort of fill that gap that Secret have? They need that final core to fulfill. Going to take out the Monkey King. Chrysalis is most played hero, really.
Yeah. I mean, for now, it would seem that Entity believe that this is just a TA mid, which is it's a good matchup against Evoker, always has been, and I assume that it always will be. Not whether it's Quas-Wex or Exort, I don't even think it makes a very big difference here, as Secret are just gonna take out. They should be looking to take out these ranged offlaners that lane well with Earthshaker, so that again Earthshaker enables you in the lane, and then with you being strong in the lane, this then allows the Earthshaker to roam around the map a little bit, because that again could be the tipping point in this mid lane to the TA potentially getting pressure.
5 seconds remaining.
So final ban, and they want to throw another ban the way of Chrysalis' hero pool.
I mean, I know that the lane can be very hard, potentially, depending on Entity's pick, but seeing that there is a Venoban, it's not too crazy because it's Entity, but Faceless Void is still very good for Secret. I am a little scared, at least, without seeing Entity's hero, in terms of how well that lane would go, because you most likely do have a +5 Centaur with you. But it is an incredible Faceless Void game. It's the type of carry that would even allow the Razor and TA to still play their game very well. You know, you have the Chronosphere. It's an incredibly good time dilation game. And there's only an Earthshaker. Invoker can be somewhat annoying and Shaker, but if you can play around these heroes somewhat and you have heroes going in for you, it can definitely work out.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Not
Team
every
Secrets
draft we do
turn
see
to
Void
ban.
getting left in until the last couple of picks, and it will be available. Secret one to consider it. Sniper ends up being the final ban from Entity. Secret. See what else they want to remove from the offlane potential
seconds
of
remaining.
Entity.
Visage is already out, Viper
5
is out,
seconds remaining.
Venomancer as well. Bad Rider, another ranged offlane that you could pick, but that one gone too.
I mean, what sort of range offlanes are still in?
At this point, if you really do
Secrets
want one,
turn
it's
to
gonna be a quirky
Chen.
one. It's Chen.
Wait, so I mean, this is going to be offlane Undying, right?
Honestly, I'm not certain. At this point, I'm not sure. I believe that they play offlane Chen.
Okay.
They might. It
Yeah.
probably again. It's gonna come up to the
10
last pick of
seconds
Secret, so
remaining.
that's gonna throw it off a bit. This makes Faceless Void a lot worse, in my opinion.
5
Sure.
seconds
He does
remaining.
not lane. If it's a Chen, you don't lane well into him. If it's an Undying, I believe you don't lane well into this hero either. The illusion heroes are somewhat covered by Shaker. Strange. I'm trying to think here what they want to go for.
I speak for the
You may
team.
now
Go
select
with
your
the
heroes.
profit. So we'll see where that means everyone, where everything's going to go here for both teams. Yet to see the reveal from Entity on, you know, who's going to be taking which here between the support and the offlane. And,
You want
it
the
will-
Chen, yeah.
It's going to be offlane Undying here for Toby. And
If
do you
it was if they had gone for a carry profit, then I believe there would have been a higher chance for Toby to actually be playing the Chen.
Yeah.
But I think either way, with how the lanes will go, you want the Chen to go to the Nature's Prophets lane because again, Chen lanes really well in lanes where you can take over creeps, right? Especially if it's your enemy summon. So that's gonna be very good for them. And other than that, I'm very hyped for this early game. Even though some of these heroes are very static, the Shaker, Chen, they're gonna have movement around the map. They're gonna be freed up for sure.
Absolutely, yeah. And overall, who's come out on top here, Kezu? I mean, you're looking at the two lineups. What are you liking? Are you again going to, you know, be able to believe in the sort of the innovation that Secret's coming in, this Centaur Warrunner support that nobody else is playing right now? Is it gonna make the magic happen here?
I feel like the Secret Tricore is very strange, at least to me. I can see why they went for it. Nature's Prophet, very good against Morphling. Though I kind of like what Entity have. I think it is very much their bread and butter. Even if they haven't played this much Morphling, Pure is an incredible morph. It's a pretty good morph game. He is laning against Nature's Prophet, but again, he is covered by his support, the Chen, who's going to make this lane a bit easier for him. So I would look for him to have a good game, really.
All right. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're just getting ourselves into this one. Game one of the best of 5 here. Team Secret versus Entity fighting for that one spot that will take you direct to the International 2022. Here we go as we get ourselves started off. And I already see if we maybe get some early action. Secret, they'll smoke up outside of the base to try and get themselves in position. Set up there, so the early vision, and see what sort of moves Entity's going to be making. Bang on wards there from both sides at the exact same time. And in terms of the early lane matchups, are we going to see any sort of matchups try to be forced by either side?
I wouldn't say necessarily forced, but it is definitely nice, as I touched on, if the Chen is against the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
Top lane by default should be super favored for Secret, at least as far as I'm concerned. You have 2 melee heroes, the Shaker Undying against Razor. Even the fact alone that it's a Razor carry against these heroes will make that lane very good. He has a Pulse 5 Centaur, which again, I don't know how good this hero is, but if your carry has a good matchup and then you're the Pulse 5 Centaur, I'm sure the lane will be absolutely fine for you.
Let's see. Of course, so far in this run, the qualifiers Entity yet to drop a single game. They're pretty flawless. And Secret, they've had some highs, they've certainly had some lows as well.
I have
Managed to make it here to this all-important final series. It's been a long day, but maybe that extra bit of warming up will work in their advantage.
They've at least got the momentum on their side, for sure.
Yeah.
They've been playing the whole day and like smashing people with some, you know, doing some good stuff with your Centaur. It definitely also shows that their preparation has been working out. I'm sure they also have heroes in this game that they feel good about. And also something to definitely keep an eye on is going to be this mid matchup. I know that it is at least supposedly TA favorite, and I don't think this has changed. So also we'll need to see if Nisha will continue to have a good game, as he has done pretty much all tournaments so far.
Yeah, he really has. He's been incredibly reliable, Nisha. For his mid performances, popped off many a game here for Secret. And we'll see how well he fares in this mid matchup. Top lane. Puppy just going to be running down Kataomi. And we have seen this a few times now from a few teams. I mean, so what's your thoughts on dying in the core role? What does this sort of enable in the hero when you give him this priority?
The hero just seems to lane very well with the new decay, where you don't lose this HP, and also you push out waves really fast with this hero nowadays. You have a little higher damage later on, then your decay deals more damage to the creeps. But it's overall just about the levels and the tankiness. You hit all these timings like a lot faster. Your laning stage is really amped up, as you can see even up top. They're playing this double melee lane into Razor, but they're applying a lot of pressure. They're ahead in the CS, and the Crystallis is already on 40% HP in this lane.
Absolutely, yeah, there's consistent spam here from Toby. Keeping him very, very low. See Kataomi also able to grab the creeps. Should be able to make them meet as he wishes. Puppy making sure he takes a lot of damage for it, and will be able to snipe his courier. Chases that out after the delivery's been made.
That's mine.
Bottom lane, CS for Pure so far, looking pretty good. 8 for 5 here on the last hits and denies. Not feeling any sort of pressure so far in this lane. I mean, will this change, or does this just sort of continue to be a pretty safe lane for the Morph to farm in? Is there ever really any potential of Secret threatening Pure?
I would say that the only real way for them to change, so we have a little bit of harass top, is around the time where Rezo gets level 3, because sure, he will still steal a Treant, but you have one more. So instead of just having one, you're going to have 2 Treants, so that's going to help a little bit. But unless Secret get to apply pressure within like the next 2 minutes of him getting that second level in Treants, then that lane later on doesn't really become much better. Sure, you will pressure the tower a bit with Nature's Prophet, but if in the next 2 minutes they don't shut down Pure, they will not do it afterwards either.
And do you sort of see any potential for any of those early moves to add an extra hero into the mix in any of these side lanes to try and catch out any of the cores early?
So Stormstormer is playing an Exort build, so there's not too many moves that are gonna go into the mid lane, I believe. At least not from Entity side. Secret could look for plays later, and they definitely want to. When you do play this Nature's Prophet in the offlane, it's one of the most tempo-reliant heroes in the game, which means if you have plays to speed up the game, it's very good for you. Like, Tusk can potentially roam mid, and then Nature's Prophet can go there. But Entity don't really have the same option. They can look to counterplay it with the Earthshaker. So I would say the only real place we're going to see is that Secret should really be eyeing this mid lane later with Tusk and a Nature's Prophet rotation.
So far in the mid. So 16 for 12 against their 14 and 7. Many a creep being denied in the mid lane between the two. Stormer able to deny just that little bit more from Nisha. Probably a few Forge Spirit denies in there as well, of course. We'll see on the top lane. Crystallis 17 and 4. Toby's 19 and 4, so yeah, 19 and 4 now on him as well. So basically dead even on the top lane.
Whoa, mid lane.
See if they can take Stormer down here. Drop the ice wall. Not quite able to stay on top of him there. Bit of an early attempt here to try and bring down the Invoker Rezo. Showing his face in order to assist Nisha, but Stormer's going to be fine. Survives the attempt. He'll be able to continue to CS in the lane as Rezo has to step back to bottom. Might be able to get a Bit of action here as they've trapped in Fishman. Pure is around to help out though, and Zayats is very, very low. Pure waveforms in, and we'll get the kill, but not before on the other side of the map. Crystallis was able to claim that first blood, taking down Toby.
Looks like they must have clipped the Undying top, maybe with a slow into the center stomp. Looks like the eventual pressure of top lane is too strong from the Razor. I mean, I was already a little surprised how well the Undying was doing, but I think with the changes, it's not too crazy that he was doing good for like 4 or 5 minutes now. The Secret get this eventual kill on them, which is great. In the meantime, Pure gets himself a little kill on bottom too as Fishman here.
Has been trapped. Not enough that Pure can really do in time to be able to help out. So Secret able to find kills now in both side lanes here at the 6-minute mark.
I like what Zayats is doing here again in the enemy jungle, especially around the 5-6 minute mark, nighttime. Not only do you get to go in like an aggressive area to scout things out, you get to place vision, which he just did, and you can potentially set up the play around mid that we've already touched on. You do have the TA traps now, and we all know Exort Invoker not really the best at protecting himself, if at all.
Definitely something that Secret did try and abuse with that earlier movement. Again, going to see this focus around the mid lane. He's coming in, Rezo. Look for the setup here behind the tower. Backup is here, Entity. They've got Fishman and Katomi ready once again to just make sure that Stormer's going to be perfectly fine. They'll get a bit of damage done to the tower. Pressure at the Treants. Secret, same time top. Puppy trying to fight Toby here. He really wants the tombstone, but he's taking a lot of damage for it.
Oh boy.
And will lose his life for that one. Back in the mid, Nisha also gets caught. The ice wall gets laid down. He's not able to escape. That's a big kill in the mid. And on that top lane, a very easy kill there for Toby.
Well, definitely nice plays from Entity all around the board. I do think the way that Secret engaged the mid play in both times has been less than ideal. I feel like they're forcing it a little too much. I like that you can see that the idea is there and they know what they want to play for. But I believe that currently at this point they're trying to do it a little like they're not patient enough to make the play. And then in the meantime, Toby, he drops his tomb top, gets out a little bait, and actually gets a kill on Puppy. That was pretty interesting too.
He's going to be very happy with that one. I mean, you see at the moment, second highest in the net worth here, Toby on the offlane Undying. Very much showing its strength, even in this matchup where you are a melee hero against a Razor. He's just not, you've not felt any sort of pressure from that whatsoever. It's going to show
No, not at
how-
all.
Yeah.
His item build actually is very cool on Undying. I think he just understands, okay, it's a type of lane. You will not beat Razor by right-clicking. So he has spent all his money on Mana Regen, which is not just good for him, but also for his Earthshaker. This Sage Mask, Basilius, Raindrop, now Arcane Boots. Just very good build by him, completely understanding the matchup that he's playing into.
Make a go on him now. The Tombstone has the ult. So if there's going to be any sort of help for him, Fisher comes into play. He'll try and heal up with the Soul Rip. Might have a chance of bringing Crystallis down in return. Katomi's in with the stun. Indeed, they'll be able to find the trade.
Oh, he's
Puppy
blocked.
is sort of trapped in here, trying to find a way out, but the zombies are building up upon him. Katomi stays on top of him as the zombies, they're killing him off. Toby gets the double kill. I mean, this top lane is turning into a bit of a mess, but a bit of a beautiful mess, I think, here for Toby, as he'll
absolutely.
happily go down for that one.
I mean, Owen, you asked me why they play offlane Undying.
I mean,
Here's
this is
your
why,
answer.
yeah. I mean, Secret just don't. It seems like they don't really know how to deal with it. It's just working at a pretty deadly level. 3 kills now for Toby in this top lane. You got to be careful. You don't want to mess with this man. If you try and go for the kill, you're gonna both die.
Yeah, Undying is just the type of hero where you need to truly understand whether or not you can kill him from full to zero, because if you don't, it's just a situation where you will get turned around on, right? He's gonna pop his ult, get some HP, heal himself, drop the tomb. So I feel like right now Secret are trying a little too hard to make their plays work. And now, since some of their last plays have failed, I don't really blame them if they feel a bit of pressure right now, because Rezo is not too happy on the Nature's Prophet yet. He's going for an interesting build, which is the Vessel Rush, actually. Considering that he's playing against Chen, Morphling, and Undying, I can definitely see this one work out. So he's going to look to get involved a little bit. But if he wants to have a good timing on this Vessel, Secret need to hit a few of these moves.
Sure. Not for sure, yeah. Already the early net worth lead starting to favor towards Entity. We've only got Nice over in the mid, Puppy. Looking pretty dead here. Cold Snap will be enough of a setup for Entity to clean up another kill top lane. Bit of aggression from Zayats and Chrysalis, but not able to find a kill out of this one. In fact, they've got to roll away. See, Katsuomi's able to get a fantastic angle. Blocks off the escape of Zayats. This top lane is going to end another kill here into the hands of Toby's Undying.
Ooh la la. Entity are moving the heroes very beautifully around the map right now. So now seeing that Pure has had a very good early game, and similar to what I said, they didn't get to pressure him with the one Nature's Prophet timing they had, and instead he is now very farmed on the Morphling, and he can protect this bottom lane for a long time. Remember back in the draft where I said that their cores are very similar? Well, they picked a third hero who's basically one more of that. They don't have too many rotations around other than the Nature's Prophet, and now that they've missed a few timings, you're not going to have Nisha run bottom and help Rezo to take this tower, so Pure's just going to live rent-free in this bottom lane and just farm everything.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely concerning if you look at what Pure's been able to get away with down here. Yeah, top net worth by a clean 1,000. You know, the CS far ahead of anyone else. Yeah, it's a complete free farm here on a Morphling. And we've seen many times kind of what consistently happens when Pure gets complete free farm. Very little teams stand any sort of a chance against it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And this is a pretty good Morph game. So now, though, for Secret, at least on the flip side, Nisha is still doing very well on the TA. The TA Morph matchup is a little bit weird. If you have help from your team as the TA and you force the Morphling to have to strength up, it's pretty good because he loses more armor, then you start hitting him with the Death Zone, you can actually be pretty scary. So right now, since the game is not as good as Secret would like it to be, they should look to Nisha, help him get this Desolator, and then look to involve his hero a little bit and help him get involved in the game. Because right now, he can't. His objective is going to be to farm.
Some of the mid pressure here coming from Entity will succeed in taking
Stampede.
it down. We'll see Puppy pop the Stampede. They've got a Snowball coming in as well. The Ice Wall will be laid out though. An Entity, they're ready to turn this fight around. The Slam goes down. They've taken out Puppy. They'll get Zayats as well out of this one. Secret, they've got to run. There's no fight to be had here.
See ya.
Yeah, Pure, can he finish this off? Oh, nice Sprout from Rezo. Will be able to block off the Morph momentarily, but the waveform, it's still going to be able to close the gap. As Entity, they'll get 3 kills. They're now up to a 3K lead. Even playing around with Nisha as well, making sure he doesn't have the easiest of time of farming his own triangle.
So I think for Secret right now, I mean, Entity are just playing really well. The way they are positioned on the map is very good, but so far it's mainly Secret making plays and they're not really working out. If you're Secret, I think right now they need to understand that their kills don't really happen that fast. They don't have that much burst damage, right? And they're playing against heroes who are really good at turning plays. Undying Tombstone heal, there's a Chen heal, there's a long-range Fissure. So unless your plays really happen fast and you snap a guy out of the game, Secret need to be a little more aware of where they fight and how many heroes Entity actually have in the area. Because they're always ready and they will counterplay you like this every single time.
See Pure ready to return towards the bottom. Bit of pressure starting to show here from Resolution. They want to deal with this. TPs are coming in. So if they can get the setup onto Rezo. There's the burst. There's the opening. Sunstrike connects. Rezo goes down. An easy catch and kill there for Entity as Rezo shows his face close to the tower.
Yeah, for now, it's just really all Entity. For Secret, of course, they're not going to feel great with the position they're in, but they're only down 3k gold. They have a bit of a greedy support in the Centaur and the Tusk, where they both somewhat need items. So right now, I think they need to slow down the game a little bit. Let Rezo get his Vessel. He's very close. Perhaps give a lane to Puppy, and then really, they need to keep farming the map. Right now, they cannot fight into Entity. Their draft is not really designed to do it. They're also behind in the game. And I think soon enough, Entity will force the first Roche. And I'm kind of interested to see how Secret respond to that one.
Sure. And I feel as well, with Secret's lineup, how easy is it for all these heroes to kind of find the space to get this farm that they need at this stage? Because it feels like kind of a pretty greedy lineup in terms of the 3 cores and then the areas of the map they want to be clearing. It feels like there's some crossover.
Absolutely is a crossover, 100%. The good thing for you is that you have a Nature's Prophet who can potentially farm like very iffy areas that maybe other heroes can't. But without having vision on the map, that is also not really easy to do. So Secret are kind of in the position where it's very hard for them to play this game right now. Like their next moves are very important.
See if they can make a move here on the mid. They're gonna go for Toby. With the two of them, they will get the kill. Stampede also allows them to safely disengage. But see if Entity can catch anyone out of this. They can't. The Stampede enough to split Secret apart. So they get in, they get the kill, they get out.
That was very nicely played. Definitely making the most of the situation at that point. So that is absolutely how they can fight. Most likely even the only option that they can do it at this point is that they find someone and they hold the Stampede to then disengage after. They hope to kill the guy fast enough. As soon as he drops low, Stampede run away so that the Tombstone and Cold Snaps and all Ice Walls, whatever, that they don't slow you down. So very nicely played by them.
See them back off, at least hold off from making the next move, I'd imagine, until they have Stampede available once again. Works very well as a mechanic to get them out after they find that opportunity to make a quick move. Progress on the Blink Daggers. Katomi currently 1500 towards it. Not quite able to find Zayat Step. There's the Blink Dagger done for Stormstormer. So between that and the bots, he's ready to be all across the map. And again, just these items that Entity are getting out, it's going to make it that little bit easier to respond even quicker. And with even more favorable positions that they're able to jump back against Secret when Secret try and go for these moves to get pickoffs.
Yeah, it's time for Entity to go Roche. Pure has played the bot area long enough. He held the tower alive for a long time. He got all the farm going, and now they're far ahead. They have a very good Roche lineup. You have Chen, you have Morph, you have Undying as well with the Tombstone. And now here, this is a very... Okay, as we have a Stampede coming in.
Aggressive Stampede here from Puppey to try and start the action off, but doesn't look like the rest of his team really want to get involved in this one. As Puppey goes down, Entity, they'll resume the Roshan. Zayat, he's hovering around the edge of the pit, but there's just no way they're getting in on this. As Entity, they're able to take it down, get the Aegis into the hands of Pure. Just a little bit ambitious there from Puppey on the lead-in.
Yeah, definitely. Perhaps not feeling good enough, about giving Roche to your enemy, but sadly, sometimes the truth is you have to give it to them. So do you rather just give them the Roche, or do you want to give them Roche and kills? And sometimes it's just hard to let go in that situation, but I do think for Secret moving forward, they want to hold the Stampede as they showed in the mid-fight prior. They wanted to disengage or to kite around the fight a little bit. But either way, nice job by Entity. They go for the objective that they need. They finish up the Roshan, and now they're also getting closer, not even just close. They just finished the Blink Dagger on Katomi. So this is going to allow them to actually play faster around the map. And they have two plays now. You force this top tier 2 tower, or if you already see very clearly that Secret will not fight you, you can smoke across the map. Because right now you're in a position where Secret don't really deserve to farm that much of the map with the heroes that Entity have.
And as you mentioned in the draft that we're going to be a bit concerned if Katomi got one of his two heroes that he's been popping off, and we really are seeing it so far this game again. 2-0-8, high involvement on the kills. And yeah, with this Blink Dagger added into the mix nice and early for him, Secret, they better be scared. Bottom lane, Stormstormer, he's got the setup on Resolution. No chance of a TP out here with the four of them surrounding him.
Blink Invoker, very cool. Seeing it this early, I mean, Stormstormer, a Invoker specialist. He's been Grandmaster or whatever this tier is called for as long as I play this game. So this guy definitely knows his ins and outs of this hero. Now Entity, they TP'd all their heroes to bottom. Very likely that they're going to look to soon get out of here, start connecting with their Morphling again, who I haven't talked about Morph that much, but Pure is just rocking this net worth chart. And there is really no surprise there with the start that he's had.
Yeah, completely free farm in that lane down bottom. And as I say, there's, when you kind of give Pure that sort of start, he's going to start hitting these insane numbers. Skadi, just 800 gold away, 20 minutes in or so, you're looking at this Manta Skadi Morphling, which is pretty terrifying for Secret, especially when you when you consider, obviously, that they're running a three range core right-clicking lineup. I mean, the Scardy's going to be their worst nightmare.
Oh, absolutely. As up top.
See Katomi tying things up with a two-man slam. They'll put the Stampede, but Puppy, he's already dead. Zayats rolls in. He's quickly out, as it is already starting to look very difficult for Secret to get any sort of footing in this game against Entity, and we're just 20 minutes in.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned because this, I'm sad to say it if you want Secret to win, but this game is not getting easier for them. This is an incredible morph game. He has Alacrity. If it isn't, you know, it's already a great morph game. He has Alacrity, Tombstone, Soul Rip, Chen heals, and then Earthshaker getting stuns for him. This doesn't get much better.
And of course, also Toby's finished up a Lotus Orb.
Yeah.
So he's got that to throw down on Pure as well. They have all the tools to... Honestly, also the tools to pop off a Morphling in this state, say, to a 30-minute mark in a game. But they've got this all set up at 21 minutes in.
Yeah, and they're just gonna go up high ground, and this is absolutely the correct choice. I also like the creeps on Fishman, attack speed as Tusk. Zayas just taking a ton of damage from just casual spells.
He has to go for the snowball, but there'll be another quick snowball into his death. It's Pure. Cleans him another kill. They'll put the fortification, but it really feels like these racks are going down no matter what. We're just 21 minutes in. And Entity getting to take whatever they want from the map. And Secret, they just don't have a response. We see the wave forming over towards Nisha, caught by the Fisher. He's out for 50. And Pure ready to continue to play aggressively here. Still 40 seconds on the Aegis. As Entity, they are coming into this grand finals as explosively as they have every other series we've seen from them in the run so far. This qualifies. Puppy goes down. Entity, they're not going anywhere. They're into the base, under the tier 4s. They'll turn towards Crystalis. It's going to be pretty much a team wipe. Plus the BKB, but the sun strikes there. GG is called. Welcome to the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. We've just had a 22-minute victory here from Entity.
Well,
Well, I mean...
Entity are here, that's for
Yeah,
sure.
they certainly
played
are.
phenomenal.
Okay, well, that was game one there, Kazu. Thoughts?
Yeah, okay, so it's only the first game, so Secret
yes.
will need to change something in the draft, I think. So when you go into this game, you have a Morphling who's picked up very early on, and honestly, it's a very good morph game. Apart from potentially the lane, which then they instantly salvage by getting a 23-pick Chen. I even overlooked that. I thought the hero was banned in the first phase. And then I think Secret just tried a little too hard to maybe, to get their plays happen. But maybe they knew that their draft wasn't amazing, so perhaps they felt pressure from the get-go. But I don't know. Entity, my lord.
Yeah, that was... I mean, we've seen some crazy stuff from them in the run so far. I mean, I'm going to quickly check some of the times. Is this the quickest win they've had here? 32 was the quicker. Yeah, it is. It is by far. Before this one, the quickest win they'd had was a 32-minute win. So game one of the grand finals, Entity coming in and getting this victory in 22 minutes and 23 seconds. That is insane. Well, we'll see how this grand finals continues. Obviously, I imagine Secret... definitely, we know as well from what we've seen from them that they can have a much closer game out of it than this. So we'll see how they sort of come into game two with a different approach. But as it stands, game one, no questions asked. Entity will start off with a quick win.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game, it's a reality. Where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected, and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the finals here in the Western Europe qualifiers for the International 2022. We've just had game one of Secret versus Entity, and it was one of the quickest games that we've had. 22 minutes and a half, pretty much, that Entity was able to take down Secret. Game two, draft is beginning, and already we're seeing some change-ups, some big change-ups. We know he's big, we know he's strong. Secret, they're going to slam out that Pudge pick as their first pick here, Kezu.
Alright, so Secret have a new plan in this game. They're like, yeah, screw this Undying, take him out, give them the Chen instead. So they prepped for this. So they picked the Pudge straight up, which I'm gonna assume, unless Entity make it a great core game, it's just gonna be a support following the Chen. And then Bad Rider in the first phase, interesting. And now Entity followed up with a good old Stormer Invoker.
Yeah, very, very good orders. We did see last game having a very smooth time. Stormer, more than happy to look to play it again.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, let's have a look now. I mean, I think the most interesting point is going to be Secret's sort of second phases of bans. You know, when you consider what happened last game, I mean, where are you looking? You know, who should be top of your list of just making sure that they do not get their comfort?
Ban Nyx Assassin if you're Secret, because you have Bad Rider, it's one of Katomi's best heroes. Unless you intend on picking it 15, but that is not really good for you. I think that hero has to be removed. Also, Entity, they're the type of team on 16, 17, they will always combo pick. In terms of, there's like a high chance they're gonna pick some Shadow Fiend plus a protective hero, like SF, Earthshaker could be very good for them, or even some Shadow Fiend Omni Knight. Omni Knight very good against these two heroes you see. You also have an Invoker buffing you up. So right now, if you're Secret, I think you cover Kataomi. with the Shaker or Nyx,
10
or maybe
seconds
both,
remaining.
or you already know which of these combos you let
5
Entity pick, and then you're
seconds
prepared to pick against it.
See Entity themselves. So if they start to indicate which route they want to be going with the picks with some of the heroes they'll take away from Secret. Set up for potentially that combo pick.
I mean, I'm guessing that Secret will pick Puppet's heroes out of phase. I could see something like a Witch Doctor, just to give yourself some more damage. It's not too bad against Chen. To be fair, judging Secret's picks, it's very hard to call their picks. They seem to be the most, maybe, I guess versatile is an okay way of saying. They do pick a lot of different heroes. I think Crystal Maiden can be good for you too. If you're Secret, okay against Chen, decent with your heroes, they all use mana.
10
But
seconds remaining.
yeah, hard to really call what they're gonna do.
5 seconds
Absolutely.
remaining.
Absolutely. We're seeing some fun stuff. Of course,
Radiant
Puppy
team
bringing in the
back.
support center a few times this qualifiers. He may have some more crazy picks up his sleeve. We'll see. Slark to be the ban though, of course. Them playing the bat. I don't want to run the threat. Maybe having that put in the matchup and having an easy
10
game,
seconds
easy time.
remaining.
Slark's definitely one of
5
the
seconds
better
remaining.
bans. It would also allow Secret to flex those heroes around a little bit. Sorry, obviously Entity, you know, they don't want Entity to have it against Slark. I don't know what I'm saying, but it's okay.
So we'll see here the next ban from Entity. Maybe looking towards. Of course, it again depends where they think these first two picks of Secret will be going. Whether they want to spend more bans here towards Crystalis or Nisha.
I mean, I feel it's not easy for Entity to nail these bans particularly, so they're just going for some player comfort. The Bloodseeker ban definitely could have been towards them wanting to have the Slark, but also it's one of Crystal's better heroes. They also just take out the Monkey King. Again, I'm trying to think if this Monkey King tailors or gives any information to what type of cores they want on 16, 17 here for Entity, but I can't really tell. They don't pick all that many melee cores on the 16, 17 slot, so I think it's just more so about taking away the comfort from Team Secret here.
Secret. This is the very, very important ban, and again,
Team
mentioned
Secret's
earlier,
turn to
the
pick.
Nyx and the Shaker. It will be the Nyx. They do
Makes sense.
take out. And would you sort of imagine that that does mean they can expect that, you know, Entity will just go with the Shaker again, or a chance that they can pick it away here that the Shaker's not going to look too appealing, and something else will be played?
5 seconds
I think it's
remaining.
very likely that Entity pick Shaker. I don't
Yeah.
see why they would sway away from it, at least at this point. So they do go Witch. I feel like Witch Doctor or Crystal Maiden were kind of their best bets, especially with you banning Nyx. That also makes the CM a bit better for you, gives you a bit more clarity on the ult, but they decide to go with Witch Doctor, which is very good. And now here, I would just expect Entity to go for some combo pick, like Visage is in the
10
pool.
seconds
You could do
remaining.
some Shaker Visage if you do want to pick the offlane. But oftentimes what I've seen them do when they have these aura heroes in the first phase, which Chen helps you, Invoker can buff you, they will pick the plus 4 here and then the other core with it. Like some Shaker SF as we touched on, or maybe Shaker Visage can help too. It will help the core later as well. You'll buy even more auras. So I would say for now, this is something that Secret should definitely have seen coming. So if they left it in the pool, then they must have an idea against it.
Yep, no,
10
absolutely. I think,
seconds
yeah.
remaining.
You nailed it. Shaker Visage would. It sounds
5
like
seconds
Entity, and
remaining.
yeah, that's the Entity. They just got to keep doing more of the same, because whatever it is, it's working very, very well. So indeed, see if they continue down that route, or if they want to change it up. They've of course got a much wider range of offlaners to pick from this game. The lack of bounds towards them, and with that in mind, they'll leave that offlane pick to the last. They'll grab the morph once again.
It's basically the same draft as last pick, just that they had Undying instead of Chen in that slot. Last game I suggested that Concadale go for this game in the mid against the Invoker. Definitely cannot fault them for that. I think that's a very good pick. Secret lack team fight. Even with this Kunkka pick, they're definitely behind on the team fight aspect,
10
and that is kind of
seconds
what
remaining.
bit them in the ass in the last game. Whenever they wanted to fight, they couldn't really do it. So I
5
think
seconds
Secret already
remaining.
making a bit of an adjustment here with the Kunkka.
Yeah.
I like it. It's gonna give them a better chance for sure in this game.
Now, is there? I mean, because now at this stage of the draft, you imagine, is it more sort of set in stone who's playing what on Secret?
Yeah, I think it's very set in stone.
Yeah.
You mean in terms of the
Secrets
course?
turn
Yeah,
to
for
bad.
sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
The Bad Rider is... I mean, there's definitely a way where if you get some gotcha pick, you can flex them away. But for now, the Kunkka is mid against the Invoker, and the Bad is top against the Morphling.
10
Fun bands
seconds
here.
remaining.
Secret. They've only got to look towards what entity want to be taking for that off lane.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, would you
I think-
imagine Visage is still high up on the list?
Anything that allows Entity to give them more power between the 15 and 20 minute mark, you have to take it out of the game. I think Visage is too much comfort, and it gives them, or anything that Secret believe Entity will pick that builds auras, goes in the offlane and does okay with Shaker, you just take it out.
Taking the time to consider here, Secret. Maybe there's still some other choices on the table that scare them a little bit more than the Visage that does seem to be jumping out at us in particular when you consider Entity's strengths.
Entity going for similar drafts again. They definitely...
Radiant
They're very
team
scared of
back.
the sniper. I don't blame them. They don't have
Secrets
too
turn to
many heroes that really jump him or reach him. I guess Sniper has a good matchup against Morphling simply because, yeah, sure, Morphling hits hard, but he doesn't really have the easiest time to get onto you in the game. As they last ban the Huskar from
10
Entity's side here.
seconds remaining.
Okay, I mean, in the past, that has very much been that strong cheese pick that
5
Chrysalis brings
seconds
in.
remaining.
You know, when Huskar was kind of more in favor. You know, it was a hero that he would know when to grab and completely just destroy the game with. I would have been a bit surprised if we were to see that now, with the way things have been different in the patch and the play, but you know, clearly, Entity, they still very much respect that potential from Chrysalis.
Interesting. I would not have thought to ban Huskar. I'll have to see if the next pick gives more info to that, or again, if it's just more so about the comfort. I think
Yeah.
Vano ban once again is
Radiant
it's okay.
team
I'd say it's slightly worse than the last game. I think
Team
the
secrets turn
Brewmaster ban is alright.
Okay, and we're going to get an Omni as the last pick here for Entity. So which of these is Toby playing on the offlane? May we be seeing the offlane Chen then this time round, or is this going to be like some offlane Omni night?
Potentially
10
hard to
seconds
say
remaining.
yet. Again, it's definitely like another strength of their draft that they can
5
choose to do
seconds
this, and
remaining.
also that their players play both of these heroes in their, respected positions. There's merit to both. Omni 5 does very well against Bad Rider. You can keep the spelling. Then again, Chen does too. Most likely, the last pick here from Secret will then once again allow Entity to decide, okay, who's gonna be in the offlane? Is it the Omni or is it gonna be the Chen? But again, I am a little afraid of Team Secret's team fight. Their last pick has to be... He needs a good carry matchup against the Morphling and ideally also help them in this game.
Choose your
Gonna go the
hero.
route of the Naga Siren. We did see this pulled out the other day, and it worked very, very well for them. And this, again, when that was pulled out the other day against, I believe, it was Into the Breach, that was Chrysalis's first competitive showing on it. So this will be his second game in competitive that he's going to be playing. So, so far it's 100% win rate, Kezu.
You're absolutely right. He's got the 100% win rate on lock. It's not quite as good of a Naga game as it was yesterday. It's still a very good game for Naga. I have no clue what creeps you need on Chen to deal with this hero. So I would assume, again, as we saw yesterday, Chrysalis will have a very good time in the safe lane.
Yeah.
Chen does not like to lane into these heroes whatsoever. I do also like Naga Siren a lot with Bad Rider, just conceptually in the game. You push it all the ways with Naga. You want one guy to help you get pickoffs. You have Blink Lasso to consistently do that. But there's still this mid-game timing that is very, very scary from Entity, especially when they get the Shard on the Earthshaker, the Repel, or the Grace on Omni. So actually, I can't really choose a favorite, but I will prefer to play Entity's draft this game.
Okay. Well, let's see. I mean, at the least, I just hope we get a bit more than 22 minutes of gameplay. Because
we will. I'm
when
sure
it gets
we will.
down to that sort of quick pace, it's kind of like the game's the same length as the draft. You know, so hopefully we get a bit more excitement, a bit more of a length to this one. And yeah, I mean, also, you know, in terms of the Nagasarian pick, are you not a little scared at the Shaker? Even in sort of the potentials of being able to not necessarily always rely on that sort of song TP as an escape, right? You get sort of a cast range item on the Shaker. You're able to reach in from the edge of the song, aren't you? Or not quite?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, no, later in the game you can. I do think you
Yeah.
need a lens to
Yes.
execute that.
Yeah.
But early on, you don't care about the Shaker so much. At least you're not like the PL where you are together with your illusions at all times of the game. So there's definitely times for Crystallis in this game where he will be very strong. It's going to be a bit swingy. He's going to be very strong from like minute 10 to 20. Then there's a few minutes where he's not as strong when they get their Blink Daggers and Shards. But Secret, they need Crystallis to have a good game. I want to see him even more farmed than in the game they had yesterday, because that is what he's going to need to pull off in order to win this game.
Absolutely. Let's see, as I say, if he can do it. 100% win rate so far on the Crystallis Nagasarian. Yes, it's just one game, but stats are still stats.
Stats don't lie.
Yep. So let's see what Secret can do here. Very much feeling that this again was the game for it, grabbing it as the last pick. And yeah, Entity, I mean, as you were mentioning at the start of the whole series, their ability to play the off-lane Chen is going to be coming into action here. Toby taking the Chen to the top lane.
I feel like it shouldn't be that good of a lane for them top. Maybe with the Shaker, again, you can try to double wave a little bit with the Shaker block, but Naga should just free farm here, and Chen shouldn't have the easiest time to pressure that lane. Also, if Stormer decides to go for Exort, which he is, as Fishman is taking quite a beating down bottom for now.
I should get caught by the hook. See if Puppey can finish him off. He needs one more right click, but won't quite be able to get in on top of him. No first blood to be found yet. It's Pure. Should be fine here as well, yeah. Zayat's not going to find the chance to set up on him. Maybe looking back towards Fishman. Fishman already salving back up. And of course, you know, looking at this as well, how do you sort of feel Pudge is in terms of his strengths back in that support role? Because this, of course, it's a patch where, you know, Pudge in the support position, that is not the common thing to see.
I would say he is better than people give him credit for. You know, like, just because you have a Pudge in your lane doesn't mean that the game is instantly over or that the guy is griefing you. It's really not that bad. His base stats are good. Hook deals a tremendous amount of damage. It's like 150 pure for 100 mana. It's definitely very strong. As we see a little bit of lane swaps already. Secret want to have the Pudge against the Chen, and they also looks like they wanted to have the Chorus away from each other. So we'll see how this plays out, because this way you don't actually have the Naga lane into the Chen. But you now have Omni Chen lane, which is definitely something I don't see in my pubs.
No, this is some fun stuff here from Entity. And every reason to believe that it's going to work very well to their favor with their track record so far. See bottom. Katsum getting a good little bit of a Fisher block off onto Puppey, but not quite with the ability to take him out at this early level. And I believe we saw this sort of same position that Crystallis was farming in the last time he played Nagasarian the other day. You know, he was down on the bottom lane. In this lane situation, is he going to be able to free farm? Does he get scary for the Nagasarian downer at all against these two?
I feel like it starts off good, and it should stay this way the whole time. Morphling, once again, a hero that doesn't deal too well with illusions. The only way Entity can do well in this lane is if they keep clicking Crystallis down, so that when he spawns Illus that they're not full HP, and then maybe with some Fissure they can clear them. But for now, we should see Crystallis be most likely at least among the top of the network chart at like 5 to 6 minutes.
We'll see top lane. Bit of an attempt there from Rezo to run down Toby, but Toby's got plenty of one charges. Good amounts of regen as well, so he's fine. We're seeing the jungle. A bit of a battle here between
This is a
Fishman and
hilarious
Zayas.
fight.
And one's got the hook, one's got the hammer.
Maybe not enough heft.
And we'll try for it there, but not quite able to get the angle. Looking over towards the mid lane. See Nisha, 12 for 5 here against Storm. Storm was 11 for 3. Kunkka having that nice little bit of an edge in terms of being able to harass the Invoker, find the option to try and clean through the Forge Spirit sometimes. Should allow this to stay a pretty even matchup.
Yeah, Kunkka, Nisha in this matchup, he might be slightly ahead over time. I would definitely like if Puppey looks for moves into middle, especially when you play against an X-Sword Invoker. He has a hard time staying full HP against Kunkka, and also you do have to set up with an X-Mark Torrent potentially later. And similar to the game yesterday, if you remember, they had this Naga in the offlane, and it allowed their support to rotate very early on out of the lane. And that's, to be fair, should be very similar in this matchup. Because as we said, Crystallis, he should have a good time in this lane, even if he ends up 1v2 for short amounts of time in this laning stage.
Now, one thing for certain, though, it does look like with this setup that it will be another game where Pure just gets complete free farm in the lane setup that he's ended in. So, whilst Crystallis may also be able to hit the creeps down here, nothing seems to be showing any signs of slowing down Pure, and we very much saw that become a problem rather quickly in that game 1, as Pure was able to hit that 20-minute timing on the Manta Skadi.
Yeah, luckily this game for Secret is not as good as a Morph game as the last one. It was, to be fair, pretty hard to replicate such a good Morph game once more. I would definitely like Secret to, as I said before, try to speed up Nisha's game a little bit. He's the one that's going to go around, get some tempo, as we have a bit more trading up top with Fishman and Zayas here.
Now Fishman is charging in under the tower there. Full aggression here from the Omni. And as it goes with the CS, continues to be very even between Toby and Resolution. 16 and 9 on the Chen, 17 and 2 on the Bat. So should be on track to get this pretty early timing on it. His first sort of aura item that Toby wants to get out.
Honestly, this Pudge in the top lane is already doing a pretty decent job. As we might have a little go here on Rezo. He's trying to sticky up both at the same time. But what do you know, it doesn't do too much in this patch anymore, since he still dispels both the targets.
Let's see if he's able to build up those stacks again. Zayas is trying to run in at them, but Fishman, he's happy to trade with this. He's going to have another hammer in a second to throw down at Zayas, and there it is! Out goes the Hammer of Purity, and First Blood is claimed.
Well, I guess I cursed him. I mean, so far at least, it looked like he was doing pretty well, because if I see this matchup played straight into each other, as we have some more goals on bottom, Puppey. Nice net by Crystal, that's very interesting.
Does mean Pure won't be able to get that waveform off and be able to catch Puppey, so Puppey will live there, thanks to the early skill of the net from Crystallis. Now over towards the mid, 6-minute power runes in play. Will be a haste top. See Fishman swing over and be able to take control of that one. Nisha getting aggressive under the tower, has hit the 6. So
he's gonna get whacked a few
very
times.
strong. Yeah, Fishman's gonna be ready to run him down. Zip around a little bit. So back up. Now in the mid, Puppey is around to back Nisha up if he finds any sort of setup with the X mark, but doesn't look like he'll be given the opportunity. Stormer sitting back safely, making sure that he reliably gets this last bit of gold for his Midas. In fact, he may just turn it towards the camp, or at least just stay underneath this tier 1 tower, as that Midas will be out once again in very good timing here for him. He's top. This time round, Fishman should be in trouble. He's got a Maledict on him. And indeed he will fall. So Puppey coming in to make the rotation. Sunstrike. Damage just gets split. So it's going to be fine. Toby not quite able to stay on top of him.
Nice rotation and nice heads-up play from Puppey also there afterwards to split the damage from the Sunstrike, because that was definitely a kill on him. Now, getting this kill on Omni, it can be a very big deal, especially if Fishman would make the mistake to TP out to a lane, which he is not doing, so well done by him. Because if he TPs somewhere to a lane, it would open up for Secret to dive the mid lane without him then being TP ready. But no, Fishman, he's smart. He's like, I need to ready to save my homies. He's just gonna walk out with his hammer, keep his TP ready. Stormstormer, as you mentioned, he finished his Midas already again under 8 minutes. Very good timing for him. Now 8-minute rune coming up, and I would still like to see Secret try to involve Nisha in this game. He's very strong. Maybe also eventually look for like a lane swap around later where you put the Kunkka into a side lane, maybe with open a play here on Pure, or come top against the Chen, because eventually Secret should look to swap up their cores at least a little bit. I think this Chen will take over top at some point.
See mid Nisha. He's going to look to drop the combo on Fishman. Doesn't seem like it's going to be enough damage. Puppey tries to step in to help out, but the TPs are coming in. And now
here.
Pure, he turns into the Kunkka to use the combo against Nisha for the setup. 4 heroes of Entity surrounding Nisha. He's going to try and run from this one, but the waveform's there from Pure as they'll turn it around and get the kill against him themselves. Some nice fast movements there from Pure, using the power of the Kunkka against him.
Well, that's just a very heads-up rotation as Resolution having a bit of a battle with Toby. He's going to pop the Hand of God.
It's going to be the backup here from Fishman. He's now going to be able to make him have a chance of potentially turning this. Sunstrike comes in and indeed Rezo gets taken out. Puppey will get the cask off onto the 2 of them, but Zayats falls. See if Puppey can get a bit of a cleanup here as both are ticking down very low to the Maledict. Indeed he will. Puppey may have lost sort of the other 2 by his side, but he will get a cleanup. Down bottom, though, Crystalis in a whole world of pain there, only just managing to sneak away from Pure. He'll have to take a walk back. There's not quite the mana available on Stormstormer, so won't be able to throw out any Sunstrikes in an effort to catch him.
Clarity is coming.
I
would like to see
Is he
if he
still
goes
going to
for
go
it.
for it? I'd love to see it.
Go,
if he does,
scan.
Do it,
He's
do
not.
it.
He knows.
Come on, do it.
Oh, he's invoking triple Exort? No, he's not.
Oh, come on, do it.
No Reddit
no.
clip for today.
No.
At least not from this minute. I must say,
yeah.
what happened? Okay, so this smoke, for now at least, from Secret, I like it. We'll get back to it in a moment.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what happened in the last 2 minutes to the network between the Morph and the Naga, because Pure even TP'd mid. He made a super clutch play going mid as we have a cool hook up top on Toby.
Yeah, looks like there won't be anyone heading up there to help him out. 3 heroes on top of him. Not a chance, so we'll get taken down. Secret now able to put some pressure onto this tier 1 tower off the back of that kill.
A little similar to last game. Now, minute 10, Entity, they feel strong, as they should. Their Invoker has double Force Spirit, like the good old days. They put their Shaker here. It's like deja vu from last game. They come here, minute 10, Siege Creep, they bring the supports, and they're just going to look to apply some pressure here.
See what Secret can do to slow this down. Puppey and Zayats. Maybe looking for an angle. Take out the Siege Creep. Further TP's coming in now. Nisha ready for the fight. At the same time he comes in, Entity, they know it's time to back off. They won't allow Secret to get any sort of setup out of this.
Secretly definitely responded to that play very well. Nisha stayed top after the first initial kill on Toby. They take the tower, he then TPs mid to make sure their own mid tower is secured. And once again for Entity, as we have a bit more pressure on bottom, they're just going to look to take this tier 1 as we have a net on Pure. Rezo is here too. No lasso though.
Turns into the Naga Siren there. Get some illusions out and we'll continue to run. See backup coming in for Pure. This is going to be a hard kill for them to try and get. Indeed, with the skill build, no lasso, but even if it was there, Fishman would have been ready with some protection. Pure's going to be fine. Secret not able to chase out.
Nice ice wall.
Stormstormer, he's got the kill out of that. Killing off Zayats underneath the tower. Again, you know, very much in his element here on the Invoker. 2-0-1. He's going to be hitting some fast timings. I mean, we're just 12 minutes in or so, and again, the 2 at the top there, Pure and Stormstormer. It seems like they're on track for a bit of a repeat of what both were able to do in Game 1 in Kezu.
Absolutely. I'll play a little game with you. Okay, so I think Entity's draft is a little better. Their 5-man is very strong, and they're hitting decent timings. What do you think their win probability is right now?
It's already on the
God
screen. I've
damn
been
it.
spoiled. I've been spoiled.
Okay, we'll
what
play
would
this
you
game
say?
again later.
Yeah,
I would have
sure.
said 72.
You would have gone
without
around there.
looking.
Yeah.
Close.
Yeah. Well, it is just 1,000 gold difference, but we saw how quickly that just blew open after sort of the following fights in game 1 around this moment. If she couldn't get a catch in the mid, and he managed to get the angle for the hook. As they'll drag down Fishman, but Fishman's got friends. Put the GA. That's only trying to get in on top of Nisha, but the boat comes crashing down over the two, and then
Nice
we'll drop
echo.
the Echo Slam. Puppy from the low ground, using the Death Ward. Won't be able to take down Katsuomi, but they will get Fishman. They'll get one of them out of this secret.
Good play by Secret to come over, try to make a bit more use of the spell combos that they do have. They always have the X into a potential hook, or the X Mark Torrent into some Witch Doctor plays as they try for some more in the mid lane. The one problem that they're running into right now is that they're playing a lot of single target spells and spell combos into an Omni Knight. It's something I mentioned yesterday. I mean, Omni Knight loves this, right? He loves when you throw 8 spells on one hero. He comes, haha, I press my W, you're free. Not only are you free, but you gain a lot of HP, a lot of HP regen. So again, it's a type of situation where Secret need to look for heroes that aren't too close to towers or like too close to their teammates that they can take these plays really. Because for now, they cannot use the Naga Siren. Crystallis has no real purpose in most of the fights. For now, all he can do is push waves and help his team to get control his bottom. Beautiful hook.
Very nice angle there from Zayats. See backup coming in and try and bail Katsuomi out of this. Will get around a couple of stuns off. Stormstormer and Fishman trying to hold them off, but Katsuomi will fall. Secret, they get the kill and they're able to back off in time. We'll see a bit of an attempt from Entity to chase. Pure closing the gap on Zayats, turns into the Pudge, able to use his hook against him. Fishman's also going to be there to buff Pure up, allow him to continue to chase down Zayats. They'll slow him out with the hammer. He's up to the high ground. Pure, he wants to keep going. Goes in the waveform, gets the kill. We'll see Secret in their numbers be able to maybe turn this. They drop down the boat.
Firefly in 2
It's a
seconds.
huge amount of damage coming out over towards Pure. He's building up the strength. Is it going to be enough to save him? He's going to try for the TP out, but the damage has been done. Secret, they will manage to punish Pure's over-aggression there as, yeah, he was ready to just charge into that triangle no matter what. It does cost him his life.
Yeah, he definitely got a little too cocky there trying to chase Zayas for that long, who was incredibly tanky. Fluffy had Raindrop, Tranquil Boots with the Fletch Heap, just tanking through a lot of damage, and then, you know, just overstepping his welcome a little too much into a Maledict. And a Bad Rider is very scary against Morphling until you have items if he gets to chase you. And when you go this deep into them, of course he has all the room in the world to potentially, you know, chase you down, X Mark Lasso. So nice job by Secret to punish that, turn it around. But once again, for Entity, I think in the coming minutes, we're going to have a Roshan Force again for them. Very similar to the last game, right? Alacrity, Chen, you have the Morphling, high damage. So they're going to look to play top area into Roshan very soon.
I mean,
maybe even now.
I was going to say, is this a smoke into Roshan? Okay, now Pure will reveal himself mid.
I mean, they could, because they have the Chen creeps and the Penitence. They could go into the enemy jungle. They don't have to. They can just do it like that. If Secret come, they can fight them.
I mean, yeah,
especially when you have more fight, then it's good for you to force this fight. Because again, you're either getting it for free, or you force Secret to fight into you, which should be good for Entity.
I see what Secret's answer is going to be, as it's going down very quickly. Yeah, not a chance for Secret to head in. As Roshan goes down, they'll get the Aegis onto Pure. Secret just in the area, but not quite able to set up a move in time.
It's probably okay for them to give it. I just believe, similar to this game 1, it is very hard for you to fight into this Entity 5-man ball. So when they're set up there, which of course they will be if they go Roche like this, then you can't really go there and contest it anymore. You just need to accept the fact, give it up, push out the lanes, and get closer to your timings. Rezo wants this BKB, Naga needs his next items, and then just keep looking for these smaller skirmishes and smaller fights on the side lanes of the map.
Set at bottom, Stormstormer. Got the combo dropped down onto Rezo.
Looking for a hook.
Is there any chance of a save? There isn't. Resolution taken down very easily there by Stormstormer, and now maybe more. The Fisher angle from Katsuomi. Catching onto Zayas. He'll even drop down the slam for this one. As Entity, they'll be able to pick up another. Secret, they're still going to charge forward with the remaining 3 of them. Nisha, can he find any sort of grab? He can't. Entity, they're into the trees and they're away. They get the 2 kills, they lose nothing in return.
Good play by them. They go bottom. Stormstormer was already very early on the bottom push after the Roshan. They connect over with the rest. Maybe Rezo slightly out of position. Maybe Zayas could have saved them with a more clutch hook. But either way, good play by Entity. Also, they drop the Echo towards the end. Once again, Katsuomi getting close to this blink. They have Aegis. It's not a very different game from last time around. For Entity, it's pretty much just go time. Knock on Secret's door, see how they respond. Do they even dare to fight into you? Because I have to stress it again. It is very hard for Secret to fight into Entity's 5-man. Straight up.
Oh, for sure. Sort of the team fight they have, it's kind of the Kunkka, and then that's that. Every other reason to believe that Entity have the easier time outmaneuvering them in a 5-on-5. We'll see bottom. A hook here, an attempt to get Nisha away from Entity's aggression. We'll see Pure turn over towards Zayat. Fishman buffing himself up. Pure will turn into the Kunkka, and again, using Nisha's combo against him, sets up for the kill, and now is ready to look for more. Over towards Resolution as he's slowed down by the ice wall. Entity, they'll get 2 out this. Maybe even more if Secret aren't too careful. Pure zips forward again, back into the Kunkka form. Another combo, another catch as he sets up onto Zayat.
Okay, that's a good pause. That's a good pause. The Secret need this one. I know that maybe some of the players are lagging. Of course, this is Entity's pause. But Secret right now need to redirect what they're doing. Also, I'm very surprised. I need to question here in this replay why Crystallis is not opting to bail his team out with the song. He might be too afraid of... So right now, of course, he's on Pure. He's doing a very good job there. But now when his team gets chased, I feel like you have to pop the song here and get everyone out. You see where they all are, because Secret actually end up bleeding more and more heroes because they don't get to run away from these. You cannot fight into them, but you also have too hard of a time to run away. So you need to make a decision and, go for one decision, do it together, and either commit or get out.
I mean, that's true. I mean, it looked like definitely quite a bit of a window where, at the least, Resolution and Zayat probably would have been able to be saved by a backup and a retreat around the song. But yeah, it didn't happen in that fight.
Because right now, it doesn't look as clear to me. So if I'm in Secret shoes, do I think I can fight them? If so, everyone needs to come and we need to commit to the fight. I feel like they're doing it halfway. If they feel like they're going to win later in the game with a fat Naga Siren, then let Crystallis play absolutely away from your team, get super fat around the map, cut some waves, delay the game so that you can fight later. But right now, it looks a little disconnected. And with how Entity are playing, that will not make it easy for you to fight into them or beat them in this game.
No, absolutely. Yeah. You've got to be completely on the same page if you want to be able to match up against Entity, considering the form they have been in game after game. Entity, and yeah, now back in the advance, so 3k gold ahead. Storm, they're still yet to die. He's come in with some very nice moves around the map already. 4-0-4, making the plays and making the money. We'll be working on that BKB next after this Blink bots Midas. And Pure, of course, very nice close behind him.
Really like the itemization from especially Toby in this game with the Wraith Pact Rush. You get a lot more value from just the AoE, like reduced damage over buying any heal item, because you're playing into Witch Doctor. It will always clip him. It will always clip Kunkka, his Tidebringers, the constant damage from Bad Rider. It also helps you to deal with the illusions a little bit, and most importantly, it helps your Morphling so much. Giving Life Seal to your carry this way, and more armor and more damage. Then you have, Chen yourself, you give armor with Alacrity. I can't stress it enough. This is giving me like some OG vibes from TI8, TI9. You have tops and mid on his Invoker. You have 8 million buffs for Ana. He at some point runs down a lane and you're like, what the hell do I do to this?
I think definitely something that Secret were asking themselves in game one.
We might be asking themselves the same question soon.
I think there's definitely a chance. We're 18 minutes in. So they've only got to last 4 more minutes, and they will have made it longer than they did in game one. So definitely looks like it should be at the least a slightly longer game.
Secret will hold on to this game, and they still have comeback mechanism in this game if they decide together what they want to do. I think right now, Entity, again, I've said it 50 million times, I'm sorry. They're too strong, you cannot fight them. Have Crystallis push out waves, get this BKB on Resolution, and then try to abuse the map pressure you have. Try to abuse the vision, the lane control, so that you can get pickoffs on the sidelines, delay the game a bit, get this Aegis away from Entity. You can drop a tower or 2 while delaying the game, and then take the game from there. But stop running at them and look to fight them. You can't.
And if indeed, you know, Secret, you're able to kind of keep the Naga Siren away from these moves that Entity's making, in this sort of a game, can Crystallis kind of start to hit that top spot as a Naga Siren? Like, how easy is it for him to sort of split the lanes, push the lanes out, and safely be able to sweep through the jungle?
I think it's not that hard. A lot of the Radiant heroes aren't as mobile. Like Morphling isn't the most mobile carry. His move speed is very low. Omni Knight, Chen, they basically just want to right-click their core, right, and run around the map. So they're not very fast at moving around the map. You can have Illus push out there, because if Secret get to a point where Rezo gets to this BKB, which he has now, like if he can get a Blink Dagger without them losing the game like more than they are now, they'll be totally fine in a few minutes to get pickoffs whenever the Omni Knight is not close to his teammates.
Entity not looking to commit onto the Pudge. I want to find something bigger than that. If they want to go for the jump. Katomi eyeing them up from the high ground. Very much ready to play with the Blink Echo if the opportunity arises.
Radiant structures are fortified.
It does feel
Spying Aghanims on Morphling. I actually believe that this is a great choice. You don't need the Skadi. Not only do you have an Earthshaker, but you're playing in a lineup where you have issues to deal with the enemy Naga Siren. Suddenly you get Aftershock, Totem, and a second Fissure. So the game changed, and this is Deja Vu. What did they do last game at 20 minutes? They were right here.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Wait, you confused me. Was second Fissure from what?
Oh, but he can turn into the Earthshaker, no? Or am I being stupid?
Cassie, what year you living in?
Ah, yes, of course. Sorry, guys. I'm actually in 2020
I was
still.
like, wait, hold up.
Well, I tried throwing you off. Yeah, never mind. Either way, his axe is very good. Ignore everything I said. I'm stupid. Too many changes lately.
There we go. Hook. Not quite able to grab him there. See if they can get Nisha even. No, he's prepared with the self-X mark.
It's okay, I'm reading the ags right now once again just to make sure.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
No, I think mainly it's going to be kind of taken away. I mean, it depends who he's going for still in these fights. I mean, all in all, it's just a nice extra buff. Being able to sort of have that huge amount of offset between, you know, whichever stat or, you know, effect you're going to be taking, whether it's the spell amp, attack speed, status resist, depending on which stat type of hero you're going for.
It's going to be very good. If he can get the real Naga, he's going to ruin him. But to be fair, I guess in most fights he won't be able to. I'm not sure if you can use it on illusions. I assume you can, because you can use the normal one on Illus. And otherwise, if you really want status resistance in some of the fights against some bad rider, nets and so on, that's also not bad at all.
Rezo, maybe see if we can make a bit of a go here onto Fishman. He will drop the lasso for this. See if they're able to bail out their Omni Knight. See a jump forward from Katom. He certainly wants to try, but already off to the side. Fishman has been hooked over. The BKB popped by Rezo will continue to stay on top of Katomi, but Pure's in. He's taken out Puppey. Both teams to lose the support. Rezo getting the stacks built up onto Katomi. Will get caught by the Root Chrysalis to send in the illusions. The heal will come out, but not enough to save him. Katomi goes down. Secret will be able to pick apart a couple of members of Entity.
Okay, very good turn for them here. Entity being a little deep, getting to catch people out. Also premiering Rezo's BKB here in this fight where he actually does get to run around. And if Omni Knight isn't as close to his allies, which, you know, that can happen. You don't have the highest range on Grace. You're also playing into like there's hooks and casts that bounce around. So definitely nice job by Secret, showing some signs of life. And Rezo getting closer to this Blink Dagger. For now, I don't care too much about Crystallis. As long as he's getting his farm up, that's good. He's doing his job. He will come out in a few minutes and give us the impact. But most importantly, they need this Blink on Rezo to play around the map and continuously start fights.
Let's see. Definitely look ready to get Pure involved in the action once more. I mean, Nisha and Puppey hanging around the mid. I mean, pretty much, yeah, as soon as Nisha sees them, he'll pull himself back with the X mark. Doesn't want to mess around. He has got the full BKB now, Nisha.
I like Nisha's quick buy. What do you think?
I mean, I like to see the money being made. There we go.
He knows they need the late game.
I think
at this
that's
point. But Secret are holding on nicely right now.
They're avoiding fights right, and we are seeing Chrysalis. He's stepping up in the farm, second highest on the net worth. They've definitely managed to calm it down to the level you can only imagine that they want to, and that they should be doing when they're trying to run a lineup such as this one.
No, absolutely. Like right now, they're doing it. Yeah, they're playing their lineup as it's supposed to, especially when you cannot fight. Abuse the fact you have these Naga Illus running around, helping you. Bad Rider, he can do his thing with the Boots of Travel. As my holy base, everyone is leaving.
All right. Well, okay. I mean, I'm still in, you're still in. So Stormer, and Zayat. So looks like it's not a complete server thing. Maybe just everybody having a bit of lag, so going for a quick reset. I'm sure they'll be all back any moment.
Yeah, they'll be fine.
Yeah.
Copium.
Hey, there we go. Stormer. Chat to the viewers. Just shout out to you boys and girls watching at home. As Stormer and Zayat enjoy their moment here. There you go. A little bit of personal DMs here. Oh, it's not. What?
I mean, you don't often get to do this, right?
No,
You get
really
to
nice.
talk one-on-one in an official game.
A little offer for the one. Yeah, they could unpause. Dude, let's go. Zayat and Stormer microing both of their squads. That would be something to see. But,
I'll say Stormstormer wins. This guy plays Visage.
he does. He's a bit
Invoker.
of a micro
He's
man.
gonna, yeah, he really is.
That's quite something, imagine that microing your whole team. One of them's Invoker. That sounds like a nightmare. But Stormer, he'd love it. There we go, though. Everybody getting back in. Should be fine. But yeah, without doubt, of course, worth mentioning, we have made it past the duration of Game 1. And it's still very, very close in terms of the numbers this one. So much more of a game on our hands this time round in Game 2, which is exactly what we like to see. A little bit of back and forth and a little bit of on the edge of your seat gameplay, not knowing who's going to take it.
Secret are, as we stated, recovering quite well. Rezo getting close to this blink. We'll see if Secret think that whether or not they're ready to fight, because first Roche was taken very early on in the game. The second one is respawning in 20 seconds, and Entity's draft take it really fast. So unless you're ready in the area, you will be punished because Roshan will fall too fast.
Oh, there we go. Smoke up from Entity. Straight
Will they
towards this
see
area.
it?
2 seconds. 1 second.
Here comes Toby. Toby.
He'll check it out.
Yep.
There we go. I know. Get the army in here with the creeps. And Secret nowhere near in position to do anything about this one. Of course, Outpost also under the control of Entity, so this will be another Roshan for Entity. Now grab the Aegis. Imagine get the shard as well over the Pure. Yep, he'll take that. The Pure very much ready to go here with the Ags Manta style and
It's
that
time
Aegis.
to go top for them. This shard on Morph as well is so strong. I've seen it a few times in the pubs lately. The stats alone are super valuable, and then the fact that you can shift in a stun is once again crazy. Secret, I think Chrysalis might want to start looking to cut more waves. He's currently doing a great job at doing so mid and bottom, but if Entity keep pushing in the top lane, I feel like they could force back Secret into that area, because yeah, sure, Secret are controlling your mid and bottom, but you could go and poke top lane a bit.
Oh, for sure, and with a similar of a lineup as we saw from the last game, we know how quickly and effectively these heroes can siege the high ground. There's Entity.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Keep a hold of the creeps in the mid. Secret have started to back up on the defensive. Still, though, Chrysalis able to find the ways to get out on the map. Still making good progress with the farm, keeping up with both Stormer and Pure this game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Surprised that they didn't dare to look and step up top, but I guess with the lanes they don't feel quite as good, so instead they're gonna look for a smoke around, as we have the whole team DCing once again.
Everyone's out.
How's Stormstormer staying
I was gonna
in, yo?
say,
These guys...
Something
see, I
about
see.
the internet that he's getting or something is, and Zayat's as well.
We're
What?
back.
I mean, I don't really understand computers or technology, but I guess there's some sort of routing situation where the players that are in the slots that Stormer and Zayats are in, they have some sort of VIP connection because they're not having any problems.
It's time to kick
very
Zayats
peculiar.
out of that slot next game if you're Crystalis or Nisha, I think.
I mean, there
Get the
actually might be
prime
some
time
science there. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the important slot. That's the one that seems to have the fewest issue for both teams, right? The second slot. That is the valuable slot. That's why Stormer's in it. He makes sure that he gets a hold of that one. What's happening here? A bit more chat between the boys. I think Pure admiring Zayat's connection. There we go.
We have found the criminal,
I
it's
see.
Bobby.
It apparently tends to misfire a bit, hits his own team as well. You know, happens.
I mean, you can't make it too obvious, right?
I see. There we go. Everyone's on their way back in. Just Rezo and Toby to go. Fishman coming in with some tips and ideas. Always appreciated.
He's a hacker man in real life, so he knows the ins and outs.
Steam fully crashed. Well, that is quite a peculiar one. Eh? Same problem for Nisha. All right, Rezo's blaming Crystalis here for the internet issues. So we've had someone accuse Rezo, someone accuse Puppy. And we'll get to the bottom of this one. And now Puppy accusing Crystalis. So fingers being pointed all around here.
Poor Crystalis.
He's asking for help.
Nisha has yet to change his quick buy. He's still rocking the quad Midas.
I like
Don't
it.
blame him yet. Of course, that will get changed eventually.
Well, you never know. You never know. We've seen some late. Honestly, if there was a team that's picked up later Midases in the past, it has been Secret. Namely Puppy.
If he buys
Puppy's
a
had
Midas-
games where he's bought Midas sort of mid-20 minutes.
True. You're absolutely correct. But if Nisha buys a Midas next, it means that the guy who's DDoSing them has logged into his account successfully to buy it for him.
Here we go.
I hope they are. Be unfortunate if they were not. As
There we go.
we talk about,
Nisha with the advice there. Just reconnect, lol. Smiley face,
Come on, lol.
basically. Come on, just reconnect. Here we go. Pure's in.
it's a lot of gold on Stormer once this game does continue later. He's currently sitting on 4,300 gold. Likely aiming for this Blink Hex to give them some instant engage. Kataomi also picked up the Shard. So again, kind of a long-range gaming going to come out from Entity with the only one who's going to sit in the front lines to hit the enemies and buildings or heroes with right clicks will be Pure on this Morphling, who's working on a Butterfly.
Yeah, and of course that is going to be very nice. I mean, you consider the two heroes that pack a bit of a right click on Secret, the Kunkka and the Naga Siren. They're not going to be looking to build any sort of forms of True Strike anytime soon. I guess sometimes with the Naga Siren you can go the route of the Bloodthorn later on. But if that does come, it's not going to come anywhere near the timing where Pure has the potential to complete this Butterfly.
Yeah, Bloodthorn definitely your preferred choice on Naga later on. Not only for True Strike, but also damage. So if we'll see a source of True Strike, it will definitely be that. But again, it's very often a type of matchup where you don't necessarily interact that much with the carries straight up. It's more so you're trying to kill the team around them. They do have bad riders, so later when Rezo gets towards these next items, it can be a really crucial point for them because he needs like this one more snappy item to help him reach this blink lasso and then drag them out of range from Omni-Knight. So this is why he's currently queuing up a 4-staff. But of course, we'll only get to see later when the game is back live.
No, we will. We'll see how speedy Fishman's PC is. Let's go for a quick restart.
Let's play the win probability game. Please don't ruin me in production, I beg you. What do you think, Owen? What's the probability right now?
at the moment, I would give it... I'd give it a 68% chance.
68. Okay, I'll go with 74.
Okay. Let's have a look. Oh my
Oh my goodness.
oh well, calm down. It's giving it an 86%. That is
I'm
a
not.
lot
I
higher.
feel like this is not as accurate. Maybe
I know,
Gaben
yeah.
loves his Omni Knight. Well, I get this heavenly grace on me. I have Chen healing me. I can't lose. But there's definitely ways for
mean,
Secret to win.
I guess it is Entity, and they are still yet to win a game. Not that algorithm takes into account that. I think it's only stuff within the actual game. But
Yeah, I
if you
think
were
it
going
does.
to take into account sort of Entity's run outside of this singular game, then the 86% is probably not too far off. But if you were just to look at this game alone and look at the farm that these heroes have, the fact that there is a pretty farm Naga Siren, well, very on par with Pure's farm. You can never write that out in terms of the
No,
ability to stop.
absolutely
Yeah.
not. The only thing is, so Secret have something that is going to be harder to execute in terms of they need to land like the Blink Lasso into an insta-kill without the Fisher stopping something or without Omni dispelling it. Meaning, if this does get messed up, you might just lose a Rax on the back of that, whereas Entity have a little more room for error with their draft and the position that they're in the game. So perhaps that also weighs in a little bit with the win probability. But if you're Secret here, they've now had plenty of time to talk about how to get back into the game. They've already done a good job at that, and now they've also had more time, and now they have more items to talk about how to take the future fights, which will be coming their way. There's an Aegis on Entity. The game has been paused. Entity are strong. They're going to look to speed up the game now.
All right, here we go. See what sort of quick move they can make off the back of this smoke. They're heading in the direction of Crystallis, so seemingly having a pretty good idea of where Crystallis wants to be farming. And indeed, they'll find him. In they go with the jump. They knew exactly where to find this Naga Siren.
Good read by them with the map, kind of deciding to not commit to the top thing. Once you don't commit there, you want to smoke. It's now they're mass TPing on Rezo, who's currently fireflying around. This is a good move by Entity. Primarily, this is done in games where you want to maintain map control. You take over top, you can't really go high ground yet though, so you smoke to the other side. You push in mid, they push in their safe and as they've done, and now they mass TP back up to where they came from to maintain lane control and also, keep their jungle instead of letting Secret push it out much more. So very nice map movement right now from Entity.
See how much more they can get out of this 2 minutes of Aegis. Back in action, Crystallis. Gonna look to sweep once more towards that bottom area of the map. Entity keeping the pressure in on mid. It's Pure. That full butterfly will be done for the next fight. Talisman of Evasion on its way over. So we'll see how much of a difference this makes in terms of Secret's ability to threaten the morph with the evasion now online. Again, an early moment, just 28 minutes in. No answer from Secret, of course, at this stage with the items they have.
The good old skeleton creep, giving Pure even more damage. Top lane, Rezo.
The setup will be forced to BKB, tries to turn. Look for a last opportunity, will find Fishman. Some puppy hold back Pure for now with the analyzing cast, but Pure still able to waveform in aggressively, wants to use his Aegis to his full potential here, jumping up to the high ground. Turns to the Naga Siren, starts to get some illusions going himself. Puppy drops the Death Ward, but now has to back away. Damage to the tower begins here from Entity. They'll start their push. Hook successful. Zayats will find the grab, but Puppy is going to be safe for now. Zayats able to grab him, take him to a safe distance. Crystallis will begin his own attempt to D-push against Entity. Still 50 seconds on Pure's Aegis. Tower damage being done though, down to half HP. Secret trying their best to stall this, but there's the catch. The Fisher there, straight into the burst that Pure can offer. takes out Resolution. He's now down for 45. No buyback on the bat. With a blocked hook there, Zayats not able to find the hook's way around Puppey. Fortification comes out and
don't see how they can defend. Let's see if they get to use their spells in a great manner, but Rezo is dead. Pure.
So the Voodoo Switcheroo coming to play, but the Sunstrike and the Fisher, it was waiting for Puppey as soon as he comes out of the Voodoo Switcheroo. It's another one dead on Secret. As Entity, very, very tough for Secret to stop here. The Fortification, as the Aegis gone, but that will mean Pure back up to full HP, full mana. He's still ready to play. Just so hard for them to get any sort of setup or catch onto this Morphling as Pure stands his ground, finishes off the melee rack. Still back off a little bit now that Secret pretty much got everyone back in play, and Secret will smoke up here and attempt to get a catch on the chase. Crystallis, rooted by Pure, continues to fight and control the Naga Siren from a distance. Rezo tries to get in, but very far up in comparison to the rest of his team and gets completely annihilated.
Yeah, I must point out that earlier in this game I was a dumbass. I have not seen this Morph Axe against Naga yet. It's actually incredible. So we're already aware of the fact how many buffs there are to Morphling in this game, right, from his team. But now he made another one for himself against the Naga. He gets the Illus, he gets the net, he steals 20% Agi and 70 attack speed.
70 attack speed. So he's sort of sending out these illusions. I mean, he's just always going to be the better Naga Siren in this game, in these fights, it feels.
Yeah, he's stealing 40 agility and 70 attack speed. So that's 110 attack speed that he gets that Naga is missing. And Naga's already not the... Naga lags timings in games, and he's already behind. It's like Naga is playing without... he has one less item. Basically, this butterfly, it doesn't exist in Naga's inventory when Pure ultis him. So, yeah, this Morphling build with the heroes around him is looking damn strong.
I mean, how do you counter this? How do you deal with this? And what do you do if you're the Naga Siren? Do you just have to suffer in these fights?
I guess you can't do much about it, because from what I can understand right now, even when he ultis, as he does an X-Mark on Nisha, even when he ultis Illus, it affects the main hero, unless I'm wrong. As we have a lasso on Pure.
Got enough burst to take down Pure. Dismember as well, but the Fish is there to help him out. Pure turns away towards Chris's cat army, just gets it with a jump though, blows up Zayats with the Echo Slam. Nisha has to put the BKB in back off Puppey. We'll find a bit of safety for now under the Voodoo Switcheroo. Nisha getting chased out though, has to step to the side, tries to turn back in, but he gets caught by the Fish cat army. Finishes off the kill. Crystal is surrounded by Entity. Entity, they've not lost a single hero in this fight. A Secret, they'll lose 3. I mean, Zayats, of course, brought back. It looks like he's shortly going to die a second time in this team fight. As we might be getting close to the end on this one again, Kezu.
I think we are. There's an Alacrity Morphling hitting your tier 4s, as GG is called.
Well, they lasted 10 minutes longer than in game 1, but the ending just as brutal here from Entity. As 21-9, 33 minutes up. They're now up 2-0 in this best of 5. And they continue to look remarkable doing so, Kezu. They just have not faltered at all so far in this entire run. And they are now just 1 win away from going to TI.
Okay. Okay. Secret have been in this position before. Of course, Puppey has played this game for an eternity. But right now, the way that they are responding to Entity's picks, in my opinion, is not ideal. They're first picking these teamfight heroes like Undying or Chen, and you're picking like one-to-one matchup counters. Sure, Pudge, he's gonna hook a Chen creep. But then the Chen has a heal, he has a Wraith Pact and all this stuff. And in both these games, I feel like Secret just cannot fight Entity. Next game, you're down 0-2. Make sure that you can fight into them. If you think you're as good of players as them or better, depending on how they feel, just pick something so you can fight them. Stop picking stuff so you need to dodge them and run away from them. Because Entity, they're just playing what they want. They go where they want. They pick what they want. They play well, of course. I'm not discrediting them at all. They're incredible. But if Secret want a fighting chance, they need to change something.
They really do. They really do. And we do know, Secret, they're definitely a team that they have a lot of ideas. So a high chance that they'll have a different approach that they can sort of draw out and try in this upcoming Game 3. But yeah, so far, Entity, I mean, there was always the expectation that this was going to look this way coming to this finals, that they were just going to continue to appear to be unstoppable. One win away. I mean, you talk about what you want to see Secret play themselves. I mean, surely there's got to be an element of taking some more of these heroes away that we've seen now 2 times in a row from Entity, right? But from Game 1 to Game 2, they had, 4 heroes the same. Surely that can't happen again here, Kez. You got to at least take something more from them here.
I agree. You need to just not put them so much in their comfort, or if you do let them have it, you need a better answer. You need to be more prepared than what they have shown so far in these games. Because sure, the first phase, if you need to give them Undying, I understand, and then they get their Morph on 8, okay, cool. But then you can deal more with the other stuff. And also, if you have no answer for all of this, then just take first pick. If they have choice next game, take first pick, play a different game, switch it up either with choice or with what you're doing. Don't play the same game for the 3rd time. It will not work out. At least I don't see it.
No. Both times it's looked pretty solidly in the hands of Entity. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Entity now up 2 games in this best of 5. One more win would secure them that spot at TI. We'll see if they can continue the streak, close out one more win here in the Western Europe qualifiers, or if Secret can somehow find an answer to them in this 3rd game. Don't go anywhere. Game 3 right round the corner after this break.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Western Europe qualifiers. We're currently 2 games into the best of 5 between Team Secret and Entity in this grand final. Entity, of course, up 2-0 right now against Team Secret. Game 3 draft has begun. We'll get it up on your screens. And guess who? We are definitely seeing Secret breaking down and taking away more from the draft that Entity's kind of got to win away with the 2 times so far. You know, the 4 heroes the same from game 1 to game 2 in Entity's lineup. Yeah, they continue to break into it. As you know, Secret very much taking a page out of their book. They'll themselves get the Invoker and the Chen this time. Entity, they will, however, get still a very strong opening because of this. Nyx
10
DP.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, so Secret changed it up a little bit. They not only decided to take first pick so that they can get their hands on a Enigma, Chen, or Undying. So that's how they end up with their Chen. Entity followed up with, well, one of their openings from 6-7 is always Nyx +1. So in this case, it's going to be Nyx plus DP. DP just a solid hero, can go mid, can go off lane. Probably lanes okay into Chen 2, you just heal too much even from the creeps, and also the Nyx Assassin can protect the DP from a potential Bad Rider pick, and then Secret are like, sure, you guys can play Chen Invoker, then sure as hell we can do too, so they go for the Invoker, traditionally a good hero against Death Prophet, and already a good setup for Team Secret to play a similar style to what Entity had in these last games, where if you're going to have a carry down the road, he's going to be really strong.
Absolutely. Let's see if this works out any
10
better for
seconds
Secret.
remaining.
I mean, because we've very much seen
5 seconds
how well
remaining.
Entity do with this sort of
Dire team
opening. How easy is it going to be for Secret to emulate? See what their second phase bans will be here, looking at both sides. I mean, for Entity, when they do go down this sort of Nyx DP route, what does this usually tell you for the rest of their lineup? I mean, is there a chance for a 3rd game in a row we'll see Pure get his hands on the Morphling, or do you imagine that we'll see something different this game?
It's very likely that we'll see something different in this game. A lot of the times when you have Death Prophet, you want more heroes that help the Death Prophet to like take the fight, where like just heroes that help him out, heroes that can go in for him. A lot of these carries that jump in for you, something like a Faceless Void, of course, is going to be banned this time around. There's also a way where Entity could look at an Ancient Apparition type hero because they're playing against Chen. I saw that was their answer to, I think, a Death Prophet or an Alchemist in a game prior. And then again, you have the Nyx AA. It's actually a very cool support combo. So for now, the Morphling, it's not out of the question, but it has more to do with the upcoming picks of Team Secret.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see if they want to ban out another carry from Pure here. Secret with this next ban. Already taken away the Pudge. See if it indeed will be another one of those front-lining heroes that enables the DP to be able to survive through the team fights. They'll respect the Morph. So either way, we will get to see Pure play something different this game. And we'll be off the back of, Secret's sort of just straight up terror for his potential on the hero. I mean, he has had 2 games where he's had free farm and they just haven't been able to slow him down.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, let's see if that will change in this game, because it looks as if they will have counter pick again, as Entity are playing for 2nd pick. Likely that Entity here pick like some AA, Jakiro, okay, Visage, cool. I'm surprised that they're going for this one already here. This, again, I'm not sure if they were the team who did that the other day to then give themselves a better support pick later. I actually think that was Secret. So instead, they're just happy here with their Visage. They want it. They want it
10
now.
seconds
And
remaining.
they're going to pick it up for themselves.
Yep. Yep. A flexibility
seconds
between
remaining.
you know, sort of the Visage and the DP going mid and off lane, or do you think it's pretty set in
Team
stone?
Secrets turn to pick.
There's definitely flexibility between the two. The only small thing I see with the two heroes is that when you do pick them this early, with only seeing two heroes, they share similar problems, so they get countered by quote-unquote similar heroes. But for them,
10
there's
seconds
flexibility
remaining.
between the two heroes. They also like them a lot on their players, so again, I think they're
5
sticking
seconds
to their
remaining.
comfort, so it's good for them.
Let's see what we have now. Bloodseeker, of course, the pick that you would imagine for Crystallis this game. See if they want to reveal their second support here with it, or try and get their hands on something solid for the off lane.
I guess they're more likely to pick Zayat's hero here. I could definitely see a hero like Lycan being good. I don't really see many other offlane picks here being good for Secret at this stage. So I think you're just more likely to pick Zayat's as potentially a +4 range hero that just is going to help enable Resolution's pick later in the game.
Dire team pick.
It's going to be the Tiny.
Okay, okay. Have you been impressed with Tiny's potential as a hero still in this qualifiers?
I think Tiny is still just a
10
solid
seconds
hero.
remaining.
I would say the hero's worse than its counterparts with Nyx,
5
Shaker, and
seconds
so on.
remaining.
But, you know, if those are not in the pool and you're just looking for someone who can
Team Secrets
body a little bit in the
turn
lane
to
and then
battle.
also look to roam around, I think Tiny can be very good.
And here we have, of course, imagine to be the pure Shadow Fiend. Something that he has had, he's had a pretty ridiculous game with it earlier in the run this qualifiers. And it's something that we've seen other
10
teams try
seconds
to
remaining.
emulate, but never to the level that Pure's been able to farm on it.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, this SF. So I personally like SF against Bloodseeker. The type of carries you want to play against Bloodseeker are the ones that, if you get ruptured, and overall you just want to stand your ground, right? SF is not going to be someone that's going to run away from you in the fight when he gets ruptured. He's going to pop his BKB and Requiem and then just hit you with a lot of right-click damage. Also, once again, Visage will most likely be played with a Wraith Pact Vlads, which works really well with these range carries. So I think this SF pick by Entity is very good. They're going to look to protect it here with
10
their bans to
seconds
make sure that
remaining.
Secret don't get to really shut down his early game. So that's why we
5
see these
seconds remaining.
more so ranged offlaners being banned that you can pair with Tiny and then maybe they can take over the lane.
Final ban here for Secret. And if they are to drop this game, maybe their
Dire
final
team
ban of the qualifiers, they'll send it the way of a Necrophos. So with that in mind, I guess expecting that this could be some DP support from Entity. Do you think there was a chance of that?
I guess
10
there could be. I
seconds
don't know if
remaining.
they have played it yet. DP Pots 5 is definitely okay.
5
Yeah.
I wouldn't be too
seconds
surprised if we see it. And I guess DP doesn't lane incredibly well into Invoker. Therefore, they will be pretty happy with Nyx, Visage in the offlane, and then maybe they pick
remaining. Team Secrets
a new
turn
mid
to
against the
pick.
Invoker. As I do take out the Lycan, I think it's a good ban, as we mentioned a little bit earlier. They don't really have too many heroes that deal with summons very well, if at all.
What do they want to get here for Reza?
10 seconds remaining.
And what is sort of left in for him?
5 seconds remaining.
It's not. This pick is not easy. You have a melee 4 and you're laning against SF carry. SF in the safe lane is surprisingly strong off a laner. I'm not sure how many range heroes you can fit in here. It might just be a melee who gives you some team fight. Yeah, Pango I think is a... It's not gonna do too well in the lane unless they really outlane Entity here. But it gives them... I feel like Secret have a lot more going on for them this time where they can help each other, they can fight together, and they're just making
10
sure that
seconds
later in
remaining.
the game, they don't need to run away, but that they can take the fight to Entity.
5 seconds remaining.
Entity. Final pick will give us some clarity on whereabouts they want to be running each of these heroes. So there's still definite potential for some support switch up. One of the more versatile teams of the region Entity.
I could see a... If they pick a support, I feel like there's actually a chance that they would pick Winter Wyvern. It has good combos. Curse is good against Pango and Chen. It does make the DP cores game a bit better if you do decide to run there. I feel like DP core is not that good unless you're protected in this game. The other option is that they're going for mid, which I can't see just yet. So they're just going to go for a chill Jakiro. That should be Fishman's hero. Feel like the biggest purpose of this hero is to kind of abuse this double melee offlane you have here from Team Secret, where Fishman will have a very nice time and he will enable Pure in the lane, and he gives a lot of follow-up damage into the Nyx Assassin later in the game.
Absolutely, yeah, a lot of high damage coming out from those two supports. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The drafts have been completed. Game 3, a Team Secret versus Entity. And sort of what are your overall feelings? You know, when you look at this, do you kind of feel that Secret have given themselves a bit of a better chance than we've seen them end up having in their Game 1 and Game 2 performances against Entity?
Yeah, I feel like this is the closest draft, or the closest chance that I would give Secret from these 3 games that we have seen. Nisha should do very well mid against Visage, as far as I'm concerned. Invoker is very good in this matchup. Bloodseeker Chen should also be doing very well top. Sure, then you have the tiny Pango. They won't do that well in their lane, but Pango is a hero that later with levels, you can do a lot. And this is a very good Pangolier game. So eyes on Rezo to help his team a bit, and for Secret to strike back in this game a little bit.
All right, yeah, because I think a lot of us, we want to see some more Dota 2 here tonight.
5 games.
You know,
that's what I want.
At the moment, with everything that's happened so far in this qualifiers, it's definitely pointing in the other direction. The Entity may just be able to continue their streak and get the clean sweep here. We'll find out. The game is beginning, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hop you into the action as we find out if Entity can take this final game that they require to secure the spot at TI. Whereas Secret are going to be able to trip them up and make them fight for it and prolong the series.
I was looking if there could be something with the lanes, but I think we'll just have default lanes from the 2 teams. There's a way where if you want to protect the DP a bit more, you could put the Jakiro with him against the Chen, but I feel like they will not be doing that. They will not be doing that. I think they will secure Pure's early game with the SF laning with the Jakiro. As for now, we have Entity with a very late 5-man smoke, which is pretty interesting. It's going to allow them to go deeper into the woods here.
30 seconds to battle.
And they do already have this ward down Secret, so they'll be fully aware of Entity's attempts to make the moves around here. And they will just be outside of range there of that D ward. Didn't quite grab the vision. And as you say, you know, we've had 2 games where Pure has been set up with a very, very good laning situation. Is this going to be another one of them, or is there a chance the Secret can slow him down this time at the beginning of his game?
I feel like he's going to have a good game again, at least for the first few minutes. He should. I would say there is definitely some surprise factor in this game, because he has an Exort Invoker mid who should be doing okay. So that could actually be the difference maker in the top lane. And maybe if Zayas gets a couple levels, let's say he gets level 3, because that's what he's going to need now to have avatars. There's some play potential on the SF. I would expect Pure to have a very good early game, unless he falls to 1 or 2 surprise Sunstrike kills.
Actually, straight up aggression here from the 2 of them. Just running down Resolution and getting the kill as well. Pure first blood as the Razors do the job. And Rezo gets taken down. He's actually going to be able to turn over towards Zayas as well. Has only got the mana for 1 raise, so won't bother throwing it out for yet, but yeah. This top lane not off to a bad start at all here for Entity with that first blood.
Yep, not at all. You're playing two heroes that will use all their mana. They secure first blood, and Pure instantly buys the Ring of Basilius for him and Fishman, which is going to be great, not only in the lane for him, but for his ally and for him throughout the game as well. So I really like what they did there. And especially when you skill tree throw level 1, you do not want to like lose the lane straight up. You're skilling this spell on Tiny literally to help you in the lane a little bit, as opposed to pulling waves. So a little bit of a misstep. Nice punish by Entity there.
It feels like a very terrifying lane and wave to step up to at all if you're Secret. The way that Pure maintains his position. As you say, we'll now have that constant flow of mana coming in with the ring. So much more ability to spam out against Rezo and Zayats, the two melees that will continue to suffer in this matchup.
At least what's good for Secret is, well, it is to be expected for you to lose this lane. You know, of course, giving away a kill is never great, but it does happen. Secret should be aiming to do well in the mid lane, which Nisha, I wouldn't expect anything else from him. And then bottom lane, Bloodseeker Chen, they should be slightly winning bottom too. So maybe with some momentum there, you can turn stuff around later, as we have a nice toss back up top just to get some damage on Pure. Maybe not just some damage.
Fishman's going to be here. Pure has got the stick charge. Will manage to step far enough back south of the ready as well. So Pure's more than fine. Also have the wave pushing into him, so a good attempt there from some resolution to bring him down low, but at the end of it all, Pure won't care too much.
Yeah, overall, nice play by Secret. Anytime you get to go for a play like this, especially when you have Bloodseeker in your team, it will help his lane, at least indirectly a little bit, give him some more move speed around. Also, if they can do this a little bit over and over to get people low, it will give them Sunstrike opportunities, as we have another toss back by Zayats up top.
Got to be a bit careful now. These are level 2 raises. That will certainly hurt. Zayats very far at the ready. Sure, he does want to dive in, and he steps in, gets in range for that close range raise to finish off another kill in this top lane.
They're just playing their heroes very well. I feel like they're staggering their spells nicely. They keep chasing with the slows when they can. And for Secret, I think Zaya's just going to return to this top lane, get closer to your level 3. Because, yeah, you have received these steps and so on, but Pure, at least for the time being, he's out of resources. He's kind of in the HP threshold where he can definitely die to a spell combo plus Sunstrike. So it's not like this lane is completely over. You still have things to play for. I say toss back Fishman for the 800th time.
They can finish him off this time, and both Fishman and Pure are very low. Always in situations where spells were already used and Secret nothing else to quite finish off the attempts at a kill.
Yeah, they're definitely missing this avalanche at this point, but Zayats will be able to get it in a moment. Bottom lane, Toby. Nice body blocks.
Nice bit of blocks here from Puppey, but now in return, Kataomi will be able to block off Chrysalis. Make sure that he can't chase down the kill. Still nobody to fall on the side of Entity in this opening few minutes.
A lot of action, at least for now, in this game, especially coming from the top lane. Mid lane, again, just like most of the other mid lanes we've seen so far. More so on the chill side. They're just going to farm. Visage is going to be happy if he gets to level 6 the best he can. He's definitely not supposed to ever kill the Invoker or outfarm him in any shape or form. So, of course, Nisha for now is winning this lane. Stormstormer trying to hold on the best he can. He will hit 6 in about a minute or so, which is an okay timing.
Of course, it's early days, but top. Rezo has been slowed. The raises are coming in. The avalanche will be there in time. Stop Pure from having the chance of running down Rezo. Getting in range for another set of close range raises. Incredibly hard for these two Secret to step close.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yeah, it's incredibly hard. If SF isn't already, like, if Pure isn't already harassed down a little bit, it's really hard for them to run up, especially if he has mana, which he does. He basically has mana for 3 raises at all times, so aggressing the top lane is pretty hard. Maybe Zaya should soon look to potentially look at mid if Nisha can create an opportunity where Stormstormer isn't on full HP. Maybe he can make plays there. Other than that, it's just gonna be a farming game for now. Try to get Rezo his levels, bait the SF out of position.
See him again try and make a move for Pure. Even at this early point with the treads, extra bit of stats. It's just not the damage from these two to kill this SF. Fishman. Got a bit of a setup with the slow. It's too close to the tower. Pure doesn't want to dive. And elsewhere. Definitely that mid lane, you look towards Nisha if you're Secret. He's had games in the past where his Invoker has carried them above all. It's definitely going to have to be one of those. He's the one getting the hottest start at the moment in the lanes. Crystal's close behind him in terms of net worth that they're getting from the setup. We see bottom. Toby out just in time there. He gets threatened by the blood right.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They get to force him to TP out. Definitely good for Secret. Nice getaway by Toby at the same time. Now, when you are Invoker like this, you would love to have any sort of Sunstrike plays on your side lanes, but it's not too easy, right? Your safe lane, your Chen Bloodseeker, they don't really set it up all too well. Your top lane is struggling, to say the least. That's a nice way of putting it. And this mid hero Visage, he's at full HP for now, so it's also not the easiest play to go for. So I feel like right now the game could feel a little awkward for Secret, at least for the next 1 or 2 minutes until Puppy gets some more levels or creeps and Pango gets his role. I think that's when they can really start to combine their heroes together in a more nicer manner than right now.
Let's see what they can get done around this mid lane. Zayats will step up. I mean, 3 heroes ready to deal with him. Puppy TP's over, but Zayats, he's already dead in the river. Maybe they can get the next assassin in return. Katomi pops the fairy fire. That's enough to save him. He's out of there. Nisha just ends up getting focused down by Stormstormer and the Familiars. His whole move results in a double kill for Stormstormer on the Visage.
Yeah, Zayas was trying to run around the side, get a D-ward off, but Fishman came over mid to go and help with the active rune. Stormstormer, now that he's such high level, it's very hard to get out of these, slows from the Visage into Jakiro. Also, Kataomi came by with a Carapace, very nicely done by him. As my Dota has crashed.
Ooh.
Luckily, I can still see the feed. Well, luckily, it's only me and not the player, so that's good.
Yeah, that's good. Everybody's still in for now.
We're good then.
Repent.
And up here, he's got his full mask and madness done. The farm is going to continue to ramp up from him. Mid lane, Stormstormer applying the pressure. Having the backup with both of his supports. Secret also
Radiant's
in turn
middle
bringing up
tower
their
is
supports
under
towards
attack.
the mid. Don't want to allow Entity to get too much early damage onto this tower.
I guess Secret will just bring over some of the heroes, maybe a Puppy to try and come and defend, but a straight up fight, Secret can't really fight back. So both teams are gonna look to just... Entity are gonna look to poke very safely, whereas Secret will look to defend somewhat safely, because Secret don't really have a great way of fighting back, unless we have an Ava into toss.
Right, toss back onto Fishman.
Rezo being here too.
Definitely get Jakiro. Still like they'll quite be able to chase for more. Reza does have the Rolling Thunder at the ready, so Entity won't want to pick a fight into this.
Well, that's a very nice grab with the Ava toss back. I think there was no real way of making a play there otherwise, so good job by them. They get to hold the tower, get themselves a bonus kill. The active rune bottom. In this game, the teams don't really care too much about the active runes, right? You don't have any spirits, you don't have any bottle users. Pure is currently farming his way back for jungle, so Rezo is going to make his way back top and look to just be ready again to perhaps, respond to the next play around the map. That's at least one of the very nice things with Pango against heroes like Visage and DP, is that Pango loves to fight at his towers, right? And heroes like Visage, DP, they naturally want to go there and push your tower, so this is where we're probably going to see a lot of the impact from Pango, at least later, when Entity are going to continue to run at these towers.
Secret, got the two of them up top. Maybe looking for a chance to get aggressive with the ult. Rezo. Hard to do with just the two of them though. And this close to the tower. Entity more than likely able to set up in response. As both carries getting some good space. Pure still with the lead in net worth, but Chrysalis not too far behind. Over on his half of the map, getting a lot of space down here in the safe lane. Mid tower, though, back to taking quite a beating from this push from Entity. Secret once more attempting to slow this down. Of course, they themselves yet to be able to deal any damage whatsoever to Entity's own tier 1. So quite the difference between the pressure that Entity have been able to apply from their half of the map here around this mid area.
Yeah, eventually this mid tower will fall for Secret side. They're currently doing a very good job at defending it. You can see that Zayat has basically been in this area for the last while. Same with Nisha, of course, you want to protect your mid tower at all costs. So unless Entity kind of baits Secret's heroes away, I think you won't really be able to get the tower, at least like this. So here we see Entity again. Similar scenario to some of the other games where Pure, he farms a safe lane for a long time, then goes into the off lane, and then eventually they smoke there to try and just help take over the map, potentially find Chrysalis, who's farming for now.
Not quite able to get the toss back there on mid. See them indeed look towards him, and he is very, very dead there. The three of them find him on his own. So whilst both carries have been having complete free farm, Pure continuing to build the gap there between them, especially off the back of getting involved on the direct kill against his opposing carry.
Good kill there by Entity. They force everyone to go mid, but now Secret looking for a little bit of a turn play on the bottom lane.
Let's see what they can do. Rezo's got the opening onto Pure. Certainly just hangs back. The Requiem will be used to push back here. Pure seeing if he can step in range to set any raises up, but won't be the case. They'll lose Fishman. Of course, Pure just going untouched. Did not have the damage or the means to set up for a play onto this SF at this stage.
Okay, so yet again, so what Entity did really well there earlier, so they forced all of Secret to like stay around mid, right, with the constant mid pressure. As soon as they realized, okay, Secret aren't leaving this area, the only way my Visage will take mid tower is if we go somewhere else. So not only do they abuse Secret stacking mid by smoking bottom and killing the carry, they also then force Secret to use some heroes on the bottom lane, which then also afterwards allowed Visage to take the mid tower. So Entity in the last 2 minutes definitely got a lot done on the map, and also Pure's item build. I like it a lot. It's gonna come, you know, it kind of goes hand in hand with why they picked this type of carry, the one who's gonna stand his ground later, even if he gets ruptured, even if there's a Pango rolling. Mask of Madness, Dragonlance into BKB. Massive amount of damage, massive amount of lifesteal to fight into the rupture.
Once again, they're around this 14-minute mark. Not a huge amount of kills, 5-2, but Entity with the overall slight gold lead. It's a similar state of the game that we did have the first two of these series be in. Let's see if there's again a sign of things to come. It's top lane. Set up towards Puppey. You see Nisha boxing over. Katomi continues to try and chase them out. They have the full
Here's the
5 mana
roll,
secret here.
silence.
They'll look to turn this. They get the toss on towards Toby. Siphon's trying to keep him alive, but the damage is done. Secret will be able to strike, get the 2 kills. Maybe look for more as they pressure the tier 1 tower. Same time down bottom, Pure will find the trade. He takes down a tower on his own.
Well played by Secret. Coming in together with, you know, using their heroes together, playing their lineup very well. They go top, they counterplay. There was a great rupture into tossback from Zaya. It's got like half HP off the DP into some follow-up spells from Invoker. Nice roll by Rezo with a great silence by Chrysalis. And yeah, right now, if they go together and use their spells off of the back from Pango, their team fight is very good. And Rezo is rushing this Blink Dagger. He wants to make sure that Nisha and Chrysalis have all the space they need, as for now they're eyeing Katomi in the mid lane. Entity TP'd a lot of the heroes into mid, and they want to retake their own jungle right now.
Still, though, with all this focus up top, Pure is just getting a ridiculous amount of space. I mean, you can see in the CS alone, well, 176 CS is 16 minutes in. Next up on the list is Chrysalis, but he's about 50, 55 behind, plus Yeah, the distance between the amount that these carries are getting out of this map, it's looking pretty scary for Secret. You know, Pure, 600 gold, BKB is going to be done. He's going to be at that point that you talked about already where he will be able to just stand there in the fights, and it's going to be incredibly hard for Secret to do much about him.
Yeah, not only that, he's gonna slap this Pango in his role. Like, that's also what you really don't like as Pango, when some dude just sits there during your role and starts whacking away at you, and Pure definitely will be able to do that. The one good thing for Secret is, at least for now, SF is the only really scary hero. DP is still a little bit away from his BKB, 1200 gold. Visage wants his Ags. I really like that Stormstormer opted to go for drums. Again, it allows him to be stronger as 4, and also once Pure does have this BKB, he makes him even stronger. I feel like they play towards these timings very well. As bottom, Zayas looking for a play on Pure. Rainbow TPs.
Yeah, immediately.
Slightly mistoss.
Backups coming in for Pure. Zayas, who will go for the TP out in the trees, but Katomi's going to be able to find him with the angle of the stun.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, they know
you
how important it is to keep Pure alive there.
You can tell that they treat this man as their king for the right reasons. This man is a monster. You want to protect him. But even so, oh, they see Nisha on this observer.
Yeah, Katomi's able to step up and get the opening stun. Into the ice bar, follow-up silence. That's Nisha taken down, and Pure's going to be the one that steps over and gets the last hit on him. He was not ready for that at all there, Nisha. Just didn't expect Entity to make that move over towards him and gets caught out.
Yeah, he must have even seen them run through this ward that Zayas played in the bottom right corner of the map, but I guess he just didn't know they had this great high ground ward that Katomi placed earlier. They run over, they end up just, moving over, killing Nisha. 2 kind of big kills for them. Nice job by Stormstormer to continue staying in the top lane meanwhile. And the next objective of this game is gonna be the first Roche very soon. Chrysalis is gonna have his BKB. He will feel ready to fight. Rezo has his Blink. He's getting close to the shard. So basically, a lot of the cores are finishing their timings, and both teams are strong enough to fight into each other. And that's very often where you see both teams play around Roche.
And the times that we've seen Secret try and group up and maybe an attempt to go for Pure, he's always a step ahead. Well out of harm's way. Working on the butterfly next after the BKB. We'll see Fishman get caught. Zayat's able to get the catch. Sets up for Chrysalis to pick the kill up.
Blood is mine.
Pure is going for the butterfly build, which is going to help him a lot against Chrysalis, and it's going to help him to stand his ground and right-click. So I feel like Secret still have a couple of windows, even if he does go butterfly, because Secret have a lot of initiation with magic damage and a Sunstrike to follow. So like if Zayas gets to this Blink, which is still going to be a little bit away, it's 1,000 gold, but if they get a double initiation on the SF with like a roll into combo and Sunstrike, I could definitely see Pure still go down from full to 0. So even though the Shadow Fiend is getting very fat in this game at a tremendous rate of net worth, Secret will still have a good way of fighting into them if they identify what they have to do.
Katomi has eyes on Rezo. He will need a +1 if they want to try for an attempt on him. And even if they do, he does have Chrysalis behind.
Radiant's bottom
See if
tower
Resolution's going to get tripped up. Here he is. Comes in with a shield crash, but Katomi waiting in the shadows with the spike carapace. Sets up for them to be able to take down another kill. Entity starting to build up that scary bit of early gold lead. 8-5, 3k advantage.
Yep, level 2 Exo, double BKBs, Aghanim's Visage. This would be a great time for them to go Roche. And as I was saying, Secret are kind of ready to fight, but with your Pangolier being dead, even if he's the lowest net worth core in the game, he's your most valuable teamfight hero. So it's, again, the situation where Entity go Roche and your best bet is to not fight.
We have Aegis on Pure. Hitting once again ridiculous levels of farm at this early on in the game. I mean, yeah, if he wants to, of course, disassemble his Mask of Madness, It's only going to be about 300 gold off from having the completed butterfly on top of the BKB and Dragon Launcher. 21 minutes in.
I was wondering if maybe he should squeeze in like a semi-HP item, like a Skadi or whatever, but I'm wrong. His build is by far the best. Every single item he's bought this game is perfect. He will split his Mask of Madness into Butterfly with the Aegis. They're very likely now looking to just get the lanes in a good position, and then towards like the 3 to 2 minute mark on the Aegis, run down a lane, and either, once again, same situation as in the last games. Run down a lane, you force it tier 2. If you see Secret will not fight you, you can already smoke the rest of your heroes and run at them on the map. Because again, it's not as easy for Secret to fight. Now that they have Aegis, their kill condition of killing SF is gone. Sure, they can kill him once, but then when he respawns with Aegis, they will all die. So, change of plans. It's either split push or you kill his team.
We're grouping up around the tier 2 here. Secret, do they want to try and make him? I can't
Nice stun.
My goodness, he's in with the angle. Gets the stun on the turn. There will be a tornado to stop the familiars from finding the follow-up. With the Rupture out to Stormstormer, he looks to back away, but Resolution's able to jump forward with the Rolling Thunder. Sunstrike coming down onto Stormstormer, but now he's actually pushed out to the side. He can step away. He'll get out. Chrysalis will manage to bring down Fishman. Can he get more from this? He'll turn back in towards Stormstormer, trying to chase down this Fishage here with the BKB. Will manage to finish him. So a couple of kills in this fight for Chrysalis. Overall, 3 dead on Entity. See them turn towards Toby, but he still has the BKB at the ready. So Secret able to find an angle that they're able to fight into Entity that time round and enable Chrysalis to stay on top of the targets, get the kills, and face no sort of return fire from Entity as a team.
Yeah, nice strike back there by Secret. Entity had a nice stun. Rezo in a bit of trouble. Does get silenced. Yeah, he's gone.
All right, as quickly as they did find that fight, back to immediately losing a core.
Yeah, they really wanted this mid tower. As now Fishman leading the charge into the Radiant jungle.
He's stepping in on this. It seems so incredibly risky. I don't think there's any real fight for him to get started. He's only ended up going offering his life as well. Pure cleans up another 6-0-1.
Yeah, the reason why Secret could take the fight earlier was that Pure was still bottom. He was very far away from the initial fight, as we can see here. He has to TP mid. It was a good stun by Kataomi, but his team isn't really that close by. And then Chrysalis, Alacrity, Rupture. He's chasing Stormstormer for days with a nice roll by Rezo.
Yeah, it did take him quite a bit of time to get the last few hits in onto Stormstormer, but was successful.
Radiant structures are fortified.
See what they want to do about this here, Secret. They're losing their tier 2 in the mid to Pure.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As they're
Radiant's
considering
middle
to
tower has
go
fallen.
in, but it's just so tough. With the Aegis, still for a minute and a half.
Radiant's
And
bottom
the
tower
BKB.
is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Entity
Radiant
making the swing
structures
across
are
the map.
fortified.
Get these tier 2s, and I mean, to sort of set up a fight around the tier 2s, is that something that Secret can do right now? Or where is the best place for Secret to look
Radiant's
for the
bottom
fight?
tower is fallen.
It would be great if what Secret want to do is to find a fight that
scanning.
takes Entity a little by surprise, where they're not super together. You want to either have a fight where SF gets like split in the fight, so you want to have like a split fight. Pango rolls on a few heroes, so you rupture someone else and you kill the rupture target. They can fight around tier 2s, of course they've just missed their timing, but I think right now if you're Secret, you need to wait on this Aegis. This is a DD Aegis top net worth Shadow Fiend. It's a board time, please. Fighting this man right now is scary.
I mean,
Unless you have some pulse back into roll, you shall not go for it.
He's going to look at for the setup of the side. He found us by Carapace on the Resolution. Just stepping up. The Tornado will hold back Pure for now. Zayat's dead. The supports will end up trading their lives. There's 20 seconds to this Aegis. Maybe still Secret can find a way to fight into this. She's stepping forward. This path won't quite catch them. Remember the Rolling Thunder. So able to find the opening stun on towards Pure. Turn starts to get the right click showing in the way at the Pango. You see on the back lines, Toby's got him with the BKB and the Exorcism. Chrysalis is attempting to stay on top of him, but just doesn't have the movement speed to keep on top of the Death Prophet once the ult's out.
honestly, pretty good fight for Secret. So currently, I would say that they're executing pretty well. They're using the Pango to like disrupt the back end of the fight. And if you're Entity, you need to put some emphasis on this Pango now. So when Rezo does this, it's better for Entity to stay as a ball. So like when this Pango rolls, don't let him create chaos for the rest of Secret to then kill you or bait you too deep. Because Toby, he ran in somewhat alone, simply because Rezo is like in the back disrupting his whole team. So Toby won't have any backup there. So Secret right now doing a nice job, but killing this SF isn't getting much.
I mean, look
Now
at him.
he
It's
even has a Satanic.
26 minutes in. Pure's inventory continuing to look ridiculous for this early on in the game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So oftentimes when you're in a game, even if one guy is very farmed, if you have the opportunity or a way of clutching him to death, aka to kill him from full to zero, then it doesn't matter so much. But in order to do that, the execution is quite high. I talked about it a bit before. It was way easier at that stage in the game. But you can potentially still do it now. It's 3000 HP with a potential Blood Rite into Rupture, Tiny and Pango combos with Sunstrike. It could work. It's hard to execute, so only if it really presents to you should you look for that play.
See if Secret can find that opportunity. Roshan still down for now. It's going to fall to a point where Secret, I don't imagine they'd avoid the fights unless they can be really sure that they're able to tackle Entity whilst they're split up across the map. And already we see some TPs coming back into this top half as Nisha is playing here on his own.
Wants to really make use of this ward that they have, and also just to make sure that all the farm on the map that can be taken by them will go into their bank. So Nisha here, he's doing a good job. He also has Blink. If a smoke breaks, he has the sentry there. He should be able to always get out. And for now, if Secret don't have a clear way of fighting or they don't see a clear way of how to do it, second Roche will force them to think about it or to take that fight, which will be soon.
They will look for the action before the Roche respawn. Smoke up and heading towards where they know that Secret's going to try and approach them from.
Dire are scared.
Starts the fight first. Zayat. Look for the jump in, but a few hits coming in and Zayat is gone. Rolling Thunder Overlord
Oh my
the
God.
BKB destroys Resolution through the Rolling Thunder. Secret, they've just got to run away from this SF.
Yeah, okay. Rolling on the backline, unless it's on the SF, it will not work. I believe that he 3-shot the Pango, which happens in like 1 second. Yeah, because he has a Boots of Bearing on his Visage, which is going to pump in even more attack speed to him. So yeah, Roche is up, which... I mean, it's just going to be a free Roche, no? It will be.
I think so. Yeah, I don't think Secret's going to be able to pull anything together around this Roshan bit anytime soon. Entity, team fight secured. They pick themselves up an Aegis on Pure. So, and honestly, not that Secret were really looking in any shape to even be able to kill him the once. Doing it twice is going to be incredibly tough now. Level 20, working on towards getting the Hurricane Pike, the crit done.
Even more damage with the level 20 talent here on Shadow Fiend, going for a Pike next. He also has a Titan Slither, so chain stunning this guy or wanting to kill him from full to zero. It was already hard before, maybe even impossible. Now it definitely is, so you cannot touch this hero on his own. And that is always a very scary position to be in.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom
Basher done on Crystallis, so maybe a little bit of an extra chance to cause some sort of issue for Pure if he can stay on top of him in the team fights.
Basher is definitely going to help. I would say the next biggest timing in this game is when or if Crystallis gets to this MKB. It would allow him to potentially try to manfight the SF. He wouldn't win it, but with some good bashes, he definitely can. And if Entity go high ground, I believe the only chance you have as Secret is to either A, slow it down with like Tornado, Death Blast, and Swashbuckles, or if Entity overcommit, you can try to look for a toss back, because fighting this SF in a fair way is what I'm gonna call it. You will lose every time. You need to like do some illegal stuff like tossing him behind your racks and stuff like this to ultimately end up winning a fight against him.
Secret very much just sitting back right now, waiting for Entity to come to them.
I don't want to watch Rezo get 3-shot again, please.
As you say, like, he's going to try.
He has more armor this time, at least.
I mean, he sort of rolls in, sees Pure, and he rolls out. Pure sort of gives him a wave. As he knows that Rezo is going to have no interest in getting anywhere close to this SF.
Puppy worked so hard for these creeps, man. He just kills them. Just like that. 2 swings, Wolf gone.
Regeneration.
Just waving the base against Secret. Not a lot they can do out on the map right now. Entity taking over on all fronts. It's an 8k lead. Pure continuing to go untouched this game. 7-0-3.
I mean, for now, Entity just using this Aegis to keep shutting down the map, slowly but surely build a higher lead in XP, map control, and gold. They're getting closer to their next item. Stormstormer, he's finishing up a AC, as in the little triangle we have Entity holding. Looks like Secret were maybe thinking about going in there. One thing I would like to comment on for Entity is that they're really good at buying a gem and giving it to the right hero. I feel like Stormstormer, nearly in every game, he holds a gem on Bat or Visage. As mid lane, we might have the illegal gameplay coming out. BKB. SF has no BKB.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, good silence. Nice execution there by them. The illegal gameplay coming out to help them with their fight. Tossing Pure in all the way into the base. They do get themselves the Aegis, 2 BKB usages, and 2 support kills.
Thank you, beauties.
Stormstormer's also looking for more in his Ags form. Being the speedy bird with his gem, just trying to get some more map controls.
See what they can do with the smoke here, Secret. Loading up the jump, ready, Rezo. He's looking to get in over towards Toby. They close the gap, and straight away, Toby getting first. Very, very low. BKB, of course, still on cooldown. No way to save himself. Secret find an opening.
Nicely done by them, abusing the, the prior fight. Even if you didn't get to kill the BKB, even if you didn't get to kill the Death Prophet in the base defense, he TP'd out, but his BKB is on cooldown. You smoke, you find him. Nice job by them. Secret definitely coming very nicely back into this game. Rezo with some good item progression after he died at one time to Pure, bought a plate mail. Now he finished up the Ags, so he's going to be more tanky. And Crystallis, he is getting closer to this MKB.
Maybe with that, see how much of a difference that makes for Pure's survivability in these fights. How much Crystallis could do. Secret, they're ready to look to go again. Here is 5 in the jungle that takes back the outpost. Entity are close. Good look for a fight here. See if Zayats can get the toss back. Already got eyes on him to find Zayats in the trees. Zayats heavily pressured here by Stormstormer and the Familiars as they'll chase him down, set up with the stun. We'll see Rezo roll across them. Managed to get the opening onto Pure. Pure
Rupture.
getting burst down pretty low, but he'll put the BKB, start to lifesteal back up as he turns towards Rezo. Secret, they'll be happy with sort of baiting out the BKB. They'll take that as a chance to TP out to safety. They bail on the fight. They won't lose anyone though, Secret.
Not bad, not bad. Secret are definitely doing the right things right now. They're poking more and more into the right direction. They're putting the SF already in this territory where he has to be scared, and I believe that Chrysalis he's queuing up the perfect items. We already talked about the MKB, and then there's going to be the Blink next. If they can connect their initiations with the Rupture and then the Blink on top of Pure, if you get to take him out, he's everything for the Dire lineup, and they don't really have saves. There's no Omni Knight this time around with a Grace or a Guardian Angel, so Entity definitely want to keep up the tempo that they have in the game right now, and I believe the third Roche is going to be the real turning point in this game.
See that? Potentially coming up soon. 30 seconds. We'll see how long the spawn time they'll be on the Roshan. Secret, without a doubt, wanting to get themselves in position to make sure that this doesn't go freely into the hands of Entity. We'll see if they'll be able to set up in time. Maybe even find an opportunity for a fight beforehand.
Secret need to pray for a longer Roshan respawn here so that Chrysalis can finish his MKB before this fight is forced upon them.
It's very close.
All right, that's a good one. Can't ask for a much longer Roche respawn than 2 minutes 50.
Until that's back in, I mean, can Secret try and get into Entity's half of the map, or you imagine they'll just continue to try and hold around this triangle?
Oh, I feel like right now it's a really tough ask. You need to go to the lane that Entity is the furthest away from. So basically that will be the bottom lane at this point, because both teams will kind of camp Secret are going to camp their triangle, Entity are going to camp their jungle around Roche. And then both teams, I think, at most can send one hero bottom. For Radiant, that will be Invoker. He's the most mobile one with the boost of travel and Force Spurs. And you can see Entity already doing the same. I feel like Secret need to be very careful with how far they step up into the Dire jungle.
Both teams know that the next fight, despite Entity having this 10k lead, Secret have shown that whilst behind, they have got the means to pick apart members of Entity. They'd be done on Chrysalis.
They can find Pure with one jump into an Alacrity, Bloodseeker, and a bonus stun. He will die. That is their only condition to win. It's the only thing they should be playing for. Whereas Entity, on the flip side, they want to deny this from happening. Put other people in the front, show heroes, cancel Blink Daggers, save buybacks on your supports, and make sure that Pure is maybe toying with them so that Secret think they can do it, but he's in a good enough position to maybe pop his BKB or Satanic. $50 seconds for the second Roche. Third Roche.
Who's gonna jump? Can Zayats find the toss back? Will not be easy to try and step in and grab someone. Pure now. She's being fired up with the Lincoln's buff. Toby has ready to offer him. Stormstorm is starting to try and scout things out here.
This Lincoln's could be the difference maker in this game. It's a very good item from Toby. If he can put it on his SF at a clutch time, that would be huge.
So ready to jump. But at the same time, Entity, they're so ready for this sort of move to be made against them. They know exactly how Secret want to try and tackle them in the team fight. Now prepared and getting further answers to items to respond to them with the Hexes now. Done here for Secret though, so an extra bit of catch potential. Coming out from Nisha. See here the jump Zayats, he's gone in, but immediately the silence is there. Zayats goes down. We'll see Resin try and roll over towards the SF. Taking a pretty big shield crash off. So blocking a lot of damage. Chrysalis, he's in on top of Pure. Pure trying to stand his ground. Beating
Where's
back
the
into
patches?
Chrysalis. The patches are coming in, but Pure will be able to outright click him. As that's Chrysalis down. Entity, they'll chase on for more. Stormstormer cleaning up Puppy. As it's a triple kill for him. Entity, they will take the team fight. Secret, they did their best to get on top of the SF, but they just didn't have enough to tackle him, even with Chrysalis right on
Dire's
top of
bottom
him.
tower is under attack.
Not quite enough. Zaya's dying first. Entity supports having their buybacks ready. They die, but they just come straight back up. Third Roche, Aegis goes into the hands of SF, and now Entity again with a huge gold lead. Currently TPing bottom because they're eyeing Nisha. Just want to stop him from pushing out the lane, and Pure, he makes the call. He makes the ping to mid. He wants to go up high ground.
I mean, he knows how strong he is, especially with the Aegis. What can they do to stop this man here at this stage? I mean, 30 seconds, no Chrysalis. Creep wave coming in again very, very shortly, so the backdoor protection will fall. The Secret try and do here on the defense. Already out to the side. Nisha, I believe he was trying to grab the creep wave, but he will die for that one, and he's short of the money for buyback. That was
Yeah.
I mean, what was he? Was he just trying to cut the creeps?
I guess so. He must be feeling very desperate to go for that play. Entity just instantly punishing him. Oh, toss back, illegal
the
gameplay.
toss back. It's under the tier 4s. Chrysalis is on top of Pure. Pure, he's starting life steal up here with the Satanic go. Turns towards Chrysalis. Can they even kill Pure the once? I don't know if they can. The Aegis, of course, on him. Even if he was to be threatened, they couldn't even force that out of him. See Zayats looking for another toss back. It's a little bit deeper this time. It will be the Aegis out of the hands of Pure. Can they take him out here in round 2? See, he has got the refresher shard ready if he needs to be keeping the Satanic, and he doesn't even need either of them. As he's back alive, takes out Chrysalis. Now that's Chrysalis also out without the money for buybacks. They don't have the buybacks here, Secret. Entity, they should have the space to close it, and they do. GG is called. Entity will be going straight to TI as they continue and finish their flawless streak here through the Western Europe qualifiers. They didn't drop a game. They looked insane right up until the end here, Kezu. Secret, with each of these games, they managed to last a little longer. First game was 23 minutes. Second game, 33 minutes. Third game, 43 minutes. But whatever happened, they just could never turn it around against Entity. I believe at the end of that whole series as well, you know, impressive stat from Pure. This whole series, I'm pretty sure he only died the once in game 1.
Jesus Christ.
One death throughout the entirety of this best of 5 from Pure. I mean, the whole team, the way that they play and the way that they've done it consistently, it's insane. And of course, for Secret, they had a long day today. But whichever way you look at it, it was always going to be a tough matchup in the grand finals. And it was tough to the max. Like, this was just... It just wasn't close. You know, there's no question about it. Entity moving on straight to TI. This absolutely is a team that the whole world of Dota is going to be keeping their eyes on, Kezuru.
I mean, they had Secret's number like the whole day. They've had everyone's number this entire tournament. This team is incredible. Maybe some people will say, oh, but they only play a few heroes or whatever. I mean, they keep getting them and they play to like near perfection. Like for real, all 5 of their players, they keep doing their job or even more. They buy such good items. They play so nicely. This is some of the best team play and 5-man gameplay I have seen in a long time. So really, congratulations to them. I know it feels horrible for Secret, but you know, if they want to play a TI, they need to be able to just perform a little bit better. Entity were just the better team by far today.
Yeah. And of course, for Secret, they will still have their chances. They, alongside Team Liquid, will be going to the last chance qualifiers. So we will see more of them. That is going to be quite the last chance qualifier when you consider the caliber of teams that will be attending. So very much looking forward to that. But yeah, Entity, I mean, what a sort of a ride they've been on this season. They've just been on the up and up. And then, of course, picking up Pure, things only continue to just look better and better for them. And as I say, at the moment in the form that they're in, and with the grasp that they have on the game and the meta right now, it's just going to be a huge treat to see how other teams from other regions clash with them. I mean, to sort of kind of call it straight out, is there sort of a particular region, particular team that you're very excited to see Entity get to go against at TI? Any sort of teams that you feel could maybe test their strengths?
I feel like they would have a very nice show against Spirit and LGD. Sure, maybe that's cliche to say because they're like, oh, they're the best teams. But this team is really good at getting their timing and then just taking it, playing well together, and like fighting. And I feel like LGD and Spirit are also very good at knowing when to take the fight to the enemy team and having enough team fight with them. So I feel like they would have I feel like those series would be insanely nice to see and they would be very exciting. Whereas I feel like a lot of other teams, when I see this team play like they did today, a lot of teams will struggle because they will never be able to take a fight into them. They will be too far behind, or they would not have the heroes to just fight them 5-on-5.
No. I mean, again, pretty much in all three games that we had today, and pretty much in all the games that we've had throughout this entire qualifiers, have certainly looked like that for the teams that have been unlucky enough to end up finding themselves matched up against Entity in each of these times. And of course, for the second and third place in this region, Liquid and Secret going into last chance qualifiers. What do you sort of imagine are the prospects for them? Are these teams that you think will have a good chance in the last chance qualifiers, or kind of who's your favourites over there? Now we've sort of pretty much got the full lineup for that. Is this going to be a tough LAN? A tough sort of mini LAN for Liquid and Secret in the form?
Yeah, I think this LAN has incredibly good teams, so it's by no means a walkover, no matter from where you're coming, right? Which region you're coming from. I do think the Chinese teams are very strong. It's Extreme, who I think are going to be one of the best teams in that qualifier. You also have outsiders who are very good. I would say that Liquid and Secret will both be definitely within the top 6 in this tournament, but whether one of them can pull through, it's really hard to say right now.
Yes. Yeah. So much to look forward to, though, of course, ladies and gentlemen, with regards to that. I do believe we are going to attempt to get an interview going. So, of course, do bear with us as we try and get our hands on one of the players from Entity. Of course, it is getting rather late. So, at the same time, I would understand if they're not available. I'm sure they've got plenty of celebrating to do.
Well, your emotions are probably as high as ever. I believe none of them have been to TI. So, what they're experiencing right now is pure joy.
Yeah, no, I can only imagine. And even though, because at the same time, this team, it'll be interesting to know sort of what the confidence levels are like. Because coming into this qualifiers, of course, a lot of people did sort of have the heads up that Entity was going to be pretty terrifying. If you're a team in that sort of position, do you almost imagine that Entity's sort of got the state of mind where they already knew that this was kind of going to be theirs, and they were already looking towards just how deep and how far they're going to get in TI itself?
It's always interesting in teams how that dynamic works. There's usually a few people who are very confident. They're like, yeah, we're going to smash this qualifier. And then, it's all about getting like top 4 at TI. And then some others feel like, the other teams are good. Let's not, get too ahead of ourselves. I would say that they felt pretty good. Also, judging from their gameplay, I would assume that their scrims went very well, and their strategies. If we get to talk to one of their players, I would definitely love to hear more about their coach, because it's someone I don't even know who he is. I haven't heard his name until like 2 months ago. I would just love to hear what he does for them. Does he help them with the strats? And because this team just impresses me. I'm just maybe a little fanboy, but it's just amazing to see good Dota.
No, for sure. And the thing is as well, that I think that's impressed a lot of the viewers at home as well, is not only that it's good Dota, it's just very kind of exhilarating Dota, right? This isn't a team that sits back and slowly works towards the victory. This is a team that just pounces at any opportunity in that sort of mid game. And then they don't tend to sit back too much. Sure, this last game of the series was a little longer, but as we saw in game 1 and game 2, very, very quick games. They just keep going at you and going at you and going at you, to the point where you're seeing these teams, such a Secret with incredibly seasoned veteran players as Puppy, just almost feel like they just don't quite know how to respond to that sort of just relentless aggression, and not just relentless, just incredibly calculated. Right? It's very rare when when entities getting this sort of lead in these matches, that they're sort of making mistakes. They're not losing a core here and there. It's all very much team movements. They're completely in sync with one another. It just seems that it's impossible for you to counter as a team. And the next thing you know in these games, maybe you find a fight where you found some sort of a trade, but Pure, he's already sort of 2 items ahead of your own carry.
Yeah, it seemed. I'm not sure. It just seems so hard. Like even in these games, Secret they have to make so many things. Like they have to execute like all their spells in perfect execution. Whereas Entity, they have their great draft. They're chilling. They know exactly what they need to do. When a guy is alone, he knows, okay, I need to sit back for a little bit. Let's not die to the smoke gank. Wait for Pure. Wait for my supports to be ready. They're ready. Okay, we go together. We play our draft. And yeah, I'm really not sure. Even if like what Secret could have done better gameplay wise. Yeah, you can always improve your draft and you can play better, but it was really, really difficult for them in these games.
Yeah, no, it was. We definitely saw Secret struggle, and I believe we do have our special guest, our interviewee, on the line right now. Stormer, congratulations! You are going to TI, and we cannot wait to see you. How are you doing? Well, what's the vibes over there?
Hey guys, thanks. I mean, I don't know, kind of crazy, honestly. I don't know what just happened, but feels pretty freaking good.
Hell yeah! I mean, the Dota that you guys brought throughout this entire qualifiers was a complete joy to watch. I mean, I just want to know because it was me and Keza were talking earlier, sort of what the feelings have been from your team throughout the whole run of this. Very much from the beginning. Did you kind of feel that you just had something as a team that the other teams in this region didn't have? Did you expect to be able to make this run without dropping a single game?
I mean, without dropping a single game, of course. I mean, it's a bit wild, but we were confident going into this qualifier for sure. Like we would have been sad with anything that is like not top 3 at least. I guess we all want to go to main stage lately, and we knew we could do it. So of course, we didn't expect to do that well, but in the end, our drafts and our style just worked out so well. Like also the heroes that we learned during the entire tournament, everything worked out perfectly. And it wasn't even like that easy all the way. Like every single game was, of course, 2-0, 3-0 in the end. But those series have been at some points pretty close as well. But in the end, we just came out ahead.
Yo, Storm, erstmal congrats. I have a few questions for you to ask you about your team. So I have a question for your coach, or about your coach rather. So I don't know too much about him. Could you tell me a little bit what kind of impact you think he has to the team? How much does he help you with the prep? How much does he help you improve? How much is he involved with the drafts, and how do your drafts come together? Because personally, I feel like your drafts are by far the best out of any team in this tournament. Maybe it also suits you the best, but your guys' strategies just look way too good.
Yeah, I'm gonna let him know. No, he for sure has gigantic impact in terms of preparation. Like he's doing everything literally. So no player is literally worrying about the draft. We don't even know what the enemy's favorite heroes are. Sometimes you just go into draft, and before every single official Mitrim, our coach sits down with Toby. And they like simulate the drafts. They look at Dota buff as well and all the single websites you can find. And he's doing, I don't know, like insane work, of course, into drafts, and obviously it's part of every single scrim, also after scrims, watches replays. Basically, when we analyze a replay, how we do it is that he looks at it first, and then he tells us like already the notes that he made, so we don't just jump right into it. So I guess both in replays and like preparation for teams, he's doing like almost everything. We as players, we don't have to worry about anything. We go we can literally play a pop and go straight into the lobby and not worry about anything.
That sounds great. Sounds like the guy is the GOAT. I have one more question, if that's okay with you.
Sure.
So, what do you think made you better in this tournament compared to the other teams? Do you think it's only your strategies? Do you think it's only your draft? Is there something else?
I mean, we are having there's always people say how important the stuff outside of Dota is as well, and I don't know, our mentality and chemistry right now is really good. Like we go into the game with very huge confidence. So I guess the chemistry between us players is just really good, and also we're like super chill. We're not letting for some reason we're not really getting too stressed about the fact that we're actually playing for TI. Apart from that, for sure, I think that what made us outstanding here is just the heroes that we basically what we figured out was ahead of the meta. Like we played some, of course, a little bit, what do you say, extravagant stuff like special picks, I guess. And I guess our drafts, like the comfort picks that people just feel comfortable with, just really well fit the meta on the patch. Basically, made our drafts like a little bit better than other people's drafts.
Right,
Awesome.
thank you.
And so Storm, I mean, it's still a bit of a time now, of course, between here and TI. Seeing you've got the ticket straight to the international, straight to the main event. What is the plan? Are you going to have a bit of a break, or is it straight back to the grind, continued hard work right up until TI? Do you imagine?
I'm for sure taking a break for a while. We will boot camp before TI for sure, I think. But like any team, I guess. But for me, my hometown is Munich, and the Oktoberfest there started, so that's what I'm looking forward to for the first time. But yeah, I'm just looking forward to getting home, spending time, and just really actually, I guess, realizing what just happened. And I'm definitely gonna take some chill time off. And I think also, for example, Dima, he's gonna go on some vacation as in Fishman, and everybody. Maybe Pure, our carry player. I mean, he's a bit of a crazy guy. He might just play 12 pots tomorrow again. I don't freaking know. This guy is
Not surprised.
It's CIS carries. They're crazy.
Well, yeah, I wish the best of luck to anyone who ends up queuing against him because he seems to be on quite the run right now. Yeah. Anyway, thank you very much, Storm, for taking the time to talk to us again. Congratulations. We all can't wait. I know the viewers can't wait as well to see more of you and Entity at the International. So best of luck for that. Not that you guys need it. We'll see you. We'll see you at TI.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me, and shout out to your great casting, of course, and have a nice evening.
Oh, what a fun.
Congrats. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Storm. Shout out to you, great mid. Anyway, have a lovely night.
Thank you.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. My favourite player, of course.
Of course.
But yeah. What a lovely lad. And yeah, a fantastic Dota that this team's been bringing, Kezu. And as I said to him, and as I said on behalf of all you guys and girls watching at home, I know you would have said it as well. We just look forward to seeing what they bring on the main stage. Yeah, because it's not every day that you go through a region without dropping a single game. Kezu, you know, this region was talked to be as one of the most competitive in terms of like the top 4, the big name teams, and they just ended up walking through that completely, Kezu.
No, for sure. I mean, they didn't drop a game. It was also the region where I was like, yeah, you know, China and Europe, they will not have a 3-0 finals, but here we are. It was a 3-0 final. It wasn't really close. Entity too good. I hope that they can keep up, you know, the form that they have. And yeah, it was great to see them win this qualifier and cast some games.
It really was. It really was. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is it as we come to a close here. Entity going to TI out of Western Europe, and Secret and Liquid. We will see them at the last chance qualifiers. You've all been fantastic. Of course, big shout out to Kezu, of course, stepping in these 2 days to come and join me for the Dota 2 action. And yeah, that is it. We look forward to seeing you in the future. Much more Dota 2 to come once the last chance qualifiers kicks in. And from then on out into TI, it's going to be an incredible month when it all kicks off. But thank you for joining us. Have a lovely night. Much love to all of you. Take care of yourselves. We'll see you soon.
Bye-bye.